All right, we are live, ladies and gentlemen. Steven in the chat, dude, you have myth points. I can't compete with pine points, but you get like if you were to cash them in, 1,000 pine points get you 500, or 1,000 myth points will get you 500 pine points. So, look, I'm giving you 2,000 myth points. How about that? So you can cash it in and get 1,000 pine points. Let's make that happen. What's up, everybody? Welcome. We're going to be talking about heaven and hell and why it makes no philosophical sense. But it's really, I'm not the one who's going to be making the argument. I'll be the soundboard. And this, by the way, is just a tease for what we want to do, what's going to end up on Gnostic Informants YouTube channel. My buddy Neil. Neil was actually scheduled this morning to actually record with Jonathan, and Neil works full time building tires. So he is working. And I said, let me step in for my homeboy and at least get your mouth wet, tease you with an appetizer of what will be fully explained over on Gnostic Informants channel. You guys down in the chat, you can go subscribe to his channel. Make sure you subscribe also to Jonathan M.S. Pierce. He is a philosopher. He's the man joining us today. I mean, let me pop you up here. Let's do it right. Boom. Yeah. This guy right here on the screen. Hallelujah. You know what I mean?
Very well.
Yeah. So you're hanging out with me today. Everybody go subscribe to his channel as well here in the description, or the comments, and it's in the description. You can subscribe to both of them. It's in the chat right now. So we just wanted to pop in, just show up and let you guys know we love you. Number one, we love doing this and talking about this stuff and teaching people why they don't need to be scared of no ghost. I ain't scared of no ghost. Don't worry about hell, right? We want to continue to let you know why it makes no sense. And then last of all, the Patreon, I keep dropping bombs. I mean, it just never ends. I've put in the past week, I've probably dropped 20 videos on Patreon while still dropping content on MythVision. It just goes on and on and on and on and on. The list just goes on and on. And you can message me over here. If you look on the left, there's a way you can message me questions for people I interview when I go to see them. You can harass me personally. You might have ideas for the show. You kind of can steer ideas into my head. You have that opportunity. Of course, I screen it to see if it's something I want to do. And if it's worthy of the show. But yeah, you guys have that. So let's talk, Jonathan. So tell me, why does it make no sense?
So let's start from the beginning. So I'm interested in these ideas from a philosophical point of view. And I first started looking into the ideas of heaven and hell. I wrote a book years ago called The Little Book of Unholy Questions, where I asked God 501 questions and she still hasn't answered. So that's and I talked to, I had little I had little sections on heaven and hell. Then I talked about this in a book, a further book, the problem with God, classical theism under the spotlight. Now, what classical theism is a belief in a God that I call omni-god, and I'll probably use the term omni-god from now on, which is an omniscient, omnipotent, and omnibenevolent entity, which means all-knowing, all-powerful, and all-loving, as well as having full divine foreknowledge. So before creating anything, or causally prior to creating anything, because of course if you haven't created time, then the word before makes no sense, but causally prior to creating anything, God knows all counterfactuals, all hypotheticals. If this happened, then this would happen. If that happened, then this would happen. Knows everything that will come to pass and then creates, right? So that's my idea of God, and that's the God we'll be looking at today.
Okay, real quick, West 501, just letting you guys know. I didn't even have that book you just pulled up of yours. But so I've got Unholy Questions from Jonathan. I've got the Nativity. We're going to do a...
Yeah.
Is this worthy of at least a couple episodes?
Oh,
I don't
yeah.
think you can get all of that in one episode,
yeah.
right?
No.
Okay, the Nativity. We're going to do episodes on that. Metamorphosis.
Bit of fiction, pandemic, people eating each other's faces. What's not to love?
Did God create the universe from nothing?
Kalam cosmological argument.
And then, of course, the one we're going through right now. And like, you, dude, I'm going a little overboard with my little sticky pads, but the resurrection, and we're going to be doing a show. What day is it this week?
Monday.
So
actually.
Monday, I have it scheduled live. Me and Jonathan are continuing the series on that. So anyway, this God that's all powerful, all knowing, all loving.
Yeah. And then well, just say, and then finally, I know it's a bit pluggy, but this week this came out. It's called "Why I Am Atheist and Not a Theist." Do you see what I did there?
Yeah,
that's clever.
And not a theist.
Yeah.
Right. I got to get that one too. So
in those books, there are these ideas of looking at these ideas of heaven and hell, for example, as well as many other ideas, and saying, actually, these don't make sense. But I suppose before we look at heaven and hell, my question to you as a former Christian would be, what do you think? What would you interpret as the point of creating? Why did God create him? Or what's the point of existence?
So, okay, it depends. I worked in a Christian bookstore. I never said this on this channel. It was so insignificant. It was just a little moment of life. I worked at a Christian bookstore for about a couple months, and I would look through the material to want to learn more about Satan. I wanted to know, like, okay, tell me about this guy, because in my mind, I really wanted to know how someone could be that close to what I imagined this unimaginable being was, right? Beyond our comprehension. His ways are above our ways. His thoughts are above our thoughts, as far as the heavens are from the earth. I couldn't even comprehend, right? Don't even begin, but try to fathom. That's what my imagination would do. And I would imagine that there was this being who had its wings wrapped around God and was an instrument that kept playing music. This is how I viewed Satan. So I'm getting in a lot of detail, but ultimately it was this instrument of God. He did everything God told him to do. I didn't have a Calvinist mindset at the time. And then one day he thought he could get above God. He thought he could rise above God. And I interpreted those, was it Ezekiel passages? I think it's in Ezekiel. I will rise above the clouds. I will this, I will that. And then he fell. And then now he rules over this place of hell until God cast hell into the lake of fire. Like, in my mind, he rules this place, but he's also roaming the earth.
Which is really bizarre, because
he's kind of omnipresent.
Fundamental, because if you believe in a literal Satan, which is highly controversial, and in fact, the Bible doesn't really say an awful lot about, well, it doesn't say an awful lot about hell or heaven, but it doesn't say an awful lot about Satan. Much of what you say is sort of cobbled together probably with a lot of popular ideas, wrapping the wings, and I don't know. But my idea of Satan, of course, what you've got to ask yourself is God omnipotent, right? Did you believe at the time that God was fully powerful, omnipotent? Did you believe that?
Not as much as I did. Yes, and I said that, but I didn't really take consideration about it till I became a Calvinist. So if we're getting to my Calvinist days, God was not Satan was not this winged, wrapped around God figure. Satan was God's instrument and pit bull. And I said Satan did all the bidding of God. He did not. He wasn't this enemy against God. And then I tried to explain pretty much the way I went to the New Testament, because we see an evolution and dualism comes into play. So I didn't see dualism. I tried as a Calvinist to be consistent and say everything, the temptations, our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. Lead us not into temptation. That God was the one leading us to be tempted by Satan. So Satan is still an instrument of God. And I came to the conclusion that Satan was only doing the bidding of God. That's where I started going.
So this is really interesting, because from a philosophical point of view, I've always held that Calvinism is far more philosophically coherent than any other form of Christianity, which
even though it's ridiculous, but
it makes sense of causality, but it makes sense of things like, say, so if you believe that God is omnipotent, like genuinely omnipotent, then Satan could not do anything that God couldn't overcome with just a click of a fingers. I mean, it's that insignificant. Exactly. If you're fully omnipotent, then, so I've always maintained, and I've written this in these various books, that and I love this term, is that Satan is God's management executive. He's just a middle manager for God, going about doing God's will, which is exactly what you say as a Calvinist, and I think that's absolutely right. That's the only sense you can make of it, which is to say that if if Satan still exists and God has a power to get rid of Satan because he's omnipotent at the click of a fingers, Satan still exists. Therefore, Satan must be offering a service for God that God is either wanting directly or allowing to be. There's a slight difference between a will, like I will something to happen, and a missive will, I allow it to happen, don't do anything about it. So, for example, a tsunami killing 240,000 people, God might not say, I have created that to happen and to kill 240,000 people. But if I'm not going to do anything about it happening, then it's functionally the same thing, right? So if God allows Satan to do stuff, then that is the same as God making Satan do stuff. Do you know what I mean?
So, yeah, I mean, technically the results are the same. Yeah. You're right. And I just tried as a Calvinist to swallow the pill. I even went further than lots of Calvinists. I thought that they were pussyfooting around and not really being consistent. A lot of them were debating over this. You know, you have the 5 points of Calvinism, and a lot of them argued about limited atonement. No. And some Calvinists would say, but he wants all to be saved, but he only saves some. And it made absolutely no sense. They have this doctrine of the 2 wills of God. God is schizophrenic. His prescripts of what he says he wants, you need to do this and you need to do that, in a secret, omniscient, all-powerful will, which is really what actually happens, is what he really wants to happen. And I'm like, hold on, God says do this, but makes people do the not thing that he says. It confused me. So I just said, God, I came up with, in my mind, philosophically, what made the most sense was what God made happen was his will.
Yeah.
Period.
Yeah.
And I tried to make sense of it, but it really, at that point, you run into some crap because you go, is it God's will that the people I love, I mean, it got emotional, right? This is a emotional argument. So someone might go, that's not a good enough reason, Derek. You're not God. But I love people in this life that I knew as a Christian didn't accept Jesus, weren't going to heaven in my mind. I'm just thinking they're not going. And this God probably never loved them because I was consistent. Jacob I loved, Esau I hated before either one is born. You see where I'm going with this?
Yeah. I mean, and again, I think what you're saying makes the most sense of Christianity or the revelation or the philosophical ideas of God than some of these more liberal or even other forms of evangelical Christianity that have to ad hoc rationalize all these different components to try and make God out to be a loving God, right? That has some kind of desire that we all succeed in some way. So yeah, I get that.
Yeah, I thought it was like I liked finding out interesting things like, where did evil come from? And these Christians are arguing God did not create evil and this and this and that. And I'm reading Isaiah 45:6, I think it is, where he says, I create light, I create darkness, I create good, I create calamity or evil. I, the Lord, create all these things. And I just said, well, it's all God. Right?
Yeah, so we talked about this in a previous video, like the Adam and Eve 2-horn dilemma, which is if you are creating Adam and Eve and they are going to do some kind of test in the Garden of Eden and they fail the test, and Adam and Eve are representative of humanity, which means to say, if I put Derek in that position, Derek would also make that wrong decision. I would make that wrong decision. Therefore, Adam and Eve make that wrong decision, and we're punished on their as a result. That's fine because that's representative. It just means that God has created really badly because we're all going to fail, right?
Right.
But then if Adam and Eve aren't representative of humanity, so we put Derek in that situation and he wouldn't eat the fruit, then that is unfair, and God is punishing us on account of the design of Adam and Eve that we have no connection with because it's not representative. So then you get to this weird situation that either God is crap at designing or God is unfair. Okay, let's look at the design problem. So imagine that you are a super incredible lab scientist, Derek. You're working in a laboratory. You create a sentient life form, and you know 100%, indubitably 100%, that life form is going to go out into the town and rape and pillage and do horrible things, right? So, but you know that, and you still create it, right? Mm-hmm. You are sovereign over the creation of that life form. It has no power to create itself. It has no power before it's been created, right? So you are wholly responsible for creating that, knowing what it would do. Yeah. You create it anyway. It then goes out, this sentient life form goes out into town. It does some good, but mainly does a lot of bad. And then so the police come knocking at your door as a lab scientist, and the police should have full right to make you morally culpable for the creation of the havoc that happens in the town, right? Because you created the sentient life forms which went out and did that, and you knew 100% they would do that, and you designed them such that they would do that. Okay, so going back to what you're saying, that fits in with the kind of Calvinism, which is to say that God is somehow morally culpable for the design of humanity and the way that we act.
I 100% agree. I'll give you an actual, like, current real situation explanation that I think also makes perfect sense to this. Real quick before I do, Constellation Pegasus, thank you for both super chats. I will definitely be getting into the Talmud as time goes by, for sure. Oral law, something that was just brought up recently the other day, and I posted this on Twitter asking some of the experts, what are your thoughts about oral law? They probably come later, but there probably were some oral things that were practiced, and how do we understand certain things biblical without it? Thank you so much for that super chat.
Just on that point, before you go into that, because it's worthy to say thank you for the super chat. That's awesome. That's your money. That's brilliant. Yeah. But I see all kind of laws as parochial laws that you want for some reason that you then post hoc codify into God. So what better way to say that that I want you to do this rule because it has some functional benefit for me or my community? What better way to say, and I'm telling you to do that because it's actually God that's telling you to do that? Like, right. No one can argue with that. So therefore, all kind of oral laws or written laws or whatever are basically just ways of saying, this, you have to do this law because otherwise, him upstairs is going to be pretty pissed.
Yeah. A couple more. Anna Twink, thank you so much. Don't worry, I haven't forgot where I'm going with this.
Yeah,
God created Adam and Eve before they understood the knowledge of good and evil.
Yes.
Mary Shelley at age 19 understood this in Frankenstein. Well put.
Brilliant point, because actually what happens is he says, don't eat from the tree of knowledge of good and evil. So, and before they've eaten from that tree, so they have no knowledge of good and evil. They can't know whether it's good or right or wrong to eat from that tree. So the whole story makes no actual sense at all, because it's not really a story of reality. It's a bloomin' myth that was created to try and explain some things in a typical creation story type of way. So
even William Lane Craig, he's gotten a lot of trouble lately, but we're talking about a Christian apologist who now recognizes openly, and he's been probably saying it for a while, but it's like really got Christians going. He said, what? He calls it mytho-history. Yeah. And he's like, well, it's not really historical, and it's like, whoa. So if Christians are starting to realize this and they're saying this publicly, what do you think someone like us who are skeptics are going to say about talking snakes and donkeys and, all that stuff? Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Twink, so much for that super chat and wonderful point. This comes down to the root of what I try to explain. Even Calvinists argue infralapsarianism and supralapsarianism. They want to argue infralapsarianism is the idea that God predetermined and absolutely sovereignly pretty much decreed and made sure everything happened after Adam fell. Therefore, God's hands are like Pontius Pilate in the Gospels, and he is completely innocent of what just happened in the garden, and then he causes everything to happen. Supralapsarianism says before anything happened at all, it was all part of God's plan, and they just accept whatever happened because it's all part of his plan.
That latter has to be given. The thorn in the side of Christianity is divine foreknowledge, because I fully understand why this movement towards open theism has come about, where open theism is that God creates but doesn't really know future events based on freely willed decisions. Okay, free will, that kind of libertarian free will doesn't make sense, but let's not get into that. But the idea that God could somehow just be creating things and say, well, I don't know what's going to happen. I've got 7 billion people choosing things randomly. It's like, well, actually, with our known science now, we're pretty good at predicting human behavior. And imagine, so to think that God really is not very good at predicting like freely willed decisions, I think it makes God less than perfect being, and I think the idea of perfect being theology, where you've got this omni-god, makes much more sense of divine foreknowledge. But divine foreknowledge screws everything up. And so I understand why Christians are trying to get out of the problems of divine foreknowledge, because divine foreknowledge is an absolute nightmare for pretty much all areas of theology.
You're absolutely right. All right, couple more here. Let me while I have this popped up, let me go ahead and mention what I was going to say, because this way you don't lose track. My brother, we lived in Puerto Rico for 3.5 years on base. It was Ceiba, Puerto Rico, and Roosevelt Roads was the school we went to. They closed down that base on Puerto Rico, but anyway, my brother was playing in the neighborhood, and one of the guys who's friends with my dad, they worked in the same unit in Special Forces. He had this pit bull that was like very prone to be aggressive and looks like it would attack people. And, you know, they are prone to attack people. Long story short, he knew this and he wasn't supposed to have this animal on base. It got freed one day while my brother was walking by, and it came and took a chunk out of my brother's ankle. Like legitimately, Kurt had to go to the hospital. They had to do sutures. The meat was missing from his ankle. Okay. They had to put this dog to sleep. The owner, my parents could have, but since he worked with this guy, could have charged him legitimate. He would have been responsible for his dog. Okay. Yeah. That's the law in real life. Yeah, now imagine God on a way more knowledge scale than us is creating something and knows it's about to do damage and go really bad.
But God designed that dog.
Right.
It's even beyond. So much bigger. It's like he designed that dog. He designed the entire universe in which that dog sits. He designed all the people around that dog, and he knew everything that would happen with
But it's worse than a dog chewing meat out of your
Yeah.
It's the rapes. It's the certain genocide. Creatures and bugs that are created to bore out the eyes of little children in Africa, as Stephen Fry talks about. It is every single disgusting, nasty, wicked thing, and the beauty as well. So
this comes back to the point that I asked you at the beginning, which is what's the point of creation? Now, of course, this will look different to the Calvinists as it would do to the non-Calvinist Christian, right. Very different, arguably. But when you're talking about, and we haven't even really mentioned heaven and hell yet, but like it's worth getting these ideas out of the way because heaven and hell depend on them. Right. You know, if you're judging humanity, what are you judging them for? But in other words, that is what is the point of existence for humans in a Christian world? So why would God create humans, and then how would God judge them, and upon what metrics? Now, do you want to answer that as a Calvinist and a non-Calvinist?
Oh, my answer. So why? Okay, there's two things I mentioned. I'd quote scripture because I was a Calvinist, right?
Yeah.
So the first thing I would do is run to Romans 9, and he'd say, okay, if God's doing all these things, he hypothetically is debating someone. If he's doing all of this, how can he find fault in anything that we do? And his answer, and my answer was, who do you think you are? And it really comes back to the whole master concept, like the slave to its master. And as a Christian, I was a slave of Christ. So I'd say, who do you think you are? Does the thing formed, does the thing made, us, creation, have right to say to the maker, why have you made me thus? Or does not the potter, the maker, have right over the clay to say, I'm going to make you for a vessel for wrath? He can do whatever he wants. So shut your mouth, you little human. That's what I would say as a Calvinist. The other point I was going to say, well, actually, I lost that point. So I don't even want to pretend like I can remember what I was getting at. But that's the point I would argue.
Yeah. So, which is interesting. This fits in with Calvinism. So most philosophers, refute or do not believe in the idea of libertarian free will. So libertarian free will I would define as the ability to do otherwise, the ability to rationally and consciously choose otherwise in a given situation. So in a given situation, you really could actually do this, but you could also do not this. And if you went forward 10 minutes in the world and then rewound back, you really could choose otherwise, even though the world and you and everything was identical, right? So it turns out that idea is essentially incoherent. Right. So most philosophers, it turns out that pretty much all philosophers disbelieve in libertarian free will. And the only ones that do, about 14.6% of philosophers believe in libertarian free will, but they happen to correlate with those who also believe in God. So it turns out libertarian free will is generally only believed by theistic philosophers. Right. Why am I saying this? Because our ideas of prison, so and this prison has implications for heaven and hell, right? Because it's about crime and punishment. Mm-hmm. It's about doing things that God expects, doing things that society expects, and when you don't do them, what happens to you? So if you don't believe in libertarian free will, there are three aspects to imprisonment. You've got retribution, which is you did that, you get, you're going down for that. I'm going to punish you in some kind of retributive manner. Then you have deterrence. I'm going to put you in prison, and it's going to deter either you or you from doing it again, and the rest of society from doing what you've done. So that's a deterrent. And the third aspect is rehabilitation. So it turns out that as we've generally become to understand libertarian free will as being incoherent, philosophers who believe that way, people like Greg Caruso, great philosopher who's just writing a bunch of books at the moment about, well, if libertarian free will doesn't work, then what do we do with prison? It's all about rehabilitation. You can forget retribution. Retribution makes no sense. Deterrence is interesting because that is a thing, but actually harsh punishment does not deter criminals. It's actually the belief that you're going to get caught or not. That it much more affects deterrence, much more affects whether you're going to commit a crime or not. But it's really about rehabilitation. So what are the best prisons in the world for rehabilitation? We look at recidivism rates. So these are rates of recommitting a crime. So it turns out that Norway has something like, and I may get these stats wrong, about 30% recidivism rates. Britain has like 85% recidivism, which means our prisons are rubbish, but they're predominantly rubbish because they're not properly focusing on rehabilitation. So the idea is we don't want people to come in and out and in and out and in and out of prison. We want them to go in once and then leave and then become genuine members of the society because they've learned something, they've rehabilitated, and we have reformed them into decent human beings who are members of society, active members of society. So that's all quite interesting. How does that work for heaven and hell? I mean, what's the point of heaven and hell? That you have a finite existence, that you're then punished for it, and you're punished eternally. And if libertarian free will doesn't exist, then you're punished eternally for something you were always going to do in a situation that you were always going to be in. And that is not only incoherent, but it's also arguably morally abhorrent.
Interesting point. Let me get some of these super chats real quick. And I remember what it was I was going to bring up, if that's okay with you. Stop Scamming Man. I believed kids could grow up to be damned. Even rarely, I would be an anti-natalist.
Natalist. So you shouldn't have children.
Oh, man. I thought about that when the whole rapture thing. I really thought I was a bad parent. Stop Scamming Man again. Appreciate you, my friend. Always coming through. Many argue children are exempt from damnation for rejecting the true religion. If so, the massive reduction in child mortality must be a catastrophe. Yeah, interesting point. Why aren't people just aborting more to protect these babies from growing up, and then they end up guiltier with their conscience? And now they got to go to this place where this all-loving God just can't wait to cook them forever for their bad deeds.
This is such a good point. That's a great super chat, because actually it should be a real concern for Christians. So instead of having like 27 children in some like quiverful approach to like let's make the world for the Christians by having like I'm just a baby machine throwing out mini Christians, you should be thinking, well, Jesus said that, you know, it's harder to get into, harder to get into heaven than through the eye of the needle type thing.
The camel to the eye of the needle.
Camel through the eye of the needle. So therefore, what that's saying broadly is that there's only one way of interpreting that, which is most people are going to go to hell or not going to go to heaven. So therefore, if you're going to have a child, the percentages are like, wow, and the more children I have, the higher percentage of at least one of them is going to go to hell.
Can you imagine as a parent? That's what I've done as a parent. It's funny that as I grew with 3 kids, that moral compass is what really made me start to view God in a way that once you see the problems, you have this scale from libertarian free will, which I saw dubious from the text. I couldn't imagine that this was the case. Reading the Bible, if you're going to stick with what the Bible's saying, there are too many places where it's like, yeah, that was my plan. All of this was my plan. Where God's saying that. I got to ignore that and pretend that, well, he didn't know what was going on. Now, of course, I don't even believe there is one. But if you go according to the text, you kind of have to stick with, well, he was the lamb that was slain before the foundations of the world, which meant, according to the author of Revelation, who the author of Revelation is writing this, he believed that Jesus was predestined to be slain for the sin of the world. What sin? Before the foundation of the world, there was no sin. It's all God's plan. And I accepted that. So this is a wonderful super chat. Romans 9, what I was going to say about the way I would explain why evil had to exist and good is that you can't know good without evil, and you can't know evil without good. This was the philosophy in my mind as a Calvinist. I started to go, well, how do I know what cold is if I haven't experienced hot? And how do I know what darkness is if I haven't experienced light? So philosophically in my mind, I thought, well, this divine creator had to create evil and had to do so because the only way we could know what mercy is if we needed someone's mercy or forgiveness, if you will. So the only way you can show me, like if we're walking down the street and I walk up to you and go, hey man, I forgive you. You'd be like, for what? I didn't do jack diddly squat. And I might go, no, you definitely, well, I'm just forgiving you. It would make no sense. If you did me wrong, you stole something from me, you lied to me, you hurt my family, whatever. And I said, look, man, I could get you in trouble, but I want to show you mercy.
So the problem is, if God is all loving, and so this is a problem of evil. So the problem of evil basically says, if God knows what to do about it, is powerful enough to do something about it, and cares enough to do something about it, why is there suffering in the world? So therefore, any suffering in the world is either necessary for some kind of greater good to come about, such that there can be no gratuitous suffering. So no suffering is unnecessary. So it's either necessary for something, right? So what that says is that there is the perfect amount of suffering on this earth now for something, for some reason, right? There cannot be one stubbed toe's worth of gratuitous suffering above what there is now. Do you know what I mean? Or there can be nothing less, because if there could be less suffering on earth and to bring about the same sort of outcomes, then God would have less suffering. So the fact that there isn't less suffering means that this must be the perfect amount of suffering, and it's all just like
It's just interesting for me now that I think in a naturalist way, all of that stuff they're trying to philosophically and theologically make sense of makes better sense in a natural world where creatures just do these things. And this is part of our nature, rather than it was sin nature at the fall and this and that. I mean, it goes into all sorts of good points that you just brought up.
So this comes back to the omni-god, right? Because everything that happens in the world, and it can be anything, so it can be any design features, like why is it easier for humans to choke to death because our alimentary canal and our breathing system are share some of the same pathways, right? Or why is it we get back pain, or why do we have an appendix when we don't need it? And all these questions you have to answer in light of an omni-god if you're a Christian. So you're, again, we're going back to this sticking band-aids on stuff and like ad hoc reasoning these individual problems that pop up the whole time. Why did I stub my toe? And why was there genocide? And why is there malaria? And why is everything has to be answered in light of an omni-god? Like, whereas with naturalism, you're like, shit happens.
And we're trying to make a better world based on, that's a great point. The philosophy in your mind is so much, this is a greater mindset I've ever had, because that obsessive mindset of God and understanding why all this, I couldn't swallow the pill. I kept telling myself and telling others, this is what the Bible says, and God did this and that. But I really couldn't swallow the pill looking at some of my family members. This is the real part I couldn't get, is how can I actually love them? Mind you, I'm not pussyfooting around like I used to as a Christian when I was more into non-denominational stuff. I was willing to read Psalms 5:5, for example. God abhors the worker of iniquity. Calvinists will preach some pretty honest stuff in the sense, even though I think the whole ontological position's wrong. The point I'm making is they're consistent in saying, preaching things like this, not God loves the sinner and hates the sin. No. They say stuff like, God doesn't throw the sin in hell, the person he throws in hell. So he hates the person. And they're consistent, at least in that, even though it's ugly as hell what they're saying.
I think there's a weird consistency to Calvinism, and there's a weird consistency to conservative evangelical Christians in a sense. So I've long said that the Westboro Baptist Church, for example, God hates fags church and all this kind of like the terrible like moral abhorrence that is the Westboro Baptist Church. They are oddly more logically consistent. So the liberal Christian has to jump through hoops to try and justify X, Y, and Z, and say, because there's contradictions and this and that, and it's like, I've got this modern understanding of morality and this liberal understanding that's so much more liberal than it was 2,000 years ago or whatever. Like, so therefore I have to, oh my goodness, and this, I'm patching that and putting a work through for that. I've got an add-on for this. And it's just like such a tough job. Whereas the evangelical Christian says, don't worry, whatever it says in the Bible, and no matter how horrible that sounds, that's how it is. So, deal with it.
Yeah, they change the meaning of words though. Hate doesn't
Yeah.
mean
Oh,
hate,
yeah.
things like this. Let me get a couple of these super chats. Stop Scamming Man said, many argue children are exempt from damnation. We already did that, I believe. If so, the massive reduction, yes. Also, Constellation Pegasus, originally no devil and fallen angels. You can plainly see how the story changed, creating things that originally didn't exist in the first place. That's a wonderful point. When you're a Christian, no matter what flavor, usually, unless you're liberal and you are willing to see contradictions, different authorship with different ideas, inerrant, infallible, the word of God, it's one story, it's all tied together somehow. You try to see it in a systematic theological or a consistent way where, no, Satan wasn't just a pitbull and then, doing all of God's bidding, and then all of a sudden he's like a dualistic equal enemy of God. Calvinists just try to paint that one picture. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, what I understood when I was in the more non-denominational, more Arminian type position that tries to argue libertarian free will, God, he was with God and then he got kicked out. So God uses him, but he's still God's enemy. And it's weird, the weird relationship between God and Satan.
I think the evolution of the history of the ideas of heaven and hell and demons and Satan and stuff is so, most of it, so the Old Testament the Hebrew Bible really doesn't tell you an awful lot. The Christian Bible, the New Testament doesn't tell you a lot. The New Testament says very little about heaven and the details of heaven and hell and this and that. So Dante's Inferno and all these ideas that came later is actually coloring modern Christians' understanding of heaven and hell and all these forces that operate around that. And I think that actually that's thoroughly problematic, because what people end up doing is just making stuff up and trying to, because there's so little said about heaven and hell, it's all inference. It's like, well, how must heaven look like? Or it's a just world theory. So just world theory is this idea that, do you know what? The world, the universe, everything, existence is somehow just. People have this whether they believe in God or not, or no matter what God. So there's this kind of understanding of just world theory. But the world isn't just, especially as a naturalist. As I said, just stuff happens and it's not very nice often. So, but if you believe in just world theory, then this explains why heaven and hell came to pass, came to evolve to be as ideas, which is to say that horrible stuff happens throughout our lives. And this happened in the intertestamental period where Jewish people said, we're the chosen people. Why is there such terrible stuff going on? And then they kind of, in the Hellenized Seleucid Empire, they saw the ideas of the Greeks of their kind of hell and their underworld and the soul. And they said, okay, if we take this on, this is me paraphrasing an awful lot, but if we take these ideas on, then we can have a just world, which is like, we're the chosen people. And even though we're getting screwed over, if there's eternal life, then everything will be justified in the eternal life. Everything will be balanced in some kind of eternal afterlife where you've got heaven and hell. Bad people on earth go to hell, and good people on earth go to heaven. So it's all right. And you can understand why these ideas developed and became, really, really pertinent.
You could also see why resurrection is a focal point. This was brought up yesterday in a conversation I had with Richard Carrier. The whole purpose is that you will live again. Okay. You're going to get to live again. Others won't get to resurrect. So the idea of resurrection kind of ties in somehow to all of this.
Yeah. It's again, a just world theory. It's like, well, if you get a second bite of the apple, you can put things right, or, you get another chance or whatever.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Mr. Monster says, was it creative design for God to send non-believers to hell? As a Calvinist, yes. In fact, that's how he shows justice. That's how he shows his power. God loves flexing like a man in the mirror at a gym, okay? You could take that quote and you can put my name at the bottom of it, okay? Seriously, though, I mean, how often he's like, when you see my mighty hand, like the authors want you to think of God like a tyrannical, all-powerful, if I stretch out my mighty hand, I will do this and that. And it's a flex. They're trying to flex their God on you. So
they're trying to trump their God. I think they're trying to trump their God over other gods. It's like, my God's big. It's a playground fight. My God's bigger than your God. And then God eventually becomes not just a local person who lives around here, gets over the mountain further and further away, becomes part of this pantheon. But then your God's part of the pantheon. My God's just one. My God can do all of that just as my one God. And then God then becomes an abstraction that's outside of the universe. And no longer does God have a hammer or use the storms or the winds or whatever. God is outside the universe as some kind of abstract idea, and everything emanates from this abstract idea. And so I think that's what happens. So but if you're going to go back to the evolution of that, so the Bible fits halfway down, the Hebrew Bible fits halfway down that evolution, where you've got God as initially a storm god, as Yahweh, who's then trying to trump Baal and overcomes a pantheon. And then so that you've got this kind of like idea of a very kind of harsh and vindictive God who's pretty nicely flexing his muscles, because that's that part of that evolutionary pathway.
Yeah. I say, oh, no.
No, you go. No, you go.
Francesca Stravacapoulou. I hope I pronounced her name right.
I'm reading her book now.
Wrote that book. Okay, I'm so freaking jealous of you right now. It's not even funny, bro. I want that book. It will not come out till January in America.
No way.
This is the first time we Americans don't get shit first. You know, this is so messed up. You know, we're supposed to always, we're elect. We're the chosen. Don't you know this already? But seriously, man, I can't wait to read it, because I read some reviews, and it is like, the guy's like, God and anatomy. He said, the title says it all. The chapters are labeled hands and feet, torso. Like, God had a body. This was not a metaphysical, spiritual being. This was a real physical God in Antiquity. And she's going to prove the God of the Bible is not what Christians are teaching today. Outside space and time. Let's think of philosophy. They have turned God into a philosophy throughout time.
So this is exactly fits into what I was saying. In fact, that book, I mean, I've only read a couple of chapters, but that is precisely my point, which is that God was almost in human form back in those times, and had body and had parts of the body and had all these kind of anthropomorphic characteristics, and then has been abstracted since then. So now the modern conception, that makes no sense with modern philosophy. So therefore we philosophize God out of existence into an abstract reality. And going back to Mr. Monster's brilliant question, then if you are designing everything from this abstraction, you're designing everything from scratch, then you have this scenario where absolutely Mr. Monster, his inference of his question is right, which is like, I know 100% that 80% of these entities I'm just about to create are going to go to hell, right? And 20% are going to go to heaven. I know why that's going to happen. I know how it's going to happen. I'm going to create the entire scenario in which it does happen. So therefore, and these guys have no choice over whether they are created or not. So I am creating these 80% of entities so that they go to hell. And I am going to create hell in order for that they go to that place.
And you have to follow up with the question, as a human being, listening to guys like us who are trying to point out why this makes no sense. Can you honestly imagine that as a good God? I mean, like, as a human, you're limited in your understanding, even if you believe in God. Like, at the end of the day, can you really think, well, yeah, he sins at least 80%, maybe more, because it says, few find the path thereof, right? Like, if you're a person who believes in hell, now I know why people want to push hell into, it's just a temporary spot, or universalism. Like, I get why. Philosophically, why they kind of have that. And Origin, I think, was also somewhat of a universalist. So I get why they feel pushed into that kind of position. Let me get a couple of these super chats real quick, if you don't mind, and then take us wherever you want. Alan Bird, thank you so much. In the Trinity, the three persons love each other. So was the love of the Son for the Father not enough? So did God create because he was lacking love?
Really good question. So I've started, I'm writing a new book as well called 25 Arguments Against the Existence of God. Although it might be 25 is random. It could be more, could be less. I don't know. But these feature in those other books I mentioned, which is, why does God create at all? Right. And this is idea of non-God, the argument from non-God objects, which is Justin Yeshiva talked about years ago, which is to say that if God exists in perfection before creating, causally prior to creating anything, this is a great question, by the way, causally prior to creating anything, then, and God is perfection. So if you're defining God as perfection, perfect being theology, then God should have no needs. God has no lacking, because God is by definition perfect. Mm-hmm. So if God has no needs and lacks nothing, then God would have no need or no lacking to cause him to create anything, especially if that creation is somehow imperfect. So if you're saying Adam and Eve are imperfect or humanity is imperfect, we sin, God needs to sacrifice himself to pay for those sins, then we are somehow imperfect. So God has degraded a perfect situation of God world, of just him existing or her or it existing. God has degraded that by creating humanity and then having to pay for that imperfect creation. It all doesn't make any sense, but God would have no lacking. It's absolutely right, the inference there, no lacking in order to need to create something.
And this just gets really, in my opinion, there's so many, it just doesn't make sense where he's angry. He gets mad. He's jealous. No, Derek, you don't understand. Trust me, because I did this myself. Those are anthropomorphic statements. God's not really emotional. He's not really upset and drown everybody on planet Earth according to the Diluvian narrative. No. That's just a human understanding of why he drowned us, but he's not really upset. And when you look at the myth, right, and you find out it's borrowing from the Mesopotamian narratives, at least it's utilizing them. I don't care what. Don't worry, Inspiring Philosophy's recent video, we're going to have some stuff coming out. And don't worry. The guy really, he botched this last video, and we've got experts already all over it. I'm just giving people a sneak peek. Inspiring Philosophy is doing stuff that lots of Christian apologists are doing. There's no intertextuality and this and that. But in the Mesopotamian myths, the gods are annoyed by the humans that they created. Yeah. And they're mad because they won't shut the hell up. So they ended up sending a flood. And then they're like, oh, man, we shouldn't have done that. This is in the older myths. And then the Bible has that too. God repents that he made man. Oh, I shouldn't have flooded you all. Like, so
I've talked about this with you, I think a little bit, but I know Josh Bowen talked about this with you, which is to say that intertextuality is really important. And the main part, the meaning you get from emulation or allusion to a previous text is the differences, right? So in Noah's flood, okay, it clearly is taken from the Epic of Gilgamesh and the Atrahasis, but I mean that's just not for debate. I mean, in Tablet 11 of the Epic of Gilgamesh is clearly a source for the Noah's flood narrative. So, but what's different about it? What's different about it is in the previous, like the Epic of Gilgamesh, the gods are just getting really annoyed at how noisy humans are, which is really theologically limited. It's basically the gods are quite capricious, and they're just like, oh, so I'm going to kill them all because they're being too noisy. Whereas the Hebrew version of this, or the Jewish version of this, is that no, God is annoyed at the sinful nature. So this is on humans. We brought this upon ourselves because of our sinful nature, forgetting the fact that God designed us to be like that or whatever. So the importance is in the difference.
Yeah. I was just going to say one thing, and I want to try and bang out these super chats if that's possible.
Sorry.
But I also love spending the time on them because there's wonderful points they're bringing up. The one thing I think is interesting is just pointing out, we know that the flood narrative is mythology. That doesn't mean there aren't ancient floods in these places where these derive from. The natural catastrophes, like remember when David numbered the sons, the Israelites before battle, and there's in one version Satan is the one who ends up, condemning him, or he's in trouble, and an angel of the Lord comes with a sword and strikes 70-something thousand. I don't know. I'm just throwing a big number out there. I think that they keep on giving plagues, natural phenomenon, all of these attributes, and they're giving them these attributes because they do believe, like Dr. Price said, when that chimpanzee, there was a storm and a lightning bolt struck, the chimp looked up at the sky and fisted the sky like, ugh! He was angry at the agency he assumed is behind the lightning. And so that,
perfect.
I think,
in psychology of religion, that's called attribution, which is why you said so. Attribution, which is attributing reasons as to why things happen. Yeah, perfect. 100% agree with you.
Harmonic atheist, our boy Tim.
Hey, Tim.
I'm doing I'm going to be doing a specific show talking about this channel that he has. This is going to get the channel of the month. I've got to take the time to do it, though. It's very difficult, everything I'm doing. Did early Christians believe in any version of reincarnation that you're aware of? Also, Jonathan M.S. Pierce is God. Oh, he said the man. Sorry.
I will pay him later. Good man.
You know it. So what are your thoughts? Do you have any insight?
I'm not that knowledgeable on that question per se, other than I think, well, you've obviously got general resurrection within Judaism, and I think there's interesting ideas of heaven having ideas of the kingdom of heaven. Well, what does that mean? Is it actually an earthly kingdom? So is heaven really just us being reincarnated or resurrected on earth? And there isn't this kind of idea that that's where the gods will live up in heaven, but actually our heaven might be a general resurrection heaven and existing on earth. I don't know. I mean, you're trying to really, the kingdom of heaven isn't particularly analyzed in any depth in the Hebrew Bible, and heaven and hell in general aren't, as I keep saying, are given very little meat to the bone in the Bible as a whole.
Thank you, Tim. Love you, man. Everybody go subscribe. Harmonic.
And have you seen $6.66?
Oh, I didn't even catch that. Well, he's actually trying to give you guys the number of the beast that is somewhere. Just go look for the evangelicals. They'll tell you where he's at.
I think he was president previously, wasn't he, or something?
Yeah, of some country. We're not even sure which one yet because it always changes, but we'll figure it out. Thank you so much, bro. Go subscribe to his channel. He has so many deconversion stories, and they get really emotional. Some of these are highly educational. That's why I'm going to be doing a channel of the month. He deserves it. And I really want to start doing that on MythVision to show the community love, because he is one of the first guys that really came and was like, MythVision, I love what you're doing, bro. You've inspired me. And he deconverted like somewhere a couple years back and started really getting into this, even though his whole family, is definitely very devout. And they looked at him like, you're crazy. Yeah.
Tough gig.
Thank you, bro. Keep doing what you're doing, man. I seriously love you, bro. And if you need anything, always message me. You know that. You got my number. You can always message me. Dudist Priest. Thank you, man. Always coming through. When he first showed up, I was like, who is Dudist Priest? And Richard Carrier was like, hold on, let me explain to you something. He said, got a lot going on today, Derek, so I can't watch this live. I'm currently 30 minutes behind. Please post so I can check it out when I'm free later. Loving the shows you've posted on Patreon. Thank you. I've got, like 60 episodes I have to edit and post. 30-something of them of Richard Carrier and Dennis. And then I've got a whole bunch more with Dr. Delcy Allison Jr. They're all coming soon to the Patreon, so be on the lookout. And here is, I just posted, subscribe to Jonathan M.S. Pierce's YouTube channel so you guys get notified, help him grow. Let's get him over 1,000 subs so he can start monetizing.
Oh, God, yeah.
And also, Gnostic Informant is going to be doing a more extensive video where you guys can dive into the philosophy of hell and heaven. So go subscribe to him. I just posted it. Thank you for that super chat. Catching up with super chats real quick, and then we can keep on doing what we're doing, kicking ass, taking names. You know how we do. Wow. I hope this was, let me update my let me update this. I'm trying, there's like 4 on my C, but I hope I'm not like skipping somebody. All right, so I continue to be amazed by your, I'm looking up, let me see if that's right here.
And of course, we haven't even actually started talking about heaven and hell.
I know. How about we do that?
This is so important. This is so important. Okay.
Yeah, this is all prerequisite to build you up to what's going to happen. So Scott Duke says, I continue to be amazed at your personal and professional development, Derek. Keep up the great work. Thank you, Scott. I really appreciate it, man. I'm just learning, and the more I learn, because I know I've got a lot more learning to go, but the more I learn, the more fascinated I am with the subject. And I think more people are becoming more interested in this. I'm trying to take as Dr. Dennis R. McDonald calls themselves, groundhogs. They dig deep in the earth. They look for worms. They look for little nuts and things that are deep down in the earth. And he calls me a fox because he's like, you're running around after rabbits and you're doing all sorts of stuff. We're doing all the digging into the stuff, but you're coming by going, oh, what'd you find? Oh, okay, a worm. Okay, a nut. Okay, how? Okay, let me go to another scholar now. And like, that's the cool thing I'm trying to do is figure out how to make this popular.
You are a machine.
I'm God incarnate. No, I'm just kidding with you. I'm gonna make someone pissed who believes
you are as well. We gotta have ourselves a fight.
We gotta talk, dude. Is Olympian your original home place? We gotta talk about this stuff later on. Zeus is an asshole, by the way. We'll pick up later. Constellation Pegasus, thank you so much. Gotta give the liars called Jehovah's Witnesses credit. They don't believe in hell. Crazy. I'm giving them a little credit. It's all messed up, Derek. Interesting. So, do you want to comment on this?
Well, hell makes no sense. So I absolutely would 100% agree, because if I was a Christian, I'd be a universalist. I said this to you before when we had that chat with Caleb Jackson. I can't make sense of heaven or hell. And so therefore, if I can't make sense of it, then either God is not communicating clearly enough, in which case there's a problem, or they don't exist. So if I was a Christian, I would be dropping them.
That goes right into our next super chat, because Constellation Pegasus brings a really good point. I think the Jehovah's Witnesses see the problem, right? They obviously see this shit doesn't make any sense. Even Mormons pick up kind of on this. They do have this thing called outer darkness, but the idea is that we're all going to be either like someone's celestial slave, which we're not going to be in hell, or we're going to be our own god of a planet if you're a guy. I'm not sure how that works out for women. There's all sorts of them. But this one, Liam, thank you so much. She says, roughly how many of the versions of hell, Sheol, Gehenna, Tartarus, Hades did believers at the time take to be literally or symbolically true? I think you're right. There's a confusion in the literature on how we understand these things. But like the book of Revelation talks about Hades being cast into the lake of fire. Well, Hades, is this the Greek world that we're talking about as an underworld here? And that's being cast into Gehenna, the lake of fire? What the hell is that? Some people say Gehenna was the burning pit, and that it's just a metaphor for where Israel would burn their trash. And some say that's a myth too, that there was no location called Gehenna where they actually did that. I'm just saying, I'm throwing out the different scholarly ideas that are floating around, but that's a metaphor for a place, a lake of fire, in which Hades is going to be thrown into. I'm confused already on understanding what the hell this means.
The Greeks have got a lot to answer for, because you, in the the intertestamental period, or just before, you've got the Seleucid Empire, where you've got Hellenized Jews. So you've got Greekized Jews, really, like I said earlier, wondering why, as the chosen people, their lives are so bad and they are oppressed. Then sort of understanding what the Greeks believed and taking on these ideas of Tartarus and taking on these ideas of a soul. So it's something I'm going to get onto in a second. And then we go into the gospel period of Jesus, and then the Gospels, where you've got again, these are Hellenistic writers. They are writing in Greek. They've learnt all their trade through learning Greek, through all the epics, which means that they will know 100% what's going on with Greek sort of theological thinking. And of course, that's going to seep into what they're writing. And then thereafter, you have a construction of ideas of heaven that aren't really detailed in the writings at all. So that that will take into account where the construction took place, which is the Greek and Roman Empire. And so, of course, you could just kind of have a kind of molding together or melding together of all these different ideas that then, fast forward 2,000 years, and you've got very much a popular culture idea that's been informed by Renaissance, which has been informed by, all the stuff I just talked about. And really, you've got this idea of heaven. You've got Morgan Freeman walking around in a white suit and going, and people genuinely think that that's really some idea of heaven where you've got, the pearly gates. And it's just like, it's pretty problematic, because not only does it not make philosophical sense, but all of that appears to be made up.
Yeah. Thank you for that super chat. I something here. Come on, but IP cited scholarship or scholars. He's totally legit. I love that. That's funny. Because the scholars he quoted, which were two, are trying to argue that the serpent that stole the plant away from Gilgamesh in the Epic of Gilgamesh has no correlation to a serpent who takes away life, which is the same preservation of the plant that was in the Epic of Gilgamesh, from Adam and Eve. And he's trying to argue, well, there's two scholars I found. I hunted out of the hundreds that totally agree there's intertextuality here. I found two Christian scholars who say there isn't intertextuality and they don't borrow. I think that's
funny that they're Christian. But of course, it's obvious. You've got a tree and you've got a serpent, and even you've got elements of a rib. So I forget the rib god. It's just obviously. Yeah.
Also, Tim says, I love it when non-believers tell believers the God they believe in, laugh out loud. Now, if I take this as a person who's a believer saying this, I just want to make a point. When you were a believer and you've done the worship, you were part of the community, you were working on getting becoming a pastor of a church. And I went to college for a few years in a Baptist church type college. When you studied and you know exactly how Christians view God and how they do this, and then you talk to critical scholars, you have a much broader knowledge than the bubble that Christians live in. You ever seen Bubble Boy, that movie?
No.
I think he lives in a bubble his whole life, and his mom told him, if you come out of that bubble and this pops, you're dead. So he lives in this bubble. Well, at the end of the movie, I'm ruining the movie, the bubble pops. But then he finds out the world outside is so much bigger and better than he ever thought it was. And it's a wonderful movie. I was Bubble Boy, and I think I know what the bubble's like. But I also know to tell you what Christians don't know about God. That's why I love doing this. Stop Scamming Man says the Old Testament flat out agonizes to emphasize how brutish and vengeful God is, yet never speaks of hell. Very suspicious.
Really interesting point there. That's a great point, because heaven and hell appear to be largely absent from the Hebrew Bible, which means that what Christians end up doing is really like stretching translations. And you're talking about the soul. Well, the soul seems to be absent, so it's like the spirit, the breath of life that God gives, and that's the soul. And so you get these really tenuous interpretations that Christians give to try and shoehorn heaven and hell into the Hebrew Bible, but it's just not there. And if it's not there, then, and yet it's so important to Christians now. I mean, it really is a crucial aspect of their belief system, right? And yet it's absent pretty much from both the Old and the New Testament, I would argue. So therefore, if it's that important, why is it largely missing from the major source of revelation of the religion? And that's a really, really important point there. Really good.
Well put. He has another one. Thank you again, man. I appreciate the support. Think of how damnation fits in theistic evolution. Do animals go to hell? Well, I get to see dinosaurs. Is it just a human thing? Did Homo erectus start having damnable offspring? Was it gradual with purgatory at first? It's an interesting.
That's a great question. So when you talk about naturalistic evolution through natural selection, or however how the different, because there are a couple of different forms of evolution, but if you're talking about naturalistic evolution, then you're talking about how we gradually came to be Homo sapiens sapiens. And of course, there is no point. I mean, this is called the species problem. And again, this is the entire first part of this book, which
I
is
need that book, by the way.
Yeah. So it's an idea called the Sorites paradox. So which is that you have a sand dune, you keep taking a grain of sand off it. At what point does it not become a sand dune? And of course, there is no definite point of demarcation that it goes from being sand dune to not sand dune, and it's a gradual thing, and it's fuzzy logic. But what that means, a paradox means that you end up getting back to zero grains of sand, and you've still got a sand dune, because there's been no one point. So it's a paradox. And of course, there is no demarcation point. It's what humans conceptually do to categorize things. We do that with evolution. So we have these points in evolution where things go from being one species to another, but those points are imaginary, because there is actually no such thing as a species. There's maybe a line of different organisms, but we are the ones that chop things up and put labels on them. They don't exist outside of our minds, and we try and agree on them. But actually, when you sometimes find fossils these days, paleontologists will disagree whether it belongs to this species or the species before, because it's got elements of both, and of course it fits somewhere in the middle. And of course there is no line. We've invented those lines, right? So the reason I say that, the reason I go into that, is because at some point we go to being Homo sapiens sapiens, and at some point we go to being able to make moral decisions, and at some point we go to a point where we are liable to heaven and hell. And his question is great, is what point was that? At what point did you get the first organism that can go to hell, and that organism parents don't go to hell or heaven? And they're like, that's all right. We're just going to die. And but you're going to go to hell. So,
and I laugh at that, just trying to entertain it now. But yes, that should be explained within the paradigm. So what a lot of believers will do is that they'll evolutionary theism, right?
But most of them won't believe in evolution, so this is only relevant for theistic evolution.
Yeah, but even then, a lot of theistic evolutionists will go, well, before that there was no soul or spirit in these, and they just die and they're no more. So God breathed into Adam somewhere 7,000 years ago, and that's the first time a soul is put into a man. Therefore, after that point, God technically cursed most humanity 7,000 years ago, if you're a theistic evolutionist, because he put his He breathed soul into man, and most of mankind with this soul is now going to be punished by this all-loving God. It's illogical. It's ridiculous.
Which brings me on to the next point that I was going to make even before we did the heaven and hell and the soul part, which is God is unfair, right? So there's two reasons why God is unfair. So doubting Thomas, God gave Thomas the ability to live with Jesus, to see all his miracles, to still doubt, and for him to be able to poke Jesus and then go, okay, yeah, you are Jesus, I do believe. So he goes to heaven, right? I'm 2,000 years later. I'm born and brought up in the situation I'm in. I don't believe in God. Isn't that unfair that he gets all of that stuff to enable him to believe, and I don't get access to any of that other than a 2,000-year-old book, right? So God is unfair. But you can also see that God is unfair in terms of, say, either look at men. So men are less likely than women to believe in God. Statistically, it doesn't matter what the reasons are. Those are the statistics. So if you're born as a man, you are already less likely to believe in God than a woman. If you are certain types of autistic people are less likely to believe in a personal God than neurotypical people. So therefore, God is stacking it for certain groups of people to not believe in God, right? So God is unfair because it means these people have less chance of going to heaven and more chance of going to hell than another group of people.
Unless you do what Calvinists do and you just say, "Who are you, oh man? Can you say to the maker thus?" Anyway, Constellation Pegasus, can you put blame on Judaism for the future confusion on life after death? Hebrew Bible silent on it, and even modern Jews are just as confused, if you will. And I don't put blame on anyone in particular. I think, first of all, Christians believe this. It's not like I'm just gonna put it like this. I don't think most of Christendom is like, yeah, we want to believe this because we don't really believe it, but we just want to believe it. No, I think that there's this ideological reasoning behind, and a lot of them have this
just world theory. It's just world theory. It goes back to that. Like, how do you explain how stuff looks unfair? How do you explain there's genocide? How do you explain there's a tsunami? How do you explain anything? How do you explain a 6-month-old kid gets cancer and dies? Okay, they'll go to heaven. Okay, that's fine.
They're looking up at the sky, right? They see where the stars are. You see that's oftentimes what they mean when they say heaven. Even there's ideas of traversing the underworld then to get to heaven. And Dr. Price talks about how a lot of places in the Middle East, you can find fire coming out of the ground. So these ideas from Zoroastrianism about a lake of fire in the underworld is not absurd. And you see it also in the Greek world. So here you have a place of punishment that natural phenomena are giving them these tools of interpretation. And I think over time, you're looking at, a volcano that came out of the ground. Oh, there's little, what would you call those? Little gas pockets where fires coming.
Geysers.
Is it
geysers? Geysers or geysers.
Geysers. Okay. Either way, you're looking at that going, that's in the earth. That's underworld, right? Yeah. So down, that's where you're going. And Christians still have this. I mean, this is still an idea. So I'm not putting the blame on anyone.
It's not a blame thing. It's a human proclivity to fairness, to want fairness. So we naturally want fairness. We know, we can see that in bonobo, in other primates. It's something that's been evolved into us. If you're a naturalist and you believe in the crazy evolution, it's just a theory. No. So fairness is a component of, is a function of social success in social organisms. So therefore, fairness, we would expect to really want to see fairness in the things around us as a mammal, as a human being, and so therefore it's really understandable why we would invent heaven and hell.
Yeah, and stop skimming and say, even when I was a Christian, I could see the connection. Christianity is so fake. Excuse me, but Derek gets my sarcasm. Yes, I do. And I apologize. The colors pop up when people super chat. So if I miss your chat in between, forgive me. This is how the lights do stay on. But ultimately, I'm just having fun here with Jonathan. Christine said an interesting thing here. Thank you for the super chat. I want to tell you just something briefly. Heaven and hell is all mindset. I went into an AA meeting a long time ago when I was trying to get clean and sober from heroin. And I mean, I was withdrawing in the 12-step room at the time. And this one guy became friends with me. We're still friends. We just haven't talked in a very long time. And I was just in there saying, help me out. And he goes, he said, religious people, and this is what he said in the meeting out loud. Religious people are religious because they don't want to go to hell. This is what he said. He said, but spiritual people are spiritual because they've already been to hell and they don't want to go back. Now, I interpreted this in my mind in a different way than how biblically this is probably meaning. Now, people want to allegorize everything. Okay, cool. At least you're trying to protect God from looking bad and things like that, or the text from seemingly bad. But I felt what he said when he said it. And I was like, I have been to hell. Like, I have been through some shit and I've made it out on the other side. So I know what it's like to suffer. I know exactly what it's like to be going through that. And I just figured I'd tell you that interesting story, even though
first of all, I never knew you were a former addict, so that's fascinating. And so well done and all that. Obviously,
the 25th will be 6 years.
Wow!
In just 9 days. Yes, sir.
Anything I say on that won't do it justice. So well done, obviously, for that. It's really patronizing. So, but that first point of what you said was spot on, right? I've written a feature article that's due to come out in a couple of months, but it's about how heaven and hell are the biggest. So heaven is the biggest carrot in human conception you can have to bribe you, and hell is the biggest stick you can have in human conception to hit you with, right? There is nothing better or worse than heaven and hell in human conception, because it's literally what a human does to imagine what the best thing and the worst thing is they can think of. So by definition, there's nothing greater or worse.
Good point.
So when you have that and you have that hanging over you, it's really difficult to be properly moral, because you're trying to, like, am I only doing this just to get into heaven or just to avoid hell? It's always at the back of a Christian's mind, I would imagine. But in terms of a whole religion, I call this a mimetic failsafe. So you get this idea of memes. A meme is an idea, right? And it's a bit like a gene. It maintains for longer and longer because it has some kind of functional use, right? A mimetic network is like a sort of network of memes. So you can see a religion is a network of memes, okay? So I say heaven and hell are mimetic failsafes, which means that they are a failsafe for Christianity, for example, to continue existing. Because if you stop believing in Christianity, you might go to hell, and if you continue believing in Christianity, you might go to heaven, or you will probably go to heaven if you are a proper Christian, right? So therefore, you have that bribing you to stay within the cult of Christianity,
right?
And therefore, and there's nothing. It is the biggest carrot and stick in human conception to and it continues the belief in Christianity. It continues that whole religion.
To me, it also destroys altruistic thinking. The idea of just doing it because you love people or you're just wanting to do good instead of a reward or punishment type of concept.
Yes.
And I think that's what I do when I help drug addicts, because I have a whole nother channel. People are like, why do you do MythVision, Derek? Well, if you go and look up my name on YouTube and just say Derek Lambert heroin addiction, you'll find me 5 days withdrawing on a couch telling my story about what happened to me. You'll find me 7 days. I look like a 50-year-old Justin Bieber. I've got a lot of comments from people like, you had yellow teeth, you were skinny and sunken, and you were just trying to explain how you made it. Mind you, I was still kind of a believer in something at this time. I was very spiritual type minded. I wasn't within orthodoxy, but I was still coming out of it. And I tell them, like, well, my biggest weakness, which was addiction, became a strength. I was able to help people where I was at. Now apply that logic to me here at MythVision. Why do I do what I do? The freedom. And people go, yeah, the freedom to go sin, the freedom to go do bad. And you ask people, like, I'm going to give a bad example here, but either way, there's a lot of these Christian apologists who have said openly, if Christianity isn't true, if God's not real, I'll just go murder people. What the hell is wrong with you? I'm an atheist, and the last thing I want to do is murder people. Okay, that is the absolute last thing. So
I have to say, though, the last baby I ate was particularly tasty.
We weren't supposed to talk about that.
All right, so.
Yeah, they're gonna know about it. It's our secret Illuminati code. Dude, they're gonna cut you off and not send you any more checks.
All atheists do this. It's true.
Yeah, you just told them again. Yeah. We got to talk about this after the show. You know what I mean? DE, thank you. Inspiring philosophy equals special pleading maximalist. Look, I'm friends with Inspiring Philosophy. At the same time, I definitely think he's doing anything to keep the worldview alive for him. I do. I really do. I hate to say it. It is what it is. And call it what it is. If it's a spade, it's a spade. And it is, because I did the same thing. But he's way more sophisticated than I was when I was a Christian. However, I just think this whole Molinistic, finding a middle ground between pure Calvinism and libertarian free will, and I'm going to try and be like William Lane Craig, because I used to listen to all his shit, and I used to see how you try to sit in the middle as a Molinist and stuff. Yeah. I said, these guys are pussyfooting around. They're not willing to stand up and be bold about what the Bible teaches. It says what it says, and quit trying to change it. That's how I was as a Christian at the end. And wow. Anyway, Melody Joy says, rapture date setters keep dangling that carrot.
Yeah. Yeah. True.
Jonathan, look, I have literally an hour and 10 minutes to take a shower, get my suit on. My wife bought me a suit. My one of my good friends is getting married today. My brother flew in from Washington State, so I get to see him.
So that's 1.5 minutes now. So that's all those two things will take 1.5 minutes. Then what?
That's true. I don't have to sleep with the wife, so we're not going to add another minute to it. Anyway, I wasn't supposed to tell the world that either. So we both have to work on this. We're just not keeping our trap shut enough. It's ridiculous. There are 323 people. Let me just say this. Dragons in Genesis is right. And if you want to go to hell, just don't listen to the guy, right? Because if you like the video, hit the thumbs up button. If you don't like it, hit the thumbs down button twice. Don't you love that? Because once you hit it the second time, there's no... My man, go subscribe to him, by the way. I really, really love Jason, folks. His stuff is great. We met in person. This book, we're continuing the series on the resurrection. I want to stop here because I want you to continue with Gnostic Informant.
Yeah, and just to let you know, we didn't even get onto the soul, and then we didn't even get onto heaven and hell. Like, we literally haven't even started the core of what I was going to talk about.
Well, so, then I think Neil will appreciate it. Yeah, and look, man, Neil was working his butt off. He's working a hard full-time job, Gnostic Informant. And this morning I tried calling him. You reached out to me, and I said, look, let's make an appetizer for everybody to go subscribe, go check it out. Do subscribe to Dragons in Genesis as well. Really good friend of mine who's into the same stuff that we're into, all of us. He just talks about stuff that he knows I don't know at all, and you really need to go check him out. Here is both Jonathan Pierce's YouTube, right? These are the gentlemen on the screen, and Gnostic Informant. I just posted that in the chat. The book, The Resurrection, A Critical Examination. Amazing. Monday, we're doing a live. Don't miss us Monday, because we're going to be going into the dishonorable or honorable burial. Okay, I'm just saying honorable because that's what they paint it as. Honorable crucifixion and burial. It's not just the burial. Like, they make it like an honorable situation. Did God create the universe from nothing? All of these are at Amazon, down in the description if you guys want to go through my recommended books link. Metamorphosis.
Survival of the Fittest, Metamorphosis.
The Nativity, A Critical Examination, which we're going to get into this in a series once we're done with the resurrection. And Unholy Questions. And then the book you have, I got to get that book.
Why I am atheist and not atheist. How to do knowledge, meaning, and morality in a godless world. So it's basically how I set up my whole worldview, and it's all about building everything from the bottom bricks upwards rather than believing in something and going down. Right. It's all about building up to a conclusion so that every brick below your final conclusion is soundly arranged and it all fits into place.
Interesting. Deborah Grace, girl, I am 60% through your book. It won't take long because your book's not long on Amazon. I could play it at 2x speed. We need to talk.
She was on Harmonic Atheist as well.
Yes. She has that book, and that book is all about why she's not a Christian, pretty much why the Bible falls apart, pretty much. A lack of belief is not a sin that warrants eternal damnation. The New Testament narrative claim has no proof, and that freed me. There's a lot of reasons, if you read the book already so far, why she sees a serious problem with everything from Jesus' sacrifice being an atonement, you name it. Like, you talk about 12 different types of atonements or more in that book on the resurrection. She brings that up too. Yeah. How the Hebrew Bible and the New Testament are oil and water.
So when you have all this confusion, the only thing you can come away thinking is that this is an imperfect revelation. If this is an imperfect revelation, then how do I know I've got my version right? And how can I be then trying to convince other people? And how can my entire worldview be built on something that is arguably, like, inconsistent or imperfect? Yeah.
Yeah, 100%. Thank you so much, Deborah. And message me. Let's set up a date. Either later this month or potentially the beginning of next month, because I've got some serious stuff that I've got to read and get ready for it's a lot of material for some of the work I'm coming up on Islam, because that is something I'm starting to explore. I can't pronounce 90% of the names and stuff. I'm trying to figure out what tribe is which. There's different tribes in the community around there, Medina and Mecca. And oh my God, bro, this is a whole nother world I'm digging into when it comes to Islam and trying to understand how this developed, the mythologies that developed later, even in their own traditions. Critical scholars are on it. So it's just a lot of stuff. Can I do an outro for the resurrection for this one when we do it?
If it involves the naked Jesus, I'm always game for that.
Okay. Yeah. And you could feel the emotion too. I did it on purpose. This is the channel that I actually plug, guys, gals. Once again, I'm commenting this because I really want to see a growth come on their channel. Give him a reason why he wants to come on MythVision, right? Other than to harass me. I mean,
I love it.
It's fun and all, but I'm getting harassed. And so it's like, at least, give them other reasons to come over here. Seriously though, I want to help grow other community, people in the community who do what we're doing, grow their channels, be part of somebody. If you don't like what I do, like you're just like, Derek's cool and all, but I'm not really that big of a fan of Derek. I like Jonathan M.S. Pierce, or I like Timothy's channel. I like, or Tim, if you will. I like Gnostic Informant. I like whoever. Go and be a supporter. Help them out. Yeah. Help the community grow. Because I'm going to tell you what, the church is financially backing all the Christians. We as a community are what we've got. It's all us or nothing. So super chat, saving some money to buy his book. Hallelujah.
What a legend.
Absolutely. You are getting a free ticket to heaven.
He's got into my heaven. If I designed heaven from scratch, he'll be, or she, I'm not sure actually.
Yeah.
They would be number one right in the door straight away.
Absolutely. Instant access. We're not going to torture you with 72 virgins. Can you imagine how it would be? They're virgins. It's not even fun. Okay. Like, come on. I'm being horrible.
That went left field. Yeah. No. Love it.
I gotta be silly. Ray, thank you for the love. Seriously, Jojo, thank you so much. And also, my buddy, this is going to continue on Gnostic Informant's channel. Go subscribe to my boy Nil. I'm telling you, he's asleep right now and doesn't even know that we're doing this. I think he's asleep. He would answer.
And if I don't know, Derek, if you're up for continuing our conversation, so that we do after I speak to Gnostic to Neil. To go onto the soul, heaven and hell when you've got a spare moment. I know you're super busy, but if you ever want to carry on this conversation, I'm game.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I would be happy to, because there's so much we haven't talked about and we relate a lot. Last of all, of course, if you do want to help us on MythVision Patreon, there's tons of stuff. Some of this stuff leaks out to YouTube. Most of it is not public yet. One day, maybe, and I mean one day, like you can imagine some of the stuff will be, who knows, maybe a year from now, you might actually see one of the videos that are on here find its way to YouTube, because I keep producing content while producing this secret stash where I have like 400 videos that have never made it to the public. So you can join for just $3 a month if you want to see that content. Or you can always help more if you're financially able and that's something you want to do. But I figured let's check out Naked Jesus before we exit this place, and just remember, heaven and hell makes no sense. It's always fun to be wishful thinking, but don't get caught up thinking this is literally true. Who wouldn't want to be with their family and loved ones forever? But I'm also trying to keep it real, and that's just it.
Isn't it? Sorry, just before you start there, isn't it? Was it Jim Jeffries, the Australian comedian, who said, he gets up to heaven and it's his uncle there, and who used to be a priest or whatever. He's like, all the good guys that he knew in his life are down in hell, and he's like, man, I don't want to be in this place. So, yeah.
That makes sense. All right, I'm gonna play Jonathan's resurrection intro to show you guys as we're on our way out. Don't forget to like or dislike that video twice. And check us out in the description. Here we go. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're doing well. We are live here at MythVision Podcast. We're going to talk about 30 arguments against the existence of God, heaven, hell, Satan, and divine design. Continuing where we left off before, let's get the party started. With the right intro, actually. Let's get the party started. We are MythVision. Ladies and gentlemen, will you take the time to go get a copy of 30 Arguments Against the Existence of God, Heaven, Hell, Satan, and Divine Design by ours, or yours truly, author Jonathan M.S. Pierce. How are you doing, my friend?
I am doing particularly well. It's a beautiful afternoon. The Queen has been reigning for 70 years, although we gave up one of our main colonies because you guys weren't worth it. And I'm as you might guess, I'm a super uber monarchist. So we've got 4 days off, and brilliant. Let's have an intellectual party.
I think so. I definitely look forward to hearing what you have to say continuing on in the series. If anybody will, go find this little YouTube. Actually, I put the wrong link in the chat. I'm putting that right now. Go subscribe to A Tippling Philosopher. He has a YouTube channel, and so you can go support your favorite author over here and listen to what he has to say. There's a lot of material he's been putting out, so you can go over there and hang out with him, harass him, argue against him, tell him how wrong he is or how right he is. Either way. Point is, go support him. Check him out there. He is also on onlysky.media. And that link is, I believe I put it in the description. It better be in the description. If not, brownie points are lost for me. And then also help consider joining MythVision's Patreon. Every month, I don't know what it is, and I have to make this point, 40, 50 people drop from the Patreon every month. And it's like they drop, and then the next month I'll gain back up. And then it puts me in a very tough spot because what I'm doing is full time, and then I'm losing. This month I lost about 55 to 60, and it's always at the turn of the first when payments go through that people ended up jumping. So I could use people who are interested in actually supporting and sticking around if you're able. Any help is any help, but it kind of gets me on the edge of my seat because this is how I make sure I can do this full time for my family, my 3 kids. I'm moving soon. That's another thing. I'm moving to Washington State. So please consider, I'm working my butt off to try and get you more content. I'm currently editing 3 or 4 more videos. I've got lives coming up with Francesca Stavrakopoulos, Candida Moss on the myth of persecution. I've got a guy named, I'm probably butchering his name. It's Zema, or it's a Tzemah, Yore. And he wrote a book called Why Abraham Murdered Isaac. I'm having him on next Wednesday. He has 2 PhDs. This guy is a supplementary hypothesis, and like this, I'm working extra hard. So if you like believe in what we're doing at MythVision, I really can use like diehard fan help type stuff that's consistent, and it doesn't cost a lot. It's really simple. You can join for $3 a month. You'll access all the videos. If you want to buy the whole year up front, you can do that as well. But this is what I do, so I have to be a shameless plug in order for this thing to stay alive and to keep doing what I'm doing. That's my plug there. Jonathan, where did we leave off last time on 30 arguments, my friend?
Well, I think we got to the end of part 3, which ended with what the holy books forgot to say, which is chapter 16, argument 16, and talked about how the Bible says some horrible things, but it also doesn't say an awful lot of stuff which it really should say if it's going to be a moral revelation for humanity. And what's worth starting off, as ever, by saying is that the God we are talking about is omni-god, right? So there are many gods as there are believers. And so whenever we have discussions like this, people go, well, yeah, that's not the sort of God I believe in, or that's not my God, or what if God's like this? We can't attack every version of God, because like a pea in a shell game, the believer can just move the pea around and go, oh, you've attacked this cup. Well, actually, God's under this cup. And so what we have to do is take the greatest commonalities, which are, I would argue, omniscience, so full knowledge, including full divine foreknowledge, so, all knowing, omnipotence, all powerful, omnibenevolence, all loving. And once we take those ideas, I think we're covering a lot of ground, and there are a lot of believers that will adhere to those notions of God. And what this book looks to do is say, well, either that God doesn't exist, or God does exist but doesn't have those properties. Is that fair enough to start with?
I think so. I mean, and your book is dealing with the omni-god. So you can come up with conceptions. Of course, this is what some people do when they watch the show. They don't like the fact that you're saying these things about God. It's like, it's weird to me because there's this baggage about this term we use for God. And it's like when you use God, well, that's not the God I'm talking about. And they get really triggered or something. And it's like, I mean, God is like this rubber band. You can make it whatever you want to make it at this point. You've got people from open theist within the Christian bubble, for example, open theist to hard determinist.
Yeah.
Like where God doesn't have even a personality, so to speak. God is what God is, and it is, you know what I mean?
And we talked about that. So I'd argue, and one of the arguments, or several of the arguments we talked about, concern the idea that God is an automaton. So there is no way around. If God has full divine foreknowledge, God knows every future event of what he creates, his contingent creations, but also of himself. And therefore, if he knows his own future actions, he can only do what his knowledge dictates and his nature dictates. In other words, he is just a kind of robot himself, and which is an interesting argument. But anyway, we've done that one. What we're going to move on to today is to start with in part 4 of the book is the problem of evil arguments, right? So a really kind of popular set of arguments that you often see critiquing this idea of God, because they are very emotive arguments, the problem of evil. So the problem of evil is broadly that if God has all those qualities, and there is, at least some suffering, I would say a great amount of suffering, what explains the fact that this suffering exists? If God knew enough to know what to do about it, was powerful enough to be able to do something about it, and was loving enough to care enough to want to do something about it. So given those properties, why is there so much suffering in the world? And what Christians do, or theists do, I say Christians, but for these arguments, these are generally theistic arguments or criticisms against general theism, classical theism. What the theist will do, what the Christian will do is say, well, hang on, I can defend God against these criticisms of why there is so much suffering or evil. And these are generally called theodicies. And theodicies are arguments that look to get God off the hook, to show that, do you know what? Suffering isn't incompatible with an all-loving, an omni-God. And so that's the kind of landscape of what we're going to be dealing with today. However, I will say this. It's interesting presenting theodicies. There is some philosophers will say that even trying to dream up a theodicy is itself kind of evil, right? So it's, in other words, imagine, let's go to the big one that everyone knows, Godwin's law. Let's talk about the Holocaust, right? Imagine sitting down and going, right, the Holocaust happened, 6 million Jews died. They were actually God's chosen ones. So, bonus there. A bonus in terms of like, that's weird. Let's sit down and be like this super PR agent. And our sole intention, being a believer, is to get God off the hook. So I'm going to sit down and go, and this is like the PR job of all PR jobs. It's like the Holocaust. How do we make this look good? Now, imagine sitting down and doing that in general. Imagine being like someone that's trying to show that the Holocaust is a really good thing. You'd be like, that's morally really reprehensible. And yet, actually, that is what the theist has to do with every single bit of suffering. So there are some people that say even dreaming up theodicies is itself morally problematic.
I would love to like throw out something that I would imagine saying as a theist 10, 12 years ago. And maybe you just tackle this little idea of mine. And it is, and I can imagine saying something against it. So I'm just going to give you the idea, right? They'll say something like, listen, who do you think you are, right? First of all, sit down, mister. I'm going to challenge and critique my God. My God knows all things, and he knows the right thing to do. And all of this suffering, including this Holocaust, is part of the plan, because this life is this, right? So they're starting with this already presuppositional approach of saying like, life is this little thing, and it's really kind of like whatever, because there's this eternity, right? They talk about this eternity. They want to try and act like this temporal suffering is nothing, and it's okay that God can do that because he has this reward for them. But even if you were to say that, all right, are we saying all the Jews who didn't accept Christ that were killed in the Holocaust, they are in heaven now, or are they not in heaven now, right? So for Christianity, this can be a problem. I'll out the gate, unless they think Jews go to heaven, because there are certain versions of Christianity that say, well, the Jews have a different covenant with God, and they didn't really have to have Jesus. And then, but like this whole idea that suffering here is nothing, it's just this little inkling and get over it, is, to me, it's just kind of an excuse to create this idea like, well, it's all planned. In the future, we're going to have in heaven, we're going to have bliss and no pain, no more tears, no more suffering, anything like that.
I'm going to return to that idea of like using heaven to justify morally bad things, because in fact, let's get that out of the way now, right? Sure. Christians do that. Oh, in fact, before I start, there's a guy, or I presume a guy, considering Phlebas at the side in the live chat. Now, interesting reference there to Ian Banks, the sci-fi author. But anyway, I love it when atheists pretend theists are the ones with the problem of morality. Now, this is really important, because actually I want to get this out of the way as well, which is to say that, do you know what? Forget about atheists and their morality, because I am arguing as if I was a Christian, as in these arguments are from a Christian's point of view. In other words, you have to answer these. Like, there's no good. This is called the tu quoque fallacy, which is the U2 fallacy. It's like to say, I'm saying, hang on, you've murdered someone, Derek, right? That's morally bad. You can't say, yeah, I've murdered someone, but you've murdered someone. Yeah, I may have murdered someone. I may have murdered someone, but it doesn't make the fact that you murder someone morally, it doesn't explain that or justify it. Mm-hmm. So it's irrelevant what atheists believe in terms of morality. In fact, we all generally believe very different things in terms of morality. I'm a moral skeptic, for example, ontologically speaking, but that's irrelevant. We are arguing about theism from a theistic viewpoint here. So therefore, that's irrelevant. That is the tu quoque fallacy. So anyway, we're getting onto heaven justifying morally bad actions. Now, this is really common, and you hear this. So, say a baby dies of cancer at the age of 6 months, and you hear the Christian come along and say, "Okay, that sounds horrible, but actually, the baby lives in heaven for eternity, so it's all fine." Really common tactic. It's not good enough. So what that is compensation, and it's not moral justification. So for example, Derek, and I've said this in plenty of my videos, if I walked up to you, Derek, and punched you full in the face and broke your jaw, right? That's a morally horrible thing to do. Mm-hmm. I gave no reason for it. There's no justification. It's just a horrible thing to do. And then then afterwards, I give you $5,000 and say, here's some compensation for doing that, right? Right. That $5,000 doesn't make what I did morally good, right? It just compensates you for the pain that you've gone through and for the moral badness of my action, right? The only way that it could make my punching you in the face morally good as a moral justification is if you use very strict consequentialist ethics, which is to say the morality of a given action comes about from the consequences it obtains, right? But Christians don't like consequentialism because you don't need God for that moral value system. William Lane Craig calls it a terrible ethic, right? So therefore, you cannot use heaven as a moral justification for any morally bad actions that God does or allows on earth. is not good enough. Heaven is compensation. It is not moral justification. Does that make sense?
Yeah, 100%. But of course, they'll say you did do God wrong. But that's the problem, right? So you're born into an existence where you're automatically an autopilot to do God wrong. No choice in the matter. You didn't pick to be born, right? You're not like you're born into this, as the church doctrine has it. So you can tell the kind of arguments we're dealing with. But yeah, anyway, I agree.
So yeah, on all theodicies generally are, so talking about consequentialism. So again, theists don't like consequentialism because it's a secular moral value system. You don't need God. You just need to evaluate the consequences of a given action. Now, there are loads of different types of consequentialism. It is not as simple as one might think. There are like intentions might come into it. It might be consequences over time. It might be a rule of thumb consequentialism or act consequentialism. Loads of different types. I won't go into the long grass of that. However, just remember that Christians don't like consequentialism. However, every single theodicy is morally consequentialist. If you're saying evil happens, and we're going to explain evil because it allows us to have free will, it's the consequences of free will, or, you know, by allowing this, it allows us to have free will, then that is consequentialist. If you're saying that, you know, God sent a flood down to kill all these people to allow him to start again and do this, and the consequences of doing this is this, then that is consequentialist. Basically, every single theodicy, the soul-building theodicy, that evil and suffering exist for us to build up our souls, well, that's a consequence of the evil happening. So the evil is justified, or the suffering is justified by the ends, which is a better built up soul. Now that is morally consequentialist. So therefore you have a problem, theists, because you are using a secular moral value system to basically justify theodicies.
Shout out real quick. Yeah, Crawford, thank you for the super chat. Whoop whoop. So scholarly of me. Great content recently, both of you. Thank you, man. For real.
Thanks,
thank you,
man.
Crawford. I appreciate that.
Appreciate
and then Gnostic Informant, my buddy Neil.
Oh no, not him.
Yeah, it's him. It's him. Thanks.
I'm gonna quote him, or I'm gonna quote his ex-pastor later, so he might want to stick around.
Really? Oh snap, Neil! You're gonna want to check it out. Why does God hide for 2,000 years, but needs to command through a book that is waived by his Son?
We're going to talk about the divine hiddenness argument as well, which that is a form of. So wait around, Neil. You just stop jumping the gun.
Neil, you're the man. Go subscribe to Gnostic Informant. He just dropped an amazing video this morning with M. David Litwa. If you have not watched that video, Litwa literally just details, like doing some comparisons between Hermes and Jesus, and showing you like they're both mediator types. They're both sons of God kind of stuff. Like there's just all sorts of cool stuff. So go check it out. Got to subscribe to my boy Neil. Thank you, Neil, for the super chat, my friend.
So just to lay out some more of the groundwork in the problem of evil. So again, theodicies are consequential. So what happens is you have generally two types of arguments to do with the problem of evil. One is a logical problem of evil, which is this argument that supposedly says that suffering and omni-god are literally logically incoherent or inconsistent, incompatible. So in other words, it disproves God's existence by a kind of logical syllogism. But then theists have generally come back and said, no, we're not having that, because there might be a reason that such suffering exists. And this is generally known as skeptical theism, which is the idea that we don't know the mind of God. God moves in mysterious ways. There could be a reason why so much suffering and evil exists. Really, really common. Okay, so this then becomes the evidential problem of evil. The evidential problem of evil is one to do with probability. So it's like, well let's look at the kind of world. Okay, we've got two hypotheses, right? God exists or God doesn't exist. And then you look at the world, you look at all the data points, you say, looking at the world, what does this data better accord with? Which hypothesis does this better support? And you present, these are called abductive arguments, inferences to the best explanation. You say, well, actually, it looks like atheism is definitely the best explanation for all the data points. Now, it's not a disproval of God, and it's not a logical syllogism. It's just how we can build up a probability analysis. Sorry, did you want to come in with a super chat and a comment there?
No, God just commented, I'm having popcorn while you all debate my existence.
Prove it, God. Prove that you exist.
Reveal yourself. Well, I did through a chat, duh.
Brilliant. Thanks, God. Though
I do have a super chat though. Let's give Chinny a shout out. It is interesting that you
legend.
use Christian arguments to argue against the Christian points of view. Everyone, including non-Christians, can critically examine what is in the Bible. Keep up the great work.
And actually, so that's and thanks, Chinny. Chinny's such a wonderful person. So great supporter of my channel and yours.
Awesome.
So, but as a Christian, you know, he makes some really interesting points and also admits some, you know, there are some tougher areas of their belief system. But these arguments, all of the arguments I think I'll be presenting today, I will use the word Christians, but actually I mean theists generally, because actually, if you believe in the Islamic God, if you believe that your God is an omni-god, then actually this should all, you know, be relevant for you as well.
And then also we've got Nidimus. Thank you so much for the super chat. The Capturing Christianity Suffer Shuffle. We know the reason, too. We don't really know.
Well, so this is really interesting. So skeptical theism is a problem because you say we don't know the mind of God, and yet at all other times they say we know the mind of God. God does this because of that, and God does it. So it's like, hang on. Like on the one hand, you're saying you really know the mind of God, and on the other hand, you say you can't know the mind of God, and then you just kind of throw up your hands and say, oh, I don't really know, but it could be a possibility, and you get. So this is what a fallacy that Richard Carrier coined called the possibility ergo probability fallacy. And this is one of the most pervasive hermeneutics, or not hermeneutics, one of the heuristics or like mechanisms that theists use. Possibility ergo probability. It's possible, therefore it's probable. So here you go. Well, it's possible that God could have a reason for this. And you say, well, there's a possibility. It might only be 0.0001%. And then you go, it's possible. Then you go, actually, I think it's probable. Actually, I think it's true. And so you get this, you say, okay, I agree, it could be possible. But now you're thinking it's true. And you've jumped from this possibility to a probability to a certainty. Yeah. And that's a really common thing that you see.
Thank you, Nidimus and Chendi, for the super chats. Awesome.
So this is to say that you know, suffering isn't logically consistent with an all-loving God, but it doesn't really support an all-loving God. And so imagine that Derek produces a house, like a playhouse for his children, right? He's got 10 children. He produces his playhouse. And you say, right, before we do anything, and we know that Derek is an all-loving father, right? He is the most loving father. Derek is love. He produces this Wendy house, this big playhouse. And you think, right, if I know that Derek is the most loving father I could ever imagine, he's infinite love, then what would just intuitively, what would I imagine this house to look like? And you'd say, well, it's going to be full of love and fun and enjoyment and blah, blah, blah. And then if later on someone comes back and says, well, actually, so one of the children got Ebola straight away because there was Ebola laced all over one of the rooms in this playhouse and then started bleeding from their eye sockets and died horribly. And another one got cancer, and then people were arguing because there was an unfair distribution in one of the rooms of sweets, of candies. And so, you know, the children started arguing and killing each other and blah, blah, blah. And you say, right, okay, now I'm looking at this data. Is this what I predicted from the beginning? Like, is this really like this house, which is laced with Ebola and razor blades and like guns? And you're like, is this actually like what I predict from an all-loving father? Right. And no, it's not. So therefore, I don't think Derek is an all-loving father, right? So when you look at the world and all the kind of evil, it's like, yeah, you can try and explain it away. It's not logically impossible that an all-loving God exists, but really, is this what we would predict? No. And this, I think this favors definitely an atheistic hypothesis. Again, does that make sense?
Yeah, that made plenty of sense. Yeah, I was thinking that, but also applying it to the real world. And of course, what they will do is try to run to some, it was created perfectly. The playhouse didn't have Ebola. The playhouse didn't have razor blades. The playhouse didn't have guns and knives, and they weren't starving and fighting over food because there wasn't enough to distribute, and there wasn't all this stuff. But it was man who messed this thing up.
Where's the positive evidence of that? So yeah, you could say that, but where's the positive evidence of that? There is none. There's literally none. In fact, there's negative evidence. There's evidence that wasn't the case, right? We've got evidence that carnivorousness existed before humans existed, right? So I can present evidence, but actual positive evidence against that position. But also I can say, if you do believe that, and if I accept that that's the case, like, God designed, and we talked about this in the previous episodes, that if God designed and created humanity from scratch, we are fully contingent beings. We had no say in our creation, but God had full foreknowledge of what would happen and created us this way anyway. And so think back to that playhouse. If God knew what would happen in that house, that one of your kids would get Ebola and die, and the other ones would fight and go, but created that house anyway, and actually created the children knowing exactly what they'd do. If God created us as contingent beings, knowing that we would fail and we would have to fall, and so therefore all the bad stuff that happens is a result of us failing, but he designed us in such a way that would happen, then actually God has full moral culpability for that.
Yeah, that makes, or start over, like don't even do it to begin with, really is the point. Yeah. So if I was a loving father and I knew that was going to happen, you'd have to take away my omniscience. I couldn't have my all-knowingness be there, and yet you could still call me that all-loving father in light of all those things.
The only way you could do that is to just come up with some weird contrived reason such that house is the all-loving house that it doesn't look like it is. Somehow it's not logically impossible that there isn't in some way all loving eventually. But again, it's a probability thing here. Yeah, okay, you could come up with that reason, but absent of those reasons, you can't just promise me there's a reason. This is skeptical theism. You can't just say, oh, there could be a reason. That's it. I'm off down the pub. Like, no, hang on. Wait. You've got to do a better job than that. So at least give me something more than a promissory note that there might be some reason. That's a possibility, ergo probability. That's not good enough. So I would err on the side of, atheism being a much more probable hypothesis to explain the data.
Thank you. We got a quick super chat here. Yep. Sentinel Apologetics. Rob, I always call him Rob Lowe. Rob Rowe. The Bible never says the creation was perfect.
Yeah, so this gets, and we talked about this in previous episodes. So again, I refer you back to that where we treated this in greater depth. But just to say that if God is perfect, then God's creations must be in some sense perfect. As in, like a perfect creator wouldn't create imperfectly, because then he wouldn't be a perfect creator. So therefore, the question is this? So this just comes necessarily from God's perfect characteristics. So either this world is perfect now, that's slightly hard to argue for, or this is a journey towards perfection eventually, right? Which is generally what Christians and theists will argue, to some kind of progressive revelation or some kind of progression to a perfect state. But the problem is, if God is to be all loving, there can be no gratuitous suffering. So not even one unit of pain can be gratuitous. Right, so me stubbing my toe in the morning has to have some reason for that stubbing to be there in light of an all-loving God. Otherwise, God is not all-loving. If that stubbing of my toe or that genocide, anywhere in between, is unnecessary, is gratuitous, then God is not all-loving. So therefore, this creation has to be, if it's not perfect now, it has to be the perfect way of getting to perfection. Do you understand what I mean? This has to be the optimal manner that we can get to the perfect state, which means that there can be, so when 240,000 people died in the tsunami in 2004, it had to be 240,000 people. One person less meant, if there's one person less, then it would have been one person less. In other words, if we could have got to that perfect state with 239,999 people dying, then 239,999 people would have died. Do you know what I mean? So that 240,000 people died has to be perfect. It has to be optimal in order to get to this perfect position. Because if you could get to that perfect position with less suffering, an all-loving God would do that. I don't know if that makes sense.
I get what you're saying. I know that no matter what you say, though, I don't think it's going to suffice for people who are probably in that bubble. You know what I mean?
But then they are logically inconsistent. If they don't agree with the logic there, they need to show how that is logically problematic.
Rob's back again. And thank you, Rob, for the super chat. An omni-creator cannot create an omni-creation.
We're not an omni-creation. I don't understand that. An omni-creator has to create the most loving thing, the thing most lovingly. If God is all loving, like there can be no gratuitous suffering. So And as soon as you've got that, everything else follows that I talked about earlier. So there can be no gratuitous suffering. End of. If there is gratuitous suffering, God is not omni. That's just what omnibenevolence means. It means that this is the problem of evil. And the theists would admit this, that they would just say that there is no gratuitous suffering. All suffering is necessary. And they then present Theodicies to show they are necessary for us to have free will. The suffering is necessary for us to build Theodicies. Now, we could talk about Stephen Mason here. So Stephen Mason says ordinary morality basically presupposes atheism. So he takes this and he talks about something called theological individualism. So he says, and this is defined as necessarily, God permits undeserved, involuntary human suffering only if such suffering ultimately produces a net benefit for the sufferer. And you could argue if it's not for the sufferer, it's for the humanity as a whole. So in other words, this is just basically saying that all suffering presents a net benefit eventually, because otherwise you wouldn't have that suffering. So he then presents a really interesting argument towards what I call moral paralysis. So he says, imagine someone, an old granny is on the other side of the road and is getting beaten up by some little kid, right? And you're on this side of the road and you're saying, right, that little kid is beating up that granny. But I know for a fact, supposedly as a theist, I know that that any suffering, including the suffering she's having now, will beget a necessary net benefit. So therefore, if I was to stop that suffering, if I was to go over and stop that kid beating up that granny, I would stop this net benefit taking place. So he then presents his argument that actually, if you really are serious about the problem of evil and the Theodicies, this should lead to moral paralysis, because you are stopping the net benefits by stopping suffering. So therefore, you should just walk around and not help anyone and not do anything, because there can be no gratuitous suffering. So no matter what happens, there is no gratuitous suffering and there is net benefit. So,
interesting note. I just think this is kind of funny. I would love to get the next super chat here with Rob real quick. But just to point out, when Paul makes that statement about I've been whipped in his personal letters, like we're not running to Acts or somewhere else, in Paul's actual letters, he talks about how many times he's beaten and all this, because he's kind of wanting to flex his credentials as an apostle and how serious they should take him. But he talks about how he's filling up the suffering that was lacking in Christ, like Christ's suffering. That Paul's suffering was somehow, hey, every time I'm getting beaten at the synagogue or persecuted is all good brownie points and filling up the suffering that was lacking in Christ. And it's just really interesting. I wonder if Paul was seeing this happening, or if Paul is participating in this suffering himself. He wouldn't probably have he'd probably be like, this is what is supposed to happen, even though he probably wouldn't like it. Who likes getting hurt? I don't know. Some people maybe, but you see what I'm saying?
I guess the question is how soon, or when did the omni-god iteration of God develop? Because we talked about this before, that actually, originally you had an understanding of God, like, God and Anatomy by Dr. Francesca Stavropoulos.
Grab it.
Yeah, so the understanding that God was like a very anthropomorphic entity that then went through a transformation over time, and after the Bible, to now, where now God is this abstract entity, this omni-god that exists outside of time and space. And the people who now believe that have to now try and harmonize that, marry that with this idea of God popping up actually in the Hebrew Bible with body parts and showing his butt cheeks and all this stuff going on as she shows in that book. And those two iterations, those two versions of God don't really cohere very well.
No. Highly recommend. I'm going to be interviewing her next week, and I'm going to make it live. So you'll be able to interact with that as well. I like to make it live because it's almost like that saying in the Bible where it talks about hiding the light under a lampstand. Like, why wouldn't I want you to join me on the fun, bring your questions? But yeah, mixing that ancient Near Eastern deity with the philosophical divine, that we find later evolves is interesting. Rob sends, and thank you, Rob, from Sentinel Apologetics. Can you hypothesize God's method in perfecting it? And I think he's talking about creation.
Well, whatever God's method is in perfecting creation, like if we're not perfect now, then it has to be like, I'm just going to repeat myself. Like whatever he does, whatever God does, has to be the most loving way of doing it. So whatever way God has of perfecting us, and we can talk about even why he'd want to do that and what's the point if he knows in advance what everything anyway. That process has to be the optimally loving process, and there can still be no gratuitous pain or suffering. So whatever the perfecting method is, if you're talking about like an artist sculpting this sculpture to get it to this perfect state, imagine the sculpture was like somehow sentient. Like there could be no pain in sculpting. Every bit of perfecting, every shaving off of that can cause no pain to the sculpture, or no unnecessary pain. Every bit has to be necessary. And that's all you can say. I mean, you can come up with all sorts of contrived reasons why God might be wanting creation and wanting it to go like this or do this. But if you believe in omni-god, it still has to entail no gratuitous suffering.
Thank you so much. Yeah, unless your God's not all loving, or is not like absolutely working everything because of love, then you'd have to say, well, that attribute doesn't work in everything they do. I just want to mention real quick to Carrie, I wish this were the case. I know you said that you argue that self-improvement is the point of all religions, not whose God is the best, but within the Bible itself, there are battles between gods. Literally, the Egyptian gods are being destroyed in the Exodus because the Israelite gods are better. Baal is fighting against Yahweh, and Elijah's like literally mocking their other god to say our God is better. So I wish this were the case. This isn't the case though. And that's just the way the text is. It is what it is. I wish it was only about self-improvement, but.
So Sentinels just asked another thing, and welcome to the gospel, the most loving thing. So another super chat there. But see, the problem is, and we talked about this in the last episode, which is the things that the Bible doesn't say. So actually, if the gospel was the most loving thing, you would expect Jesus to say, right, first of all, guys, slavery is bad. Because I know in advance, as God, I know in advance that the Bible is going to be used to countenance slavery for 1,900 years of the last 2,000 years. Like this is me now, but Jesus then would be saying, right, for the next 1,900 years, the Bible is going to be used, whether you could say rightly or wrongly, it doesn't really matter. It will be used to countenance slavery. So therefore, just for the record now, have you got this, Peter? Have you got this, guys, with your etching this on your slates? Because I know we didn't have dictaphones, and I know you're really accurately recording my speech. But I just want you to record, slavery is bad. It's really, really bad. But Jesus doesn't say that. So straight away, just that alone, I mean, reading Hector Avalos, I'm serializing his book on my own channel at the moment, Slavery, Abolitionism, and the
I got it
Ethics
somewhere.
of Biblical Scholarship, right? So, I mean, just on slavery alone, like the argument that slavery is used for most of history, the Bible is used to justify slavery for most of our recent history, is argument enough that God doesn't exist, in my opinion. That is an absolute, that's a deal breaker for me, right? So someone could come along and say, with all due respect, Sentinel, someone could come along and say, well, welcome to the gospel, it's the most loving thing. No, it's not. If Jesus doesn't outlaw slavery there and then allows that very book and the Old Testament to be used to justify slavery for the next 1,900 years, that ain't the most loving. Sorry.
No,
you're beginning to rant because actually that slavery, the whole slavery thing, I've really come to realize just recently in reading that book how damning of an indictment of the Bible as a whole, the whole slavery thing is, especially given God's foreknowledge. If God knows in advance that his book, his revelation, was going to be used to justify slavery, then man, he could have done something about that, but didn't.
Thank you, Sentinel, for that super chat. I really appreciate it. Seriously.
So we're moving on. Like I haven't even started my arguments yet, but this is
that's why today I'm gonna. I hope everybody understands. I am taking kind of a last time I blabbered with you, and we barely moved on though. So I'm here to kind of like
tango. We danced a beautiful tango, buddy.
We did, but I feel like I'll be like a bouncing board here and there. You know what I mean? Like I want to let you at least get through your arguments and stuff, and then of course let the audience ask questions through super chats, whatever they want to do. So
sure thing. So the first argument, well, actually, all of those are arguments. I mean, it's all expressing you've got to do that work on a problem of evil because it's such a huge area. So that's all in the preamble to the part 4 of the book. And the next chapter is natural evil shows God's shadier side. And natural evil is super important because actually, so what happens is like I've said, the theist presents all these theodicies to explain away suffering. And the free will theodicy, the soul building theodicy, the kind of perfect world theodicy, all these things that generally exist around the idea that it's humans' fault or it's for humans that these things are happening. But when you start presenting natural evil, like natural suffering, like plate tectonics, tsunamis, when you're talking about carnivorousness, when you're talking about animal suffering, then actually this has nothing to do with humans. Humans could not exist, and that still happening needs explaining because you've got actual genuine suffering that has nothing to do with humans. And how do we explain that in light of omni-god? And so therefore you get some people saying that the natural evil are the natural evil arguments, problem of evil arguments, are the strongest arguments in the problem of evil sort of paradigm. Did you, as a Christian, did you ever think about animal suffering? Was this something like, was it not on your radar? Or
I knew of it, but it was like one of those things I did not really put much thought into. When I say thought, I mean actually dwell on that and consider why are there certain species whose existence is to be consumed by another species. It's not that just animals die and we all die. That's bad enough, right? That death is a thing. It's another when you know certain animals exist as the food chain for other animals. Without that, they would not exist.
So the existence of certain animals necessitates the pain and suffering of other animals
automatically, because they're part of that. It's like almost like what is the technical scientific term for certain plants that exist and they wouldn't exist without that certain animal, and the animal cannot exist apart from that certain plant. It's like what happened to the
symbiotic relationships. So yes. You get symbiosis.
Without it, it doesn't work. And this is the same thing with the food chain, in particular animal species. And what do they have to do to consume that animal? They have to, break their neck or chomp down, eat them alive, rip their flesh apart, whatever. Are we going to pretend that that's not evil? There's nothing wrong about that. There's nothing like that we would look at and go, ill, this is not good.
One of the previous arguments, I think, earlier in the book, because it was a design argument, so we covered it in the first episode of this series, right? And it's relevant here, is the argument from photosynthesis. So the argument is, why did God create carnivorousness? Right? Why didn't God create us or any animal to be able to generate the energy that they need to exist on a daily basis just through photosynthesis? Now, you could say, well, actually, we can't generate enough of our energy just from the sun with how the laws of physics works now. Well, God can play around with the laws of physics, or God could do perpetual miracles. It's literally no skin off God's nose. Absolutely not an issue for God to do. He's omnipotent to do perpetual miracles all the time, or design existence such that we just generate our energy from the sun. But instead, a huge number of animals generate their energy from eating and killing other animals. And that therefore needs to be explained in light of the fact that God is supposedly all loving. Again, what does that data point, what does all this animal suffering in the world better support? Atheism or theism? Just without anything else, atheism or theism.
Right. Something to think about.
Yeah, so animal suffering, as a result, and this is, I'm quoting from my book, page 117, as a result is seen as many thinkers as the strongest challenge to the defense of the problem of evil. Here is an example of such an argument that could be formulated. So this is a syllogism to show what's called the Darwinian problem of evil. So this is called the Darwinian problem of evil. 1, God is omnipotent, omniscient, and wholly good. So 1, omni-god, right? 2, the evil of extensive animal suffering exists. So animal suffering exists, and it's suffering, and it's bad. Necessarily, God can actualize an evolutionary perfect world. Necessarily, God can actualize an evolutionary perfect world only if God does actualize an evolutionarily perfect world. 5, necessarily, God actualized an evolutionary perfect world. Right. So I'll explain all this. So basically, number 5, which is necessarily God actualized an evolutionary perfect world, as in this is this world, doesn't work with the fact that suffering exists. So the fact that we've got suffering and God could create a world in which evolution produced was much more perfect and produced no pain and suffering. God could do that. And you would do that if he's all loving, but God hasn't done that because we can see animals suffering. So we've got issues. So 5 follows from 3 and 4. We have a contradiction since 5 and 2 cannot both be true. So it appears that 1 is false. In other words, God is not omni-god, right? So that's how the syllogism goes. And I'll just read a quick explanation because it needs a little bit of unpicking. The argument is to say that God could predict the mechanisms of evolution and design one in which animal suffering is minimized. The scenario can be called an evolutionarily perfect world. We could imagine a scenario where God could put in place an evolutionary system whereby, for example, just before a gazelle is given a killing bite by a lion, a gene is expressed that naturally tranquilizes the gazelle, or some such similar situation. But this appears not to be the case. Instead, we have extensive animal suffering that is hard-baked into the evolutionary system and world. So this really becomes a design argument as much as a problem of evil argument, which is that God has designed, just God can't be all loving. There's just no way God can be all loving given evolution and given carnivorousness and the way that animals interact.
So I'm going to play the Calvinist that was in me to tell you how I tried to solve this.
Sure.
And I used to have the free will, kind of the typical Christian worldview. And when I became a Calvinist, I was trying at least to swallow this massive pill that you're describing here. And I even had a bone to pick with Calvinist about this. And this is the two will hypothesis that God has, something just fell, that God has two wills, a revealed will and a hidden will. Within Calvinism, everything that happens to happen ever was all part of God's will, right? A lot of Christians will actually say this too. Even non-Calvinists will somewhat say it was all part of God's will. But then they have this prescriptive will, which is written in, 10 commandments and what thou shalt not do, or, little things like Moses telling Pharaoh, let my people go. God tells him to go tell Pharaoh, let my people go. But God hardens Pharaoh's heart. And then you're like, does God really want the Israelites to be slaves? Or does God really want the people to be let go? What does God really want? And to understand what God's moral compass is in this is difficult of a problem to do. So I came to this conclusion as a Calvinist where I said, everything that happens, suffering, good, evil, it's all God's will. It's all God's will. God doesn't have two wills. He tells mortals, here's your rules. But God does everything, and everything that happens is his will. Which means I was trying to accept the notion of Isaiah 45 where it says, I create light, I create darkness, I create good, I create evil. I, the Lord, do all things. I make good, I make evil. So I would not have said as a Calvinist that God is all loving.
Yeah, I mean, see that.
See what I'm trying to get at?
Yeah, but so what you do is you have to drop one of the omnis, which
Exactly.
is fine. Like, the point of this book is to say that either God doesn't exist or God is not omni, but you just can't have those properties coexisting. And you can come up like the Calvinist does with contrived ways of getting around some of these problems, but you have to drop one of the omnis. And
I was playing within the box, as you could see.
Yeah, and when God's will is supreme, because at the end of the day, being omnipotent, God could do anything, but doesn't do certain things. So anything that happens is allowed to happen. So the omissive will, and we'll come to talk about this a little bit later in one of the other arguments, but the idea that there is really no difference between omissive will and active will, if you like, which is like I am making that happen or I'm letting that happen, because at the end of the day, God designed everything and created everything knowing it would happen anyway. So omissive will really is active will anyway, in the sense of like, I predicted that, I know it's going to happen, I'm still going to create it anyway. So yeah,
that's interesting. You want to hit these super chats real quick?
Yeah, do it.
Rob, thank you for the super chat. It says, nonsense. Why did Darwin use Acts 17:26 to justify monogenesis? His family made that black emblem. Am I not a brother? From biblical anthropology.
I'm not sure what any of that means. So I do apologize. But I would just say that nonsense doesn't just do justice to any of the arguments that I actually presented. So I would say that how would you argue against the Darwinian problem of evil? Why is evolution not perfect in terms of being an all-loving mechanism? Why is that? And all that someone like Sentinel can do, all they can do is appeal to skeptical theism, which is like, yeah, there could be a reason, because of course they don't know the reason, and all they do is end up making up reasons. It's just pure post hoc, ad hoc rationalizations to try and maintain God and Jesus and the Bible up here. That's all theology does. It's like, I have to have this up here. So everything I do with my mind is maintaining the supremacy of these ideas and the perfection of these ideas. And so, and going back to the slavery book of Hector Avalos, that's exactly what he shows that all the theologians and biblical scholars are doing in their justification of slavery and their biblical hermeneutics is doing that. They're just keeping that up there. And then my entire methodology is supremely dishonest in a sense, because it just needs to maintain the moral supremacy of these ideas.
I really appreciate the super chat. The next one's really interesting. I always enjoy hearing this. Vaguely agnostic, an omni creates a light source that causes cancer. Without the sun, we wouldn't have anything. Yeah,
he did say this in our previous one of our previous ones, I think, but he said it in one of my ones. So VA is a legend. Thank you, VA. Yeah. But why create the source of energy for all of us? If we're eating meat to get our energy, actually those meat eaters ate another a herbivore, and so the producers at the beginning of the food web or food chains are deriving their energy from the sun, i.e. plants. And so therefore the sun is the source of almost all our energy apart from geothermal stuff, right? So it's the source of nuclear, is a source of predominantly all our energy that provides life. And it also gives us cancer if we get too much of it. Like, if it is that, again, as a data point, would you predict that? If you started with the right, I'm imagining this, I've got nothing in my mind, but I've got, an all-loving God, and I'm going to think about what the all-loving God would create. So go back to the house analogy with you, Derek. Mm-hmm. So you're like, I've got this lovely little Wendy house for my 10 children. And again, I've laced it with Ebola and razor blades and guns. But I've also put a couple of lights in there so everyone can see, but, if they keep the light on for more than, 4 hours in the day, they'll all get cancer. You're like, okay, is that really the sign of a loving father, Derek? Is Derek really the loving father that people claim he is? No. And I think that's a really lovely little argument.
It's just interesting. Thank you for being a member of MythVision, Vaguely. I really appreciate that. Constellation Pegasus, thank you for the super chat. God is real, and the Jehovah's Witnesses have the truth. Why can't you two silly ones believe that? He's joking, of course.
Yeah, no, I did /S. Bit of sarcasm. Yeah. Well, I mean, obviously, if you're a Jehovah's Witness, that isn't sarcasm. That is truth.
That is to them, yeah.
And actually, a bit of a plug for me. I've got a couple of ex-Jehovah's Witnesses coming on my channel for a chat soon. So we'll be looking into JWs. Always fun. I love it when they ring the doorbell. I just can't get to the door quick enough because I love a humdinger or an argument.
Oh, man. Thank you, Constellation, for the super chat. Good to see you in the chat. JC, thank you for the 20. Key difference. Pain, suffering, period, versus gratuitous. Pain equals brain interpretation of human or social body harms, sensors, and vital to survival. Pain is not a bad thing per se. Evolution explains it.
Yes. So which is interesting. Yes. So again, we're talking about inferences, abductive arguments, inferences to the best explanation. So when you look at, and this is Paul Draper's made this argument, I think, about evolution. Again, does evolution better support atheism or theism when pain doesn't necessarily accord with things that are morally bad, and pleasure doesn't necessarily accord with things that are morally good? And those ideas are predicted by atheism and naturalism, but they're not predicted by theism. So again, if you're a theist and you are a theistic evolutionist, you would beforehand predict that evolution would at least have in its mechanisms that pleasure would correlate or be caused by things that are morally good, and pain would correlate exactly with things that are morally bad. But that's not the case. And so you've just got this weird scenario. So yes, pain is really useful. We can explain it naturalistically, but of course that's naturalism. You know, pain and pleasure don't have that kind of predictability within the theistic framework, I would argue. So yeah, I'm not sure about the first bit, pain, suffering, period versus gratuitous. I'm not sure what that means, and I know it's difficult because you've got to get stuff in with the only amount of characters you have. But but hopefully that's kind of answered a little bit what you said.
Thank you, JC, for that 20. I really appreciate that. Abel, thank you for the 20 as well. World of possibilities perhaps is where we are living. So perhaps the Bible and Quran, by stating one God, it opened the universe. It made it react to another set of possibilities, possibly even reincarnation, a kind of God.
I mean, I'm not 100% sure what's going on there, but basically there's a lot of possibilities, and you can present anything as a possibility. It could be that aliens are going to come down and do X, Y, and Z in 5 years' time, and that could be part of God's plan. You know, you can construct any kind of thing that fits the data, but that's a real post hoc rationalization attempt. So, you know, I would just, what does the data tell us, and which hypothesis does it best support? I don't know if I probably haven't answered that at all. I'm struggling to fully comprehend exactly what's going on there. But yeah, you know, it could be that reincarnation is a thing, and it could be that X, Y, and Z. But again, probabilities.
Abel, I appreciate you for the 20, and I'm glad you're still alive. In the other story, your brother Cain killed you. So I'm thankful that you're still here, my friend. Shadow Veins, Jonathan. Oh, 666, by the way. Jonathan has put into words the way I have felt about the Christian God for years. There are just so many problems with the omni-god. Thank you both.
Hey, Shadow Vein, you might be interested in a book that's available at all good bookstores.
Shameless plug.
Yep.
Batteries not included. But seriously. Thank you so much.
But seriously, Shadow Vein, seriously.
Yeah, his works are really good. I always enjoy talking with Jonathan, and your accent makes you like you
sound
can be
more intelligent
rude.
than I really am.
No, not only that, but like you can be rude, and it wouldn't be rude. It would be like, oh, he's sweet. Listen to him bitch at me right now. You know, like it's.
He swears so nicely.
Oh, he's such a nice guy. Listen to him. Constellation Pegasus, thank you for the super chat. Defective Son. What about a defective universe that will eventually genocide mankind? Was really Adam and Eve's sin so bad to cause that? Great point.
So this is a great point to do with fine-tuning arguments. So the fine-tuning argument is that this is almost like the Goldilocks. You know, this universe is just right to produce life. It's like, actually, this universe is far more likely to cause death. It's far easier to die than it is to live. And in fact, you could argue that this universe is fine-tuned for death. And also you could argue from the size of the universe as to be just utterly wasteful or weird, and the amount of time it's taken for humanity to get here, 13.7 billion years or whatever. So there are loads of arguments to do with the creation of the universe and black holes and the size that would favor, again, what hypothesis does it favor? I would say that the universe, the size of the universe and the death reaping like characteristics of the universe better support atheism and naturalism over theism. Great point.
Thank you. We're caught up.
Yeah, we're caught up. Good stuff. Keep them coming. So now we're on to chapter 18. God, where is God hiding? So these are divine hiddenness arguments.
I love this one, by the way. Well, the Theodicy stuff too, but I mean, like, I really, really love this. This is one of the things that just gets me, but go ahead.
So there's several ways of looking at divine hiddenness. There's a kind of more obvious way of like God's been on holiday for 2,000 years. There's a great song by Cashapp on their album Happy Hollow, which is rare that you get bands that produce an album that are just purely atheistic or agnostic or like looking at whether God exists or not. Happy Hollow by Cashapp it does that. And one of their songs is called Retreat, where they're just saying, well, God's been on holiday for 2,000 years. Where have you been? We've been getting into wars in your name and blah, blah, blah. And I just love the idea that God has just like pulled out the telephone plug and just sodded off for 2,000 years. And like everyone's going like, God, hello, God, hello. You know, where are you? Like he used to come down and like kill people for looking the wrong way or dropping the ark or doing random things.
Spilling
like,
your seed on the ground or
getting involved 10 a penny, just like, oh, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that, all during the biblical times. And as soon as the Bible was written, God's like, do you know what? I'm spent. I'm off for a holiday into the Bahamas or like the to a different universe or something. And then it's just effectively hidden. So that's
you could make the same argument also, by the way, in the Greek epics like Homer. Like here is, Achilles, right, fighting. He's literally fighting. Here's these gods that are there present in these narratives. Where are they at now? Where did they die? Did they go to Mount Olympus and just leave us forsaken? Or who are they whispering to at this point? Like I just wanted to point it out. Like you could do this.
Oh yeah. So let's again inference to the best explanation. Does this better support the atheistic hypothesis or the theistic hypothesis? The fact that God's disappeared pretty much looks like we made God up, wrote a book about God, and then that God, after that book was extracted from that parochial place, that God didn't really appear again, apart from some people that imagine it did. But then it turns out that every religion has people that imagine their God has revealed stuff to them. So, that's a bit of a problem. So that's one form of the divine hiddenness argument. But actually, when it's developed by people like J.L. Schellenberg, it's more to do with what he calls non-resistant non-believers. And this is a really interesting idea. We did talk a little bit about this before in terms of like Amazonian tribespeople and what explains that they had no access to God's revelation. So I'll bring these two ideas together. So what is a non-resistant non-believer? It is someone who, if they did know about, let's say, the Judeo-Christian God, if they did know about the Judeo-Christian God, they would believe in that God, and they would be great believers, arguably, right? But they just don't know about that God, so they are non-believers. So how is that fair? So if God is all loving, he'll give everyone an equal and fair access to the knowledge of God and therefore God's love and union with God in earthly life. Because of course, belief in God must have to be serve some kind of good purpose. Otherwise, there's no point in believing in God. So believing in God must be some kind of good. But if you're saying that the vast majority of people over history and time, history and geography haven't accessed God's love and couldn't access God's love, then you've got a bit of a problem here. So these are like non-resistant non-believers. But then it goes even further to say, well, then you've got people who are suffering. So the Nagasawa, I think he's a theologian called Nagasawa, talks about in the 17th century, you had Christian persecution or persecution of Christians in 17th century Japan. And you had all these people being horribly persecuted for their Christian beliefs, but God didn't turn up and help them. All the prayers that they gave and so these are not only non-resistant non-believers, these are actual believers who are saying, help us, we are being persecuted. And God was like, oh, I'm still on holiday. Oh, I've got another couple of thousand years to go now. And didn't come and help these people. And so therefore you've got a divine hiddenness. Then what explains that hiddenness?
And you know what ends up happening? And I kind of feel like it's almost like a slap in the face sometimes. Let's take 9/11, for example. I remember when Ravi Zacharias used to give lectures on this back when I was still in Christianity and an apologist and whatnot. And he would talk about, where is God? Where was God on 9/11 was the question, right? And he was close to everybody. Even the people dying in that building, like this was his point, where God was there, present in all of this, etc. Which is a
mere assertion with no evidence, but yeah,
right. But then what really becomes kind of a slap in the face is when you get this testimony by someone who was like, I was right there at ground zero. The building started falling and I ran and I actually escaped the destruction while the thousands in the building were melting alive and being crushed. This lucky person, one person, and this is somehow a testimony to verify their God actually was present to help them, while the thousands that are in that building there are melting and burning alive, or being crushed and suffocated, or dying of suffocation from the dust. You name it, the horrific suffering that took place. And you hear like this single testimony. It was like, he was there for me. What about all of them? And what, or that kind of stuff becomes, it actually aggravates a little. It's like I found my car keys kind of idea. I prayed, I found my car keys, but the person in Africa is dying right now from some incurable disease or something, and they didn't have any say. They were born into it or whatever. You know what I mean?
It's the idea that I've had a remission from cancer. Thank you, God. God has enabled that to happen. It's like, yeah, but what about all the other people whose cancers haven't gone into remission? Right. You know, it's exactly the same thing. Or you have someone that's come out of a 13-hour surgery involving, 15 different medical professionals with thousands of man hours of training that's built on the shoulders of thousands of years of science, right? And then, this person's life is saved through this life-saving surgery.
Saved me.
And then, the husband's outside, the wife's outside, and says, "Oh, thank God for that. It's a miracle." It's like, and the doctors are there going, hello, do you see me? Do you see us? Like, we've just been working on this guy for 13 hours. Like, right. That's what saved his life. So, and it's the idea that, you cherry pick what God does and is responsible for, and forget the fact that all these other people have died in exactly the same scenarios.
Yeah, but in that case of like divine hiddenness, he's hidden for everyone else. And the one argument I can imagine them saying is I used to say it myself, well, you'll find out after you die. Like, God will make it clear after. It's amazing. Like, God is right not in the cloud, he used to be behind the cloud, but now he's outside of space and time. So it's an unfalsifiable assumption that you are just making a claim of. And then they want to jump to near-death experiences and stuff like that to try to validate things like this. Like, it's all like on this very thin thread of ideas that everything rests on. And while I get it, I'm not here to like make everybody not think that way, but at least you can understand why we're not starting with that. We're actually trying to look at things and go, if we are alone and all we have is us, I want to learn how to cope with that and figure that out, and how to better our society, knowing what the facts are without necessarily creating the myths that are actually creating, I would say, psychological abuses, like it was for me. My natural inclinations as a human being and the things that I just normally feel, I'm having to fight those desires and fight against my flesh, and the endless mental torture of these ideas and my existence. Hate this world so you can gain life. If you love the world, you don't love God. And what comes with the world? The flesh, everything that is this. And you see why Paul was so resistant on even wanting people to have marriage. And like, if you gotta marry so you're not lusting, okay, do it. But like, you see what I'm saying? Like, it's just, what the hell's going on? So I'm much, this is where the Christians will say, well, that way you can sin. You want to be able to sin. That's why. No, I don't think it's wrong to feel guilt for being a human being. This is something that I've come to realize after discovering there's so many other problems. But I had to give that little rant, man, because this is something that kind of annoys me. Thank you, Jesus. Dude, a human being did that for the last 8 hours, and you have to thank Jesus for it. And sometimes they won't even thank the doctor,
Yeah, and just saying, you've allowed me to survive, but so thank you, God. But as you say, all those other thousands of people died in the same situation. Oh, you got some super chats?
I do. Constellation Pegasus, depending on what scale you use, the fine-tuning argument goes away.
Yeah. And the fine-tuning argument has got the heaps of issues, and it's very, you don't know as well. You don't know what other forms of life could exist in all sorts of other different parameters and physical laws. It's just it's. I don't want to go down a fine-tuning argument rabbit hole, because it's a huge one.
Thank you, Constellation. John Gear says, best argument against the existence of God. Duh. And I think he's talking about the fact that, like, where is God? Like, I just think it is the point you bring up. If you pull up your Bible and you go look at all the stuff God does, Okay, there are people with withered arms or can't see, splitting water, crazy phenomena that does not look natural in any way. We do not observe in the natural world in any way. If we saw these happen, even in the frequency we supposedly see the literature discuss these, and I'm not just talking about the Bible, because other religions have supposed miracles as well. If we saw that on a more regular basis, we wouldn't be arguing about the non-existence of God. We'd be arguing about which one's more superior, or are they all a reflection of the one true, or whatever. Like, this wouldn't even be an issue. We'd be debating something else, but we don't find that.
As Henry Hansen, just sorry, I know this is not exactly what you're talking about there, but it's Henry Hansen at the side says the universe is fine-tuned for dead planets. Exactly right. So, like, if the universe was truly fine-tuned for life, there'd be life everywhere. There's life hardly anywhere. There's life hardly anywhere. Therefore, like, if I designed anything you design, like if like
and you're his greatest creation, but most of your creation lacks what the greatest of his creation supposedly is. Anyway,
if I said to you, like, I've designed a little like rabbit hutch, right, to keep these 4 rabbits in, right, and I say, Derek, come and see my rabbit hutch, right, and I take you outside into my garden, and I show you a warehouse that stretches to the moon, right, and then that warehouse goes past the moon and blah blah blah, and right over there, and I say, look at the rabbit hutch I've built for my 4 rabbits. You're like, I've designed this specifically, perfectly for my 4 rabbits. You're like, right. That's a bit weird. It looks like you've designed it for like 8 gazillion rabbits, not 4 rabbits. So, again, like the size of this universe and the fact that there's so many dead planets.
Even to add value to that, it's not that you built all of this for more than, like, for a gazillion rabbits. That would be the case if all of those other barns that you had weren't absolutely inhabitable and would destroy every rabbit that came to its presence. So it's obviously not created for your rabbits. So which one makes more sense?
Exactly.
The atheistic one or the theistic one when it comes to this argument? So interesting. I'm starting to catch on to your arguments here. I'm doing better. Oh, by the way, Shannon Q is in the house. Will everybody give her a shout out and harass her since she's in the chat? Thank you, Shannon Q. I hope you don't mind. Constellation Pegasus. Physics is everything. I have no patience and will for theology debates based on a book people can't agree on what it says in the first place. God is not the author of confusion, huh? Give me a break.
And this idea that God is responsible for, either, okay, if you think that God didn't write the book, he created the world in such a way that that book would eventuate, right? So therefore, God, that is God's revelation. And if he wanted it any other way, he would have it any other way. But as you say, there's confusion. No one can agree on how atonement works, right? Literally, That's the whole reason Jesus died. Like that's the central tenet of Christianity, and yet there's all these mutually exclusive different theories of atonement. Like the lack of clarity is obscene in the Bible, and you've got all these problems and confusion and lack of clarity that you need theologians to spend like PhD worths of time to try and unpick, and you're like, it's a massive confusion. Is that what you would expect with an all-loving God who would want as many people as possible, you would assume, to enter into a loving relationship with it? Well, no. So, there you go.
Thank you, Constellation. And the last one, Benji. Only the Buddha got it right about why we suffer.
I'm no Buddhist expert, so I'm not sure why that would be, but I'm sure that's probably wrong as well.
There's a claim. Thank you so much, Benji. I appreciate the super chat, my friend.
So a couple of syllogisms to look at non-resistant non-believers and divine hiddenness. So here's a couple of arguments. 1, if there is a God, he is perfectly loving. 2, if a perfectly loving God exists, there are no non-resistant but non-believers. 3, there are and often have been non-resistant non-believers. 4, no perfectly loving God exists. 5, there is no God. In other words, like, just the fact that there are non-resistant non-believers is an argument against God being all loving, because he wouldn't create these people in such a position that they wouldn't be able to access God's love and believe in God. So what then? We've talked about this before. It came into another argument, but someone like this was to do with the geographical distribution and historical distribution of people who don't believe in God or couldn't access God's love. So very similar. it's people like William Lane Craig have posited that, he has to argue that people have souls, and we'll talk about that a bit later. But he argues that these people who don't have access to God's love were front loaded with souls, and they were the people who would freely reject God anyway. In other words, he denies non-resistant non-believers. He said that these would be the people that would reject God, because he has to say that, because he can't. So either you say there are non-resistant non-believers, in which case you have to try and understand why God would allow non-resistant non-believers to exist, or you say there are no such thing as non-resistant non-believers. All of these people would have rejected God if they'd known about God.
Right.
That explains the kind of Amazonian tribes person living 5,000 years ago, but it doesn't explain. So that's a non-resistant non-believers. It doesn't explain the divine hiddenness. It's a bonkers argument anyway, but it doesn't explain the believers, the actual believers who God remains hidden to. So the Christians being persecuted in 17th century Japan for their beliefs in God, and God doing nothing and running away and not being there. It doesn't answer why that would happen, that kind of divine hiddenness, but also God front loading like resistant souls into Amazonian tribespeople is a kind of weird argument.
Anything you can to make it sound reasonable is what you're going to find people like William Lane Craig try to do, to explain the problems. That's why I think he is a Molinist when it comes to free will and determinism, because he can get lost in philosophical jargon of word salad to make it work. And that's what I've noticed. I don't know if you've noticed the same thing, but
well, you've got to maintain it up there. I mean, that's what you do. The job of theology is to maintain the moral supremacy of Jesus and God and the Bible. And so you come up with any contrived argument, no matter how ridiculous it is, in order that remains up there.
Something to make a note on this whole divine hiddenness argument that you bring up is that if we're talking biblically, right, a big argument most Christians, maybe not Calvinists, but most Christians will say is that God desires and wants everyone to be saved. Like, I don't know any better way than to say that you're either unaware that you're a universalist, which means God gets what he wants, or God doesn't get what he wants, therefore God fails, therefore one of your omnis has to go. I just don't see how it's possible to say he desires and wants everyone to get saved, but they don't all get saved. Something's got to give.
If he really wanted everyone to get saved, he would design a universe in which everyone gets saved.
Right.
Like, if he really wanted that. So if you're saying God is infinite love, like God is love, go back to your house. Like if and your children, right? If you were an infinitely loving father, you would just never predict that would be the way that you would create a house. If you thought God was truly infinitely loving, this isn't the world that you would predict, not in any way, shape, or form. And we'll come on to that in terms of heaven in a little while, so I'll park that. But you see this divine hiddenness in the Bible, the Psalms and the Lamentations. Why has thou forsaken me? All these kind of ideas that there is divine hiddenness appears in the Bible, and it's an interesting one. But I think there is so again, to refer back to Nagasawa, who talked about these well, actually, I do want to say that divine hiddenness can manifest in quite a few different ways. So it can manifest those. So as I write here, but even since the development of ideas of monotheism, a single God like the omni-god we are discussing, those who do believe frequently experience doubts, unrewarding prayers and rituals, spiritual dryness, or downright catastrophes taking place where God seems absent or non-responsive. So actually, there are loads of interesting shades of divine hiddenness where your spiritual dryness. You speak to some Christians like, I never really felt it, I wanted to feel it, or like it didn't have that altar call, never quite got that experience, because of course it's just a psychological made up kind of like generated, manipulated experience. But so I really wanted it but never quite felt it. That is an example of divine hiddenness as well. It's not just like in light of persecution and where is God, and it's not just the inability to even access God, but it's these other versions of divine hiddenness which also need to be understood.
Yeah, I've heard that a lot, and I almost, maybe because of my own experience, I can only go for my subjective experience. But when I hear a Christian say, I'd never had an experience, that's not why I'm a Christian, and they say it was the facts that convinced me, it was the evidence that convinced me. I try to give everyone a fair shake and say I think they're being honest. I have a very hard time believing there isn't something psychological or experiential that has them be a Christian. I just don't get it. Even if it's the story, some cognitive way that has them grabbed into this narrative in which they want to participate in this mythology. And the ones who say no, it was the evidence, I cannot relate at all. I only validated or tried to validate after my experience that I had, which was a social, construct in an environment where everyone's kind of petting you to make you say, you've sinned. You admit you sinned, right? Well, we got a remedy for the disease we're giving you. And now that we've given you this disease, now you have a remedy, which is Jesus. You can come down here and get your cure. By the way, you got to keep refilling that cure. If you don't, you might end up in this place where the disease is eternal. I got kind of coached into it. And I just don't see people honestly going, I was empirically investigating the data of the New Testament. I found out that Mark was actually the source for the synoptics. So really Luke and Matthew are actually utilizing Mark to create their narrative and do a little spinoff or whatever. But that still didn't deter me from the fact and evidence that Jesus really was what these mythological historical fictions are saying about him. And then Paul, he wasn't hallucinating. This was an actual literal thing. And all of this evidence was what made me believe. No, I just don't see it unless you're having some type of experience, which I think Paul even says, like, I didn't come to you with lofty words. The gospel is foolishness to the world, right? I brought something that I think just kind of went deeper. Paul's trying to bring something psychological that went deeper, not just wise, fancy, intelligible words. This was something else. So,
yeah. Rant away. I just to finish off the divine hiddenness argument. I think there's a really interesting quote here from again Nagasawa, who talks about how, and this is to do with Theodicy, like in explaining why God isn't there for people suffering. This is basically it's Theodicy and problem of evil. Really, it's a kind of maybe another iteration of the problem of evil. But it's the idea that we give, or theologians give, these intellectual reasons why suffering might exist. But really, does that, like someone who's being tortured, like literally tortured and going through like a week of pain being tortured, saying, God, where are you? God, where are you? That actual experiential despair and pain and suffering, does that really... Does it really cut the mustard that someone out here can say, well, it could be that it's soul building for you? In other words, there's a bit of a disparity between the experiential side of suffering and despair and the intellectual offerings of theologians to justify that suffering. And this quote speaks to that. So Nagasawa says, I maintain, however, that theodicies do not eliminate the problem of divine absence altogether because they fail to answer the experiential problem, which concerns the pain and suffering of real people. We are mistaken if we think that theodicies can eliminate the experiential problem. That, and I love this, that would perhaps be as absurd as thinking we could eliminate a toothache with an intellectual argument. So imagine saying you've got a really bad toothache and me saying, well, of course, that toothache is telling you there's pain and there's like naturalistic evolutionary reasons why that pain is useful. And you're going, yeah, fair enough. But man, this is really hurting. Right. Like, yeah, that's a wonderful explanation, but it's not really alleviating my pain here in any kind of way, meaningful way. And I think that's a really interesting observation there. And, And I said to follow on, so if you don't mind me quoting, page 124. Furthermore, it is not so much about God having a supposed answer or reason or greater good for any suffering, but why God might remain silent about it. So it's not that there isn't a reason, it's God doesn't tell you the reason. Right, so there's a further issue here. It's one thing to say that God didn't stop the 2004 tsunami because of some reason X, but that God is not forthcoming about A, there being no reason at all, or being a reason at all, and B, what exactly that reason might be
Right.
in this case.
The silence, we're all guessing what this would be. Yeah.
So exactly. So instead, as I say, humans have to pick up the pieces and A, suppose that there is a reason at all, and B, work out exactly what that reason might be, given that God has decided to remain utterly silent on the matter.
So you have, like, I can already think of two Christian explanations. This was all good in one way. And you could imagine wild, weird ideas of somehow this was a good thing. The other is, well, they sinned. They were sinners, right? So it's always this explanation of like, oh, well, they were sodomites, or there were people who were devil worshippers in the land, or whatever. So there's some repercussion that come upon these people. But then, was everybody guilty? Were any of these people innocent? It's like that idea of Sodom and Gomorrah. There's 5 righteous, right? There's always these stories that you want to go off of.
I think the best example of that is the murder of the firstborn that God does, which is like, so Pharaoh's heart is hardened by God, right? Pharaoh says no to letting the slaves go. So what does God do? Well, he's already made Pharaoh say no, and then after making him say no, he punishes him for saying no. But he doesn't punish Pharaoh. He punishes the entire nation of Israel, of Egypt,
yeah,
by killing the firstborn children, right? So hang on, are you saying so the Christians and Orthodox Jews have to say one of several things? They have to either say, well, some greater good came out of these children dying, which is to use these children instrumentally, which is consequentialist ethics, or that literally every single Egyptian child was evil and deserved it. You're like, right. This includes like newborn babies. Like, yep. Are you telling me, and if all Egyptian children are just inherently evil and deserve being killed, then that's on God for designing and the universe in such a way that Egyptian children were born to be evil. So right. It's a problem. Anyway,
the same problem with the numbering of the soldiers with David. So you have in Samuel and Chronicles, the accounts where he goes to number the children of Israel. They're going to war. People have all sorts of different, and there are different explanations for why God is going to punish. But because he numbered, he didn't trust in God. He should have not trusted in the numbers of his army. But because David, the king, numbered Israel's soldiers for battle, God gave him 3 choices. All 3 are bad. You have to pick out of the 3, and none of them are good.
Classic trilemma.
Yes, other nations come, destroy you, and take you into slavery is one of them. Another one is the one that it ends up becoming is the Lord smites them. And of course, an angel of death caused like a freaking a COVID-19 to drop bombs on them. And like, I can't remember how many thousands of Israelites died because, well, David shouldn't have counted how many humans were in his army for battle.
Bad man.
Okay. So what the hell's going on here? Like, when you look at it and you're no longer a person trying to defend your little bubble that I used to be, this becomes apparently obvious that there's something wrong, especially if you're trying to believe that this God's good. He's got a good plan for you too. If he's doing that to his own nation, his own chosen people, according to its own literature, it just, can you trust it? Can you really know that he has all things together for good? But he might also send you a plague, or he might do this. If you don't do this, he's going to do that. Goodness gracious.
And 100%. And the final tongue-in-cheek conclusion I come to in this chapter is that A, omni-god loves playing really long games of hide and seek, or B, omni-god does not exist. So there you go. Mate.
So imagine a natural catastrophe. COVID-19. Well, there's dispute on COVID-19 whether or not it actually started in a lab or not. But let's just say Ebola, okay, and this was not a manufactured thing. This is something natural that or AIDS or whatever it might be. There's still people who think this stuff isn't natural. But let's just say a plague hits us, okay, and we're now saying it was God. Like after the fact, there's an explanation for why this happened. Well, it's our God. Let's take that numbering the children of Israel. Imagine a real plague hit Israel at this time, the children of Israel. And they're saying it's their God, because that's just how they describe things in the ancient world. Like they did this. It was God behind the scenes that actually did this. But they're writing these mythological tales, these stories about how that happened. Today, we still have this happen today where people are saying, oh, well, God sent that the floods down in New Orleans. when the hurricane came in and all this stuff went crazy, because America drifted off toward homosexuality. Like there's a sin, right? So they have to explain why it happened.
Yeah, it's a classic. I mean, again, we've talked about this before, which is like the only way of explaining badness in the world, any form of badness, is to blame humans. Because if you don't blame humans, it's effectively God's fault. And God can't be at fault for badness, right? Because it makes God bad. So the job of theologians and of apologists and Christians is to get God off the hook. So it's interesting you talk about like blaming labs. I wonder if there's a correlation between belief in God, like say being Christian, and believing that things like any pandemic was created in a lab. Because as soon as you make that move to say it was created in a lab, irrespective of whether it was or not, like the desire, to believe in a conspiracy that is created in a lab is to blame humans, right? And then that gets God off the hook, because this thing isn't being created naturally, and where God has somehow more moral culpability over that and sovereignty over that, rather than human affairs, even though God created and designed and created all humans and knew we would do this and created the world in which we would do this such that we would do this. So God doesn't get off the hook anyway. But
that's the thing I think is interesting about this whole belief in God. Is God necessary at all in all of this is the point. Because now we're trying to explain evil, and they keep trying to do so by having God or bad things that happen and suffering and such. And rather than looking to a natural world, some of this stuff, this is the confusion that gets kind of ugly, is like suffering seems to be part and parcel of the theology of Christianity. It's almost like in early Christianity, when you're reading the literature, martyrdom and suffering and persecution complex and stuff, like you're not a real true Christian if you're not really experiencing this. So it's almost like a self-fulfillment to put yourself in harm's way, to be ridiculed, to be persecuted, to be harmed, or to try and cause something like this to happen upon yourself. It seems like that's something that is built into the theology. I'm not saying that's the case all across the board. I think, for example, Nero was probably a horrible individual. But the point is that I don't think in all cases, a lot of the scholars, and I'm going to be talking to Cantina Moss, but a lot of the scholars say that like Christians were breaking the laws on purpose to go out here, and they were doing things that certain laws of the lands were prohibiting, like group meetings in public places where you can stir riots and stuff like that. Here the Christian is going, Jesus is on my side. I'll just go break the law and actually go and preach this stuff publicly. And then when he gets persecuted, guess what he turns into? A saint. He turns into a martyr, a saint. Anyway, I'm like picking specifically on Christianity because that's where I came out of. But super chats. Constellation Pegasus, when you interview your Jehovah's Witness friends, ask them if they are aware of the beardless Jesus from 1932 to 1968.
I will try and remember that. Drop by my channel and yeah, check that out and ask that question. Beardless Jesus. I always find it interesting. Like, this is not to answer your or even to talk to what you're saying, but the idea of, you see these pictures, you often see these memes of like, this is what Jesus would have looked like, and then it's like, this is what Jesus looks like in all Christian art, most Christian art that you see around, which is like your Aryan Jesus. It's like, yeah, well, someone from really the Fertile Crescent would not look like that, and it plays with the idea that really the idea of God is a social construction, is just a projection of you, isn't it? It's just a projection of us, and you make God in your own image. And anyway, I'm going off on one, but yeah.
No. Like, I make thumbnails for every video I do, and when I'm looking for Bible thumbnails, I'm always running across art that is never like, these are Semitic looking people in any way, shape, or form. It's always some European in the Middle Ages that's doing this. Let me show you just an example that I think is funny. Actually, let me get an image. I'm going to pull it up. Like earlier, I actually added, just to show you the kind of work I put into it, I'll add saturation, and I will add like color to the images to give it a little like different than what it originally was. Let me delete this one, just add it. I worked very hard on this one. This one's coming up next week. This is going to be a really good interview, by the way. Here we go. So I added the redness to the skin because, dude, they were paper white. I mean, he almost matched his little tunic down here, you know?
Yeah.
But, oh, super chat's showing up. Let me do that. But yeah. So yeah. I'm looking forward to that. That'll be fun. But I'll add color to it just because it's like, just make it as realistic as I can. I'm being an artist anyway by making thumbnails. So, but yeah, whose super chat was that? I want to just say thank you again as we move on to the next.
Constellation Pegasus, or at least has got another one in.
Okay. C Truth says, Bible says the message or the gospel is nonsense to non-believers. If someone says the logic evidence convinced them, it isn't Christian. Keep up the good work. Thank you. Yeah, and C Truth, go subscribe to his YouTube channel, Steven Sorensen. He's doing all sorts of fun stuff, especially on forgeries, and his editing has really stepped up in terms of his quality. Thank you, man. Festering Boils, thank you for the super chat. If God is all good and loving, why did he put poison fruit and a crafty tempter in our garden?
So we talked about this in the very first video. There are loads of issues with a real Adam and Eve. So if you actually believe in a factual historical Adam and Eve, there are so many problems. Not least that if God does have full divine foreknowledge, he would know that Adam and Eve would make the decisions that they did, and yet created that scenario anyway. So the fall is entirely predicted by God, and in fact designed into the system by God. So God had the knowledge of all counterfactuals before creating the universe, right? And so he says, right, if I create this universe, in this universe, Adam and Eve will be tempted at this point, and they will eat from the fruit. They eat from the tree of knowledge of good and evil, and this will happen. It will be the fall, and it will create sin into the world, and this will happen, and that will happen, and oh my God, it's all original sin, and it's all their fault. He says that out of all the infinite number of universes that I could create, I am creating that one. So it's like none of us had a choice over that creation. Adam and Eve didn't have a choice over that creation. Adam and Eve didn't design themselves. God designed and created them, knowing exactly what they would do. So God is ultimately responsible for everything that happens in this universe, because God created this universe knowing exactly what would happen, and God could have easily not have created this universe.
Thank you so much, Festering Boils. Constellation Pegasus, thank you so much for all the super chats, my friend. Humans have landed on the moon, photographed black holes, and are on the eve of seeing the first galaxies and stars. So we can't agree on the book you're talking about. Yeah, I see a problem here.
So I think there's an interesting discussion around epistemology here. So epistemology being the study of knowledge. So when you look at epistemological frameworks that we have, so we use science. Science as a method, as a scientific method, is a way, and it's a self-correcting method, especially when it works well, of arriving at greater and greater knowledge of everything in the known universe, right? I think how much knowledge science as a practice has added to our knowledge base. How much knowledge over the last 2,000 years? And then say, what has religion, or what has Christianity added to our knowledge base in the last 2,000 years? Really, what has it done to help us gain knowledge about the universe around us? And you know, as an epistemological framework, religion or Christianity or Islam are not very useful. And those revelations in themselves are incredibly epistemologically problematic. So, yeah, anyway, there you go.
I'm with you. By the way, I do want to do a show with you at some point where we actually deal with pantheism and polytheism and various deism and different things, just because the omni stuff is pretty easy to just kind of, you know, disregard using certain logical argumentations, whatever we might be trying to argue. But I would be interested in like taking a live where we actually allow people who come in from various different areas to challenge and to say, why would you be atheist instead of pantheist or whatever? You know what I mean?
I think, well, polytheist, let's talk about just very briefly, not the panentheists and pantheists, but polytheists or any kind of other gods that are slightly less than. That's fair enough. Believe in that. But you are degrading God's capabilities. Like, just understand that God is now less than what God could be. So, if you think about multiple gods doing the job of one god, each of those gods are less than what. This is why Christians came up with, or theologians came up with, the ontological argument, which is to say it's the greatest thing in conception. You can imagine no greater thing than that, and of which one of those characteristics is existence. Therefore, it exists, type thing, and you kind of logic into existence, God. But any other type of God is a degradation in some sense of what God could be. And I think that's interesting. It's like, fair enough, you can believe in that, but it's a bit of a two-part God, or a bit of a poor cousin.
I'm just saying they could bring their challenging questions to have you respond to them if they're coming from one of the other types of, like, we might be singing to the choir, to theists in the chat, to most theists that aren't even Christian or from an Abrahamic faith. So Constellation Pegasus, thank you again. You two need to repent and get involved with Jehovah's Witness Jehovah's organization. After all, Armageddon is right around the corner. 1874, 1914, 1918 to 20, 1925, 1975. It's. I think
it's a rapture. It's a rapture. It's a rapture. It's not. We got the time wrong.
Yeah, it's
a rapture. It's a rapture. It's a. We got it wrong again. Yeah. Right, hang on. Let's go back. Let's do right. We got the interpretation. It's a rapture. Yeah, so on and so forth. Ad infinitum. Yeah, quite.
Thank you so much again, man, for showering me with love this morning. I really appreciate that. Mr. Monster, thank you for the super chat. What if George Washington made America a monarchy and became king of America?
Then you'd be almost as awesome as Britain.
Thank you, Mr. Monster. If there are no gods, thank you for the super chat, Oflamio, then what do atheists talk about all day?
We talk about fiction. It's like this is a big fiction book club. Like, we could talk about Harry Potter all day. You can go to a Harry Potter channel and talk about Harry Potter. We love talking about the Bible and God and Jesus. This, like, I'd say, this mythical character, this legendary character that yeah. So, that's what we talk about.
I think it's, for me, there's multiple reasons why I spend all my time studying this stuff. Religion has a major impact. It's fun to talk about fictions and dealing with mythology, but because you see, I think I'm reading right now Daniel Dennett's book.
By the way, just to let you know that what I mainly think about all day and talk about with my partner is how long I'm going to roast the baby I'm going to eat.
Right. That's what atheists really talk about. You're not supposed to say that in public, though. But yeah,
Breaking the Spell.
Breaking the Spell. Yeah. It's really good. I started it, and it's like he even, like, in the opening when he's like referring to the people who are reading this book, Daniel Dennett. If you haven't read this, it's worth reading. I started it, and he pretty much just kind of gives you a forewarning, like, hey, it's going to sound like I'm saying things you don't think need to be said, but I'm actually dealing with an American audience. And he said, you don't understand what's going on in America. All of you people out here in the world, in the European countries that don't have this extreme fundamentalism of Christianity in your country, which is influencing the politics and everything that goes on. You really need to understand America, and you'll understand then why I say some of the things I do in this book and why this is something worth discussing. Look,
I'm fairly obsessed. So most of my audience in my writing is American. And so I am obsessed, not because of that. I'm also obsessed with American politics just intrinsically. Right. But American politics and religion just obsess me because they're so vastly different from the UK. Well, we're moving that way in terms of politics, but how religion intersects with society, that it's just compulsive viewing, just like a car crash is, you have to turn and watch it.
I had to turn the little brightness up for a second just to read this. Is religion good for you? Should it be the basis for morality? And then he goes on, for many people around the world, perhaps most people, there is nothing more important than religion. And when something is that prevalent, right? And it has that kind of impact in the world, but he points out especially a strange, radical version of it in America, it's worth talking about. And yeah. So, but as far as it comes to my wife, we don't talk about this stuff ever. Like
No.
she doesn't care to talk about what we do here on MythVision. I mean, other than how can I help you, like those type of things. She knows I have a lot on my plate, but she's not like, hey, I can't wait to talk. Tell me more about what you figured out about Jesus today. Like, no, she's like, okay, so Caden has an appointment for his teeth. We got an eye appointment here. We got to go to their football game. Can we go watch a movie on family night? What movie do you want to watch? What do you want for dinner? Rub my back. My back hurts. Will you crack my back? Like we're just humans, right? But yeah, we don't sit and talk about this all day. In fact, it's kind of a hobby, but it's my full-time job, and I get to love to do what I'm doing. I like the question. That's why I spent so much time on it. So, Constellation Pegasus, thank you. Did Jesus return in 1844 or 1914? Can you two help? Well, according to Preterist, it was 70 AD. So depends on who you ask, Thank you, Constellation.
To be honest, I'm here now. So it's actually 2022. So get
the
it right.
Initiates were supposed to only know that, but I guess they, probably went over most people's heads anyway. Oh, Flamio,
if you guys were on my Patreon, you would know it's me. I don't have a Patreon, so.
Oh, you need to set one up. Oh, Flamio, does fiction have ontological existence?
So, interesting question. Perhaps fictions exist independently in human minds, right? And things are interpreted. So I will interpret Harry Potter very differently to Derek or whatever. This is why this is interesting is because this is just the same as how any abstract ideas work. I've talked to you briefly about this before because this is hugely important as to how. I mean, I set this out in my recent book, which I keep banging on about. Sorry, why I am atheist and not atheist. How to do knowledge, meaning, and morality in a godless world. So what the bottom of my brickwork of my entire worldview is made of is the like existence. What's everything made of? Material existence, but abstract ideas. So what are abstract ideas? And morality is an abstract idea. And I would argue that there is no such thing as an objective morality because you can't have abstract ideas that exist outside of the human mind. And even if you do, you are subjectively interpreting them. So even if you say that morality exists in God, there's still an epistemological barrier between me and God. That means that I have to interpret that subjectively anyway. I don't know if I've got the right moral diktat. I don't know if I've got the right God. I don't know if I've interpreted that moral proclamation in the right way, and so on and so forth. And what the baggage am I bringing to that interpretation? So the idea is that all ideas, any idea, any thought, any concept, it is dependent upon the conceiver. I'm what's called a conceptual nominalist. So abstract ideas don't exist out there. There's no realm in which abstract ideas exist. Abstract ideas exist in here. And when we agree on them, we write dictionaries and we write encyclopedias and then we write laws. And if we agree on them philosophically and we write laws, then we vote for the right people who can enact those laws. Like human rights don't exist. We construct them. And hopefully we enforce them on humanity by having embedded laws that are voted in and enacted by people and then enforced by people who enforce that legislation. So this seems like a very sort of throwaway question. Does fiction have ontological existence, right? All abstract ideas have ontological existence, but they exist in our minds independently. And our job is to, in the marketplace of ideas, is to show how our ideas are better than your ideas or whatever. This idea is better than that idea, and why the world should adopt these ideas rather than those ideas, and why we should vote for these people because they are going to enact those ideas, and why we should vote for these people because they are going to enforce these ideas, so on and so forth.
Thank you for that question, Oflamio. Catholic convert, thank you for the super chat. Make the sign of the cross so I know you not demon. I don't know what version would convince you that I'm not a demon. This or this, like doing the Father, Son, Holy Spirit. I don't know what version you would want, my friend.
This? No.
You're freezing.
Am I?
Yeah, it'll like sometimes it'll come in and out. So anyway.
Oh well.
Thank you for the super chat, Catholic convert. All right.
So, but now this is where we've ended section 4, part 4, and now it's the afterlife and heaven and hell. And it turns out we've already been talking for 1 hour 50 minutes. So, really, this is the best time to end because actually the next section is a huge section that it would take a good whole other video. Actually, it's probably like the afterlife, the soul, and then heaven and hell. That's such a big topic, and you know how much we love talking. So I think now is a good time to wrap it up, because otherwise we'll stop in the middle of that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's perfectly fine. Well, then what we need to do is let everybody know our conversations, which have been kind of open conversations and allowing audience questions and things like that. If you have a question, super chat it now, because we're wrapping things up, and I'd be more than happy to ask Jonathan anything that you guys want to ask. Feel free to get the book. This is what the entire episode that we're doing is about. We're going into this book, and just to show you 1 through 30, taking our time, having a fun conversation. We're not covering exhaustively everything that can be said. His book covers way more in detail, so you obviously want to get the book on Amazon.
It's a nice short book, and actually really readable book as well. So please do, and please, if you like it, please put a review. It makes a big difference.
Yeah, he could definitely use the reviews; those always help. And so Kindle $9.49, get it in paperback $16.99. Yeah, that's the book.
And we're up to argument 19. So what I love about books like this is that I presented 30 arguments, actually 31 because there's a bonus chapter. But actually each chapter has like 20 versions or arguments that are to do with that argument in it. So as you can see from today, we've covered something like, I don't know, 7 arguments maybe, but we've talked extensively on it.
Yeah, you go deep in this, man. Dan Barker did the forward. Of course, Dan Barker's debated. I think he's like the #1 atheist who's done more debates with anyone in the world. You also have the YouTube channel.
I'm interviewing Dan Barker on Sunday.
Are you?
Yeah.
He's a fun guy to talk to. I always enjoy talking with him. Make sure you subscribe to his channel. Let me put that in the chat again so everybody can go subscribe to A Tippling Philosopher. That is Jonathan MS Pierce's YouTube channel. Please go subscribe.
And of course, the true irony is that my middle names are MS, and I put the MS there because there's a football commentator called Jonathan Pierce. And I've had this before. I remember years ago, I was arguing against a Reformed epistemologist, a Calvinist, and he wrote a blog piece absolutely attacking me. He went to town on me, like attacking my ideas. It absolutely failed. But he put a picture of Jonathan Pierce, a football commentator. He'd just gone to Wikipedia, got that. And it's like, yeah. And I was like, yeah, fair enough. But that's not me, by the way. So I put MS in there. But I've also got MS. I've got multiple sclerosis. And when I gave my first public talk after I was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis back in 2018-19, I gave a talk to a skeptics in a pub talk. And they were like, we were trying to work out what the MS stood for. And then you said you got MS. And I can't believe you put your MS. I was like, no, it doesn't mean I do have MS, but it's just fluke. Anyway.
What are the coincidences? Yeah, it was divine.
Thanks, God.
Definitely. And our friend Catholic Convert said Jonathan didn't do it. He could be possessed.
I think I could be, though. I think you're right, actually. I'm going to go. I'll let you know. I'm going to see. I'm going to give it a test. I think I am possessed, but it might be a stomach bug. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think you need to get the priest over to check it out. Let's make sure. You know what I mean? And thank you so much for these conversations, Jonathan. Like, I always enjoy talking with you, and thank you for reminding me I am in this busy time. For those who don't know, I'm packing up. All my books are here. Bookshelves are empty. We are moving. We are moving across the country to Washington State, which is why I have, this morning at the beginning of this video, wanted to plug my Patreon, because every month, for whatever reason, whether their payment method isn't set up right or whatever, I get a lot of Patreons that drop. And this is what I do full time. So if you want to help support me, you want to private message me, you have ideas for scholars you'd like to have interviewed, I do listen to my Patreon members, and I investigate scholars they recommend to do potential interviews with. In fact, let me give you an example. Well, this right here, Paul Ellis doing the city of Islam, Jerusalem. He was one recommended to me. Another one that was recommended. Well, one of my patrons said I needed to get back Ben Stanhope. This one right here, I would have never known about if it weren't for one of my Patreon members. So you can remain confidential. I have Christians who actually support me. I have variations. Doesn't matter what you believe, but a lot of the Christians are like, don't tell anybody that, like I'm paying you, to help support you. But I love what you're doing and bringing education. We could disagree at the end of the day, but I do appreciate what you do with MythVision. So consider helping out that way.
Do it.
Yeah, you can also do the thanks button. I finally figured that out on YouTube. There's, who told me we were in competitive race with Jonathan. He was like, hey, have you got any thanks? I imagine you've got a lot of those thanks. And I looked and you've had more than I have.
Yeah, and I've only had like a couple. Like I'm just a minnow compared to you. So, no, I really enjoy these conversations, and thank you for the opportunity to express myself and talk about my books. But I hope your viewers get something out of this. I hope it's stimulating, and if you're a theist, these. So what's really important about stuff like this is that we've done the resurrection, and we're going to do the nativity to some extent. So you can do the biblical exegesis and evaluate the history and the theology of these things, and say all the bells and whistles of Christianity and argue about that. But until you get over these abstract arguments, this is irrelevant. This can't happen if you can't sort out the answers to this. So this in philosophy we'd say this supervenes on this. It depends upon this. So you've got to do the work on this stuff, because if you can't square the circles here, then your God doesn't make sense. It doesn't matter whether atonement makes sense, because your God doesn't exist and can't exist.
A few more super chats as we're wrapping up. I really appreciate the support. Constellation Pegasus, Jimmy Swaggart really went underground. Really went underground all of these years. Kind of sad, actually.
Constellation Pegasus is the gift that keeps on giving, quite literally.
Literally. Thank you, my friend. I will keep my eye out on Armageddon. You have warned me, so I'm definitely doing that. Kind of worried now, Thank you. Shireen, fundy churches up here in Scotland claiming to be non-denominational who are fans of Kenneth Copeland, doesn't shock me, bands blast Hillsong and push a political agenda. That's welcome to the South, more than the South. I mean, like, welcome to the United States, honestly.
I'd be interested if that's a growing thing, if that's a modern, because there's this idea that churches are dying, that belief is dying off in the UK. You look at the British Attitude Survey, you look at the census reports and everything like that. Belief is getting less and less in the UK in God, but there is some argument to say that fundamental churches and church attendance is dropping massively, but fundamentalist evangelical churches arguably aren't dropping, or if they are, maybe not so much. So I'd be interested to know whether there is data to suggest that so there is growth in that kind of church at the expense of other more kind of old school traditional churches.
I don't know. I just know that these non-denominational or denominational, Pentecostal, whatever, these spirit-filled, as they like to call, type of churches are so experientially based. They're so, you can go there and walk out and feel like you'll feel different. So there's kind of a high. It's like going to the bar, you're going to go get your buzz, but you can get this buzz of excitement and whatnot from this concert that they're blasting about Jesus, if that makes sense. So
yeah.
Thank you, Shireen. Melody Joy, thank you for the super sticker. I really appreciate the support, seeing you in the chat, and for being a member of MythVision on the actual YouTube. Thank you. Mott, has anyone had the humanist decency to pray for Satan, the one person who needs it the most? That's actually really...
So one of the big arguments I was going to come to in the next section is about Satan and about how anything that Satan does is on the behest of God. And you will have heard me say this in multiple videos before, but Satan is God's middle management executive, right? So like the idea, or middle manager, the idea that anything that Satan does is allowed to happen by God, because God is omnipotent. So therefore, if you're praying to Satan, you're really praying to God, because Satan is just like the idea that Satan is like evil and gets away with doing this stuff.
Right.
God could extinguish Satan like that. So therefore, any existence that Satan has, literally existence, let alone what Satan does, is on the behest of God and is allowed by God, and it therefore is what God wants. So if Satan does anything, it is exactly what God wants Satan to do.
Right.
And therefore, if you're praying to Satan, you're really praying to God.
Interesting. Thank you, Mop Mop, for the super chat. And then Ricky Johnson with the super sticker and for being a member. I really appreciate the support, my friend. Everybody in the chat, I hope you enjoyed the conversation. Make sure you go and also check out his blog. Want to tell us about it real quick?
Well, yeah, it's not so much a blog; it's a column. Technically I'm a journalist now, or certainly a columnist. So I write about things like politics, as you can see, guns in there, but also about theology and there about ensoulment. I was going to talk about that Midnight Mass one, because Midnight Mass, I wrote a huge review on the Netflix show Midnight Mass, and it's going to come into when we talk about the afterlife. There's some really interesting ideas in the script for Midnight Mass, which is just basically it's a horror series, but it's not. It's really a vehicle for delivering Mike Flanagan's atheology, really, and criticisms of the Catholic Church and theism in general. So I really liked it. There are big ponderous scenes of dialogue, but they're heavy with philosophy and ideas. So, and we're going to be talking about
entertaining to watch.
Yeah, I really liked it.
Okay.
I really liked it. So yeah. That's my column at Only Sky, a media platform for the non-religious. Check it out, please.
Awesome. Okay, everybody go check them out. Thank you. I hope everybody enjoys the rest of the day. Let's see what we got coming up, just so that everybody who's watching has a cue on MythVision what I have planned. Let me show you. So I have tomorrow, if there is not a hurricane in Florida, Dr. Robin Faith Walsh will be on tomorrow to talk about the Apostle Paul. On Monday, Dr. Francesca Stavrakopoulou, because I don't work weekends now. On Tuesday, I might have an open theist, maybe a couple different interviews that day. Come on. On Wednesday, I'm having Why Abraham Murdered Isaac, and I want to properly figure out how to pronounce the name of the scholar who has 2 PhDs. Dr. Candida Moss is next Thursday, and then Dr. James Tabor, I'm actually going, it won't be live, I'm going in person to his house to do in-person interviews, and those will get edited and put up on the Patreon early. We have like 6 to 8 questions that I want to do in high quality recording with him at his office or his house, one or the other, that will be early access to those who are Patreon fans of MythVision, which keeps me going. So I've got some really good content coming, and thank you. Any final words from you, Jonathan, to our audience?
No, well, thank you, audience. People like Ricky Johnson there. That's fantastic. Always a good support. Melody, all these names that I know as well. So fantastic. Really hope you enjoyed this, and stay tuned, because we'll do one other, I would have thought, on this book, and that will probably finish it off. But please, if you've got disposable income enough to afford it, please go out and grab the book, because it allows me to kind of do what I do, which is
exactly.
This.
Thank you, man. I always appreciate you. And ladies and gentlemen, never forget, we are MythVision. And now for the naked Jesus.
Woo!
We're live here at MythVision Podcast. The end is nigh, ladies and gentlemen. The end is nigh. The end of superstitions and horrible ideas and illogical thinking based on this episode today. So let us have our intro, and then let's get into it. Dun, dun. Ladies and gentlemen, we are MythVision. How about everybody take a close look to our guest today, Jonathan M.S. Pierce. Welcome back to MythVision.
There's been a Derek-shaped hole in my life for too long.
I have been withdrawing from MS Pierce, and it is a toxic drug that I've been needing in my life as well, I must admit. Seriously, though.
Your eyes aren't painted on, of course. You know, this is what's going to happen.
Look, I really do enjoy every time we get to hang out. The way that you think is unique. You've trained your mind to think in logical terms, and it's difficult. Even as a male, which they say, you know, we try to think more logically than others. It's very difficult to think the way that you do when we've been brought up and trained in these superstitions, you name it. So everybody take the opportunity to go subscribe to A Tippling Philosopher. He is an atheist. And I think you take a positive approach on atheism, right? You are a positive atheist.
Yeah, which is to say that if I was to define what atheism is, it isn't a lack of belief in God. I know a lot of atheists like that because it doesn't mean that they are saying that they have a belief, and beliefs are sometimes seen as a bit too similar to having a religion or whatever. I say I'm a positive atheist, which is to say I do have a belief. I believe that God does not exist, right? Mm-hmm. And so this is known in philosophy as a strong or a positive atheist. And the other type I was talking about, the lack of belief in gods, is a negative or weak atheist. It sounds almost pejorative, but it's not. It's just that how it's defined. But I think it's pretty important. Like if we're spending all day on the internet or writing or blogging or writing articles, books, as I do, all this kind of stuff, arguing that God doesn't exist, then I think it's fair enough for me to say I have a belief that God does not exist. I think that's, you know, the most accurate way to describe me. Technically, I'm an agnostic atheist because, you know, there's always that element of doubt and everything. But yeah,
like is there a probability or something, you know, like possible? Yeah. Sure, I guess. But you're not convinced, and you don't live here every day wondering when that unicorn's going to pop out at you, you know? So I get what you're trying to say. Is it possible that unicorns exist?
Yeah, so these things are probability statements, aren't they? You know, I believe that God does not exist. Obviously not 100%, because the only thing that I would believe 100% is cogito ergo sum. I think, therefore I am. So this thinking entity, which is me, whatever this might be, exists, right?
Right.
In some sense, but everything else is a probability. So the claim that you exist is just something I have to. I could be a brain in a vat. I can't prove that I'm not, you know, in the matrix or whatever. So therefore there are these kind of little faith statements we have to get over. Mm-hmm. Like I kind of have faith that it's difficult. I don't want to get into long weeds of like Descartes' evil demon here, but the idea is like I believe that the material world exists. I'm not just in a brain in a vat. And you know, and so therefore it's a lot about probabilities, and that's going to be relevant to what we talk about tonight. Quite often we have arguments that are called abductive arguments. Abductive arguments are inferences to the best explanation. That means that, you know, given this data, whatever data we're going to talk about, what is the best explanation? Is it theism or atheism? Mm-hmm. So if you have these two hypotheses, and actually it's more probable that atheism is true. Now, this data doesn't prove that atheism is true, but it just favors the thesis that atheism is true. And then when you keep getting these arguments upon arguments upon arguments, and all these arguments seem to favor atheism and not theism, right, then you're pretty justified in believing that God does not exist. Sorry, too much talking.
No, this is good. Dude, listen. It's okay, man. We know you talk too much, but it's okay, you know. Jonathan, seriously though, man, like tell us what this website you have is right here. Let everybody know how they can go and check you out. And I do want to play a clip before we get started, but go ahead.
Yeah. So Only Sky is a brand new media organization. I've talked about it before, but it needs to be mentioned more and more because it is the only media platform to represent and be a voice for the non-religious, of the secular community. And we are, like, I am a journalist, so mm-hmm. I report for them and I write articles for them, and some of them are quite sort of academic stuff that I write for them, but also the general reporting on news and just news from a secular point of view. So it's really important to give a space for secular people because we're not represented, particularly in America, by any media organization explicitly. And so, you know, where Fox might represent the religious right in America, only Sky represents the secular non-religious people. So that you can find me there. I'm one of the many excellent, well, I'm not saying I'm excellent. There are many excellent contributors there. I am one amongst many contributors.
And you are the least of all, right?
Something like that.
You're the Apostle Paul of this website. Go check it out. No, but seriously, the book we're talking about today is 30 Arguments Against the Existence of God, Heaven, Hell, Satan, and Divine Design. The argument in this book, as we stated last time, for those who might misunderstand, and guarantee you with 130 people watching right now, please hit the like button. Someone's going to come in that did not hear this intro who's going to try and posit a deity that would fit somehow. You know, you can take the God and make him and mold it into your own clay if you'd like. Sure, go for it. But we're dealing with the model of an omni. And that is the whole point of this book, is if you have a person who's saying all loving, all powerful, all knowing, you might as well red flag it. We got a problem with reality around us, the world we live in, and many of the arguments we're going to discuss today. We've covered the resurrection. We've talked about the nativity, which we still have to do more on. We have not delved deep into the nativity. We did one episode on that. We have more to do.
Always more.
There's always more.
Thank you to Sobek Lord of the Four Corners, who says, have the book, really enjoy it. Please, obviously, you know, it allows me to keep doing this. If you fancy something to read, or even if you don't fancy something to read, just get it anyway. But what you were saying there is really, really important. So when you have these, I'll speak to everyone else. When you have arguments against a god, it's really worth, or is absolutely vital to establish what the god is that you are arguing against, because theists have this propensity to, it's a bit like the shell game with the peas, is you attack a god and they move the cups around, and yeah, but that's not the god I believe in. And then you make an argument against that god, and then someone else says, well, that's not the god I believe in. And you constantly kind of trying to argue against this movable entity. And there are as many gods as there are believers, you know, essentially. So it's worth looking for the most frequent commonalities in all of these, you know, god entities that people believe in. So the most common, you know, characteristics are, as you say, the omni characteristics: omniscience, all knowing; omnipotence, all powerful; and omnibenevolence, all loving. And broadly speaking, most theists will adhere to those. Omniscience is interesting because I think the biggest problem for the God belief is the full divine foreknowledge of all future events, right? And that's something we talked about a lot in the last episode, where we talked about the first 10 arguments. That basically one of the biggest problems for any kind of God belief that has the omni characteristics is divine foreknowledge of future events, because you're kind of like, what's the point of all this? What's the point of all this suffering if you know who's going to suffer and you're going to punish them, and so on and so forth? You know, it really does cause a problem.
Quick shout out for me, shameless plug. Join MythVision's Patreon. I interviewed a gentleman yesterday who was in Dallas Theological Seminary. The way he was treated in church had him reevaluate everything. He also was someone who learned Greek and Hebrew and was translating the Bible into Spanish. Come to find out, he's convinced now that he was wrong, diving in and questioning everything. And of course, I've done lots of other interviews. Right now, I'm currently editing one on a guy who was in the Hare Krishna cult, and he actually talks about the murders that happened in this cult back in the 80s, 90s. JT and Lady C, ex-Jehovah's Witnesses, I interviewed. I also interviewed a modern-day Samaritan who lives on Mount Gerizim. He is the grandson of the current high priest of the Samaritan people, which their population is less than 800 people on planet Earth. So I got a rare discussion with him. The one clip I wanted to play, if I may, just to get a teaser, as well as kind of a shameless plug, but also it's in the vein of what we're doing today, is this little video that we did with Graham Oppie. And I did it with Rationality Rules and Graham Oppie. Check out this little intro.
Nice.
Let's see what we got here.
I think about idealism. I think that idealism is really counterintuitive and very hard to defend. And I'm not entirely clear that it isn't self-defeating.
A miracle that would be convincing, it said, would be God healing amputees, so something that occurs regularly and we don't have a natural explanation for it, and it occurs in correlation with, say, prayer. But when it comes to miracle arguments that are nested in, as you said, prior beliefs, and also like a very long time ago, based on reports that happened lifetimes afterwards, one of the things that strikes me as unlikely is that a God would dangle salvation based on whether or not we accept that proposition under those circumstances.
Okay, there's your tease. It's
Nice.
in the vein of the discussion. Go join the Patreon right now. You can watch everything that I'm doing. There is way more content going on Patreon than YouTube. Straight up. So if you help support us, we keep this thing going.
So Rationality Rules lives fairly close to where I live, actually,
Really?
near Portsmouth in the south of the UK. And he's done stuff on the Kalam. I've got a book on the Kalam cosmological argument. Did God create the universe from nothing? Countering William Lane Craig's Kalam cosmological argument. So at some point, I do want to interact with him on that. That's
We have to.
Yes. You have can I just say, Ray and I think Richard in the chat's already mentioned free will. We are going to be talking about free will tonight. So that's one of the arguments I am going to be bringing into play. You have a super chat already. Happy days. Okay.
So that's what I was going to ask you. I think it's necessary that as we go along, we'll take a periodic break. You're really good. You're not like some guests who don't notice. There are going to be some super chats that will accumulate throughout, and we'll find the time that's right between arguments that you're making to bring them up and go with the flow. So do we want to start with one, or do we want to go ahead and get started?
Go for it. And I want to mention something that Martin in the chat's just mentioned as well, because it's really important.
Okay. Stop scamming, man. Thank you for telling people to stop scamming. Apologists make thought experiments against infinite regress. These can be used against an omnipotent God. Can he make an infinite number of items? Could you get from one end of this line to the other?
Right. So infinities are really not problematic. Well, they can be. There are different views on infinities. And in fact, talking about the Kalam, this is really important for the Kalam. So someone like William Lane Craig would say infinities, well, he's a bit dodgy. Sometimes he says infinities are impossible. And then depends on who his audience is, and then he walks that back and says, actually, if he's talking to like philosophers and mathematicians, he say, actually, they're just, a bit metaphysically problematic. But, mathematicians will use infinities. Do infinite sets exist? I mean, it's too much to talk about now, but I mean, it just depends what your axioms are. In terms of mathematics, you have axiomatic frameworks. So you have different types of mathematics you use. It depend on your axiomatic frameworks, and if you have an axiom that says infinites are X, Y, and Z, then you end up with different conclusions, and so on and so forth. With regards to questions like this, sometimes you get to the conclusion from theists that God has maximal capabilities. You say he can't do that which is impossible. So if you think that actual infinites are impossible, then God can't produce that, in the same way that God can't produce like a square circle or whatever, or a rock that's too heavy for him to pick up or whatever. And so, you get this idea of God is maximally powerful, which is, to the extent that he can do things that are logically possible, so on and so forth. So I don't know that I've answered that question, because it really entails discussing infinities or infinites for about half an hour.
Yeah, just that video clip that I played too, Graham Appy, we get into the infinite rooms in the hotel argument from William Lane Craig. So yeah, Hilbert's Hotel. Is that what it is? Hilbert's?
Yeah.
Yeah. We get into that, and it's dealt with with Graham Appy and Rationality Rules. So if you're interested in hearing an explanation in depth too, you could go and check that out and hear what he has to say.
Yeah, one of the best videos to go and look into stuff like that at the moment is Skydive Phil's latest one, where he countered William Lane Craig's claims on infinities or infinites. So check out Skydive Phil Helper.
That's on YouTube?
Yeah. So Skydive Phil's videos are absolutely amazing. Check them out on YouTube. But he's done quite a big one that lots of people are talking about because he took Craig to task on a bunch of claims to do with infinity. So if we start off, where I wanted to start off today was argument 11 or chapter 11. No, chapter 10. Sorry, from part 2. Why we believe or not. Is that all right to jump into that? Actually, Martin in the chat did mention something about open theism. So it talked about the full divine knowledge of future events is a real problem for theists, and as a result, some theologians and some apologists have developed as a kind of a way of getting around the problem of full divine foreknowledge, open theism. So open theism is this idea that God doesn't have knowledge of future freely willed events. And this is an interesting way. I think if I was a Christian, I would want to believe in a God like that, because the God of full divine foreknowledge, it becomes a bit of an automaton, and it's I think it's really, really problematic, terminally so, for the whole God idea. But the problem is the God of open theism is also pretty problematic, because God has a really limited kind of knowledge, which is he's creating humanity to do all these things, but can't predict what they're going to do. And yet, like I said this to you before, we've got Facebook that can predict human behavior within 300 likes better than your own partner, right? So Facebook can create algorithms that are pretty predictive of human behavior. And the greater our knowledge we collect is, in terms of big data, the more predictable humans appear to be. And so to say that God can't predict future human decisions is really limiting for God's abilities. And when we talk about things like the ontological argument, which is God is the greatest thing in human conception, you can't conceive of anything greater than that. Well, if I can conceive that a greater being is God, a God that does know future events, then that's a real problem, arguably, for open theism. And then you ask whether it's also evidence in the Bible and so on and so forth. So open theism is an interesting way to try and get around a problem, and I do see its attractiveness. I just think it comes with problems of its own.
Something that comes to mind with open theism too, that if you think hard about it, you can imagine this God, right, can't even know your future events or know the future. They can act to try and create futures or make things happen, but with limited knowledge, which makes me wonder if this is a limited knowledge being and it has no other replicate of itself. Like for us, if we didn't have any other examples of birth, we wouldn't know where we came from unless our parents told us. All right. Now imagine a deity that doesn't know and has no other example of itself to describe itself, assuming monotheism, which is a whole nother assumption late in the game, but nonetheless, let's just go with the flow. If you ask God, where did you come from? If this God was honest and is probably open theism, maybe he'd say, I don't know, or something to that effect, because how could it know? If it's limited in its knowledge, you see what I'm trying to get at?
Well, yeah. So in the book, I give a bonus argument, 30 arguments against the existence of God, but there is a bonus, which is technically 31, which is the idea that God could exist. God couldn't know, any given God couldn't know indubitably, in the same way, exactly the same way that I can't. It's using Descartes' cogito ergo sum, Descartes' evil demon, or the Matrix. I don't know. I'm not in the Matrix for sure. Mm-hmm. God couldn't know that there isn't another God above God. So there might not be, but he can't know that there isn't, because God can't know that he himself is not a God in a vat. And so therefore that you get this, there's potentially these levels of God above God. But I throw that one in the book just for a bit of a laugh.
I saw a YouTube video where the God finds out who his God was, and then he finds out who his God is. And
see, I did this argument with Neil, and I said, look, this is one of the arguments I think is quite interesting. And he said dark matter has done that video. And I was like, oh, damn it. Well, that's the nature of philosophy, isn't it? Someone's always thought about these things before you.
Yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense in the data too in the Bible, if we're going with the Bible. Just because God doesn't know where they're at, I shouldn't have flooded the earth. Oh, you didn't see that one coming, did you, buddy?
Well,
you know?
no, so that flooding the earth's a bit of a problem for divine foreknowledge, because he should have knowledge of future events. The problem is the Bible's full of contradictions, right?
Mhm.
So on the one hand, you know, prophecy makes no sense. Like, you can't be prophetic if you don't know the future events, right? So you can't make prophecies. You know, that's a bit weird. But then on the other hand, you've got God, who supposedly has divine foreknowledge, creating humanity, realizing that they're a bit crap, and then sending a flood down to kill everyone, and then starting again. Well, that makes no sense, because God surely would have known that was going to happen, and would have designed humanity differently, surely. I mean, this is the whole problem with the flood. The flood is just a massively theologically and philosophically problematic deal, because, you know, God screws up his design, kills everyone, all the animals as well, apart from a bunch, and then starts again. It's like, what kind of omni-god would do that?
Amen.
Anyway, where we left off from last time is we finished part 1. We're going on to part 2, which is the first argument there is the accidents of geography and history. So that's chapter 10 for anyone who particularly cares. So this argument is quite similar to was certainly talked about a lot in John Loftus' got a book called The Outsider Test for Faith, which is a really good book, actually. It's quite a simple argument, which is like, we should all treat our own, it's kind of an epistemological argument. We should all, no matter what religion we're born into, we should try and criticize our own religion as if we weren't in that religion, to still man the best arguments against it, and, you know, etc., etc. But people don't do that. People should take themselves outside of their faith and attack it in that way. But quite a lot at the beginning of the book talks about the different data, all the data concerning like the geographical position of different religions in the world. So it turns out that, you know, if you are from Riyadh in Saudi Arabia, you're highly likely to be a Muslim. Now, where this gets interesting is that, you know, you can't control where you're born. And in fact, you generally can't control all these components that lead you to believe in whatever deity you end up believing in. And there's this geographical distribution, which we don't see in other areas of life in terms of like beliefs, like gravity, like everyone, you know, it's pretty uniform around the world, and special relativity. These things, you know, evolution's interesting. Okay, there might be some correlation with religiosity there, but in terms of like belief in God, is really geographically distributed. Now, this is a problem if you believe that there is one particular religion which is the true one, and if there's value in believing the correct one. Most theists would argue there is value in believing the correct religion, otherwise they wouldn't go and try and proselytize and convince people to believe their religion. If there's no value in that, then it'll be like, well, it doesn't really matter what you believe, just believe whatever, and everyone ends up in hell, and some kind of universalism. Well, actually, that's not really how most religions work, which is like, you should believe my one because it's morally correct, it's the truth, and if you don't believe it, you're going to go to hell or not be rewarded in the same way as I will, and all these kind of arguments. So if you believe that there's value to the correct religion, then it's really problematic if God has set up the world such that most people are born in either in times or places where they can't access the correct religion and end up being, you know, in the wrong religion, and arguably being judged for being in the wrong religion. So the argument is that geographic distribution of believers or of religions is an argument against omni-God, because it shows that God is unfair.
Yeah, unless you swallow this horrible pill that I tried as a Calvinist, you know, and that was simply, this was part of the plan. They weren't chosen. Like, you know, you're trying to make sense of the data some way or the other. And I wasn't willing to sacrifice his all powerfulness for, you know, some benevolence to try and say, oh, well, he's struggling with man. He's trying, you know, at least at the end.
So I think that your point there, the trying to explain the data, is hugely important. So the notion of everything I'm talking about is the underlying issue in belief in an omni-God is that every single bit of data needs to be explained in that framework. Now, with the naturalistic framework, right? I don't need to explain. Like, there's no need for me to explain why there are different groups of religious believers in different areas of the world, right? I can explain that. And in fact, naturalism explains it perfectly well, right? But I don't need to. There's no kind of like burning need for me because it's unfair in some kind of way. That's just how it is. But for the theist who believes in omni-god, you have to explain all data in light of an all-loving God. So therefore, all the distribution of people and religions has to be explained in light of the fact that God is all loving. So how does that work? And you did it in your Calvinist way, which is, you know, one theological way to do that. But, you know, other people, so for example, William Lane Craig tries to explain this by saying, and I've talked to you about this before, that the souls of people who never get access to God, either geographically or historically. So an Amazonian tribesperson living in 5000 BC is never going to have read the Bible, right? Because it hasn't existed. It's not going to get God's true revelation, Jesus' atonement, and all this kind of stuff. So how does William Lane Craig explain that? Well, he says that the souls of those people, God knew would freely reject God, right? And the key there is freely reject them. So God then front loads those souls into all the people that aren't going to access God's love or God's revelation. And you're like, what?
It is rubbish, man. Like, this is what did it for me. I used to follow William Lane Craig. I came to his position. I was actually in a position before his position with Ravi Zacharias and people like him. And I believed God loved everybody. And when I actually faced a Calvinist, because you're working within the same framework. So like, if you're facing text of the scripture and you're going head on with them, like there's some real, if you're being honest, like I was, pills I had to swallow, right? You already have this anachronistic omni-god. And I said anachronistic for a reason, because today we now know what the hell is going on. See Francesca Stavrakopoulou's book to get an idea. Same color. I'm in the UK too, man.
Yeah, mate, the American cover is rubbish, and she said that herself. And I had to say the British cover is beautiful.
It is.
Carry on.
Anyway, like I noticed the one big problem: God knows everything, and I always thought that, right? As a Christian, God knows the future, but He didn't cause all things to happen. That's the Calvinist kind of conclusion. Whether you're infra or super lapsarian, I was super at the end, but point is, God caused the future is what they're trying to say. And I'm like, no, He didn't. And this tough question of like, He knew everything that was going to happen. Why did He put him in a garden with the fruit next to a serpent that He knew was going to come up, that was going to do this? Like, so notice right off the bat, there's a contradiction to Adam, where are you? And they want to justify this. Where are you? Is like, God knew where He was. No, you know, the text does not say God knew where He was. The text says, where are you? I don't know where you're at. I need to know where you're at, because He didn't know where He was. That's the straightforward meaning of the text. So I already had an omni understanding of something that really is an omni to begin with. But nonetheless, I'm reading it this way and I'm going, well, if He knew all of this, he had to have this as part of the plan. That's when Calvinism started to become tempting and made more sense, because you deal with the beginning and then you go back to Paul's letters and you're like, hold on, what's going on? But like I said, I struggled with benevolence and His all-powerfulness being an issue.
And this is quite common. What you do is theists will solve one area of problem, but that causes more problems over here. So then they look for a solution over here, and that causes a problem over here. And then they look for a solution over there. And what happens eventually, those solutions are mutually exclusive. So at some point, that solution contradicts the solution they gave over here, but they've forgotten that they gave that solution over here because it was in a different context, a different argument with a different person. And you just get this mess of theology. And this, you know, when you talk about what you were talking about, and we talked about this in the last video, but about the Adam and Eve problems and the dilemma horns, go and check that video out, because we treat the Adam and Eve problem, you know, pretty well there. But you get this idea that God is anthropomorphized, and again, you know, Francesca will talk about that. I would say her surname, but I'll get it wrong. And you know, what you see is God not knowing where Adam is in the Garden of Eden. But of course, that's probably just the writers at the time and their understanding and anthropomorphizing God. But the question is that accurate? And, if you believe all these stories are fully accurate, then you've got a problem, because you've clearly got, a mishmash of different genres, styles, authors, claims, theologies going on right throughout the Bible. It's not a single narrative. It's, and that's why you get these messes that then people have to pick up 2,000 years later, saying, well, how do I work that out with omnipotence and benevolence, etc., etc.?
Let me ask you one question, because I'm not a philosophy guru, but you really know your philosophy. When William Lane Craig's making up this, well, see, what happens is there are souls that God knows beforehand, and he inserts the souls in those particular people that he knows would freely reject him. It sounds like this guy is looking for any possible philosophical way to rationalize all of this stuff within his omniposition.
God, yeah.
But it's the most ad hoc proposition to make.
But that's the only way it can be. So, it's fighting fire. It's the firefighting over here and then over here, and you're like, well, oh my goodness, how can I explain this? So, you posit something like the soul, which is itself completely nonsensical. But yeah, I mean, these are. I like Richard Carrier's phrase, possibiliter ergo probabiliter. So it's a logical fallacy, I would say, that it's possible, therefore it's probable. And you see this all the time from theists, which is, I've come up with a possible answer to this, and it could conceivably get you out of this hole. Therefore, that's probably what did happen. Therefore, that is what happened.
That's,
do you know what I mean?
Starting with the answer, though. That's the thing about the apologist and the dishonesty of this approach, is it's starting with the answer of, we know that God is true. We know that this is real. We know these are his attributes. Therefore, based on all these no's, we must fit how this all can work within a possible philosophical framework where God's off the hook. Yeah. All humans are responsible for being born and everything that ends up happening. I mean, like everybody ends up in trouble that doesn't believe, and so they find a way.
Yeah, this is a problem of starting off with a conclusion or an axiom that is just unjustified, which is like, I'm starting off that God is perfect, right? And Jesus is perfect, and then I'm going to historically analyze Jesus, and then I'm going to do a whole load of biblical exegesis with the axiom, not the conclusion, the axiom that Jesus and or God are perfect. And then I'm going to have a look at how slavery works in the Bible, and therefore I'm going to make up some kind of way that fits the data to this axiom that God is perfect. And it's like, I would say that biblical exegesis is just morally bankrupt. It's methodologically bankrupt, even more so. But what happens is you end up, trying to justify slavery and genocide and all these things. And we'll come on to this a bit later, because the idea of Theodicy, the idea of why is there so much suffering in the world, and presenting defenses of that, which is a theologian's job, is arguably itself morally bad, because what you're trying to do is essentially morally justify genocide. Imagine if I sat down, right, and said, right, how can I morally justify the Holocaust? Let's look at the Holocaust and the murder of all the Jews in concentration camps, right? That has to be good. So how can I imagine how you'd be treated? Like, what are you doing? Why are you trying to? But this is what theists have to do. If you're starting with the axiom that God is morally perfect, and there's countenance genocide, slavery, and rape in the Bible, you get theology.
Yep. You broke up for a second. I thought you were still talking and it froze, but no, yeah, you're right. 100%. The paths we take, I could go on and on about this and just pointing out how we would try to make this work in a Calvinist world. But that's when it becomes not only contradictory, I would say it became contradictory to my own experience. Because what ended up happening to me, Jonathan, at one point, as I realized I love people more than God. Like, God actually hates some of the people that I actually love. And I couldn't worship a God that I knew hated people probably that I loved. Because some of these people rejected Christ. They didn't believe, but they were my friends and I loved them. And some of them are my family. That stuff really got me
Yeah.
thinking. Okay, hold up. What?
Yeah, absolutely, 100%. And I think the idea. So going back to the geographical distribution of believers, like again, it's the abductive argument here. So what does this better support? The idea of atheism or theism? If it's theism, you have to kind of explain weirdly how this, and hence the William Lane Craig soul argument. And I'll read you that I quote in the book a Christian apologist who. A guy called Tim Stratton, who just basically uses Craig's argument here. Quote, God knew that those who never hear the gospel would freely choose to reject it, even if they did hear it. Remember that God has perfect omniscience. Therefore, he knows with certainty who would freely accept his offer of love and who would freely choose to reject him, even if they could do otherwise. It makes you question why he would create them then. Why create these souls that he knows are going to reject him? You're creating souls such that they will reject you, and then you're going to punish him for that. Like what? Anyway, and we talked about it in the last one. Since God knows who will freely choose to reject him, even though they really could do otherwise, problem. Why does God even need to let them hear the gospel, since he knows they would reject it anyway? I can imagine the unevangelized person face to face with Jesus on Judgment Day. The person might initially object and say, but this isn't fair. How could I have rejected you when I didn't even know about you? God would reply, I knew that even if you were face to face with me on earth, you would have rejected me anyway. The defendant would then reply, that's right. I would have rejected you then, and I reject you now. How convenient. God can make sure that those who would repent if they hear the gospel message will hear the gospel message. As an advocate of God's middle knowledge, I believe that God knows with perfect certainty who would repent after hearing about Jesus. Therefore, if hearing the gospel is necessary to be saved, God can make sure that those he knows would accept him will be born in a time and a place in which they will hear the gospel. Exactly what I was saying there.
Do you know what this sounds like to me, Jonathan? This sounds like the Gnostic idea that only some have the spark. You know, God, the shattering of the spark of God that goes into only some of the elect. And this is, in a way, kind of a Calvinistic-ish type of thing. It's another form of it, but a much more get God off the hook. Instead of God pushing you, like, instead of God being the one pushing you off the cliff, he hires his henchmen to push you off the cliff. Therefore, God's not guilty. It's that idea that, you know, Christians will say God is not the author of confusion and he doesn't lie and this and that. But then you see passages where he's like, hey, which spirit will go and tell a lie for me? And it's like, hold on, you don't lie. Well, God doesn't lie, but he sent a spirit to lie. Oh, so God can have spirits go lie on his behalf, but God doesn't lie, even though he is the one causing a lie to go to these people to mislead them. It just goes back to that. I don't know. I'm thinking of that spark thing and how they're trying to make this argument that they wouldn't have accepted. You wouldn't have accepted even if, well, it's almost like you weren't elect. It's why Calvinists come to that conclusion. You see what I'm trying to say?
The job of the theologian is to get God off the hook, right? So it's like if we can, we have to get God off the hook. So therefore, it's got to be humans' fault in some way. Like we can't blame a rock because that's weird. We can't. Humans have to be responsible for their own the own seeming unfairness, right? Humans have to somehow be the blame. Then you start getting, this is where the Theodicies come in and to try and explain how it could be so seemingly unfair and why there's so much suffering, etc., etc.
Let me get these super chats.
Yep, do it.
All right. Thank you for the super chats, my friends. Chendi, thank you so much for that 10.
He's a legend. He's such a great supporter of my own channel. So
awesome. Great discussion. I have not finished your book, Jonathan. You ask very good questions. Love the challenges to us theists. I acknowledge the questions you ask are very difficult to answer.
Yeah, and that's what I love about Chindi. He comes on quite often to my videos and expresses the fact that he is a theist, and these are genuinely difficult questions to answer, and therefore, you know, faith plays a huge part in why he believes what he does, etc., etc. And brilliant. You know, you're being honest with yourself. Yeah.
Keep it up, Chindi, and thank you for the super chat, the support, and showing love and respect on the opposite side of the aisle. But I think we're all on the same path of this thing we call life and trying to figure out the world around us. So thank you for being another human being and showing love and stuff, and just keep going. Keep going. Don't give up. Jake K, thank you for the super chat. Imagine today believing in angels and spirits. Imagine in this day rationalizing ancient myth. Augustine wrote on the origin of the soul. Well, obviously you can't just dismiss the soul. Laugh out loud.
Well, so we're not going to be getting onto the soul in this one because that comes in some of the arguments later, and we're already 41 minutes, and we've only done one argument.
Hey, this is what we do, man. I like
great,
you so much that I want to milk you till you're like, okay, hold on. Jesus, we can't finish today. I got to come back 5 more times. Okay.
Weird visions of me being milked by you. But there you go.
Listen. I didn't mean it like that. Okay. You pervert. Thank you so much, Jake, for the super chat. Did you want to comment on this though?
So this is interesting. You know, the further we get on, so I've been feeling this a lot lately, which is I'm starting to think how absolutely ridiculous, say, for example, Christianity is, and some of the beliefs involved in that, and like cannibalism of like transubstantiation, or the Matthew zombies parading around Jerusalem, or the souls or angels or people living to 930 years old, and like the Exodus and the Egyptian, like the horrible 10 plagues, just all the stuff is so I'm beginning to think, God, trying to rationalize that, it's just you're on hiding to nothing. This is obviously ridiculous, and yet here we have a huge proportion of the world's population is still attempting to rationalize this, and it beggars belief. But there you go.
Well, that is the father of Calvinism, or John Calvin's ideology. Augustine, his daddy. His daddy came up with that idea: single, double predestination. Whatever position you want to try and take. I thought he was a double predestinarian, that's in-group theological disputes on single and double, and really it's about, did God really cause everything, including the fall, which would mean he's the author of evil? And there's very few Calvinists who will just accept what it is. They like to pretend it's not. But I think Augustine, he had that funny prayer where he's like, God is like something like he prays for something, but he goes, but if it be thy will, like line my will with what you already are going to cause. And I wonder if he got influenced philosophically from Manichaeanism, and if that
because he was beforehand, wasn't he?
Yeah, that predetermined fate idea. I wonder if that influenced his Christian theology. I don't know, because he was a Manichaean, so.
And it's interesting. Yeah, some conversation going on in the live chat. Someone saying, debunking Christianity or other religion is pointless. People will still believe. And then James Apson comes back and says, actually, Dark Matter 2525, debunking the Great Flood, led to my deconversion. So it does matter. I suppose the question for me is always, well, what led you to watch Dark Matter 2525? What sows those seeds that you're watching? But yeah, hopefully these kind of conversations do generate seeds of doubt for people that with enough nurturing and fertile ground, become full-on skeptical, beliefs.
Comfortably land the plane. Apollos, thank you for the super chat. Driving out, but I divide moral and complete causality. People are morally faultless for breathing out oxygen. Hitler breathes, though Genesis is a joke. NGL. What's NGL mean?
I don't know, but I don't know.
Not gonna lie. Not gonna lie.
Right, yeah.
I'm getting clever with those young people's,
So I don't know if this is like leading into free will, talk of causality here, and complete causality, moral we're going to come on to free will and whether you can morally judge someone in the absence of free will. So that might be what Apollos is talking about, but I don't know.
Thank you so much. Sorry for having to keep Jonathan on for 10 more episodes just to get through 10 more arguments.
So the next chapter is building on that previous one about unfair distribution of beliefs, if you like, and how does that work with an omnibenevolent God. This one is about unfair levels of evidence. And you only have to think about Thomas, doubting Thomas. He gets to doubt, he knew Jesus, right? He's been with Jesus doing all these incredible, miracles and supposedly, and Thomas is there in amongst it. and Jesus comes back to life there in front of him, and he doesn't believe, right? And so Jesus says, well, you know, touch my holy hands or whatever. And so eventually
The way
Thomas
you say that.
goes, oh, brilliant. I get to touch you, Jesus. Now I believe. And he's now a saint in heaven or whatever. But the point is that he's been afforded something like 95% evidence level, right? And there's me, like 2,000 years later, being told to believe this book that has really dodgy provenance. So I'm basically given 5% of evidence level.
See, but William Lane Craig will say, God knew when he created you that if he stuck you inside this particular soul, that you would freely deny it, even if he gave you 95% of evidence. So therefore, you see how ridiculous.
But if he knew that in advance, why is he creating me to do that in such a way that I then get punished for it? You know, there's no way out of this. The divine foreknowledge is a real problem. It's like, yeah, but I knew you were going to reject me. Yeah, but if you knew I was going to reject you before you created me, and you created me anyway, like, you know, I'm not the one that created myself. Like, if you knew I was going to reject you and you've created me such that I rejected you, and then you're going to punish me on account of me rejecting you, you have to take ultimate responsibility for that.
Yeah, you would think that's the case. And, you know, this touches divine hiddenness too. I mean, there's this, but we're not going down the path, I guess. Well, whenever
we are actually.
Oh,
so it's one of the arguments later.
I mean, it is absolutely. And you're supposed to look around the world, as Paul says, just look around, right? In those days, you wouldn't have known how some of this stuff is a natural cause for why these things aren't. But you're supposed to look around and just notice that based on the creation, you can know the creator, you know. That doesn't work so well anymore now that we know more than we did. You know, some people are just hook, line, and sinker looking for. There has to be something that made all of this, you know, but
yeah. So what you get these different combinations of beliefs. So some people are looking for belief, right? And they're like, I'm really susceptible to belief. So it's like, I believe like 99% in Jesus, and I'm a really committed believer, but I was only given 15% evidence, but I jumped on it. Whereas like someone else, like Thomas, had to be given 95% evidence before he believed, and then I'm given 5% evidence and I don't believe, and then but then someone who's given more evidence might end up believing less, and someone that's given less evidence believing more. And so it's just this really weird combination, not weird, just a really like vastly varied distribution of evidence and believability and belief. And you know, what explains that? And what does God do with that? So does God like just reward everyone that gets over a certain point, or is there some really complex matrix of evaluation where he says, well, you were only given this percentage of evidence, but you believe this much, so that equates to this? He's like some mathematical equation where he's taking into account all the variables, and it pumps out a number, and then he goes, and so you're going to hell and you're going to heaven. And it's like, okay,
and
brilliant.
You get hell, and you get hell, and you get hell. Yeah. Oprah Winfrey's hanging out with God right now.
There you go. And I came up with an analogy to hopefully kind of explain this. So, excuse me as I read out. Imagine I have a class of 30 children to whom I give a test. All 30 children have different brains, knowledge bases, abilities, and thresholds, etc. I give them a test of 100 questions and declare that the children who fail to get 70 out of 100 will get detention. That's hell. Children who get 70 will get a special treat. It's heaven. I then give them the test, except I also give out different cheat sheets to everyone, ranging from 0 points of help to 95 points. Each child either gets no extra help or gets some kind of leg up to getting close to that 70-point success. Some people, like little Thomas, get a cheat sheet with answers worth 95 points. Lucky him. Poor Alice, who is not very clever due to her genetics and troublesome environment, gets a cheat sheet worth 0 points of help and gets 16 out of 100 and detention. We could actually make this more sinister, accurate. Some children are given trickster cheat sheets, like our Saudi student, Mo, who gets a sheet that actually tells him the wrong answers and leaves him with 35 points less than he would have got on his own. He gets 50 and receives a detention. Perhaps as a teacher, I actually take in the answers, but don't announce to anyone the results until the end of the school day. In the meantime, I plug their results into a matrix that calculates an outcome based on 1, abilities, 2, environment, 3, cheat sheets, and 4, their results. I then use these calculated results to enforce on them a detention or a reward. So on and so forth. And it, you know, and you can add to that, like, you know, the idea that you could punish people during the test by cattle prodding them and all the things that happen in real life while we're giving these tests and the suffering. But the extra problem, of course, is that as a teacher, the reason I test people is that I don't know what their knowledge is. So I test them to inform me. But I don't really understand why God is testing all of humanity. If God knows all the answers in advance, all the test results of the human students, of the human subjects, like, what's the point? So, you know, if it's all about going to heaven and hell in the end, and God already knows who's going to go to heaven and who's going to hell, just create heaven and just throw the people into heaven that you knew in advance were going to pass a test and be done with it. Job done. Don't bother creating this test environment where we all suffer and then most of us end up going to hell anyway, if that's what, you know, if that's kind of what you believe.
Really funny part is there are cheat sheets with the wrong answers, and this is like every other religion pretty much. Yeah. You know, so now every person who's in another religion who does not get these answers correct and knows the correct answer to this test, and they're given wrong answers, they're screwed. You kind of wonder who has a better chance, the person without any cheat sheet at all trying to make a guess, or the people who have wrong cheat sheets who were born taught by their other teachers, let's say, who taught them certain things. Hey, when you go take that test, don't worry, you're going to ace it. Just make sure you mention Muhammad, okay? Make sure you mention Krishna. Hey, make sure you mention Buddha. Make sure you mention whoever it might be. Poor people, you're going to hell. I'm sorry. Wrong answer.
Brad Kemble at the side says, what an ignorant view. I would always just say to that, citation required, and substantiate that one. So I think the analogy works pretty well. And what I was in a prolonged argument when I used to write at Patheos, non-religious, before we were cancelled by evangelical Christians. But that's another story.
Wow.
So I used to argue with a Catholic apologist called Dave Armstrong, and he said, but everyone's been given sufficient evidence. And so I want to just explain this a little bit because it's worth dwelling on a bit, because this is a really common argument that Christians will give. And this idea that he and I had sufficient evidence. What he means by that is I was given the same evidence as he was, but he believes, therefore it's sufficient to believe. As in, everyone operates on his metrics, and with like his threshold is sufficient evidence. And the analogy I give to that is like, that's like saying 5 liters of petrol, of gas, is sufficient gas to get you from here to Portsmouth, right? And you're like, okay, if you're driving my Vauxhall out the front, then yeah, £5 will get you there. But if I've got a Humvee out the front, £5 ain't going to get you there. 5 liters of petrol ain't going to get you there. And if I've got my Vauxhall out there, but it's got a hole in the fuel tank, then 5 liters ain't going to get you there either. And if I've got a bicycle, 5 liters ain't going to get you there. So in other words, what is sufficient is context dependent. And when you're talking about sufficient evidence for a believer, it depends on your brain, upon your circumstances, upon your environment, right? So what is sufficient evidence for me to believe in Christianity is going to be very different to what is sufficient evidence for Dave Armstrong as a Catholic apologist who's been born and brought up, you know, in a religious, environment. And so you can't just say, well, we've all got the same access to the same data, so therefore that is sufficient evidence to believe. You know, in the same way that you could say a conspiracy theorist has sufficient evidence to believe that the moon landing was a load of rubbish and it was faked. It's like, yeah, but that amount of evidence you've got there is not good enough. It's not sufficient for this woman over here whose father was a NASA scientist who worked on the moon landings. She's born and brought up and blah 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 blah, and knows all this and X, Y, and Z. That's not sufficient for her to believe. So don't assume that sufficiency for you is sufficiency for everyone else. Don't project your situation on everyone else. Anyway, I think that's important to say.
Yeah, Odin Allfarther had an interesting comment. It's more akin to starting from a different place.
Yeah,
too. So it's like another analogy, same thing being said. You're starting from different place, and each is given the same amount of fuel, supposedly. How are we going to get to the same conclusions? We're not, especially if we're starting in different areas. And the interesting thing is, as I played that clip at the beginning with Graham Oppie and Rationality Rules, my friend Steven, like the point is like you're already in this bed of belief, and a lot of people are already born into this. They're already starting with a head start in the conclusion that they're already going in. If that conclusion is wrong, they wouldn't be able to notice it. They've already been like nested inside of this, view to the point where they can't see outside of the view or understand why someone who's on the outside gets it. That's why when the light switch began to change for me, it's hard to describe to people who are in the bubble, who've never experienced what it's like to actually be a skeptic, to actually say, I don't believe. I never dreamed I would ever say these words. I mean it. I did not think it was possible. I thought demons were in everything. People were possessed. There were spirits everywhere. Pokemon cards were even like possessed with, I was on the full spectrum of ridiculous, wishful, superstitious thinking. Step on a crack, you really might break your mother's back. And I actually would think like there's power in words to the point where if I stepped on it or if I thought it, I could actually cause it in reality, which there's a lot of reasons in the natural world to explain why we think this way. But I just want to mention how crazy I was for everybody to understand,
No, I've written before articles and actually some of my chapters in some of my books. Why do normal people believe ridiculous things? And it's this idea that, why do you believe those crazy things? Why does someone believe that the global flood is even remotely possible and plausible and actually happened? And so there, everyone comes at these things with different backgrounds, and if you're born and brought up and you're told these things at the age of 2, 3, 4, 5 before you learn what's plausible and implausible, then these things get embedded in your mind, in your consciousness, in your psyche, and you don't question them in the same way that you question new facts that you learn when you're 20 or new claims that you learn when you're 20. It's like, well, that's obviously ridiculous, but you've got embedded in here stuff that's bypassed that veto system. Obviously with you is different, like you were learning these things as you were getting older, but it's just like once you're in that kind of cult, if you like, or once you're in that sort of worldview and with those people, you're drawn along with it, and these things get added on, and each subsequent thing isn't so crazy and implausible because you've already got a whole bunch of crazy things in there.
That's true. I already said crazy stuff. I recorded myself one time saying, if the Bible says that Jonah swallowed a whale, I would believe it. I went on record recording, if Jonah swallowed a whale, not if he got swallowed by a whale.
Yeah.
And I was just like, if the Bible says that, that's the most ridiculous thing you could even try to imagine. And obviously it doesn't say that, but I was like, if it did, I would believe it. That's how naive. William Aron says, Jesus says, Matthew 18:3, that the elect must be like faithful, humble children rather than wise theologians and apologists, thus faith-based ignorance.
That's your kettle of fish there, isn't it? With regard to Calvinism and the elect.
Yeah, it's hard to know where the text of the Gospels is going to Jews, or when this is dealing with people who are non-Jews as well, because obviously Israel would be an elect nation, chosen people. But then those terms start getting hijacked and used for the Christ movement. So you kind of wonder, is this talking about Christians or not? But the idea that they should be humble and like children, kind of naive and just accept what you're told and don't really challenge or anything like that. I think that's what he's trying to get at, I do.
This idea that, and you see some of them are memes, and you wonder how reliable they are. But these pictures of notice boards outside the churches in America, which is like saying things like, don't send your kids to university or whatever, or like education, beware of education. You know, the idea that being wise and being clued up is a real threat to faith and belief and religion. I would argue, yes, it's true, but how ridiculous it is to argue that you shouldn't get greater education, greater wisdom, and greater understanding because you might be tempted not to believe. It's just a real anti-intellectual position that I have a real problem with.
Thank you for that super chat, William. Appreciate the support, my friend.
So the next argument, moving on to chapter 12th argument, and this is, again, we're talking about God being unfair given these kind of distributions. We're talking about evidence, you know, causal circumstances to belief and all sorts of things. So this one is, some people are still more likely to believe than others, and that's also unfair. So this is the idea that certain autistic people, for example, are less likely to believe in God than neurotypical people. Men are less likely to believe in God than women. And there are other different we can talk about any kind of subset of people. It really doesn't matter. And actually, it doesn't matter why they're less likely to believe. It really doesn't. So the point is here is that if you're born into being in that subset of people, certain types of autism, men, you know, you are less likely to believe, which means that's a bit unfair. Because if that's kind of, if there's a value to this belief, like I said earlier, you know, if it's really important that we do believe in God, because then we enter into a loving relationship, and faith is important for being rewarded with heaven, and lack of faith is important for being punished with hell, then this is really unfair. And there's interesting data. I mean, you can look at, as I say, so autism is a really wide, massive umbrella of different sort of behaviors and characteristics, and I don't want to stigmatize at all. You know, I've got a child who's autistic myself, but you know, there's interesting data to suggest that for certain autistic people, there is an inability to do intersubjectivity, which is empathy, which is putting myself in someone else's shoes. And the idea is that this creates a sort of mentalizing deficit, is the term. The idea is that they can't. If you struggle to imagine you are someone else, that's really problematic for belief in a personal God, because people who believe in a personal God are always generally thinking, what does God think about me? So I've done this thing, and it's the whole kind of guilt and you know, whatever. The idea that I've done this thing, oh my goodness, is God watching? What does God think about what I've done? Now, if you're unable to do that intersubjectivity, then that whole process doesn't happen, and therefore you're not really bothered about what God. And so therefore people end up, you know, they're less likely to believe in a personal deity. And if that's the case, God is unfair. So if God's setting up this world and designed this world in such a way that certain people are less likely to believe in God than others, then God is unfair.
I like the way you put that, because I did care what God thought. In fact, it always worried me how I was disappointing or letting God down. And then eventually when I became a Calvinist, this is where it got really weird. I, as a human, still always felt, you know, nothing about me technically changed when I changed my thoughts about what God was. Because when you become a Calvinist, God gets way more, how do you put this? If we're dealing with nature, alpha, God becomes so alpha, you know, like mighty, to the point where it's like, you know, you need to shut your mouth, you human, you know. And I started to fit myself in going, why am I having problems with drug addiction? And I started to really think, am I really God's chosen? You know, he talks about being elect, and his spirit being in you would cause you to be able to live this holy life. I was reading Paul, I was reading all these things, and I'm going, am I God's chosen? Then I'd come back to the faith, and I'd be good when I wouldn't relapse. When I'd relapse, my mind would change again. You know, chemicals and such would make me chase the drug. But while I was, you know, in this emotional state of Christianity, evangelical Christianity, if I didn't have that worried about what God was thinking about me, I don't even know if I would even be thinking about God.
Well, that's the
God
thing.
even existed. You know,
there's a great 2012 paper by Nuran Zion and Will Gervais, who's written some brilliant papers on the psychology of religion. And the paper is called "Mentalizing Deficits Constrain Belief in a Personal God." And I'm just going to quote from that, just to back up a little bit of what I was saying. Part way in the paper, it says, religious believers intuitively conceptualize deities as intentional agents with mental states. This is theory of mind stuff, who anticipate and respond to human beliefs, desires, and concerns. It follows that mentalizing deficits, so if you're unable to do that, associated with the autistic spectrum and also commonly found in men more than in women, may undermine this intuitive support and reduce belief in a personal God. And later they say, finally, the prevalence and content of supernatural agent beliefs, although constrained by core social cognitive capacities. So that what they're saying is that even though you might have these mentalizing deficits, your brain is just not very good at being able to deal with that. They respond to and fluctuate with socio-demographic conditions across time and cultures. Within this broader theoretical landscape, these studies present new evidence for a social cognitive mechanism underlying one source of individual differences in religious belief. Now, that's a lot of whatever. To unpick that, let's just say people have mentalizing deficits that mean you're less likely to believe in God because you've got the structures that are in place, but there are also loads of socio-economic variables as well. And it's just really complicated. So believing, whether you believe or not, is going to be a function of your brain, and it's like the whole free will debate is a function of who you are and your biology, genetics, and you know, biology including your brain, but also your environment, your socioeconomic pressures, and so on and so forth. These things are outside of your control. And yet you're being judged on whether you believe or not. You know, if you're a certain autistic person who finds it really difficult to empathize and do the intersubjectivity, then you're much less likely to believe in a personal God. So do you end up being punished in hell for that? And if you're not, then it doesn't really matter whether you do believe or not. Like, it's okay not to believe. So this is a real problem, and it just shows either God is unfair or it doesn't really matter what you believe.
This is a really interesting point you bring up. It makes me once again get to the point of people who usually believe in this omni-god through Christianity, for example, or I would also argue it through Islam, you name it, feel like they need it to be saved. They need it to be saved from something. If you didn't feel like you needed to be saved from something, what do you need salvation from? If you're not empathizing with the need of something like that, then what is the point? And I imagine there's a blessing to that as well. Being autistic might even be a blessing in that respect, because you're like, you know, what people think or whatnot doesn't really matter to you like it would to us who care about what people think and how we feel about ourselves. And all of that internal voice and thinking plays a role in why we believe in things. I even heard it once. Didn't Steven Pinker say something like, maybe it was Steven Pinker, one of the people who are like the leading scientists on language, the first time man was speaking and they heard in their head their own voice talking, you know, you could talk to yourself in your head, and they thought, God? Because, like, how do you explain that voice that's inside? I'm just saying, as an example, that inner voice makes you kind of wonder if there's an easy perception, a small leap from that to a God, and that's it.
I just remember when one of my twin boys, they just learned about God, I think, at school, and you know, he came back and said, "What do you believe in God, Dad?" And I was like, okay, so I want to be really careful because I don't want to teach my kids the conclusion. I want to teach them the mechanisms and the critical thinking to make their own conclusions. And as long as their conclusions are justified by, you know, their rationalizations, then that's fine by me. Well, as long as they're not murdering innocent people or whatever. Anyway, I'm going off on one. So anyway, my kid got back and said, you know, do you believe in God? And I said, no. But I don't, and I started trying to say, but I don't want you to not believe in God just because I don't. But he cut me off in the middle of my sentence, said, yeah, but I just want to believe what you believe. And this is really interesting because, you know, I could have been someone who said, yes, and I want you to believe what I believe too. And I indoctrinated him there. But I say, no, actually, I don't want you to believe what I believe just because I believe it. But here is what evolutionary pressures have done, is create a brain in children that is very impressionable because it's a shortcut to knowledge and truth in other contexts. Like, so if I was to say to my son, don't eat these red berries here because they're going to poison you and you will die, then he's better off believing me, because the only other way is to test those berries, and then by testing them, if he dies, then that's not a very. So you might as well believe me. It's a shortcut to that kind of truth, right? But it misfires. This kind of mechanism misfires because then I say God's true. God is true, and the flood happened. And my kid goes, yes, I believe that just as strongly as I do what you said about the berries. Then we've got an indoctrinated child. Now, if I told my 6-year-old child that I don't believe in God, you shouldn't believe in God, then that starts a ball rolling for him, right? Imagine then 20 years later, he doesn't believe in God because I put these variables in place for him early doors. Does he get punished on account of that non-belief when really I'm the causal influence in why he doesn't believe? And so this whole idea of being rewarded or punished for faith and is ridiculous, because you are the product of who you are with all the experience you've ever had, and at any given point in time you don't have control over those things that have already been and gone. Anyway, sorry.
That was so well put. I'm not even going to add anything to it other than I don't teach my kids what to believe. If they ask questions because they overhear me in conversations with people, I'm open and honest with them and tell them why I think the way I do. One of my kids, I think, does think there's something. My wife thinks there's something out there. She doesn't know what it is, but she thinks there is something. I don't. She doesn't think aliens. But Ricky Johnson, thank you for the super chat. And he's a member of MythVision's YouTube channel, man. Thank you so much for joining. I idolize Jonathan. Absolutely brilliant. You could send him the check afterwards, Jonathan.
He's a good supporter of my channel as well. So thank you so much, Ricky.
Will I be punished for worshiping him? MythVision rocks.
I mean, well, the simple answer is not by God, but they're someone else. I think Derek might punish you for not worshiping Derek. So, but thank you, Ricky. That's really, really, really kind.
Yeah. That's a fact, Ricky. That's a fact. I will punish you in the post-mortem if you don't at least light a candle for me once in your lifetime. At least once. But I'm at least decent. I don't expect you to devout your life or to not go on sinning. I'm a much, much kinder God. So, yes, we can work that out, my friend. Doc Pluroma in the house. Thank you for the super chat. And what of the enigma of Dr. Ramachandran's split brain patient who became... What is that? Lateralized for theism?
So, I mean, I don't know of this case, but I'm imagining what you've got is someone who's got a particular brain situation who then that is causally responsible for leading to this person's belief. And we're going to get onto the kind of free will debate here, but it's the idea that this is what led to their belief. Well, do they have responsibility over choosing that? Well, then how is it fair that they are rewarded with heaven, when this has been a result of things that are not strictly within their control?
Thank you so much.
A bit like all these other things we're talking about, which is where you're born, what your parents are saying and doing, and etc. Yeah, it's just unfair, the amount of evidence that you are presented with.
Appreciate that, Doc. And we also have another one from Stop Scamming Man. Can God make 2 + 2 = 5? If not, is it because it's mathematically impossible? If so, where does this inhibition stop? Doesn't biology boil down to chemistry, chemistry to physics, physics to math?
So wow, okay. Whew. Right, you can talk about the moral argument here, or you can talk about the age-old dilemma, Euthyphro dilemma about is something good because God says it's good, or is it good independent of what God says? And that's really interesting and as yet actually pretty much unanswered problem in the moral domain. And it's also pertinent to this question, which is one of logic or mathematics here, which is to say, is God being logical because God created logic and therefore it's just a function of God, or is it independent of God? And is it like some kind of axiom of all realities? Is it like necessary? And if it is part of God, is it a necessary? We can get onto all kind of arguments here about what is the nature of logic ontologically, and could God change logic such that he can make a square circle, or 2 + 2 = 5, and the answer is no, because God doesn't exist. So the point's moot. But these are interesting questions for theologians to wrangle with.
Or that silly one: can God make a rock so heavy he can't lift?
Yeah.
Silly stuff like.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Exactly.
Stop skimming, man. Appreciate that super chat, my friend.
So we're moving on to the section part 3, which is the moral life. So we're going to talk about morality, and this is where I would say things like the moral argument for me just doesn't work, which is, there's so much, we could spend hours and hours and hours just talking about morality. So I need to be concise here. The moral argument is, if God does not exist, objective moral facts do not exist. Objective moral facts and duties do exist, therefore God does exist. So you hear William Lane Craig and all sorts of apologists use this as an absolute favorite. And it's like, murdering babies is obviously objectively bad. And therefore, anyone that disagrees with that needs a head check. So therefore, objective moral facts definitely exist. And it's like, okay, right, where do we start here? Objective moral facts do not exist because objective abstract ideas do not exist, right? And this is where I need to really quickly set out my ontological starting position, because actually it then informs everything else further up. I wrote this. If you really want to know, please grab this book. If you're in Britain, this is on offer on UK paperback on Amazon. This is Why I Am Atheist and Not Atheist: How to Do Knowledge, Meaning and Morality in a Godless World. And this is where I start talking about ontology down here, moving up to epistemology, natural theology, teleology, and into morality at the end. So that's hopefully you would find that a really good book. Now, what is it I want to say? I am what's called a conceptual nominalist. What is that bit of jargon? A conceptual nominalist is someone who believes that abstract ideas do not exist outside of our brains. So, for example, if I was to ask you what, so Derek, give me an example of a hero. Who's a hero to you?
My father.
Okay.
I wrote my senior project on my father. So
your father's a hero to you. Someone else might say Mother Teresa. Someone else might say, I don't know, Alexander the Great. Someone else might say their favorite football player, whatever, right? We all got different ideas of what a hero is and how we may define it. And in fact, I might say that's a chair, but you might say it's not a chair, that's a tree stump. Yeah, but I say, people can sit on it, it's a chair. So we disagree on abstract ideas and labels, and this includes morality. And what will happen is, if all the sentient creatures in the universe died, there would be no abstract ideas, right? Because there'd be no conceiving minds to have these ideas.
The same goes for the word math, like what math is. This is the problem with people who talk about math. Math preceded all minds and all humans, and it's like...
So, no, well, this is a really interesting debate. So traditionally, there have been a lot of mathematical Platonists. So the opposite to my position is a Platonic realist who believes that there's this kind of realm where the perfect forms of all these abstract ideas exist, and we are just trying to, the better we accord with those perfect forms, the better we are, or whatever. There's different forms of Platonic realism or realism. So in mathematics, Platonic mathematical Platonists would say that maths exists outside of our brains. Mathematic formalists would say maths is a language we use to describe reality, and we construct mathematics as a language. But as soon as we all die as sentient creatures, mathematics will die. There's just properties out there, but what we've done is we created a language with a bunch of descriptive laws to explain all the data we see. The same with natural laws, the same with physics and chemistry. We create these languages to understand the world, right? And so that's how language works and abstract ideas works. And what this then means is this is perfectly explains the data around us, which is everyone disagrees on stuff. And when we agree on things, we write dictionaries. And when we agree on things, we write encyclopedias. And when we agree on moral laws, we get together and we say this should be law, and then we vote in politicians to try and enact that into law. And we have a Supreme Court, or we have a lawyer, or whatever, or we create the UN Charter of Human Rights, or whatever. So when we agree, we write these things, but they don't exist out there. We've constructed them. And in fact, we'll find that we'll disagree on certain laws depending on what country you're in and what time you're in. So to say that morality is objective and exists outside of our minds, to me, is just obviously nonsense. Now, that's not to say that if we all use good rational argument and come at things with the same amount of knowledge, that we should agree on moral laws, what a good moral laws should be. That's fair enough. We could have subjective moral universalism. We could all agree on the right thing on moral, diktats if we are coming at this with the same knowledge and same rationality. But it doesn't mean it exists out there. We have just described our understanding of reality in the same way because we've got similar brains and we're using similar mechanisms. So the idea that morality is objective, I think, is inherently problematic. We shouldn't kill babies. Yeah, but what if would it be a good thing to kill a baby if someone said, I'm going to blow up the entire universe if you don't kill a baby? Like, does it become good then, or is it just less bad? And of course, we're just creating words and ideas and constructing them, and we can think of ways around these problems. And it's anyway, so the moral objectivist in this case were a bit like so Immanuel Kant believed in categorical imperatives, these categorically true moral proclamations, like it's wrong to lie. And then you start thinking of these ways to show that could be a problem. It's called the inquiring murderer. It's a very famous thought experiment, which is to say Derek's at home in his house and he's hiding Jack and Jill, these kids, upstairs because he knows there's a child murderer around. Murderer comes to his house, rings on the doorbell and says, do you know where Jack and Jill are? Because I want to kill them. Now, is it right for Derek to lie and say, oh, I don't know, I think they might have gone off down the road? Like Immanuel Kant would say, well, that's wrong to lie. You should tell them where they are. And and so you have lots of problems. Now there are ways around that, and I'm simplifying greatly here, but the idea for me that in moral absolutism and objective moral categorical truths is a real problem for my worldview and how I create my ontology and my epistemology and everything, yada yada yada. But I think it's really important to just set that out so that you understand why I would reject the moral argument just on an ontological level, right down here. So if William Lane Craig came to me and said, well, of course, second premise is objective moral values and duties do exist, I would say, no, they don't. No, they don't. And interestingly, he's a conceptual nominalist in certain ways. So he actually holds to nominalism in terms of mathematics and things. So he picks and chooses what he wants to be objectively true and not. So anyway, there you go.
Oh, there's so much with this, and I've heard it 1,000 times with the whole moral issue from Christians. And this is why the best thing I can do when you're dealing with people who want to talk about you're taking from our worldview to have moral values, the most ridiculous thing is show them, number one, where the morals that Christianity developed from, also from the surrounding nations that were not Jewish. Okay. And number two, look at your own book and look at how you hopscotch to get around all the immorality in it. You don't think it's okay to own other human beings and beat them to the brink of death as long as they don't die. You're okay within 3 days. On the fourth day, I don't think it matters. But if they live for 3 and they don't die, like there's weird laws. This is old stuff. Is this immoral? Obviously. That's why they want to act like, no, this is just an old job in the ancient world. You're just working for McDonald's and they're just normal employers. They want to just talk about that rather than getting into chattel slavery, sex slavery, all of that stuff that is condoned, endorsed in the Bible. So
Brad at the side here is saying, as a parent, you should already know what moral obligation is. I don't know if he's talking to me here, but you've got to understand what I'm saying here is an ontological argument. It's not saying I have no morality. I'm not amoral. I'm a moral agent who has my own constructed moral framework. Largely psychological, which is to say that, do unto others as you have done unto yourself. So I think that's the golden rule is really super important for having a workable social species such as we are, and of course I would be explaining moral obligations to my children and saying, you know, you should do this because of this, right? And I'll be hopefully giving them good moral reasoning to do so. Of course, if you're saying that God is the foundation of moral reasoning, but sorry, God is the foundation of morality and not moral reasoning, this is the whole problem with divine command theory, then there is no reason. Like, I can't give moral reasoning to my children as why they should do this or that, because it should just be do this because God, right? So like, I can actually account for like pragmatic morality far better, and everyday morality far better than a Christian can, who completely you know, necessitates God to ground their morality and to make sense of their morality. And all that becomes is an epistemological problem, which is, okay, if God grounds your morality, how do you know what that morality is? This is just a case of revelation then. This is just an epistemological argument. How do you know you've got that God's morality right? How do you know you've got the right God such that you can then get the right morality from that God? And, you know, it's just an epistemological problem. Yeah. So just going to run through really quickly just my worldview very quick to make sure this is down so everyone understands. 1, abstract ideas only exist in the minds of conceivers and not in some objective realm. 2, therefore, in order to get moral agreement, we need to use moral reasoning and data derived from the world around us and bring them together to argue for certain moral positions. This is actually evidence in the world around us because this is actually what we have done and continue to do. 3, when we agree with each other, we use democratic mechanisms to vote in lawmakers to create laws on our behalf, or have a system of independent lawmakers who operate fairly with fail-safes and checks and balances to ensure this, again, evidenced in the world around us. It's actually what we do. 4, thus our moral agreements become laws. 5, these laws are then enacted and enforced. 6, the laws can be amended in light of new data or better reasoning. That's just how we operate. It's how we've always operated. But the religious person says, oh, no. Objective morality exists in God. And then like that. And that's the end of that. So then we come on to, okay, what does that really look like? And generally it's going to be divine command theory, which is one of the most prevalent religious positions. Now,
are we skipping this, or are you just briefly touching it and we're leaving? Because you said you wanted to do an entire episode on divine command theory, right?
So this chapter, and I deal with this really concisely because this is huge, but I think I give something like 16 arguments against divine command theory. Now, that would take us about an hour and a half to do. Like, divine command theory is thoroughly broken. But just really quickly, I'll run off the headings to each of the arguments. And then, you know, we can come back to this.
Yeah, let's do an episode devoted to it.
So divine command theory is basically that things are good because God demands them. God commands them, right? And then they say, well, you know, and then they try and go one stage further and says, well, it's not just arbitrary because it comes from God's nature. Well, it's exactly the same argument. Instead of it's not good because God said it's good, it's because God's nature is good. It's just the same argument. It's just, you see this quite a lot with Christians try to get around it with the nature argument. It doesn't work. Anyway, here they are. There's so a problem with arbitrariness. So, you know, what makes something good? Is it just because God says it? Well, okay, that's just arbitrary. In order for it not to be arbitrary, you need to present moral reasoning. Well, if you're going to present moral reasoning to say what is good or bad, then it's the moral reasoning that grounds what is good or bad. In other words, you don't need God. So this is the fundamental problem of divine command theory: is you don't need God. Is that you require God for morality, and therefore you can't use moral reasoning. And of course, this is a massive problem because moral reasoning is what obviously we use all the time, and is what grounds really morality. There's a direction of causality is another argument, which is to say, is lovingness good because God has it, or is God good because he has lovingness, mercy, and kindness? Are they good in their own right, or are they good just because God has them? There's a direction of causality issue. Are we only good because we reflect God? So when you see someone being good over there, it's like, oh, that was awesome. But you can't say that was awesome because X, Y, and Z. You have to say that was awesome because that was so reflective of God. And that's it. That's the end of the conversation. Divine command theory defies everyday moral reasoning and intuition. Again, that sort of same thing, which is like, I know why that's good. And my moral intuition and my everyday morality, that was good because that brought about a greater good for these, and that's really kind, and that blah blah blah. That makes sense of moral agency, whereas just reflecting God doesn't. Which God? Which commands? You know, again, it goes back to this being an epistemological argument. Genocide and ordinary morality. I mean, really, genocide, God commanded it. How is genocide good? And then, of course, they have to like justify the genocide, which is they employ moral reasoning to try and justify that. You know, you get your underwear.
That happens too much.
Yeah. And why is God a better stopping point? You know, why is saying, you know, there's an interesting question where you can get into some meta-ethical like conversations about, well, why is God a better stopping point than moral reasoning? Well, what's better about that? Why follow the commands? Are we just following God's commands so that we can get into heaven and avoid hell? In that case, why is that good? That's just self. You know, there's just a lot of egotism to that. Anyway, and things that aren't commanded, like when we're not, if God hasn't commanded something, how do we work out whether it's good or bad? You know, what metric can we use? Because if we start using a metric that's you know, that's outside of God, then of course that metric is what grounds morality, and we don't need God for morality. And then when you quite often you say, oh, there's rape in the Bible, and this is such a good argument, and Christians will come back and say, well, God would never command rape, right? In order to say God would never command rape, you have to know that rape is already bad using moral reasoning, right? So you can't say that God would never command rape without already establishing it is morally bad outside of God. But they don't do that because they can't do that, because then you are using secular morality. That
even if they did, I can't imagine the gymnastics they'll do when you show them text where God is speaking through the prophets about how he's going to have the other nations come and rape their women. Yep. Like he's going to cause this calamity, this evil. Like what? I mean,
so you got, Judges 21, Numbers 31,
crazy.
Deuteronomy 20, 22, 22, Samuel 12, Deuteronomy 21, Judges 5, Exodus 21, Zechariah 14, all sorts of stuff about, you know, genocide, rape, plunder, pillaging. You know, I'm not sure that you know, divine command theory, you know, makes a lot of sense of the biblical data. God cannot know it is itself all good. So if God's sitting there and says, yeah, I'm obviously all good, God couldn't know that, because in order to be able to evaluate himself, he would need an objective benchmark or standard to do that. But if God is the standard, then he can't actually evaluate whether he is himself good, because it's just some kind of circular argument there. He's got no way of being able to know whether he is good. The moral development of children. So the data to suggest that children who are told why they are doing things, why it's bad or good, and given sort of secular reasoning, moral reasoning to base their judgments, moral judgments, end up being sort of better moral agents and have greater well-being and stuff like that. So, you know, that doesn't really fit well with you know, with divine command theory, which is psychologically a bit stunted in terms of your psychological growth, because you're just like, yeah, don't do that. Why? Good, because God. Okay, brilliant. You know, there you go. And again, non-Christians who have no access to Christianity, how does divine command theory work with them? You know, Amazonian tribespeople, and again, we get back to this problem, but from a different angle. And then you've got Stephen Mason's ordinary morality presupposes atheism. Now, I won't go into that. We'll do that in another video, but that's a really interesting thought. It's not thought experiment. He's produced a paper and a really good argument to say that actually religious divine command theory and religious morality leads to moral paralysis, because you would always want a greater good to come about. So therefore you'd let people be beaten up on the side of the road and not intervene, because if you're intervening, you're stopping a necessary greater good coming back. Anyway, it's quite in-depth, interesting argument. We can talk about that again. And the last point is that God is a consequentialist. So the whole idea that the divine command theory is how, you know, how morality works, and it's objectively grounded in God. It is a problem, because when you look at all theodicies, they appear to use consequentialist moral evaluation, which is to say that the morality of any given action is derived from the consequences that it obtains. So when you're talking about why is it good that God killed all of humanity in a flood and all these animals, then the religious person has to come up with some kind of theodicy. You say, well, because it brought this greater good about. You know, he's got to start again, and that was better. And there's some good. Why does Jesus sacrifice? Well, it brought about this greater good. Why is there suffering in the world? Because free will is a greater good, or the soul building theodicy. So all theodicies are actually forms of consequentialist moral reasoning, and of course that's secular. You don't need God for that. So. Yeah. Anyway, that my chapter on that goes into more detail on each of those points. Sorry, too much talking.
No. It's really interesting. Your next chapter is on free will, but just to point out, I always thought at the end that Christians worship free will over like the reality of what the text says, because they want to get God off the hook so much. I mean, it's one of those things. So yeah, let me get the super chat real quick here.
Yeah, of course.
Doc Pleroma in the house. If
Legend.
a task needs to be done in virtue of the fact that it is on the to-do list, then it cannot be the reason that it is on the list is that it needs to be done. Think about that one. I think he means at 3 a.m.
Yeah, so that's an analogy for the divine command theory problem. You know, do you do it because it's on the list, or do you do it because there is need to do it and there is good reason to do that? So that's a really nice analogy. I like that. Thanks,
Doc. Thank you so much for the super chat, man. I will be thinking not about that at 3 a.m. in the morning. I'll be sleeping. B Bear, thank you for the super chat. Good to see you in the chat here. What do you think of Plato's noble lie? Do you see any value?
So,
is this like the white lie-ish type of thing?
The answer to any question like this is it depends what your moral value system is. I will broadly. So I said earlier that I don't think I construct my own morality in my mind using a bit of psychology and broadly consequentialism. Knowing that consequentialism, so what's really interesting about morality is that after 3,000 years of doing moral philosophy, philosophers are still split about three ways on what the correct moral value system is, which broadly tells you that there is no correct moral value system. I think it leads towards my kind of moral skepticism, which is there is no one moral value system that works. So consequentialism, I think, is broadly useful and good, and I will use it on a daily basis, which is I will do that because that action brings about a greater outcome for as many people as it does, and that's better than bringing about that outcome for only one person or no one. And so therefore, you know, I use that as a rule of thumb to help me operate on a daily basis. But it's not perfect, okay? And you can think of, so for example, the great example of moral consequentialism is the train trolley thought experiment. Yeah. So the idea that you've got 5 people on the train track and there's a trolley racing towards them. If you pull a lever, it will divert, and there's only one person, and it will divert and kill the one person, not the 5. So you're saving 4 people as a calculation. And so therefore, most people end up doing that. And most people put something like 89% of people will pull the lever. Turns out that instead of pulling the lever, if you push this person off who's big enough to be able to block the, so you can throw yourself off yourself because you're not big enough, but there is a person just standing there who's big enough to stop the trolley. So you push them off. Even though it's the same calculation, they will block the trolley and die themselves. It turns out that percentage of people that would do that is reversed. And this is really interesting because it shows you that morality isn't just about rationalization, but there's a lot of psychology involved.
Can I just for our audience who may not have quite caught what you're saying there? So just to give so that we can paint the picture, because I listened to this. I don't know why I can't think of the famous philosopher who shared this with me on my channel. Anyway, the first one you made very clear. There's one person on this track. If I pull the lever, it won't. The train track trolley won't kill the 5. It'll kill 1. You are responsible for pulling that lever.
Yeah.
But most people naturally feel like, you know what? I think pulling the lever is the best move. I'd rather one person die than 5. But in the next exact same, in a sense, example where 5 people are on the line or 1, you can push the person physically off the bridge to hit the trolley, to stop the trolley from killing the 5, or not do nothing, let that one person stay alive, and let the trolley kill 5 people. Most people will not push that person off the ledge and let the 5 people die. Same exact numbers.
Yeah, exactly. The same calculation, but there's psychology involved. And so what this tells us is that psychology is a really important component in moral reasoning or moral action. So like people can pull a lever, but they can't push someone. And this explains why you can drop a bomb, like Enola Gay can explode and kill 100,000 or 80,000 people, whatever, in Hiroshima or Nagasaki. You can pull a lever to drop a bomb that kills all that many people. But if you were to walk around and individually kill each of those people yourself personally, you'd find that a lot harder than just pulling a lever. So this explains, moral activity in the world, which is to say that we have moral value systems that we use to do moral rationalizations, but it's not actually how we always do our morality on a daily basis. There's a lot of psychology involved. There's a lot of empathy involved. And this is why, and to go back to certain autistics, I mean, I remember teaching someone who threw a pencil in someone else's face, in their eye, and I had to sit them down and say, look, but they were on the autistic spectrum. And I said, look, surely you know what it feels like to throw a pencil in that person's eye. Why did you do that? And they didn't actually know what it would feel like. They couldn't do that into subjectivity. They couldn't put themselves in the other person's shoes. So therefore they had no reason not to throw that I desire to throw this. I can't imagine what it would feel like to have this in my eye because my brain can't do that. So I'm going to do that. In other words, they did a morally bad thing from my point of view, from looking on and thinking these are two, this is just a neurotypical child. And actually they did a morally bad thing from my point of view, but actually wasn't morally bad because they had no way of being able to empathize in the same way. And so therefore, you can do your raw calculation. That was bad because the outcome is bad. But then if your intentions and your knowledge and your ability, there's psychology involved is the point. And so that's really important for how we do our morality. Now, going back to what the question is here, can you have a noble lie? Can you have if my partner says, does my bum look big in this dress? Is it right for me to say, no, even though she's got a ballooning backside? She doesn't, but imagine she does. And I'll get in trouble.
See, are you telling a noble lie right now by saying you're not lying about this?
Who knows? Who knows?
I'm kidding.
That's a second guess. But in other words, it depends what your moral framework is. And so, I would think the inquiring murderer, I think it's right to lie to stop the murderer killing the children that are hiding upstairs, or whatever. So, but we can disagree on this, but how do we disagree? We use moral reasoning, and which is important. So we are using our moral reasoning to do that rather than saying, is that right? Well, I don't know. Does it reflect God? What did God tell me to do? It kind of ends a conversation. You either can't even answer it because I don't know what God would command, or I'm using this, it's a conversation killer. The divine command theory.
I'll tell you this, just to give you a personal example of me telling a white lie, if that's the same as Plato's noble lie. My very close friend recently overdosed and died a couple months back, and his sister they were born, raised devout Catholics. Like, we never had the religious conversations. They don't even probably know about this channel. And when she called me and crying and just talking about how she can't understand, he was here yesterday, what happened, that kind of stuff, you know? And she's just like, God, you know, she kept going back to like, God has a plan. He didn't want him to stay here because he didn't want him to suffer. Do you know what I told her? Actually, God doesn't. No, I didn't even do that. I just said, you know what? You're right. You're right. Because I just affirmed whatever she was already concluding. I just went with it. Because what do you say? I'm not this heartless person who doesn't care about how people feel. She hopes she can see him again in the future. She didn't get enough time with her younger brother. Like, all of these things. So the noble lie in that respect made a lot more sense to me than trying to go, actually, listen, you just need to understand and grapple with the natural world in which we live. And I hate to burst the bubble of your, you know, your upbringing and everything that you believe, that it's probably not true. And no, like, that would have been more immoral to me than just going with her situation and empathizing and really saying little other than, you know, agreeing with her and going with what she was feeling and experiencing at that time. So anyway,
yeah, so you're promoting social harmony and doing that, which is all part of, you know, Plato's noble lie premise, which is you'd lie to create, you know, a greater good, effectively. Really,
yeah. That's my whole goal. B-Bear, great question, right in the vein. Robert Herring in the house, a member of the YouTube channel as well. Thank you for the super sticker, Robert. And Melody Joy in the house, another member. Just giving a shout out to those who are members. Just started the membership program. One more here, and it's pseudo. What is this? Salos. Arguments against the theology of Neoplatonism.
We'll have to deal with that another day. So you know, I'm not a Platonist or a Neoplatonist. So again, these things will cover many different territories, but ontologically speaking, I am, as I explained just earlier on, you know, I am not any form of Platonist. But then it depends what area of, you know, Platonic thought you're talking about. So, you know, ontologically speaking, my arguments against Platonism would I've established, although, you know, they take a lot more to you know, create a solid foundation than just a couple of minutes of me speaking on YouTube. Yeah. So yeah.
And our goal was to deal with omni deities and such, but yeah. I'd love it if we could devote a live stream Q&A at some point, just you and me hanging out, and people can bring whatever they want.
Yeah, sounds
but
good.
We're dealing with your book in particular. Pseudo, thank you so much for this little $2 here. I seriously appreciate it. But I must admit, it will get sidetracked, and sometimes the questions do that. So thank you, though.
So the next one is about free will. So this is a big one, right? My first book was written on free will, and whether we have it or not, we don't, or at least depends how you define it. So I am a free will skeptic, free will illusionist. So I think we have the illusion of free will, but it doesn't exist. So let's broadly set this out. Well, let's set this out really quickly. And this is super important because actually, if you deny the kind of free will I'm going to talk about in a second, then a judgmental God, especially with divine foreknowledge, makes no sense. Heaven and hell don't really make sense. Okay, and we can talk about crime and punishment. So free will is a really interesting idea in philosophy in terms of what you do with not having it. So actually, not too many people believe in free will in philosophy, or libertarian free will.
Right.
So, and I'll have to say that. So libertarian free will is this ability to, I define it as the real, rational, and conscious ability to do otherwise in a given scenario, all things remaining equal. So if you believe that you could do that, so for example, Derek, you decide to go on holiday to Australia, right? Now, at the point of deciding that, let's call that CC1, causal circumstance. So your causal circumstance is your entire, really, it's the entire universe from the Big Bang or whatever up to the point of you deciding to choose that, right? And you choose A, right? You choose to go to Australia, right? So if the libertarian free willer says that actually, if we were to forward wind 10 minutes, we were to carry on living for 10 minutes, and then it doesn't matter whether you can do this or not, but if you could rewind the universe back to that moment, that exact same moment, where everything is identical, like every wave function, every molecule hitting your face, your entire past, everything about your biology, genetics, everything about the entire universe is identical, but it's not even identical. It's the same universe, right? The libertarian says that you could choose otherwise than A, right? So in that causal circumstance, somehow A and not A are true at the same time. And that's arguably breaks what's called the law of non-contradiction. So in this particular circumstance, the libertarian says that you could choose to go to Australia, but you could also choose to go to, I don't know, Bolivia, right? A or B. Now, the problem is if you're rewinding the world back to that exact same moment and everything's the same, what underwrites your decision in the second scenario, which is identical, to go to Bolivia? What could be different about your causal circumstance? What is arguably the grounding objection? What grounds your decision to go to Bolivia? Because if everything is identical, including the weighting of your reasoning, right? So you've got all these arguments as to why you should go to Australia over Bolivia, and you choose Australia in the first scenario. And your weighting has factored into that. So I think this argument is slightly much stronger than this argument. So I'm going to go with Australia. Now, if you rewind to that same scenario, all of those things are identical. So your weighting is exactly the same.
Right.
What underwrites your decision to go to Bolivia? So the libertarian free willer says that you can choose to go to Bolivia and Australia. It's like, hang on, what grounds your decision to do otherwise in a given situation? And most philosophers will say that's impossible. That form of free will, if understood as that being what free will is, so libertarian free will, this really is, doesn't work, right? So philosophers, it turns out that if you look at the metadata of like Phil Paper's studies and whatnot, it turns out that the philosophers who believe in libertarian free will are generally the philosophers who believe in God. So there's a really interesting metadata correlation there, which suggests that they believe in that type of free will, which looks to be philosophically impossible because they bloody need it, because they also have a belief in God and a belief in heaven and hell. And if you can't get heaven and hell unless God is judging you such that you could have done otherwise than you did, you just chose not to do that. And so therefore you're going to go to heaven or hell. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah. Can I give you a few examples of something in this libertarian free will thing to get your opinion on?
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if we did a statistic, let's say we all hypothetical here, we get 100 people and we tell them, we want you to take your libertarian free will and starve to death. We'll make sure your families are rich after this or something. Really, that's giving them a motivation. But you know, if you really test the parameters of our natural, cause and effect abilities as humans to starve ourselves, libertarian free will, to death, okay? The likelihood of that statistic from 1 to 100 of intentionally starving yourself to death and not snapping. There's food right there. I don't have to starve to death. I have a choice. And they choose to actually starve to death. It's extremely unlikely under those circumstances they're probably going to die, unless whatever I don't see how. Maybe their life sucked to begin with, and they thought, this is better dying and getting my family rich. Let's say there's no money involved. We give them the choice to do this. The likeliness of them starving themselves to death is a very unlikely choice. We hear Christians oftentimes say, you freely choose hell. God doesn't make you go to hell. In your libertarian free will, you freely choose to go to hell. I don't know about you, but no one from what I understand, with any common sense, who has the choice to actually go and eat the food isn't going to starve themselves to death. And this idea that they're going to freely choose to go to hell, as if they cognitively knew what they were doing and getting themselves into, is just absurd to me. So I wanted to paint, I guess, some type of natural phenomena to give an example, but then they go even further and say, oh, and by the way, they continue to freely choose in hell to be in hell, and they don't want forgiveness. How dumb is that?
And we'll get on to arguments of heaven and hell in the next video.
Okay.
But you're absolutely right. It's thoroughly problematic. I mean, when you're comparing being able to really choose A or B, or A or not A in the same causal circumstance. So the only thing that makes sense of that, if you do believe that someone could genuinely choose two different things given identical causal circumstances, the only thing that could really make sense of that is indeterminism, which is to say that there may be some quantum fluctuation that means that there is at some base level randomness, right? That's the only thing. It's like if I chose this or this and I've got exactly the same situation, what could underwrite the fact that I could do two different things? Well, one of those variables might be based on random, so that actually this time it was that, but the next time it's that.
Right.
But of course, if you believe in quantum indeterminacy, that doesn't really get you free will. Like, so as I defined it, real, rational, and conscious ability to choose otherwise. You wouldn't have ownership over that decision if it was based on like some kind of quantum randomness.
Right.
So in philosophy, you know, you'll get people who will say, well, I'm not a causal determinist. I don't believe that everything is like causally determined in the universe. I think there is random at quantum level. Okay, fair enough. If you believe in quantum randomness or quantum indeterminacy, that's fine. It still won't get you libertarian free will because you don't have rational ownership over quantum indeterminacy, right? So like you can't have God saying, right, you're going to go to hell because you chose to do that, even though you chose to do that as a result of some quantum indeterminacy fluctuating in your brain, right? That you know. So what the point is, that indeterminacy of that ilk is not a good bedfellow for libertarian free will. So it doesn't get you libertarian free will. So
that cause and effect issue too just drives me to think from my own experiences what makes the most plausible. Like if I go back and relive those moments of when I made decisions, I know exactly why I ultimately went with decisions. I don't live every day 50-50 on every decision I ever make. That's ridiculous. I am usually pushed by a cause that has an effect from my choices. It just seems that's the most plausible. I don't know if that plays in the role or not, but
yeah. So the kind of analogy I always say, which is kind of what you're saying, I always use is if you go to a psychologist or psychiatrist, right, sit down in their chaise longue, right, and they say, okay, you know, what's this behavior that you have that you've done that you don't like, and you explain this behavior, and they say, did you choose to do that? And you say, yeah, I chose to do that. And they say, thank you very much, that's $150. It turns out you chose to do that, you just use your free will. It's free will that did it, so I can't really help you. No one does that. What they do is they try and understand why you chose that. Right. Which is like, okay, tell me something about your family background. Tell me something about your upbringing. Tell me something about what you know. So it's like you've talked about addiction. What were the drivers in your addiction? It's like no one goes, oh, you just chose to do that, Derek. There you go. Whatever, it was your free will. It's like, no, what were the things that were in play? Like that's psychology. It's understanding why we do stuff, understanding human behavior. So that kind of demands, in my opinion, a kind of a causal deterministic understanding of the universe, of human behavior. Because if there weren't reasons for doing stuff, if it's just free will as some kind of magic thing, then that's a conversation killer, and it stops inquiry, and it stops us understanding how things really work and why things happen.
Well put. Couple super chats. Crossover Maniac dropping the atomic bombs on Japan to avoid even more deaths in a conventional invasion to end World War II equals real life trolley dilemma. Right.
This could be an hour rabbit hole, but I do want to just mention this a little bit. I went through life. So this is one of the things like the global flood. You hear about the atomic bomb in Hiroshima, and it just becomes part of your that's what happened, and you did it to stop the war and save all these people, and you're just like, right, job done, and you don't really think about it, right, until you're like, I remember thinking about this at like 35, and then doing a bit of just doing like a philosophy lesson, and just suddenly realizing, hang on, I've never really thought about this and about whether that was absolutely monstrous, right? So imagine now in Ukraine, right, or in Russia now, imagine we went and dropped a nuclear missile on Moscow and killed 1 million people. yeah, it would stop the Ukraine war, and you could, but would we not just go absolutely insane at like all of those innocent civilians killed? But actually, this is the trolley dilemma, just on a massive scale. Now, it's really uncomfortable. The problem is whether you know it will definitely stop. Like, if you 100% knew that's going to stop, then that's a calculation they made. But it's pretty egregious that they had to kill that many people. Did they have to kill that many people? Could they have made the bomb half as small and still done the job? But this is moral consequentialism. That's a whole theory behind the atomic bomb. And that's why I say, like, consequentialism isn't a perfect moral value system, because you can look at things like that and go, actually, I don't feel comfortable about dropping a bomb on an entire city, even though it arguably brought about a greater good. And then we can argue whether that actually did happen.
While it definitely stopped the war from happening, okay, with them, the issue, though, notice there's already these treaties coming on saying, hey, we're not doing that anymore. Like, everybody realized how bad this was. People were signing and coming up with, what did they call that? There's like a common law worldwide, like not to nuke anyone. We have an agreement.
Mutual assured destruction.
It's some like, dude, we realized this was not what we want. So thank you, Crossover. Jake K, opinions, Christian rhetoric of love, charity, hope, etc.
I'm not sure what that means, Jake. You might have to just expand on that. Love, charity, and hope. I mean, we could talk about going back to divine command theory. Are those things good because God has them, or are they good independent of God? And therefore, what's the direction of causality there? And is that a problem for God, belief in God as being the objective moral grounding of all good things like love, charity, and hope? And I would say that they're good for reasons that are secular moral reasoning reasons, rather than just because God has them. I don't know if that's what you wanted to talk about, but that's how I've answered it.
Yeah, I'm looking. I didn't see Jake. I'll try and keep an eye out. I'm going to answer the next one here, and then we'll get to that. Mr. Monster in the house, good to see you here. Whenever there's a gap of information I can't seem to fill, I just put in Jonathan M.S. Pierce. I call it the John of the gaps.
I just snorted. That made me laugh. Thank you, Mr. Monster. I think that's very kind of you. Yes. I don't know what to say to that. What a ledge.
Just accept that you fill the gap, man. Just go ahead and accept it. You know what I mean?
So many jokes.
I accept it. It's okay. I created this world for you to fill the gaps, so it's, There's another one. Crossover Maniacs back. I don't think theists really believe in libertarian free will, not when they also believe in an interventionist God. You'd really want to have to be a deist, or want to have to be a deist or atheist to believe in libertarian free will.
That's a really interesting point he's made there. So every time God interacts with humanity is effectively, and you can include miracles in that, every time God steps in the Bible, is to change, is basically to constrain free will. Because if free will really was that important, God wouldn't do anything. God would just set the dominoes going, and then if free will is that important, you guys go for it. And there's a great meme. I love the meme. It says, it's got a picture of God. It says, "I gave you free will. Now do exactly what I want you to do," or something like that. It's phrased much more funnily than that. But it's the idea that I gave you free will, but I'm going to do everything I can so that you can't exercise it, and punish you for using it. And so this is really interesting tension between like the biblical narratives and the idea that free will is this amazing thing that we should have, and it's kind of this theodicy that gets rolled out by Christians all the time. Well, of course there's evil and suffering, that it's just a natural byproduct of being able to exercise free will. It's like, yeah, but then every time God gets involved in the Bible, it's constraining our free will, because it's like changing how things were going to be given what we decided they should have been like, etc., etc. So yeah, there's an interesting conversation to be had around that.
Thank you, Crossover, for that super chat. Seriously, I appreciate it. Your sins are forgiven. Jake K is back with explaining I kind of more meant, what do you think about Christians who endlessly extol things and attributes commonly thought of as good and beautiful and so on?
Yeah, and broadly what I said there, which is okay. How do you ground why they're good and beautiful and etc. etc. And if you start using secular moral reasoning or secular reasoning, then that's why those things are good and beautiful, and not just because God has them. So yeah, that I think I would answer it in the same way. I'll add a little extra, which is I love the saying God is love. It's like, if God is love, and if God is overflowing with love, and part of his creative impetus for creating the universe is because he had so much love that it just turned into creation, that it's like, is that why he created plate tectonics that kill, that create a tsunami that kills 240,000 people? Is that God is love? Like, if you'd say, what's the definition of God is love? Like, one of the last things I would say is tsunami that kills 240,000 people and countless ecosystems full of animals. I don't know. Maybe it's just me.
Hallelujah. Thank you for that. So, Jonathan, just so we have a tab here, we are at argument 15 now, if I'm not mistaken. What are we getting to? 18?
Well, I said originally we're going to get to 17.
Oh, 17.
Or 17 or 18. I did say 18, I think. I'm not sure that we will. I don't know.
Yeah, because we're running on 2 hours and 10 minutes pretty much almost.
So I could bring it to a close at this. So free will, I want to say just a few more things. So I could bring it to 16. I'll try and be really quick, though.
Oh, yeah. No. I just...
Is that all right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Or after this one. So the free will is really interesting in terms of what we do. So most philosophers nowadays are kind of over whether libertarian free will exists or not. They kind of say, well, it doesn't. Unless they're a theist, they generally don't believe in libertarian free will. So the question is, are they what's called a compatibilist, which is free will and determinism can coexist? Or are they a hard determinist and it's just about causal determinism? Free will, no matter how you define it, it just doesn't exist. And compatibilists will generally say that the free will, they'll redefine free will to say doing what you want, right? So if you can do what you want, that's free will. And then the hard determinists will say, yeah, but what you want is itself determined. Okay. So there's interesting conversation you can have there, but it doesn't really help. None of that. All these people deny libertarian free will. The question is what you do about not having free will in this society now. So this is where the interesting conversations are having. People like Greg Caruso arguing with Daniel Dennett about what kind of free will exists and what we do with crime and punishment. And the reason why I'm telling you this because it's pertinent to heaven and hell. So crime and punishment. What if you don't have free will, which I don't believe we do. I just think it's evolved. It's been a useful thing for evolving social cohesion and being able to say you're responsible for doing that. And if I see you responsible for doing that, I can kind of punish you, which is useful because I don't want that behavior, but I want to reward that. So I give you praise for doing that because that's good. And we want that to happen in our society. You can see why such an illusion could evolve, right? And it's a useful illusion up to a certain point. But nowadays we're like, okay, I can understand why this criminal did this really bad thing. Now, so I'm going to send them to prison. There are generally 3 reasons you send people to prison. One is retribution, one is deterrence, and one is rehabilitation. So under the lack of libertarian free will, retribution is pointless. It's like, you're going to prison because you're a complete bastard for doing that. Yeah, but you did that because you were the person you were in the situation you were in, right? And so actually this kind of takes a rug out from under like praiseworthiness and blameworthiness in the same way that, is it right to praise an Olympic swimmer for winning gold when actually they just were born with big feet, the biology of having big feet and the right body, and their parents took them and they had the willpower to do so, took them to swimming lessons every day and so on and so forth. All these things are put in place that ends up with them winning a gold medal. No one thinks like that. You're like, yay, Australia, yay, America, or whatever, and everyone cheers and you give them a medal. But essentially, the lack of libertarian free will means that praiseworthiness and blameworthiness intrinsically are problematic. So what do you do with crime and punishment? Okay, retribution is pointless. So it should really be about rehabilitation and deterrence. Well, deterrence is an interesting one because the harsher you punish someone doesn't correlate well with greater deterrence. It turns out that harsh punishments do not deter people more. Only very insignificantly. Generally, what deters people is the chance of being caught. So if you want to stop people committing crimes, you know, you make there a higher chance of them being caught rather than giving them harsher punishments. We know that the data is there. It's just that everyone likes to go be really harsh on crime and punishment, and it's like send people to prison, send people to prison. Yeah, it doesn't work. Yeah, send people to prison. America's the worst place for this. You've got such a bad prison culture because politicians think they need to be hard on crime, and being hard on crime just means locking people up willy-nilly and for longer periods of time. But it doesn't work.
It makes more criminals often too, by the way.
Exactly. And it turns out that if you want to look at the best recidivism rates in the world, which recidivism is repeat offending. So prisons in America and the UK are like revolving doors. You commit a crime, go to prison, learn how to do it better, go out, commit a crime again, go back into prison, come out, go back into prison, come out, go back. That's really poor. I think 85% in certain crimes, you know, recidivism rates. Whereas Norway has like 30% recidivism, best in the world, but they've got these kind of liberal prisons where they're like given skills. But that's how it should be. It's like, so what's the job of doing prison here? It's rehabilitation. I want you're not going to be in prison forever, right? Because the crime you committed doesn't warrant that or whatever. You're going to be in prison for a certain amount of time. When you're out of prison, I don't want you coming back in here. Not only is it more expensive, right, to just keep sending you to prison and going through the whole criminal process, but actually it's not good for society. What I want you to do is leave prison and have the skills such that you don't commit that crime again. So what you do is you skill them up, you give them these skills, so they learn stuff in prison, they become enfranchised, and they become members of society, and you let them go. And they go out and they don't commit another crime because they've got the right skills and they've got like aspirations. And so that's really, really important in my view of the world. It's a quarantine method of crime and punishment, which is to say that it's morally right for me to quarantine you if you've got a really bad disease that's contagious, right? And it's going to affect other people. It's right for me to quarantine you humanely and work really hard to make sure that you get better, Derek. And when I'm absolutely sure you're better, and this is the problem with crime, we're never absolutely sure that someone's not going to commit the same crime when they're out of prison again. But if you as an ill person, and I make you better, then if I'm sure that you're not going to go out and be contagious out there, then I will rehabilitate you and send you back out to society. That's fine. That's morally fine. The quarantine approach to healthcare is fine. We apply that to crime and punishment. So when you go into prison, I'm going to work really hard to make sure you're humanely looked after and that I give you all the rehabilitation you need so that if you are let back out, you don't commit the crime again. You are not contagious to other people and causing them problems. And if you are locked away forever because you are never going to get well, then at least you're treated humanely. That's anyway. Right. So that the reason why I went down that rabbit hole is because when we're talking about heaven and hell, the question is, what's the point of sending one to hell for eternity? Because there's no idea of rehabilitation there. So they've committed this crime that God knows in advance they're going to do, and then they're committed to hell forever or heaven forever. It's like, but if you're committed to hell forever, if that's what you believe, and there are different beliefs, how does that make sense of A, the fact that you couldn't do otherwise, the whole free will thing, and B, what's the point of committing you to hell for eternity? What's a rehabilitative, rationale here? Like, you're just punished for eternity for a finite sin. Anyway, we'll talk about that.
Yeah, and that's exactly, I was going to say, and I knew if I said something, you would go, well, we're going to get to that. Because you do that. I start getting into your arguments later because that's the problem. Like, how does this finite little one blimp of a moment,
they're all connected,
all eternity? Anyway, yeah, there's a lot here. But I do think, just my little comment, I would like to say our morality as a social creature, if we keep progressing, if we keep going and we don't backslide to scratching sticks and stones again and become brutes, I think we're going to think, I think we're already seeing people say that the injustice of prison systems is the case. But I'm really thinking, like you're talking about with this much better success rate in other countries on how they do this, I think that we're going to realize the way we are locking people up but we already, scientists are aware, I'm sure, are aware how locking someone in a room 23 hours a day, 1 hour a day, they can go eat, and that's it during the break, is creating a monster and psychologically screwing someone up.
Yeah, there's some new data that's just come out to suggest that how psychologically damaging, solitary confinement is and stuff like that. Yeah. It's really problematic. So, I mean, and at the end of the day, it's also cheaper. Like, the problem is rehabilitation seems expensive up front, right? Because you just look at the cost of rehabilitation. But actually, if you're doing it over 20 years of this person not coming back to prison, going through the courts and all that, it's way cheaper to do rehabilitation. But no one looks on the long term. They just look at the short term. Anyway,
that's all. I just figured I'd say, like, I think we're going to look back and go, what were we doing? That also brought me to another thing I was going to say just briefly. If we were, let's say, you know how we have all the food packaged to us, we're talking about the lever deal with the train cart. All right, imagine every restaurant you went to, you had to meet the food you were going to eat when it was alive. Oh, meet Bobby, the sheep. Okay, how do you want him cooked? You're probably not going to want to eat meat after a while. Like maybe in China, they have crazy like dogs and everything in cages they're killing and like doing it all there. I'm saying they're used to that. They've been doing that for who knows how long. We have been kind of fed a nice chicken patty without realizing the process behind how we ended up getting this meat. Imagine if we meet Daffy Duck. We call him Daffy. How do you want him cooked? We'll probably start being more vegan or
I imagine in 100 years' time, humanity will look back and say, say, what, you used to eat meat? It'll get to that like morally progressed period where we don't need to eat meat, and once we've got the food technology in place where it tastes just the same, it has exactly the same texture that we used to, or whatever, or we've just morally changed it enough that we can get over that, and that becomes normal or whatever. We'll look back and go, I can't believe we used to eat meat. That's barbaric. Honestly, because I just think that's where it's going.
I think that might be the case. Yeah.
Thank you, Vaguely Agnostic, who's also a really good supporter.
Seriously, thank you. I really appreciate it.
Legend. So we've got two quick chapters to just race through. And this is again talking about morality. So I've talked about free will, which could be like 5 hours of chat in itself. So chapter 15 is the Bible is not a good source of morality. And the idea that the Bible is this great source of morality, this is getting to the particulars of, say, Christianity or Judaism here. So I do admit that it is really a problem. So, we learn it's wrong to commit genocide, but, God and Yahwists did it in 1 Samuel 15 and Exodus 17. It's wrong to lie, but God did, certainly by proxy, e.g. 1 Kings 22, Jeremiah 4, 2 Thessalonians 2:11, and others. It's wrong to rape, but God sanctioned it, Judges 21, Numbers 31, Deuteronomy 20, 21, 22. It's wrong to own slaves, but God allowed for it, e.g. Leviticus 25, Exodus 21, so on and so forth. The idea that we have these really morally problematic scenarios like slavery, we're all agreed that the UN Declaration of Human Rights says, slavery in all its forms is bad, and yet the Bible countenances it. Like, is the Bible a good revelation of moral values? No.
You already know. Yeah, you already know where I'm at.
And we can talk about, let's just really rush through some examples. Noah's flood. Mass murder is okay if you've messed up your project. So that's that. I'm just giving you headings of the different ones I talk about. Mutilating a penis can change God's mind. So this is what happens when God was going to, I think, kill Moses, and then Moses' wife circumcised her son's penis and then touched either Moses' feet or his head with it or something. But God changed his mind. So apparently, cutting off a penis can change God's mind. That's a nice moral lesson to learn, isn't it? So next time you think God's going to punish you, just maybe cut off the end of your penis. Slavery's fine. Just don't treat them too badly. I'm doing a series on slavery myself on my own channel, and the reaction of biblical scholarship to slavery is morally abhorrent. Slavery is a real problem. So I've got this thing. If the Bible fails on slavery, the Bible fails. Full stop, right? So if Christianity fails on slavery, then it fails. The Bible does fail on slavery. Therefore, I don't care what anything else the Bible says, it fails. It's almost like, this is where I've got to a point in my life where, like, no, it's ridiculous. Just no, I don't need to entertain. And I've written books and books and books on this stuff. But I'm like, it so obviously fails on slavery. I don't need to take it seriously about anything else. Like, it is calamitously failed. Jog on.
Yeah, I got a couple books in the mail actually, just recently.
The Bad Jesus. So Hector Avalos's book on slavery is so far, I've not finished that. That is so far is brilliant. It's a brilliant book.
Slavery, Abolitionism, and the Ethics of Biblical Scholarship.
Yeah. So I'm doing a book series. I'm doing a video series on that book. So I'm due to do the second one this week. So yeah, check that out if you care.
Oh,
but
yeah.
So slavery, homosexual activity deserves death. Victims of rape must marry their rapists. It's okay to test someone's loyalty by making them almost kill their own son. Abraham and Isaac is just a morally abhorrent story. I hate it. God loves to kill children and animals by the nation load. I mean, Exodus. Again, we think of the Exodus and 10 plagues of Egypt like it's in our cultural memory. Mm-hmm. We learn it as kids, but it's a morally disgusting story.
Every firstborn Egyptian son, gone.
Killed because Pharaoh said no, even though God changed Pharaoh's heart. He hardened his heart.
He hardened his heart, yeah.
And then kills children on account of that. It's just morally disgusting. As genocide. And have you spoken to David Madison?
I have.
About his book, The
yes.
10 Things.
We've already gone through we did 2 different videos, 1 through 5, 6 through 10.
So all those things that Jesus said in there are added onto this, right? Is the Bible a good moral guide? No. And even what Jesus says is morally really problematic, or at least a lot of what
it is bad. Yeah, there's a lot of bad things that you don't pay attention to that are there. Yeah.
Yeah. So so that's really problematic. And we could go into detail about how morally problematic the Bible is, but most of your viewers will have very concrete views on how distasteful, morally speaking, the Bible is. Mm-hmm. And the problem is so this is how morality should work, or moral reasoning should work, is that 1, do your moral reasoning first. 2, then appraise ancient books for their moral value based on our moral reasoning. So get your morality sorted out, then appraise the Bible. But the problem is we don't do that. What happens is the Christians assume the moral genius of a very old parochial patriarchal book and have that as your axiom. And then 2, spend the rest of their lives mentally contorting and gerrymandering to square those absolute moral claims and lessons with their modern moral reasoning. That's the wrong way of doing morality. Don't do it like that. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's exactly how apologists do it.
Of course. And if you start with, and what's really good about that Hector Avalos book on slavery is he talks about this. He talks about how I've got it in here. I'm just going to read you a little bit from this because this is really, really super important. So in the beginning of the introduction, he says, my project actually began with a puzzling experience. If one reads almost any book on Christian ethics written by academic biblical scholars, one finds something extremely peculiar. Jesus never does anything wrong. And he talks about like how we analyze like Alexander the Great, Caesar Augustus, all these historical figures, and you like they're nuanced and complex, but you look at Jesus and he's perfect. And then so they start with that axiom. This is what I was talking about earlier on in this chat. Scholars start with that axiom and then evaluate the Bible and do biblical exegesis. It's like This is the ultimate circular reasoning. It's like,
And
look, I've done all this evaluation. And it turns out Jesus is perfect. Yeah, but you started with the axiom that Jesus is perfect.
This is why no matter where you go, there's always someone who has a different argument. Well, the Old Testament's out of date, that even by the New Testament, that's all done away with. But that's why I have academics coming on to show the slavery in the New Testament. We've got so much stuff to really dive in, and there's just really
But what's good about this book is it's not about looking at the Bible per se and saying this verse is countenance slavery. This verse, what Hector Avalos does really well here is he looks at biblical scholarship. So he says, okay, let's part the Bible. Let's look at how scholars over time have either justified. So this, I'm going to read you this quote because it's actually diamond. This is page 4. Despite the thoroughly benign manner in which biblical ethics are often represented, the Bible endorses horrific ideas and practices. One of these horrific practices is slavery, one of the most tragic and vicious institutions ever devised by humanity. For about 1,900 of the last 2,000 years of Christian history, it was self-described Christians who kept slavery in some form or another a viable institution, yet many modern historians and biblical scholars still claim the Bible was a main factor in abolition. So he says, let's look at biblical scholarship, because actually for 1,900 years, biblical scholarship justified slavery, right? And so how you can't come along at the end and say, if it wasn't for biblical scholarship and the Bible, abolition wouldn't have happened.
This would have been different in the 2nd century or something like early on. The fact that it got super comfortable and implemented this practice is a huge sign to telling you Christianity and slavery works perfectly. And I mean, let's get it. If you get into the rhetoric, Paul, a slave, it's not bond servant in some kind way. He claimed to be a slave of Christ. The word is slave in Greek. So it's all over the Bible. It's just there. You can't get rid of it.
So, yeah, I mean, you've got Rodney Stark saying moral fervor is a fundamental topic of his entire book. The potent capacity of monotheism and especially Christianity to activate extraordinary episodes that have shaped Western civilization. And he says, it goes on to say later, just as science arose only once, so too did effective moral opposition to slavery. Christian theology was essential to both. So he's saying that slavery was only abolished because of Christian theology. Well, no. Christian theology countenanced slavery for 1,900 years. All the slave traders were Christians, right? The people who were dealing in slave trade and using slaves were Christians, right? You can't glorify how wonderful Christianity is in being responsible for the abolition, which is a problematic claim anyway, and ignore that it was responsible for the slavery in the first place or justifying it. That's like saying, well done, Derek. That's like you congratulating yourself. This is me, Derek. Well done. I've saved Jimmy from drowning. I've pulled Jimmy out the river, right? But Derek, what you fail to remember is that you threw Jimmy into the river and held his head under, right? So you can't congratulate yourself for saving Jimmy and pulling him out the river when you're the one that threw him in and held his head under. So you can't have Christians lauding like the Bible and Christianity and theology for abolition when that was responsible for slavery being justified in the first place. Anyway,
what about there's active justification in Southern courts where the Bible was used to literally promote slavery? It wasn't just that, well, this is one of those areas the Bible says it's okay to own people, we're going to own people. But no, it goes beyond. They're trying to justify their active continuation of slavery in the South using the Bible.
So what's really interesting, so this is a quote from a pro-slavery Presbyterian clergyman called Fred A. Ross, right, who back in the 1800s, this was the 1800s, said to Albert Barnes. So Albert Barnes was an abolitionist clergyman, right? So he come along saying, look, I've looked in the Bible and I've reinterpreted things, and it turns out that slavery is bad, right? And this is great from Fred A. I mean, it's terrible, but it's great. And it's right, actually. So he says, I think in a letter to him, you get nothing by torturing the English version. People understand English. Nay, you get little by applying the rack of Hebrew and Greek, even before a tribunal of men like you, who proclaim that Moses in Hebrew and Paul in Greek must condemn slavery because it is in violation of the first sentiments of the Declaration of Independence. You find it difficult to persuade men that Moses and Paul were moved by the Holy Ghost to sanction the philosophy of Thomas Jefferson. What he's saying there is like, you can't reinterpret the Bible in light of your Enlightenment thinking and Thomas Jefferson and change all the understanding of language that we've understood very well to countenance slavery and say that actually abolition is the way forward. You are bastardizing the interpretation of the language here and changing the theology, when actually me as a clergyman has a correct understanding of biblical theology, and that's why slavery is good.
Mic drop. No, but seriously, I'm glad there were Christians who did jump on the Declaration of Independence and stuff. I mean, I'm glad that happened, but you can't say that that was the root cause. I mean,
no,
you have
it was complex. It was part of it, but it is complex.
Right.
Yeah.
You have deists who are out here writing this Declaration of Independence anyway. That's a whole different sidetrack. We're rabbit trailing off.
So Enlightenment thinking, even economics played a part, and all sorts of different ideas played a part in why abolition took place. But yeah, so anyway, but to go back to these kind of arguments, is like, right, if God knew, so this is completely relevant, that rabbit hole is relevant to what we're talking about. If God knew in advance that the Bible as his primary revelation was going to be used for 1,900 years of the last 2,000 years to countenance slavery, he knew that so it's like, I've got a choice of whether this is going to be my revelation or not. And he's like, I'm choosing this as my revelation, and I know it's going to be used to justify slavery for almost 2,000 years. What does that look morally? That's terrible. Does this better support the atheism versus theism? Does it look like omni-god exists if he's going to use his primary tool of revelation as the Bible, which is going to be misappropriated, or in fact correctly appropriated, for almost 2,000 years to countenance slavery? This is a huge, huge problem.
It is. Crossover Maniac says, lack of human free will and incarnation cuts both ways, as one could argue for lifetime imprisonment or capital punishment for irredeemable convicts.
Yeah, it's really, so here's an interesting, when I was writing my free will book, I need to rewrite that because it's my first book I wrote like 12 years ago, and I'm a better writer now. Really need to rewrite that. Anyway, I had a conversation with my partner in the kitchen saying, oh, there's this really interesting legal case where someone's gone to appeal, and he was basically racially abused, an Italian guy, well, an immigrant in Italy. He was racially abused. So he then kicked the heck out of 5 people, I think, and got sent down for 9 years, right? And then they did a genetic analysis of him, and turns out he had some genetic variants that made him predisposed to violence. So I said to my partner, look at this, his genetic code meant he is predisposed to that violent behavior, so therefore he should get some kind of mitigation for his sentence. And this is what the court found, that and he ended up getting his sentence reduced by 2 years. But my partner said, and quite rightly so in many respects, said, well, I would have not reduced his sentence. If he's predisposed to violence, I would increase his sentence. It's safer to keep him in prison. I was like, oh, that's a good point. Yeah. There you go. And so yeah, these things are complex. It's about doing the most humane thing that brings about the greatest good in this situation, which is rehabilitation and a lack of recidivism.
I said thank you for the super chat crossover. I'm sorry, I was muted. Yeah, I didn't want to stop you.
Damien Kuzmik, Jonathan M.S. Spears. Wow, I respect only wordplay, and the logic is 0 points. Thanks. I like to think my logic is worth 0 points, or maybe a little bit more.
Look, now that you know how to discover the side chat, you're in trouble. There's people I know who tell me, they come on, they're like, I'm not even looking at the chat because I'm going to end up getting like distracted. And I'm like, don't worry about it. I'll pay attention to the chat for you.
So the final argument, and we've been going a long time, and so it's well done for everyone who is still here.
Bravo. If you've stuck around, you're going to heaven. Don't worry, I promise.
The very quick argument is the next chapter, which says what the Bible doesn't say. So we talked about how morally bad the Bible is, positively bad, like it says these bad things. But what's interesting was what it doesn't say. Let's talk about slavery again. Now, that whole 1,900 years of being used to countenance slavery, imagine the first rule in the Decalogue, in the Ten Commandments, said, By the way, this is God speaking to Moses. He says, Moses, get this down. This is number 1 on the tablet. First tablet, number 1. Number 1, slavery is bad, right? And I want you to write that in capitals. Slavery is bad, right?
Right.
Number 2, refer to number 1. Is that important? We're going to say it again. Slavery is bad. Bigger capitals, 4 exclamation marks, right? There you go. Now, if God had said that to Moses, and Moses comes down and everyone's like, well, what did God tell you? And he says, right, number 1, slavery is bad. Number 2, and it's in capitals, so this is bad. Number 2, slavery is bad with 4 exclamation marks. Like, everyone's going to be like, okay, we're very clear on this. Slavery is bad. But the Bible doesn't say that. And so it's not about as much as what the Bible does say. It's as much about what it doesn't say. And it doesn't say things that should be really clear and morally obvious. If the United Nations can come up with a declaration that is morally superior to the Bible, then the Bible isn't the revelation that I think a lot of people think it is.
I agree with you.
And, you know, you can think of all sorts of other things it doesn't say. Jesus didn't come down and say, oh, by the way, boil all the medical implements you're going to use because of here's the germ theory, you know, and explain stuff like that. And that would have saved countless lives. Even if he doesn't explain why, just like some weird rule. By the way, rule number 7 on the tablet is boil all medical implements in boiling water. Then, like, everyone will be like, oh, we've got to do that, some kind of ritual. Okay, let's do it. It would have saved countless lives. Right. But that doesn't happen. Interestingly, prophecies, there's no prophecies about, oh, by the way, in a couple of thousand years, people are going to be flying around in aeroplanes and there's going to be intercontinental ballistic missiles. No prophecy says that. They just say stuff that just so happens to only make sense in that time and place. It's like their prophecies are really like, look like just ex eventu things that people would have said that just like, no, there's no prophecy that's like,
or like common sense things that happen all the time. You just repeat that it's, you know, like, guess what's going to happen? There's going to be a war. Really, numbnuts? I mean, you're kidding me. There's going to be a war? Who would have thunk of that? Wow, yeah. This must be true. I mean,
no one says, oh, by the way, guys, like in a couple of thousand years time, Elon Musk is going to buy Twitter. Everyone's like, what does that mean? This, but let's write it. I mean, this is a prophecy. Let's put it down anyway. Like, but no one says that, and because obviously prophecy is just nonsense. So anyway, what the Bible doesn't say is almost as interesting as what it does say.
Absolutely. So, is this the time I can plug you? I could tell everybody
you can fill my gap.
It is time. Everybody, go get a book or 2 or 3 or 4. How many have you written?
On like religion and philosophy, probably a dozen. Fiction, 4 now. 3. I've got one that's coming out soon. And a couple of like ones on being a dad of twins and stuff like that. So if you, wow, I don't know, probably 15. So
you definitely right, man. Go get the 30 arguments against the existence of God, heaven, hell, Satan, and divine design, so we can talk about further arguments when we get back. We'll end up, how many episodes do you think? This would be a couple more at least, right?
Yeah, so at the speed we're going, mate, yeah, probably a couple more.
I think we're covering, you know, every point we can. We got the soul. These are the upcoming ones. I'm just going to read the just these as we go through. The soul doesn't exist. What's the point of heaven and hell? God cannot be perfectly merciful and perfectly just. Weighing our hearts, heaven or hell. Explaining the heaven, me. Free will, the problem of evil and heaven. Why not just create heaven? Satan is God's middle manager. Infinite punishment for finite crimes. Prayer makes little sense. Prayer is not effective, but God is not omni-god according to the Bible. Bonus argument, icing on the cake. God is not omniscient because it could be living, or we could, it could? It says it could be living in the Matrix.
Yeah, so in that whole book, I try really hard to call God it.
Okay, got it.
And that was really difficult for me because you use he and him all the time. But I wanted to say God is this abstract idea, this omni-god, that has no gender. And really, we shouldn't call God he. Not in some kind of progressive modern ideal or whatever, but just seriously, it's just an it. Right. But I'll tell you what, it's difficult. Like the amount of comb throughs of that text, and there's probably still the odd him and he in there. it's so difficult not to just naturally call God he and him. And it sounds weird sometimes because we're not used to it, calling God it. I do it anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. I definitely hope you go get the book. Go check out his onlysky.media/Jonathan Pierce. That's his personal blog area where he is on this website. So you can go and intrude in. You wrote all these?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so some stuff on like Ukraine and Russia. That's what that swastika thing's about, like propaganda, Russian propaganda. Twitter, that one up there. Like if you go up, there's one of someone doing archaeology. That one's about the soul there, but just go up above the Supreme Court. Up one more. Sorry, that one, the guy doing archaeology. That's really interesting. There's a tablet that's just been found that some of the actually the biblical.
I've interviewed the guy, by the way.
What?
I interviewed the man who discovered the tablet on Mount Ebal.
Yeah, is that?
Yeah, I interviewed him.
Dr. Stripling.
Yep, I interviewed him.
Right, so that's a really, I think that's a really good article. It's a kind of like that's a bit of journalism I've done there. I've interviewed some people, and Kipp Davis, who Dr. Kipp Davis has got some good quotes in there because I went to him for like some info on what he thought of Stripling's claims. Anyway, the idea is that Hebrew writing is much earlier and it's got this mention of Yahweh than people originally thought. Therefore, the Bible could be true. It's a load of rubbish. But
go check out his website. YouTube channel is pinned in the comment section right now. Go subscribe. Have you a glass of wine with him if you're not like me and you break out. I'm allergic to alcohol. I break out in handcuffs when I do drink it, so I try not to. Have one for me. And consider also joining MythVision's Patreon, working very hard, covering many topics. Early, this is the one I was playing that had Graham Oppie in it at the beginning. Atheism makes more sense. And I already had criticism from people who are atheists saying, why would you name it that? Atheism isn't a thing. It's the lack of a thing, of course. And it's like, dude, wait till you see this interview. You're going to be shocked. We cover so much ground in so little time. There's just a lot of content that I've done. Consider helping us out, supporting us. Join MythVision Patreon. Any final words from you before we get these super chats?
No, I've really enjoyed this. I love talking about this stuff. Please, grab my book, grab any of my books, all of my books, or none of them. Do what you like, but it'll be nice support. It helps me do what I do and continue to do that. If you appreciate what I do, and if you don't, sorry. If
you'd like, I can just bypass their libertarian free will and cause everybody to get the books if you would be interested. That would be cool. Okay. Well, when we're done with this episode, I'll make sure that I do that. Just, doing my God thing, Doc Pluromanaut says, corkage fee for Jonathan for the bottle of Haddingly sparkling I am having. Is that Haddingly? Yep. That sounds good, Doc. He sometimes appreciates, occasionally I have a glass of wine on some of my videos and he partakes mutually, I think. So good man. Doc is the man. Thank you so much, Doc. I really appreciate you. Seriously. Always coming through with some very intelligent questions and dialogue. And then Dalai Lama is also a member. Thank you for the super chat. And is a member of the YouTube channel. Tithing much love. Really enjoy Mr. Pierce's presence here. Mr. Pierce, really presence. Kind. Thank you, Dalai Lama. That's really kind. Thank you. Absolutely. I'm always reminded when your name comes up of, I think it was the current Dalai Lama. I was getting bit by a mosquito on camera and tried to shoo it away. And then by the third time on camera, slapped and killed the mosquito. And they went you just killed the mosquito. He said, look, after strike 3, you're out. You're not supposed to kill anything according to their philosophy. But he's like, listen, the mosquito doesn't get it. After strike 3, that's it. Everyone's got a price. Everyone's got the tipping point. Seriously, thank you so much. Until next time, ladies and gentlemen, go get a book and never forget, we are MythVision. We are live here at MythVision Podcast, and 30 arguments against the existence of God with Jonathan M.S. Pierce, author, writer, badass. We are MythVision. Welcome back to MythVision Podcast. Are you tired of people knocking on your door to tell you what you need to believe? Anyway, welcome back, Jonathan M.S. Pierce. I want everyone to know real quick, you got the blog, obviously. They can go. Everybody's writing on here, but yours also. You contribute a lot to this, correct?
Yep. I like to think I do. There are an awful lot of writers there. You know, Ehrman, Meta, Phil Zuckerman, all sorts of great minds and writers. Loads of fantastic variety, and I'm one of the voices in there.
And then the book we're talking about today is 30 Arguments Against the Existence of God, Heaven, Hell, Satan, and Divine Design. I want to, obviously maybe we can get through all 30 arguments briefly somehow, but some of them take a little extra time to get into. So if we don't get through all of them today, we might make a part 2 happen on this particular subject. And hey, why not? Let everyone know about the book twice. So,
I think a wonderful thing about sort of books like this, or at least ideas like this, is that they can go down many rabbit holes, and that's great, because once you start thinking about one argument, it leads to another, and then they're connected ones. So yeah.
Well, that's another thing too. Like, it's not just about me and you. If anyone in the audience, like, they contribute with the super chats, I always thank you for that. But they involve themselves in the conversation. They may have questions. They may want to go down a rabbit hole, whatever. That's an option too. So sometimes they might cause us to have a part 2 or a part 3 of the show itself. So
bring it on. But
get you a copy of the book. This is the brand new one, the latest and the greatest. Dan Barker wrote the foreword, and let me tell you, he's funny. I mean, he attacked everything you said and said the same thing that you said right after you said it, and it's like, so it's just, he's a really funny writer, and I really enjoyed this. This has been a blast reading. Also, the MythVision Patreon, just so you know, if you're looking for a way out of hell, we are selling indulgences here. You could do it with a simple entry. Don't worry, continue in all the iniquities that you want to act in. All your sins are covered. Just join the Patreon. We have tons of stuff. I work my butt off. I release early access, and that's enough about me and enough about plugging. Just so you know, it's all in the description. Jonathan, where do we start with this big matter? Because I guess someone goes, what is God? Like, what do you mean?
Yeah, just before we start, I mean, thanks for calling me a badass. I've been called a lot of things in my life, but never a badass. It's hardly justified, but yes.
No, I see through. I see it.
Yeah, I feel it. This book came out of a lot of past writing I've done, and arguments I've given in public talks and all sorts of stuff. So, with my philosophical wranglings about what God is, and this is why I put God in inverted commas, in sort of scare quotes, because the idea, I remember giving a talk involving some of these arguments years back. I used to do a talk called God on Trial, and I used to present 5 philosophical arguments against God, and people would challenge you, but that's not my understanding of God. And it's like, well, there are so many versions of God, as many as there are believers, that you've got to say, well, what are the most obvious commonalities that we have? And I think so. For me, I always choose the God of classical theism, which is what I call omni-god, which is a God of omniscience, or being all-knowing, omnipotence, all-powerful, and omnibenevolence, which is being all-loving. And wrapped inside of those is divine foreknowledge. So often,
Right.
people will believe in the full divine foreknowledge of God, knowing all future events. So that's what I really start with. So how do these omni characteristics work together, and how do they work with the data of the world around us? And we can talk about like deductive arguments, but I think, there are ways round. Christians have ways around deductive arguments. So I think abductive arguments, which are the inference to the best explanation, are really useful. Really cumulative arguments saying that, well, what's this God most likely? What's his data, or what's this characteristic of God most likely explained by, or this characteristic of reality best explained by? Atheism or theism? Atheism.
So you want to make it clear in the book, you pick a god, and the god you want to pick is the most common. Nobody wants to go find a little tribal clay deity that's on a totem pole that 300 people on planet Earth believe. You might have more of a chance of existing actually through all your arguments than the one.
So what happens is it's very much like the con man's pea shell game, where they put a pea under a shell or a cup or whatever, and they move it around, and it's like, whenever you present an argument against God, the theist comes back and says, okay, well, my God's not quite that, it's like this, and it's all about sleight of hand. And then you say, okay, but if God's like that, then what about this? And then they move God again, and eventually they move God so many times that at least one of their answers that they give or sleight of hands that they use is actually not consistent with another one that they've used, and in fact they tie themselves in knots. You say, well, actually that solution that you've given there to this problem is not a solution you can give to that problem, and that it's actually they're mutually exclusive. So I think I think that they can be pretty slippery theists when it comes to getting themselves out of these issues.
Are you trying to equate them to the serpent? Anyway, no. So we have addressed the kind of God we want to deal with is pretty much the common conception of the deity that is in Abrahamic faiths, especially since philosophy has had its hands all over this God. And you actually give a great shout out to Francesca Stavrakopoulou in your opening. I really appreciate that. I think more people need to be aware of this God so they understand God in his context, not after Plato or Paul or whoever else has got their hands on him. Even the priestly source doesn't quite do what ends up becoming. So
that's a really good point, actually, and that's probably a great place to start, which is in this book, I found this really, really difficult, is I choose it as a pronoun for God. Right. And I had to really, there are so many times where you just automatically write he, which is whenever you're talking about God, it's he. And I really wanted to work really hard to make sure it was a pronoun I really consistently used everywhere, apart from a small bit about rape later on. But that was quite difficult because we're so used to that. And actually that connects to what God and Anatomy, the book that you just showed. Mm-hmm. I think there's a real tension between modern Christians and the Bible, because as she shows so well in that book, God had a body and had a corporeal existence that is very clearly evidenced in the Hebrew Bible. Mm-hmm. And what happened is through, the use of philosophy over time, that God became abstracted away from being a God that walks among us and talks to us and shows his butt cheeks to us and all the sorts of things that she shows in that, these really uncomfortable excerpts for the Christian. And humanity has abstracted God out of that context to be this abstract entity that most modern Christians understand of God. And then what they have to do is, because this God has been so abstracted out of that context, so that it now sits outside of time, outside of the universe, and is just responsible for kind of creating the universe and everything in a more abstract sense. They then have to say, but I still believe the Hebrew Bible, and have to go back to that ancient text and say, oh, okay, I've got this abstract idea of God, but I need to marry that with this God that walks among us and has a body. And there's a real tension, I think, there for modern Christians.
Yeah, I'm 100% with you. I like how you put it in your book. You talk about him hiding behind a mountain, and then it becomes from a mountain to a cloud. And then from a cloud, it becomes, well, maybe the clouds play a role in the mountains because they're up there, they're up high, right? But that progressive he's getting a little further, we get there and then we find out he's further. It's almost like the Christian, I can't remember the astronaut who was taking the mission to the moon and looking out there and doesn't see God, he must be further out. He's got to be, so I really appreciate that.
It's like a playground argument. I often analogize, which is to say that, you're having an argument about my God's better than your God. It's like, yeah, but my God's, over there, my God, your God's this, well, my God's that times 10. Well, my God's that times infinity. Mine's that times infinity plus 1. Mine's that times infinity to the power of infinity, like you did on the school playground. Right. And then it's like, eventually God is not just like any pantheon of gods. You have gods that have different skills. Well, God is eventually, abstracted to have all of these skills and all of these strengths, and therefore omnipotence and omnibenevolence and omniscience, and it's all encased in one entity. And so so you can see that abstraction of all these kind of characteristics into one supreme and perfect entity, which exists, as you say, out there.
So before we dive into the book itself, because the first thing we're going to deal with is the first chapter. Why would God create at all? I mean, I'd like to chip away at these things as we go. I want people to understand you are a philosopher, and I'm going to get the super chats here in just a second. Thank you all for the support. I want to mention, I said this the other night. I had a conversation with a Calvinist. He's actually like a Jordan Peterson philosophy type of Calvinist. And we were talking about God, and he wanted to get all woo-woo and word salad and deep and philosophical and this and that. And I'm not a big philosopher, Jonathan. I'm not going to lie. But I told him, see, I'm starting somewhere else. If I want to know about the God of the Hebrew Bible, I'm going to look at the context, the culture, the text, the literature, the ancient Near Eastern context, the region, what's going on at this place, this time, and compare it to the zeitgeist of its era, rather than start with, what's the most unbelievable philosophical thing I could think of that is amazing and mighty. I'm going to apply that onto my deity because I already imagine and believe that that's my God. So now I'm going to apply something that's cogent and find a way to make it happen. This has happened, I think, with an atheist guy who was, I think it was a Gnostic atheist. The guy that I told you I wanted to have you have a conversation with, but became a Muslim.
Right. Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
And he did it because he started with philosophy. But I'm like, have you ever looked at any textual criticism, source material for the Quran, like the human fingerprints? So we're starting in different areas, but you're a philosopher. So this would be fun to do, to have you as a philosopher show us the problems. Whereas I can look at it like anthropologically and look at this and say, the development, there's flaws, this human, look at this. He looks like Baal. He had a wife. You mentioned that as well in your book. I'm just saying, You're going to take it from a different angle.
Yeah, and that reminds me, I mean, this is nothing to do with this book, but I have like sort of natural theology books. So one of my earlier books is What Did God Create the Universe from Nothing? So countering William Lane Craig's Kalam cosmological argument. So I used to be incredibly obsessed with the Kalam. So that's not the sort of stuff that this book has got, but that's a really, it just reminds me, because a lot of Muslims go to the KCA, the Kalam, as a kind of stall, as a foundation stone for sort of arguing to their God, or certainly theism. And it's just such a problematic argument for a whole bunch of reasons, but that's a whole different story.
All right. Vaguely agnostic, thank you for that super chat. A meme I saw today pointed out that God created a light source that gives us cancer. Dude, just thought I would pass it on.
That is brilliant. Yeah.
Oh, thank you, Vaguely. I appreciate the support and the 666.
Because what's really, so here's a already you can start. We haven't even properly started, and there's a rabbit hole. What the thing about theism is, you have to explain every single bit of data in existence in light of omni-god. So that's a really good point that expresses that nicely, which is, you think, oh, God's created the sun, brilliant, sun gives us cancer. Okay, you now have to, I mean, we don't have to explain that. Shit happens. Like the universe, it doesn't need to be loving. But if you believe in an all-loving God, straight away you have to explain that. You have to explain that, and then this becomes a problem of evil. And they say, well, there might be a reason, there could be a reason, and that's all they revert to, which is the possibility ergo probability. It's possibly an answer for that, so therefore it is the answer. Do you know what I mean? The
sin went into hyperdrive because of our sin. The sun went into hyperdrive. That's why. There's always some explanation, or maybe it's beyond our understanding, but it fits into God's plan. Let me tell you, buddy. Doc Pluromanaut, thank you so much for the support. Good to see everybody here tonight, too.
Yeah.
The scandal of particularity is not solved when the parochial tribal god of Yahweh is no different than Shamash or Asher, etc.
Yep. I got no. Yeah, absolutely. you have, but then some theists will say, some kind of not universalists in that sense, but people that say that there are in all of these different religions there are elements access to the God, and there are arguments that Christians or theists might use in that context.
Yeah, theirs is better. Don't you forget. Crawford Fulton King, thank you for that super chat. No question, just saying hi to both of you and everyone on chat. And I'm 10 minutes behind on YouTube on me telly. Well,
on the telly. That's
on the telly.
That's on the telly. Yeah.
Thank you so much for the support, and thank you for that. Everybody give Crawford a shout out. And I love it when I see like people who are fans of what we do, even just complimenting people who are super chatting and showing them love for the support. Because I know that everybody's money's hard earned. I know how difficult this stuff is. And, I do appreciate it. This is a full-time gig for me. So first argument.
Okay.
First idea.
Absolutely. So the first idea is, why create anything at all? And I think that, that's a good place to start. So why create anything at all? So if you have a omni-god who is, there's something called perfect being theology, arrived at through the ontological argument, this argument that certain theists use to argue towards, to logically poof God into existence, right? So the idea is that God is perfect in some sense of the word, and I think that's a thoroughly problematic word anyway, but we'll just park that for a bit. Now, if God is absolute perfection, so causally prior to creating the universe, God just exists in what we might call God world, right? There's nothing else, no other contingent entities exist, just God. God would be ontologically perfect. So God would have no needs, no desires, no lacks, because to need something or to desire something is not to have it, is to have a lack. And so therefore, the question is, well, if you are in ontological perfection, why would you want to create anything that shows you've got a need or a lack? And not only that, but that which you create appears to be necessarily a degradation of perfection. Right, because you only have to look at Adam and Eve and their cock up in the Garden of Eden as to say, well, this is clearly not perfection, right? So this is not, brings me on to another argument which I'll bring in later, or several arguments I'll bring in later. But you get this understanding that this idea that that God would have no need to create, just like, and therefore. But God has created, and so therefore we've got something odd here. So what's going on? Why did God create? I mean, what would you, when you were a Christian, how would you sort of argue for why God would create?
Well, I had an argument specifically funneled eventually through Calvinism, which then what I did is I tried to express, I mean, there was a way of me trying to connect the idea that God cared enough about us, his chosen, by the way. It wasn't everybody. I found a way to make it make sense because I was an elect, duh. So it has to matter for me, of course. I know I was lucky, 1 out of a million, but the one reason I'd run to like Romans 9. I know that's weird, but that's a Calvinist hotspot. And I would go, well, God has to make something that he's able to somehow show his attributes. So he can't show his attributes if there isn't something there. Now, I started with a lot of assumptions, even with this. Just why does he have to show attributes? But he wants to show who he is. So how does he do that? Well, he wants to show his mercy and he wants to show his wrath, his power. And so how he does that is he creates objects for mercy, objects for wrath. Now, before
but I see, as that just, it's red flag, red flag to a bull.
Same here.
Straight away, I'll be questioning. It's always about questioning the why. So why would he need to show his, like you were saying, why would he need to show his mercy? Why would he need to show his power and wrath? Like, why would a perfect being need to show power? Like, what are they trying to prove? And who to? Because if they are the only thing that exists, they don't need to prove anything to anyone because they already know. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I mean, and this is a question I think even sometimes Christians ask, like that they'll maybe have an answer, well, because of his son or whatever. They'll have some, it doesn't answer the ultimate why. And even they will ask, like, I'm not sure why he created it this way. Because when you pin them down and you go, like, we get into the hell and who's going where and why did he create a place like this? And why did he create Satan knowing he's going to fall? Because we have these omnis. They don't understand, but they just trust God. Well, why did my aunt die of brain cancer? Well, I'll tell you why. God has a plan. They don't know why, and they're comfortable with not really knowing why.
Yeah,
so
and that's what it always comes down back to, is this kind of skeptical theism. This appeal to, like, oh, it's beyond our ken. We don't know why, but there might be a reason. Therefore, there is a reason, and that's basically what most of theism appears to just entirely rely on.
Right.
So the argument I've heard back that seems to make the most sense but doesn't make any sense is that God creates because he has a superfluity of love. There's so much, God has so much love, it's that he has superfluous love. Existing somehow in God world, God just has too much love, a bit like an overflowing glass. So he exists as this overflowing glass that overflows with love, and so therefore that is a creative impetus that God had. I mean, this is I've had theologian friends who have expressed this to me, and in fact, I was watching a Jewish rabbi talk about this in a talk the other day, and just thinking, hang on, so if you have so much love that you need to create, and then you create tidal waves, tsunamis that kill 240,000 people, and that overflowing love is cancer, from the sun that you've created, or just from other stuff, and disease and murder and rape. It's like, I'm sorry, that argument that doesn't work for me. It's the superfluid. If I was overflowing with love, I then wouldn't need to try and explain myself to explain why that overflowing love creates so much death, pain, and suffering.
It's almost, and then what typically happens, and I'm going to track with you on this just to play along with this and show the problems. I've thought about this as well. You probably have. Imagine back when Stalin's ruling, and he has all these starving people. Let's say they're caged. He puts them in there. Okay, they're in this place. They can't get out. They're starving to death, and there's just enough food to keep, let's say 75% of them alive. Now they have to kill each other for it, and they're getting sick, and there's illnesses. But none of them is blaming the person who technically puts them in the cage to begin with. They always find an excuse to blame the person who's starving next to them and the other person who's in the same situation they're in. And they never actually are blaming the very thing they're saying exists as the example of love. You see the problem I'm going down?
Yeah. So this is a really common, so basically theodicy. So the problem of evil is, why is there so much evil and suffering in the world, given that God is all loving, which means he would care enough to do something about it, all powerful enough to do something about it, and all knowing, knows what to do about it. But why is there still all this pain and suffering? And it's this idea that these theodicies, which are kind of defenses and excuses for how God, explaining why this suffering is there, it's always about blaming something other than God, because God can't be responsible for, even though God is a necessary being supposedly that creates everything in existence.
And that's it. That is only saying that God exists to begin with, because there's a Christian going, you're blaming God, you're mad at God. No, we're trying to say, using your framework, your model, like, how do you not see that conclusion? That's why I had to interrupt to make that point, because I know Christians will do that. I used to do it myself. Well, you're mad at God. That's why you're saying that God's at fault. And it's like, no, using that framework, using your understanding that this God is in control, this God created, but he's not responsible.
Yeah,
he's really not
responsible. We will definitely get it. So these are some of the early arguments.
I'm sorry, I'm already
no.
But
you're absolutely right.
You want to get this super chat real quick then?
Yeah, go for it.
Abros, thank you so much, my brother. Love you, man. Thank you for the super chat. It's not logically proofing.
No, because I said poofing, like magic.
Poofing. Oh, I'm sorry. Logically poofing something into existence. I'm earnestly waiting to see if you can offer a genuine refutation of God, of natural theology.
Well, this is essentially what we will be doing the whole episode. But the natural theology covers all sorts of different arguments, including because I was wondering if someone would say, "Oh, natural theology." That's like the Kalam cosmological argument is a foundation of natural theology. So there's a book, but to deal with that takes about 6 hours of talking, and then you get the ontological argument, all these arguments. So it's like you take the Blackwell Companion to Natural Theology and you say, oh, I refute that. Yeah, that takes like 20 hours to read, like, let alone beginning to refute that. So, all in good time, but we will be concentrating on a lot of arguments that will be under the umbrella of natural theology. And of course,
Awesome.
The problem is that if you're in my opinion, if you're a Christian, for example, like, not only do you have all the historical arguments that you and I have spent so long talking about, the resurrection and the nativity, and I'm writing a book on the Exodus at the moment. Not only do you have all those theological, exegetical, historical problems, but you have to be able to answer all of these as well. Like the hoops you have to jump through to get to Christianity as a rational belief, but it's mind-boggling. I can't get past that. So let alone the resurrection and nativity issues. I mean, it's just the problems of Legion.
Right. Yeah. Thank you, Avarice, for the super chat, my friend. Stay tuned.
So the next argument is God is a poor designer, and let's talk about Adam and Eve here for a start. So if you believe in Adam and Eve, it depends, where you go. So some Christians will say, they're only symbolic beings, but then it's like, well, how does that fit with original sin? How is this all? Is the whole symbolic, literal tension that you get? It's like, well, how far do you take back your symbolism when? So that's.
I just want people to at least see this. I have the book, so anyway.
Yeah, so there's also an awful lot of different sort of natural theological arguments going on here, but in terms of this design of Adam and Eve, let's assume a literal Adam and Eve for the sake of argument at the moment. If God created Adam and Eve, now you have this dilemma here. So if God created Adam and Eve, right, and original sin, and we're that gets into the world, and we're all being punished on account of sin being in the world and the fall of humanity, the fall of man. If Adam and Eve ate from the tree of knowledge of good and evil, and they made that decision that was a bad decision, and we are all now getting punished on account of that, the question is, are they representative of humanity? So Derek, if you were in that same situation and you also ate from that tree, then actually it's fair that we're all kind of punished on account of what Adam and Eve did, because actually we all would have done the same. Okay. And then the other side of the coin is, well, if Derek, you had been in that same situation and you didn't, and you chose not to do that because you're obeying God, then they are not representative of humanity. So you've got these two problems. If all humans would make that same mistake, then we've got a design problem going on here, because God has created. We didn't design ourselves. We don't have responsibility for designing ourselves and what we do. And if all humans in that given situation would have done the same, then which is required by Adam and Eve being representative of humanity, then that's poor design. That's unmistakably poor design. Now, if they are not representative of us, so Derek would have been a good boy and not chosen that fruit, then it's completely unfair that God has created two people that caused the fall of man, and who aren't representative of humanity. So it's a real problem. You've either got poor design or you've got God being unfair. And I don't think there's particularly a way around this, unless you go down the real symbolic route, in which case, well, what's the point of the whole story really? Is it just saying humans are naturally depraved or naturally, morally evil? Well, then that's a bit of a design fault.
Then you kind of wonder, like, getting to Jesus, this is the problem later, is like, died for all man's sins. Where did sin enter the world? Like, did these New Testament authors actually believe the story of Genesis literally? It seems like Paul did. So there's all these problems. Like we're all sophisticated somewhat. I think most people are trying to be in 2022, at least the theologians that I want to talk to that are, trying to stay up to speed with science and their religion. Yeah. They're trying to stay up to speed. We're cool with Genesis being a mythology. It's not, it's allegory, it's mythology, but then they get to Jesus and, we got to be very careful. Oftentimes we got to watch out what we say and but Paul believed that. Paul believed this, he knows about Adam, and is that all symbolic for him as well? Then did Jesus really have to die then? Like, we got all these questions that start coming up.
I understand why Christians feel the need to be hyper-literalist, because if you start pulling the symbolic card out, then actually it falls down like a house of cards, the whole edifice. And I think So I understand why they feel the need to go, oh no, it's got to be true, because then it's if you start saying that's some symbolism and that's allegory, then how do you know what's what, and how much is really important to be historically true, and how much can you get away with there being symbolism? When it comes to the Exodus, how much has to be true? When you if Jesus is fulfilling every jot and tittle of the law, then actually the law is really super important. But then how much of that is symbolism? How much of that is actual history? And it's all a murky sort of quagmire.
Right. Depends on the person you ask,
Yeah.
and how much they want to accept is this or that. And each person has kind of that threshold of what they're willing to allow to be, well, that's allegory. I don't like that idea. Let's change it. But
yeah.
I do like how you put Adam and Eve, though. I do. That makes a lot of sense. If you take the story at face value, you either have one or the other. And then the other idea I was going to say about that, just to add in foreknowledge, like imagine he didn't know what was going to happen, but he did it anyway. Wouldn't he? Wouldn't you think someone who didn't know, granting open theism for a second on this idea, wouldn't you think if he was all loving, he'd have gone, you know what, I screwed up. I learned from my lesson. Scratch. Let's end Adam and Eve. Start over with two people who will get it this time. No. Yeah. Let's keep the ball rolling and let's flood everybody a few chapters later. Only certain people, it's kind of.
Yeah, I'm so glad you mentioned that, because I forgot to mention this, but it's something I also talk about in there, which is divine foreknowledge, which is if God actually knew what Adam and Eve would do, then I don't understand what's going on here. So if they're getting the blame for the fall of man, or there's some kind of connection between what happens thereon and Adam and Eve's actions, and God knew that in advance and knew exactly what they would do, and yet creates them anyway, and he creates them such that they do that, then he is morally responsible. And this is again an argument I'll come on to in a second in a different form, but he is morally culpable for what they did, so therefore he's morally culpable for the fall of man, as you would expect an ultimate creator God to be. I mean, it's this problem that Christians or theists have with trying to extricate God from this creative sovereignty and take him out of that as being morally responsible for that which he creates. And I don't think you can do that. And I think that's a fundamental flaw in the theology.
That's why they come up with different things. Libertarian free will. That's the ticket. Or they'll find ways to have these internal fights in Calvinism of infralapsarianism and superlapsarian. Well, God let one free choice happen. Like there are Calvinists that sound like they're willing to let libertarian free will be the case for like the first decision ever made. And guess what? Man made the wrong choice right out the gate. Now it's all predestined. And there's some who say it was started from, that's where I was, superlapsarian. I said God predetermined it before, because it just didn't make any sense. It would seem like a cop-out to try and get God
but even if you have libertarian free will, which I completely dispute 100%, it doesn't make any philosophical sense. But if you allow for that, and then God still knows the future actions of freely willed decisions, then it doesn't matter whether you got libertarian free will or not. God knows what Adam and Eve would do. He created them in such a way that they would do that, and knew that they would do that, and he knew before he created them that they would do that, but he still created them anyway. So he's still responsible for that taking place. Like if he hadn't created them, that wouldn't have taken place.
Right. And this is that question you asked earlier, like why did he create anything? And this is another interesting question. We're talking about heaven and earth and all that. But like, why did he create hell? Why did he have to have a place? We haven't got there yet.
We'll come on to that. I mean,
okay, let me get these few super chats and we'll keep moving. This is awesome. We're 33 minutes in. Somebody's got to get crucified.
I'm on chapter 2 only.
There's only 28 more to go. Doc Pluromana, thank you for that super chat, my friend. Ball out equals unknown purpose defense.
Bail out.
I'm too far away from the screen. Unknown purpose defense. Although God wants Christians to be clear about morality, salvation, and believe, he has some other unknown desire which conflicts with that one and overrides it.
I mean, the whole problem with God is an epistemological problem. This is the divine command theory issues with that, which is, how do you know that you've got the right God? How do you know what commands God is actually, how do you know you've got the right interpretation of those commands or the right commands at all? And so Christians, they will posit some kind of purpose or some kind of this or that. It's an epistemological nightmare.
Thank you so much for that, Doc. I hope that answered your question. And
Probably does.
Shadow Vein, thank you for the $3 super sticker. Appreciate the love and the support, everybody. Awesome. All right. So are we finally in chapter 3?
So no, the last thing I want to say about poor design, we're still on chapter 2.
Okay.
The poor design issue is that, okay, so not only is he designed Adam and Eve poorly, because they are representative of humanity and they've done this bad thing and God knew that. And let's throw in a little bonus here, because they were punished for eating from the tree of knowledge of good and evil. So before they took that fruit, they didn't have knowledge of good and evil. Right, so God has commanded them. I mean, this is a fundamental flaw with the story of Adam and Eve.
Right. I get where you're going with this.
so God says, by the way, don't eat from that tree. Right? They have no knowledge of good and evil, so therefore, eating from that tree is neither good nor evil. It is morally neutral for them. They don't know. They have no knowledge of good and evil. So then they're like, oh, let's eat from this tree. God's told us not to. Nah, I don't know what's good and evil. Right? I literally don't know what is good and bad. Right. So they take from that tree and then eat, and then they get the knowledge of good and evil. But when they took that tree and ate from it, they didn't have that knowledge. So therefore, they weren't morally culpable for what they did.
Christians will argue. You know what they'll argue? Well, there was one command: don't do this. But if there was never guilt, they don't understand what that is. And someone else tells them, let's just say there were two voices. You don't know right. I don't know right. You don't know wrong. I don't know wrong. And someone says, don't do this. But then someone comes along, another voice. We don't know guilt. We don't know negative. We don't know, and another voice comes on and says, actually, yeah, you should eat it. We got two equal voices. It looks good for food. Well, we've been eating food in here since this whole time. You know what? Eat on even playing field, not knowing the repercussions. And then you ate. Boom. So your point is well taken. I just wanted to paint a picture to and then it gets worse when he says, well, you know what? I'm not only doing that, kick them out. Don't let them live forever, actually. So now they can't even access the tree of life.
So, I mean, but that's the kind of thing you'd expect, given that it's a completely mythological tale, and you don't really need to cross the T's and dot the I's. And it's just, it's a tale that gets generated over time and place and whatnot.
We're taking it all the way, though.
But if you're hyper literal, like if you're someone that says, right, this is the truth. I mean, this is how I generate the truth, or this is how I understand morality. This is how I understand God. Then you've got problems.
There you go. So, Roos, real quick, you both rock. Thank you for making the world a better place. And Crawford Fulton King, I said me telly instead of my telly. Was a nod, Jonathan.
I know. So, right, this will mean nothing to you, but I did get because I'm English, I knew that if he's saying tell it, he's doing northern rather than telly, which is southern. And because I'm wearing a Leeds University, which is up the north of England, but he also knows that I support Portsmouth, which is down the south. So this is a whole English football accents. There's a lot of stuff you won't get in there, but I'm completely with Crawford. So
Crawford, thank you so much for the support, man. Everybody show Crawford some love in the chat. Everybody who super chatted, thank you so much. Show them some love. All right, Jonathan.
Play up, Pompey, play up. So the other thing about divine design is an argument from not from theology. We'll come on to that a little later. Is the argument that actually no, it is a teleological argument. So you get these teleological arguments, a teleological argument will sound something like this: living things are too well designed to have originated by chance. Therefore, life must have been created by an intelligent creator. This creator is God. That's broadly a teleological argument. It's like, it all looks designed. Paley's watchmaker argument. Right. So a disteleological argument would say something like an omnipotent, omniscient, omnibenevolent creator God would create organisms that have optimal design. Organisms have features that are suboptimal. Therefore, God either did not create these organisms or is not omnipotent, omniscient, and omnibenevolent. So this is where you look at data of the world around us and say, okay, let's look at humans. Women have narrow birth canals leading to painful births, almost akin to man flu or something. And maternal deaths, okay, that's probably not a good gag because they die from that. So you get maternal deaths from birth. You get ectopic pregnancies due to issues with the fallopian tubes and cervix. You get digestive problems. You get bad bats. You get hernias, wisdom teeth, appendix, which are, you know,
You're
what's the
bringing up
point of
nightmares.
you get all these issues which are a poor design. But this is how evolution works, because it only works based on the building bricks that are already in place for it to work with. So, but if you were to start from scratch, you would design humans in a better than that, right? But you wouldn't mix up the breathing and the digestive systems, because you can easily choke. Humans can really easily choke because we use the same parts of our system to do different things. So the point here is that poor design is all over the natural world, because evolution doesn't start from scratch, and therefore it's actually quite inefficient in a big picture sense.
Right.
So if you're going to try and achieve this goal, you would start from scratch and do something else completely. But evolution can't do that. It's like it's only changing what's already in place. So if the things already in place aren't super amazing to be able to achieve this particular goal, it will achieve that goal in the best way that it can, or at least in not even in the best way often, in a way that it can and get away with doing.
Right.
Do you know what I mean? And I'm using the agency in terms of evolution, which is a real problem. But the idea is that if God is a creator of all life, then God doesn't look like a very good creator. If God is a designer of all life, he doesn't look like a very good designer, both from Adam and Eve, from a kind of theological point of view, but also from a biological point of view.
Let me take this super chat here. Avros is back. Thank you, my friend, for the 20. Seriously, appreciate you for that. Your idea of perfection is Aristotelian, but if we reject that idea of static perfection, returning to Plato's idea of perfection with God as love, eros, with yearnings himself, then what's the refutation of a necessary being?
So my idea of perfection is actually... So I completely disagree with perfect being theology. So any Christian, for example, any theist that comes and says God is perfect, to me... so what I'm doing here is I'm arguing from a Christian point of view, right? I'm saying if you believe God is perfect, then this is a problem. But I would actually say God cannot be perfect, because perfect is a goal-oriented statement. So you can only... So if I picked up, say, an American football and said this is the perfect ball for American football, yeah, it is, because it's been designed for American football. But if I try and play golf with it, it's not a perfect ball for playing golf. In other words, you can't just say this is you can't, out of context, just say this is the perfect ball, because it's the perfect ball for this goal, but not for this goal. Do you know what I mean? So perfect for me is a goal-oriented statement, a goal-oriented evaluation. And so therefore, when you say God is perfect, if you don't have the context for that, this is where you get a bit geeky here. So in logic, you talk about conditional sentences, which are made up of a protasis and an apodosis. So a protasis is say, if you want this, and then you have the apodosis, which says, then you should do this, right? So if I want to play American football, then I will use this ball. So this is then this ball is perfect for playing. But what you have when you say God is perfect is you're forgetting all the if parts. Well, perfect for what and how and what? Everything perfect for killing as many people as possible, or do you know what I mean? So perfect is a really problematic statement, and I think it's fundamentally incoherent without the protasis, without the if part of the statement. Okay. I don't know if that helps. So I would say perfection. My idea of perfection is that it's goal oriented, and therefore, when Christians talk about perfect being theology, they've got a problem, because they need to establish what any given thing is being perfect for. Okay,
Avros, thank you for that super chat. I hope that somewhat answered your question there. I know it's a lot to get into, especially getting into a necessary being.
Yeah, and I think there are problems with necessary beings as well, and possible worlds, but that's a whole other rabbit, a warren of rabbit holes. Probably
maybe we'll do some more. Obviously we are going to do some more, and we can get into that, and we need to cover that other book at some point too. Yeah. Dale Bros, thank you for the super chat. Thank you, they said. And Rob Stroud.
He's one of my mates.
Oh, really?
He's a universalist idealist.
Okay. What if we are panentheism is true, and we are divine avatars of sorts that volitionally opted into the simulation to unfold and subscribed purpose. What of the Poe then?
What the problem of evil? Well, there's a whole lot of what ifs, and so this is where you have to go down the route as is anything material? Like if the fundamental idea of reality is that we are experiencing beings, then experience, he would argue, has primacy. So experience is what we definitely know happens, and that's a mental thing. So how can we prove? And it's the idea that you can't prove. There's a guy called Bernardo Cashapp.
I know exactly who he is. I've interviewed him.
So okay, so Rob, I know for
the
fact,
tree in the front yard does not exist right now until I actually experience, see it, whatnot. The reality is not real. We're living in this like the way he described it. Your brain is like a pilot, but you have no sight, and it's like your perception is completely screwed up. We're just primates trying to grasp, and we've come up with ways to describe the world we're in, but we have no clue what we're talking about. We don't even know what this is on that level. But I did think something was interesting that he said. I'll mention one thing. He said, when we got into the idea of God, he goes, I think that it's a mind that does not, it's still searching. It doesn't understand everything. It's trying to figure things out. It doesn't know. So he had this idea of God that was like, it's a mind, right? It's not like written.
Yeah, because he's actually he's a naturalist,
right?
Effectively, but
he believes it is not perfect. It has problems. It's trying to figure things out. That's his explanation. Anyway, I don't know.
Yeah, I'll have to check that interview out. But yeah, I don't want to go down that. All I will grant, Rob, that a material reality exists is something of a leap of faith. It's a bit like you can't prove that you're not a brain in a vat, or you can't prove that you are not in the Matrix, right? So there's some element of like, yeah, but is there a good reason to think I am in the Matrix? And it's a bit like that with idealism, which is that could be an explanation, but I can't either prove it or disprove it, and I don't. But there's a whole other rabbit hole, and we probably shouldn't go down there.
Couple more super chats, if you don't mind. Oh, Flamio, thank you for the super chat. How many arguments do you have against the existence of Eris, E-R-I-S, instead of Yahweh? Yahweh is easy to destroy with logic because he is a scammer.
Very few of these are against Yahweh in the book. They are general arguments against omni-god. There are certain biblical things I talk about a bit later with regard to the Bible explicitly, right, and also divine command theory, which don't need to be biblical, but they make the divine command theory stuff I talk about even more difficult for a theist, given that the Bible is full of really dodgy commands. So this is general omni-god, but yeah, I do contextualize it to Yahweh or God, Christian God, but it's not necessarily so at all.
Yeah, just to repeat that, it's omni-god. So he's very clear opening this book and saying, look, there's no way I could tackle every and all gods. I mean, it's almost like a god for each person. Each person has a conception and whatnot. But he wanted to get a most popular idea of omni this, omni that, omnibenevolent, all knowing, etc., the whole nine. And that's the God he's pretty much trying to show that it just doesn't add up. Mitch Mazarol, thank you so much for the super chat, my friend, and good to see you here. Jonathan, you've just touched on the great making properties. It would be good to hear about the issues that plague these in philosophical circles and some of the proposed theist workarounds.
Yeah, so this is to do with perfect being theology to a degree, and great making properties, and whether this is a great making property and therefore God would have it. Some people say libertarian free will is a great making property, and it's so important that humans have it, God must have it, and this is something we'll come on to. In fact, we will touch on some of this later, Mitch, so hopefully I won't touch on it explicitly as great making properties and in the context that I think you're talking about, but we will certainly visit that.
Mitch, thank you for that support, brother. I really do appreciate that. And one more here we have. Avros is back, man. Thank you so much tonight. I really appreciate it, man. Love you, dude, for real. If you have any questions or anything, message me on Messenger. You know how it is. Thanks, guys. God of Abrahamic religions is a low-hanging fruit to refute. Can you offer refutation of a morally perfect being of open theism? God does not have knowledge of future, only instantaneous. I can't even pronounce instantaneous knowledge of actual light.
Okay, Open theism
Yeah.
is
Okay.
open theism is this idea that God doesn't have knowledge of freely willed decisions, right? Let's assume that there is libertarian free will. Again, doesn't exist, can't exist, completely can't exist philosophically. But if you're an open theist, you'd say, right, God created but doesn't know future freely willed decisions. Now, what this does is it renders God, if you're talking about great making properties, you are actually stripping God of great making properties. So you're saying that God doesn't actually have full divine foreknowledge, and that's a problem. If you think that is necessary, if you think that is a great making property, then God should have the greatest version of that you can imagine. So you would imagine God would have full divine foreknowledge, but doesn't. Okay, so that's a problem. But it gets worse, because it turns out that if God is just creating a bit like, I don't know, a simulation of Sim City or something, where he's like, oh, I'm just going to create this and see how it turns out, then that's just completely random. God is a random creator. But then if he's got some, like, where does he sit along that? Has he got some idea? Like, Facebook can predict human behavior better than, but Facebook supposedly on its algorithms can predict your behavior, Derek, better than your wife knows you after 300 likes on Facebook, right? So they've done some research on this, and so Facebook has
Don't tell my wife that.
Well, Facebook has predictive qualities that appear to be better than human prediction, right? And we're pretty good at predicting like behavior through psychology now. We're getting better and better and better, but we're creating algorithms that are even better than that. Now, what you're saying is, if you're saying God doesn't know future freely willed decisions, then you're saying God appears to be slightly worse than Facebook, or slightly better than Facebook, or whatever. But you're really devaluing God's creative ability or God's characteristics here, to say that, oh yeah, you know, we can you can imagine in 100 years time that our predictive qualities would be even better than they are now, right? And if you're saying God is only that good or less good than that, then I don't know. I think open theism starts falling apart when you start realizing that God is actually not very good at guessing how humans would act.
Thank you, Avros, for that 20. There was one more that popped in. Dharma Defender, what relevance is God to my life or anything? If God existed, nothing about my life or the human condition would change in the slightest.
Correct. But it's good fun to talk about it. So don't burst my bubble, Dharma Defender. Gee whiz.
You're supposed to save the good stuff at the end. No, thanks, Dharma. I appreciate the support, my friend. Avros said, sorry, I meant actuality as opposed to potentiality means that. So this is a different. Yeah, I mean, again, it's the same sort of. I would say the same thing, which is, you know, if you're just really devaluing God's predictive abilities, and I think open theism is a problem. And I know he wanted to step away from the Abrahamic God, but open theism is also not easily evidenced in the Bible or the Quran, actually, where, you know, God's creation is a book or whatever. You know, God knows everything. He knows it, and then he asks questions about what he doesn't know. And there's just seems maybe multiple sources going on. It's hard to know what's happening, but
he loses Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, again, just, you know, contradictions and problems in the Bible.
Avros, thank you for that, man. And I know you're very philosophical minded, so that's why I think he's a big he's a good friend of mine. So we'll hear more from him as time goes by, I'm sure. And
just on the bad design stuff, of course, when I umbrella, so I very quickly went over it, but think about, you know, David Attenborough, who's a famous documentary maker in the UK, a nature documentary maker and presenter, and he often talks about why he doesn't believe in God is, you know, God's designed this worm that can burrow into the human eye and make a small child blind. And you can think of all the most horrible things in biology, and you think God has designed that. God knows that would happen. God has designed malaria.
And if you ask a Calvinist, and depending on which one, he purposely makes it happen. So his hand's on the trigger when it's getting pulled. His hands, you know, he's active. And I don't know, man, looking back, I was like, how in the world? I just wanted to be like, you're so consumed with being like what the Bible says and what's true. And I don't care what it is. Next thing you know, you look back and you go, oh my gosh, I believed that, like, I was willing to accept that my mom might get cooked forever you know, in the idea of
Yeah.
eternal consciousness. Anyway.
In for a penny, in for a pound. You know,
Yeah.
you if you're in there, then you've got to take it all on, because otherwise, I often argue that being a liberal Christian is much more difficult than being a conservative hyperliteralist, because if you're a liberal Christian, you say, yeah, I believe in the Bible, but actually it doesn't countenance slavery, and that stuff about rape is a problem. And you have to like gerrymander, you're mentally contort and sort of jump through hoops and be able to harmonize all these issues, and it's exhausting. Whereas the hyperliteralist, you know, Christian of the Westboro Baptist Church, it says it's all true, don't care what you say, everything's true, I'm in there, I'm not going to listen to anything you say, it's all true right from the start, I'm presuppositionalist, job done, and it says this very clearly, and that's true. And I think that's easier and in some sense more consistent. It's almost more logically consistent. Once you start with that, everything else follows. And obviously there are problems, you know, all over that. But the idea is that being a liberal, which is the kind of Christian I would prefer Christians to be, if you're going to be a Christian, please be liberal. But it's exhausting because you've got to harmonize everything with this parochial book that's 2,000 years old.
We've got 3 or 4 more super chats, dude. What do you want to do? Do you want to get the next one?
Chapter 3. No, you can do whatever you want.
Okay. No, I want to follow your footsteps, and like we're having fun. There's some pretty interesting questions that come in.
Go for it. Just bring them in. Like this is a conversation between you and your watchers. So
no. I'm enjoying it. They're having some great conversation. Just so you know, we're in chapter 2. We only have, I don't know, 1, 2, 3. I don't know. There's like
we've done an hour and we haven't got off chapter 2.
We're down.
Go for it.
We got just a little ways to go. It's really not that much. Come on. All right. Oh, Flamio says your anti-omni-god apologetic don't actually target other than Yahweh. Your arguments don't apply to Azathoth because of their different properties.
Well, if they are omni-god, it does, because God would not have any why would God? It would absolutely. So the two, I've only really said 2 arguments so far, which is why would God create at all, and God has created, and there looks like very poor design. So forget the Adam and Eve part, just talk about the poor design in biology. Like that's still evidence. So if you believe in omni-god, so if your Azathoth is an omni-god, then we have a problem. If your Azathoth is not an omni-god, then I'm not talking about that God.
Yeah. Thank you so much. I appreciate that super chat. Gaius Julius Windex. Don't forget the Windex. Derek, this is the Derek show like Truman. We are all NPCs secretly playing in your game. Omni is you. That movie, the Truman, that movie was a like really interesting movie. Everybody was part of I think it's the one with Jim Carrey, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, and everybody's part of the whole play, and the whole world's watching him, and he has no clue any of that. That's pretty funny. It makes you think of one of my friends told me I should watch that. He said it's something relevant to waking up and realizing we've been kind of shammed into this like religious worldview. But thank you so much, Gaius. I really appreciate that. Feel special. Everybody's watching me, man.
So the next chapter is this must be a perfect world. So if God is a perfect creator, and God is omnibenevolent, he won't create anything that is less than perfectly loving or loving, right? And this is the idea that there can be no gratuitous suffering. So any suffering, any instance of suffering that is gratuitous, which means it doesn't, it doesn't serve a purpose. There's no need for it. It doesn't need to be there. Then that any instance of that disproves God's omnibenevolence, right? So are you with me so far? So that all suffering must serve a purpose.
Right. It has to, or else, yeah.
God is not all loving. So when you're looking at this world, right, and God is a perfect created being, and there can be no gratuitous suffering. This has to be the most perfect world that God could create, given his all loving characteristics, right? And he's all powerful and all knowing. So therefore, given that framework, and he could create the greatest, this must be the greatest, the best possible world. If it's not the best possible world, God isn't being omnibenevolent, right? The most loving world, the most,
or he's not all powerful. And if you tried to, like, let's say we took a different route and said he created the world perfectly, Jonathan, but he had creatures somehow who were evil that always existed alongside him, let's say, and they came down and corrupted his good world he made, how is he all powerful? Or where's the omniscience coming in? Like there's all sorts of problems, whatever route you take.
Yeah. So what's really interesting with this argument is to say that, right, there are two options here. So either this is right now the most perfect world and always is somehow the most perfect world, or the Christian or the theist could come back and say, okay, it might not be perfect now, but it is a journey towards perfection, right? So you say, okay, the perfect isn't now, it's over there, but we're on a journey towards that. The problem is this has to, if God is all loving, this has to be the most loving journey to that perfect end destination. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
So like if this isn't the most perfect journey towards that, so so for example, let's contextualize this with the tsunami that killed 240,000 people in 2004, right? Now that has to exist for a reason. That can't be gratuitous. That suffering, every single one of those deaths has to be necessary for some greater good to come about. Maybe it's this perfect end destination. What the theist has to say is that if God is truly all loving, this has to be the perfect journey to a perfect place, or perfect in and of itself right now. Now, if it's a perfect journey towards this perfect place, the most loving journey, then not one human being less could die in that tsunami. So if we say 239,999 people died, well, if that could still get us to that perfect destination, then God would have had that many people dying and not one more. Do you see what I'm saying?
I get it. I'm wondering if there's some possible worlds argument that someone tries to throw in here or something to get out of it or something. I don't know.
Yeah, so what this basically says is because there can be no gratuitous suffering, that has to be necessarily the amount of suffering that takes place for whatever good comes about from it. So this has to be the perfect world in some sense, and this has to be the most perfect journey, which means that not one human being less could have died, and not one less animal. Bear in mind that wiped out ecosystems and all sorts.
Right.
It's like, and even like we wouldn't even know if one less dolphin had died or whatever. No one would actually know that, but there can be no lesser amount of death and suffering, because otherwise there would be that lesser amount of suffering. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
so therefore this all serves a purpose for this greater good, and therefore this is the most perfect world. You can't complain, like theists can't really complain about any amount of suffering. Like
let's reverse that. Let's reverse and say this world isn't perfect. Let's say a theist says it's not perfect. What would your argument be back to that? Like, let's say they're like, you know what? It's not a perfect world.
So you're having to say, okay, how do we understand that in light of the fact that God is all loving, all knowing, and all powerful, and knows the future? So why would God create a world that isn't perfect?
Right.
Because if he's done that and he's allowing there to be suffering, because it's an imperfect world, is allowing there to be suffering that doesn't need to happen, right? Then God is not omnibenevolent. That doesn't work. So I think, God can't create an imperfect world that would have, a gratuitous suffering, because then God wouldn't be omnibenevolent. That's fine. If you want to say God's created an imperfect world, that's fine, but you're going to have to lose the omnibenevolence.
Interesting. I mean, I was already seeing a path that it would have took us back to an argument we've already made. If you follow that, it's not a perfect world, or maybe it made it one, but then it fell, and all of that. There's all sorts of problems there. We do have a few super chats. Dr. Pluralmanath, thank you for the super chat. Pardon the interruption, Jonathan. You are way more lucid with the Chianti.
With a Chianti.
Chianti.
He's drinking some wine.
Cheers, he says. And Mr. Monster, I recently became a card-carrying member of TST, and I would like to know your opinion and knowledge on the character of Satan.
So that's a satanic temple. We'll come on to Satan later, because that's one of my arguments, Mr. Monster. So thank you, but we will get there.
Thank you.
We will answer your question.
Thanks for the support.
Maybe not this video at this rate.
Well, this isn't the perfect video. I mean, I must admit. I mean, it's just... Well, maybe it is. Maybe it is. Maybe it is.
You are God, and so therefore I think I was
thinking you were, but if you want to join me, we can be part of the same. Okay, go ahead.
So I just think so. This has to be the perfect world, and that's a real problem because intuitively, like you look at Ukraine. So I just had an argument on Twitter the other day with someone. I mean, so many people on Twitter saying, "I'm praying for Ukraine." Oh God, I thanked Jesus when I saw this tank blown up. And like, right, let's unpick this. I mean, it's difficult on Twitter to do this, but let's unpick this because if you believe God is omnipotent, right? God could have not had Putin exist, right? But God did have Putin exist. So therefore, Putin is providing a service for God. God wants Putin to exist, and God wants this war to exist. And it's the same with any suffering that takes place. Like God has the power to stop it. God doesn't stop it. So therefore, it is providing a service. It is providing some necessarily some greater good has to come out from it to maintain this omnibenevolent characteristic. So therefore, this war. This is where the people from Westboro Baptist Church are being kind of weirdly consistent because they're kind of celebrating God's judgment. And do you know what? That makes sense. Like if you truly believe in omni-god, then God's judgment is supreme and sovereign and the best, and you can't beat it. And if he decides that this war should take place and these people die, who are we to argue with God?
I was thinking of something crazy. I don't know why. Get your thoughts. What if God was omni? I'm throwing this as speculative. What if God is omnibenevolent, all-knowing, the whole omni, but deism is the case? So we'd still run into the same problems with the perfect world argument. Things like that would still be a problem, even if he's not involved or it is not involved, right? There's still the same problems. It's just trying to making an excuse for why all this crap happens, right?
So imagine it like SimCity. So you start a game of SimCity just to see how it turns out. So the problem is that if God already knows how it's going to turn out, he doesn't need to create. So this is one of my arguments actually, which is if God has experiential knowledge, like literally, so if God can sit back and imagine how something would be, and it have the same purchase experientially as actually creating that world, then he doesn't need to create that world. He can just imagine it and go, oh yeah, that would happen. Oh yeah, that would happen. That would happen. And those people do good and those two people do bad. And he could experience it without having to create it. So therefore, by creating it, you're creating people that suffer. He doesn't have to do that because he can just imagine it.
Yeah, if imagining is even needed. Imagine, like, we're literally trying to explain something. If we have the omni, it's so beyond our comprehension that if we're grasping this, then there's a problem, right? It's just like, would he even need to imagine it, or would it be already known? Like, it would just be known that wouldn't be the case. Because
God supposedly knows all counterfactuals, which are if this happens, then that happens. So God knows all counterfactuals. This is if you believe in full divine foreknowledge.
Right.
All counterfactuals of potential creation and actual creation, and therefore, would know what would happen if any given world was created. Now, if you're going back to the deist thing, then that doesn't really work with that, or it does work, but he creates anyway. But then if he knows there's going to be suffering that doesn't need to exist and creates anyway in this kind of deistic kind of like flick of the dominoes, then is that all loving? If you're just randomly creating a universe that's going to include a load of suffering, but you didn't really need to create that universe, then you are not being omnibenevolent. So I think it still does create problems. To answer your original question.
Yeah. Thank you, Tammy, for the super sticker. And then also JM. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate y'all.
So next argument, chapter 4, is God loves abortion. So this argument is revolves around and I like this argument because it really plays with the idea that there are a lot of Christian pro-lifers or theistic pro-lifers. I keep saying Christian, that's because of the context I'm working within, who will have a go at humans for all this abortion that they advocate and all this, and murdering these human beings. Massively problematic. I've written a load on that elsewhere, but I won't go down that rabbit hole. Talk about what personhood is and why abortion is not what Christians think it is, etc., etc. But here's the rub. There's something called spontaneous or natural abortion. It turns out that somewhere between, and we're not sure because actually we just don't know how much it happens, but somewhere between 2/3 and 3/4 of all fertilized eggs do not are not viable in some way. Either they don't implant, or they do implant but fail in the first trimester, second one, or all the way up to stillbirths, right? So you've got this whole period of time here, and a whole load of different reasons why a fertilized egg might not survive. And it turns out that of all eggs that fertilize, somewhere between 2/3 and 3/4 don't survive. Now, God has designed that to be the case. God knows it's going to be the case, and God creates that to be the case anyway. And if you believe that abortion is murder, this is natural abortion that God has designed and created. Therefore, God is murdering, if you believe that these are ensouled human beings, billions of human beings over time, millions every year. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I get it. I mean, and that's just the one. You're just dealing with abortion, like name it. People who are dying of whatever, right?
Malaria, any disease,
anything that's just bad. Wow.
But this is great because it has that motive purchase for theists who are so pro-life. Pro-life. They're not. They're pro-birth. And after those babies are born, they just like don't care about welfare generally, and etc. But this goes right to the heart of their the only argument I ever really see back to this is one that I have a real problem with, which is God has a right to do that.
Yeah, that's the Apostle Paul argument when he's like, "Who do you think you are, oh man?" To answer back to the Maker. Does the thing made say to its maker, "Why have you made me thus?" No, shut your mouth, stay in your lane. That's pretty much what Paul's saying. Like he doesn't give like this special modern day apologetic to try and get around it. He just faces it head on. Your creation, he's creator in Paul's head. Like who do you think you are? Like a slave would to a master. Shut your mouth and God can do whatever he wants and blame them because you're his creation. That's kind of Paul's mindset. And that's kind of, I know it's like something that you would go, really?
I just don't agree. I just don't agree with that.
I get it.
So, and we'll come on to why in a second, and I'll bring an analogy in a second. But to go back to, actually, no, you carry on saying what you're going to say.
Well, I was just going to get a super chat or two if you're cool.
Yeah.
While you look, Avros is back, man. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate all the support you've been giving me tonight. Thank you. I really do appreciate that. Based on cosmological argument, God cannot have knowledge of an actual infinite, and knowledge of future is actual infinite. So God's omniscience cannot reduce the great making property of God.
Right. This gets into, there's been loads of stuff online, actually on YouTube. I've Phil Halper, who I've interviewed myself, known as Skydive Phil for his videos, has done a load of videos on the Kalam, and talking to William Lane Craig is a big fan of the Kalam, and one of his arguments against it uses Hilbert's Hotel, which is to do with actual infinities and infinite sets. And he says that this is logically incompatible, and he's logically incoherent or contradictory, which he says to his common audience. But then when he speaks to actual sort of mathematicians and philosophers, he says, "Oh no, it's metaphysically, impossible." It's like, no, but you said over there to these people don't really know what you're talking about. It's logically impossible. So what is it, Craig? But anyway, so he basically bastardizes maths a little bit, and that's, infinities are weird, right? And what Averroes is saying there might be right, but might also not be right, because it really depends on how you deal with infinities. And it all gets a bit mind-boggling, but I think there's loads of interesting arguments to do with God in that context. To do with before you create time, so you are in God world. Go back to that God world I talked about earlier, causally prior to creating the universe. If you haven't created space-time, there's no time. So there is no. But what we understand as causality requires time. So, causality, time is almost a measurement of change in some sense. So, without time, you can't have causality, you can't have change, and therefore God literally can't create. there would just be timelessness. So there's loads of weird arguments, but again, that's getting into a whole Kalam cosmological.
Well,
argument.
he has another one. Thank you for that super chat as well, my friend. No possible change is possible if God allowed no evil to exist. I successfully argued against problem of evil even when I was a strong atheist.
Okay, I would need to unpick that a little bit. So I won't speak to that at the moment because that looks quite interesting. No possible change is possible if God allowed no evil to exist. I would need to think about that. So thank you.
Should I screenshot it and like send it to you for later?
Yeah, yeah. Or he might need to, because I might need to understand the wording there. No possible change is possible. So I don't know how that works, but
I'll just send it to you. And in case we don't cover it during these recordings, we can always like cover it up. And I'm friends with him on Facebook too. So I could just message him. We do have a few more. Did you want to get them real quick?
Yeah,
here?
yeah. Go.
Avro's clarification on second to last comment: open theism, not God's omniscience, does not refute divine great making property.
Well, it depends what you define as a great making property, and that is itself subjective. So if you're saying that divine foreknowledge of future is not a great making property, there are some people that would disagree with that, and I would. I don't believe in God, so I think great making property. It depends what you're starting with. But I would say if I was a theist and I was arguing that God would have to have all the great making properties to the maximal amount, then I would certainly say that God would have to have divine foreknowledge, because I think that I can imagine a being that's greater than that has more knowledge. To me, and that I would disagree with what Avros is saying there.
Thank you. William Arons, thank you for the super chat. It seems to me that a God that exists based on the reality of the universe shown by space telescope is a place of continuous Genesis creation and apocalypse destruction, a God for more than Earth.
Well, so this is what you start talking about, things like these are the design arguments, the teleological arguments. Say, well, actually, is this universe designed for life? It's like the Goldilocks idea of like, and this is just right. The constants are just right for life. And you're like, if it was just right for life, there would be loads of life everywhere. But there isn't. There's life just in these very small amounts of places. And then there are black holes, which seem to be pretty well designed for death. And in fact, this universe looks better designed for death than it does for life. I mean, I can die really easily. Do you know what? I could lick that plug socket now and kill myself, right? So, do you know what I mean? Like, why? And I could go and. There's so many ways I can die. There's just ridiculous.
What made you think to say that, man?
Just trying to think of the quickest. I've always wanted to lick that plug socket, but it's too dangerous. But
oh man,
do you know what I mean? So this universe appears to be like the idea that it's fine-tuned for life. I would argue actually it's fine-tuned for death. Right. It's a far you can get. There's far more ways we can die than we can live, I think.
Well, yeah, and the chances of dying are inevitable, right? And chances of people coming to live, if you look at it that way, another way, it's not everybody comes to be a person who lives. Crawford Fulton King, thank you for this. If it was a perfect world, then addiction wouldn't exist, or MS, or the conflict in Ukraine, Syria, etc.
Brilliant point, because he's gone for MS, because I've got multiple sclerosis, and you're a former addict or present. I don't know how you define that. You're still an addict.
Whatever you want to call me. It's been like 6, almost 7 years, but yeah.
But yeah, absolutely right. And we'll come on to talk about that when we talk about heaven in about 7 hours' time. So that's a really good point. That you can imagine a perfect world, and you could imagine God just creating us in that perfect world, which would be heaven. So why doesn't he do that? Why did we have to go through all this? But we will come on to that in a more.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
What I wanted to say about the abortion thing, or indeed the tsunami thing, which is the difference between omissive will or permissive will and active will. So you have this thing that God, there's a tsunami takes place or abortions take place, and God doesn't step in to stop them. And I want to just say that omissive will or permissive will is exactly the same as active will. Here's the analogy. So if I'm a really big hulking guy, right, and I'm walking down the road, and there's this little lad that's beating up a granny, a fragile old granny, right, And I walk up to this little lad, and I could easily just lift him up and throw him away and stop him doing that morally horrible thing. But I go, no, I'm not going to get involved. I'm just going to let that happen. Although he is like morally responsible for beating that granny up, I have culpability for not stepping in where I possibly could and stopping evil where I possibly could. Right. So I would have some kind of culpability. It gets even worse when I've actually designed the entire universe and everything about that whole scenario taking place. So it's actually far worse than this, but just in a very simplistic sense, if I don't stop evil when I could very easily stop it, I have some culpability for not stopping it. So this is where, the tsunami, why does one less person not die? When I stub my toe in the morning, when there's this spontaneous abortion. And of course, this then gets back to having to think up reasons why God would allow this. So if I'm there standing by watching this happen, there has to be a reason why I'm letting that happen that overcomes the reasons for not stepping in and stopping it.
This is the same problem I had with when Calvinists are like, I'm getting into theology here, but on predestination, they'll go, well, God doesn't actively cause people to do evil. And I went ahead and accepted that, yes, he did. And they wanted to say it's passive. Well, what he does when he wants people to do evil, in their view, is literally this argument I heard Peter Singer, the philosopher that I've interviewed before, try to make. And he's like, all right, they did a test in some college scenario. You probably know this better than me, but I'll bring it up. Maybe you know the rest of the story. There's a train incident coming up, and there's 5 people on the tracks. If you pull the lever or press a button or say something, I can't remember, something very like almost passive, it causes the train to go into the second track and kill 1 person instead of 5. So you have a choice. Let it run and don't do anything. It kills 5 people. Okay. Or say something and it causes it to go off to the side and it kills 1 or something like that. And 80% people.
So like this is the trolley experiment where if you pull the lever, it saves the 5 but kills the 1. And it turns out that about 89% of people will pull the lever. Right.
And then the other side is like pushing a man off of a ledge to save. And it's like 20% or something, or 19% said that was the right thing to do. And like 81% or whatever it was like, hell no, that's
essentially
wrong.
The percentages get reversed. And what this tells you is that when we are thinking purely rationally, we do one thing, but when psychology is involved, actually different things happen. And there's a really, really good, I could find it and send it to you, but on YouTube, there's an absolutely brilliant experiment they did, and they did a live version of this, and they had to go through loads of ethics, panels to make sure that this was all right, and it was very carefully managed. But basically, they set up this railway, control place where they got these people that were thought they were coming to do like a day's agency work or whatever. And they're sitting in there, and they were being shown by the guy that was working there, saying, "Oh, here's all the video of all the trains. See that train there? There's some people working on a track over there. If we need to stop the train really quickly, we just had to press this button here, and that stops the train. But it will send it onto that track, so you can see there's a guy working over there. I mean, so if you press that, it would go onto that track. And anyway, so they set it up really carefully, and then the guy says, "Oh, I've just got to go and take this phone call. Hang on, I'll be back in a couple of minutes." And they leave this person in there who's watching all the screens and sees a train coming towards and knows that train is going to kill the 5 people. And so they literally have to make the decision whether they were in real life. Of course, this is all simulated. They don't know that this is very cleverly videoed and everything, so it won't happen. But what was interesting about the people that did it is the amount of people that had moral paralysis. So the amount of people that just froze and weren't able to actually make a decision at all, because one of the theories is that actually you always expect someone to come in and make that decision for you. Like when we come up to really difficult decisions, people like come and save the day, and no one does, and it's like 5 people end up dying because you can't do anything and you don't know whether to push it or not. Anyway, it's really
I just found it was interesting, passive and active, as in like, would it matter if God lifted his grace off of a person who's going to be an axe murderer and kill 5 grannies in the woods? Or is he actively involved? Either way, he's culpable for the situation happening in the Calvinist worldview. But Calvinists want to say, no. He just lifts his grace, and now he's a wild animal who can't control himself because he's so evil that he goes and does this. Dude, it's like letting my pit bull that I know has rabies. That if I don't keep the vaccine that keeps his rabies from getting out of control, I don't vaccinate him this time, and I let him out. And he goes off and does crazy stuff. It's just insane. I'm just pointing out.
So another sidebar onto that is that explains why we could drop a bomb on Hiroshima just by pressing the button. But if you were to walk around and shoot 100,000 people in the head, you would be unable to do that. So we can press a button, we can pull a lever and make these moral decisions by kind of justifying it by just pushing a lever. But when we're actually face to face with doing these moral decisions in a very personal, psychological sense, they're much more difficult to do. The next chapter, God is morally culpable for our sins and atonement is incoherent. So this is a chapter, and I've some of your viewers will have seen this before because I use this a few times. I've used this a few times, and I have said this to you before when we did our atonement one for the resurrection. So this is the idea that God has all the omni characteristics. And therefore is morally culpable for all of our sin. Absolutely. So let's analogize this. Right, you are an amazing scientist and you are working in your lab and you create sentient life forms out of nothing in your lab. You know how to do it, right? But before you create them, you know 100%, you know infallibly that these sentient life forms that you're going to create will go out into the world outside your lab. And most of them will rape and pillage and murder and do horrible things. Some of them will do nice things, you know, give to charity and paint some nice artwork and be lovely. But most of them will go out and do horrible things. Right. You know 100% what will happen. You create these sentient life forms out of nothing in your lab and they go out and freely do that themselves. Right. Now, the police get involved and they go, where are all these people coming from, these sentient life forms going on doing all these horrible things? They find out that you created them, but you knew that they were going to do that and you designed them in such a way that they would do that, right? So you are the ultimate designer and creator of those sentient beings. The police, I would argue, would have full right to come knocking on your lab door and say, you are morally culpable, at least in some part, for what those things have done. Because if you hadn't done that, they wouldn't have done that. And you knew they were going to do that. And you designed them in such a way that they did that.
Well, yeah, obviously. You know, what's funny, to give you an actual real life example, legal situation. My brother got attacked by a Rottweiler when we lived in Puerto Rico. And this Rottweiler was not supposed to be on the military base. Now, the man didn't train it to become a flesh-eating monster, but it got loose one day when my little brother, he's like 7 or 8 years old, and it got a hold of his ankle, took a chunk of the meat out of his ankle, like to the point where they thought he was going to have nerve damage and all of that. They ended up having to put the dog to sleep, but also they charged the state. My family didn't charge him. My dad worked with him. The guy was in the same unit as my father in the special forces, but the area we were at on the base charged them for their dog doing that. If they weren't responsible, they didn't create the dog. They didn't know the dog was going to do this, and they're still responsible. How much more when you start talking about a deity? Okay. Yeah.
So that's it. When you have created it and you know it will do that, and you've created it in such a way that it does that.
That's why that's why I look back. I'm taking this personal here for a moment, and this is a little TMI, but the whole lust and sexual stuff that we humans go through naturally. Like, I used to beat myself every day about how I would look and see a woman, or I'd lust and things like this. And it really, really, really caused me some trauma in my thinking and how in my mind, I'm like, what is wrong with me? Do I have God's spirit? Like, I felt like this war with myself for many, many years, going down and being embarrassed, telling people to pray over me. And they're looking at me like, I felt like no one else was doing this. No one else had a problem looking at pornography. No one else had these issues that I had. And I'm walking down here being honest with my Bible, getting prayed over, looking like I felt so embarrassed for many years because I was trying to be honest. I'd go down almost every other day to some of these youth group things and to the church to have them pray over me. And they'd be talking about unclean spirits, this and this and that. And come to find out, it's all normal. It's all part of nature. And that's really
another example of why how you have to explain everything with an omni-god. Right. And I did a video the other day on the argument from phobias, so I've got one phobia called trypophobia. And when I see holes in clusters of holes and regular stuff like that, it's already making my brain go fizzy at the moment. No, it's cool. It's really weird. It's horrible, basically. But the point is that under atheism, I can explain that through evolution, because actually it's going to trigger things to do with disease, and it looks like clusters of disease cells and stuff and all this kind of thing.
You're getting all like.
But you know, so that's actually a safety mechanism that's gone a bit haywire, and etc. etc. But the theist has to go, how do I explain phobias? So why would God create humans that would be fundamentally afraid or disgusted or have really uncomfortable sensations with a whole load of stuff, right? A whole load of phobias, right? Again, this is an abductive argument. So it's like, well, I can explain it under atheism. What better explains phobias? Atheism or theism? Theism, you have to jump through hoops to go, well, why would God create humans such that they had phobias that gave them torment in their lives? Like, why would you do that? What is that, a superfluity of love? Like, is your love overflowing so much that you would create humans to have OCD? To like, you know, what's going on? And again, it's just another argument that but going back to the moral culpability of God in design, another example I often use is the designer and CEO of a car company, right? So Derek, you're a designer of a car and a CEO of a car company. You own a car company and you also design these vehicles. Now, before you create these vehicles, you design them knowing that 100% you know that they're going to veer off the road, crash, and certainly kill people, the people who are in that, or people they crash into, right? And you're like, right, I know this is going to happen 100%. Okay, I'm going to design and create them anyway. So you go and sell all these cars,
and then I'm going to blame the car.
and then they go and crash and kill people, and then you go to the people who you've sold the car to, and you demand a payment for that. You say, well, first of all, let's talk about you designing and creating those cars to do that. Do you have moral culpability for what the cars did? I would argue you do.
Yeah.
And you would be sued in a court of law, rightly so, right? So God is morally culpable for designing and creating things that go wrong and are bad. So especially when we're entirely contingent beings, that we aren't involved in our own design process, and God knew that would happen in advance of us, of Him creating.
You're really good, by the way, at like role playing as if this God exists. If some Christian, like a random fundamentalist, popped on right now, this is the kind of stuff they would take to the bank. See, he admitted, if he admits God exists, he's just blaming God. It's like, no, I don't think you listened to how this whole entire thing developed. You're making the analogy if, and now you're making it make sense in comparison to a natural world where all we have are the properties that we look at, which we would consider there's no God. So yeah, that is a very interesting point. I do have a super chat though.
Can I just finish? So on that car point, it gets worse because atonement comes along. If you believe in any kind of theory of atonement, whether Christian or not, and you have this situation where the car goes off and crashes, and then God goes, oh, you know that car that crashed that I designed and created anyway? I want payment for that. I want payment for that happening. You know, God created humans in such a way that we sinned, right? And then wants payment for our sin. So hang on, you're the one that created us like this. The idea, now there are lots of different theories of atonement. You can have moral example theory, which is slightly more, you know, I could maybe understand that slightly better. But some of these payment theories of atonement are just thoroughly problematic. That God would create, you know, broken vehicles that go and cause suffering, and then demand payment for that breakage is just a problem.
This has been a problem every time I try to wrap my head around that. Even when I wasn't a Calvinist, you know, when you get to Calvinism, you accept it and go, it's all part of a plan. But really, you don't know what that damn plan is. You just hope that it's good. So it's all this God of the gaps, and it's kind of the trusting God's got what's best in mind because He knows what's right. But then they go so far as to, like, they want to paint us so evil and so wicked so that if bad happened, well, you deserved it anyway, you know, and they make up these horrible, like, psychological ideas about us as humans. And you already believe that, even if you're not a Calvinist, in some form of, you know, evangelical Christianity. You're a wretch, you're broken, you're this, you're that. And anyway, Yeah, I'm with you.
So and with Calvinism, you just got to hope. You fingers crossed that I'm one of the elect, which was decided before I even existed, right? So it's like there's nothing I can do about it. Yeah. It appears, it's just like I'm along for the ride, and I hope the ride's going to get me to heaven. But
yeah, and there's one funny thing that I hear all the time where people are like, "You were never one of us," right? Because there's the perseverance of the saints, their tulip theology. But in my mind, I'm like, you really don't know that, because what if I come back, right? And then you don't know that I wasn't one of you. Maybe I was one of you, and you don't know. Like, I'm just throwing out like all sorts of nonsense to point out. Yeah. But Johnny Mac, thank you for the super chat. Perhaps Averroes was trying to say that if God crafted a world by his necessarily good nature, evil cannot exist because all actions derive from God.
So trying to say that
everything we call evil wouldn't be evil at that point. That's how I'm interpreting this.
Well, I would say yes. I mean, I agree with this. If God was omnibenevolent and created any world, I would say that any evil existing or any suffering existing just straight away invalidates God's omnibenevolence. Now, you might say there might be a reason. But I think, again, abduction, what does it better support? Does suffering better support an atheistic world or a theistic world? I think it better supports an atheistic world. Now, we again, this gets onto things, the heaven argument, one of the heaven arguments I was going to come on to later, which I keep promising, which is the idea that if God knows in advance who's going to pass the test or whatever it is that gets you into heaven, he knows in advance exactly. So say God creates 100 people, right? And 80 people are going to go to hell and 20 people are going to go to heaven. No matter what you believe about hell, whether it's an actual place or whether it's non-existence or whatever, 80 people don't get it, right? 20 people do get it and they go to heaven, right? What's the point of, if you know that in advance, what's the point of doing this whole test where the 80 people fail and 20 people pass if you know that's going to happen? And this involves loads of pain and suffering, this test scenario. Why not just take those 20 people and just put them in heaven straight away? And like, this was the end goal. The end goal is heaven. I know who's going to pass the test and go to heaven. So I'm not going to create this world where there's loads of suffering. I'm just going to take 20 people, create them in heaven, job done. And I can still be omnibenevolent. Because that's the superfluity of my love now makes sense, which is I've got so much love, it overflow, my cup overfloweth, right? And I create this heaven, which is just an eternal paradise. I know counterfactuals. I know all my counterfactuals, so I know who's going to get into heaven before I create the world. I'm not going to create the world anymore because it's full of pain and suffering and plate tectonics and people dying by the 240,000 load. And I'm just going to take the 20 people and I'm going to whack them in heaven and say, there you go, job done, eternity in heaven. How do you like me now? I'm pretty nice, aren't I?
Dude, you rapid, man. That was pretty good. Pretty good. Avros is back. Thank you so much, my friend. I appreciate the support. And so he says theism is, I think, greater than religion. Okay. Like atheism is greater than communism or objectivism. If I can show materialism is metaphysically impossible, that leaves idealist monism as the logical possibility, excluding substance dualism.
Okay, so he's going down that rabbit hole of idealism. So I know those are unconnected in some sense. So that second part, if I can show that materialism is metaphysically impossible, that's what a lot of people are arguing about at the moment in philosophy, and have been for some time. But there's been this new kind of idealism, like Cashapp type of idealism, which is becoming quite popular at the moment. But yeah, he can do all that, but again, none of that really affects any of these arguments. So whether the ontology of this universe is materialistic or idealistic, the idealism is that we still feel like it's materialistic. Like if I punch myself in the head now, it's going to hurt, and I'm going to feel like it's material. Like even if at base it's idealistic. In other words, pain and suffering is still we still experience pain and suffering. It doesn't matter what the ontology of the world is. These arguments will still hold. They are not dependent on materialism or idealism. And the other point is theism is less than religion. Well, religion is just what humans do with theism. So yeah, I can see that. And atheism is less than, yes, in order to get to communism from atheism, you have to do a load more moral philosophy and politics, or politics, I would argue, is moral philosophy. So yeah, there's a big journey there, and from theism to religion is a big journey involving anthropology, human psychology, etc., etc. So yes.
Thank you so much for that. Awesome. All right. I know I've been interrupting you a lot here. But,
No, mate. You are we are a reaction between what people are coming up with, and that's why you exist and we exist. This is the reason I exist, is to answer super chats. That's like
thank you for taking those two. And Dharma Defender, our feelings are mutual about girls. Thank you.
It's difficult to answer some of these because stuff like that last one, that's like a 2-hour discussion in and of itself. Well, it's like a 20-hour discussion.
I'm telling you, Avros, when he writes me, he knows. He writes me, and it's heavy stuff. I mean, there's a lot in there, and I'm like, okay, these are like books that could be read. Like, there's a lot.
Him and my mate Rob Stroud from earlier should get together and have a chat about that.
Look, he got me one more.
Oh
I was
goodness.
trying to say that evil is kind of entropy, or the potentiality of deterioration. If no such possibility exists, then there cannot be any change, because your guess definition of divine perfection exclude deterioration.
Okay, that's just going to take me a long time to sit down and think of that. I like the idea that evil is some kind of entropy, so it's some kind of, disorder, and depends on deterioration. But I'd have to again
screenshot
on the fly screenshot and send it to me.
Screenshot,
and that's really sad. That Avaros, that's really. So apology, because that's really good money. Thank you for doing that. It's really supportive.
Yeah, no, seriously, thank you.
But I can't answer that right now.
I will get your answers. Yeah, and Dharma Defender empiricism will win. Thank you for that super chat, my friend. Thank you so much.
So chapter 7 out of 30. We're an hour and 41 into this.
Did we actually? Yeah, we did. Okay, I didn't pop up 6. Okay.
Yeah. So 7 is, why don't we photosynthesize? I like this argument because, again, it's like looking at the world around us and saying, again, what does this world better support? Atheism or theism? So again, thinking about omni-god. Omni-god is all-loving, etc., etc., etc. And this is sort of connected to the Darwinian problem of evil, which is a really strong iteration, really strong version of the problem of evil. Why is there so much suffering in the world? You could say, why did God create suffering in the natural world? And carnivorousness. Let's look at carnivorousness. So it appears that a load of organisms their existence depends upon them devouring and getting their energy from other organisms, which involves them killing the other organisms and then therefore causing pain and suffering to the other organisms.
This is the problem we deal with today with veganism, or we're going to keep eating animals, right?
Yeah, exactly. So the natural world is full of carnivorousness, okay? And the question is, does it need to be full of carnivorousness? So the theist has to then have to give an account for why carnivorousness exists, given that it doesn't need to exist conceptually. Like, I can imagine, like, for example, why don't we photosynthesize? We know that photosynthesis is a way of getting energy from the sun. God could have played around with the constants such that we could generate enough energy to live the existences that we need to live through photosynthesizing through our skin or whatever.
And we wouldn't have bowel issues, having to go use the restroom and the whole nine, right?
Yeah. There would be no dirty nappies or diapers. That's a better world straight away. No meconium for early babies who, we just photosynthesize. So this to me is a great argument. It's a great example of the problem of evil being applied to the data around us. So why do we why doesn't God make us photosynthesize? So then you start thinking about, well, why do we need energy at all? In fact, when you look at most of the problems in this world, the problems rise because we are scrabbling over where to get energy from. Yeah. So if you look at what's going on in Ukraine and Russia, it's about
gas,
fossil fuels, hydrocarbons. It's about, when you're looking about arguing over whether to dam this river up here, which then the country that's had that access to that river for 5,000 years, no longer has access to that river because the water's been dammed because that country wants it. And when we want this natural resource and that natural, when, you know, it's all about sort of arguing with other and fighting with other organisms over natural resources and energy and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Well, why couldn't God just create humanity or organisms such that we didn't need energy to survive? Because you've got to remember, God could do perpetual miracles. So even if you said, well, God couldn't get the constants just right so that we could photosynthesize, it's like, well, I thought God was omnipotent and omniscient. So, but if he can't do that, then he could do perpetual miracles. So he could just like perpetually have miracles, breaking the laws of nature, such that every organism on Earth gets enough energy at the time that they need it to do whatever they want to do. So, but God doesn't do that. So therefore, we're left in this world where we have to, like, everything's a scrabble for energy until the heat death of the universe. You're like, well, I can understand, I can explain that in atheism, right? Because I don't need to think about the framework of being all loving, right? And or omni. But you, theist, you have to explain every bit of this data in terms of omni-god. Why don't we photosynthesize? In fact, why do we have bodies at all? Why aren't we just disembodied minds? Like, if you want to talk idealism, then why didn't God just create us? And then it gets back to why didn't God just create us in heaven? Just create heaven with a bunch of incorporeal like minds just faffing around heaven, painting pictures and doing whatever they like for eternity.
That's why you keep coming back to which world makes the most sense, and it obviously is the one that you're advocating for. I want to get this one right here. Johnny Mac says, I'm studying vitamin C deficiency. We used to be able to photosynthesize vitamin C. Why would God have us lose this precious ability? No sense.
I love this stuff because you can look at any journal, any piece of scientific journal, and bear in mind there's probably 50 journals coming out a day. I don't know, maybe more than that, right. Around the world. All right, every single bit of research we find, it can be whatever bit of research. Here is vitamin C deficiency. Every bit of research we find is like, how do you explain that under God? Even stuff that seems morally neutral. Why would God want that to be the case? Because God has designed that to be the case. God knows that's going to be the case. That is the case. Why would God want that to be the case? In this case, why would God create a situation where we are not very good at producing vitamin C and we are becoming deficient at it?
Vitamin? Is it vitamin?
Obviously.
Oh, come on. You know it's vitamin. Come on, man. You know.
So I wrote, as you know, I wrote this book in British English, right? But Dan Barker's forward in the book is he's taking a piss out of me. He takes the piss out of me in this by taking a mickey out of all my anglicizations and saying that it should be American English. So he repeats everything you said, but he gets it the right way, and it's hilarious. You got to read it real quick. Holy Humanist Nuria, sorry, is it Nuria? I always try to get your name right. She has a YouTube channel, by the way. Everybody needs to go check it out because she's an ex-Muslim, and she's kind of digging into the dark past, if you will, and finding out the problems, everything from the Hadith to the Quran, you name it. And thank you so much for the super chat. Seriously, go support her. Eventually, I'm going to have her back on here as well, these arguments and going up against a pretty harmful ideology. 30 plus arguments to squash believing in some absolute BS. Excuse my French. Keep smashing it, Derek. Love this dissection with Jonathan. Brilliant stuff. Thank you. That's really kind, Nuria. Very kind. Appreciate that.
Thank you so much.
So the next argument is chapter 8. God has no free will. So this is the argument that that comes out of God having divine foreknowledge of future events, right? So, and you might talk about great making properties, and this is one of the arguments that humans have free will. So free will is often given as a theodicy, an explanation of why there's so much evil and suffering, because the idea is that there's free will or there's suffering because we have free will. Free will is really important. We don't want to be like automata, that God, like robots, just creates these robots just doing whatever. So we have free will. But the corollary of having free will is is the fact that we can make bad decisions. So therefore, that's what explains why there is evil and suffering, because humans make crappy decisions. Okay. And there's some interesting arguments here that you could talk about whether, well, it's not logically impossible that we could actually freely choose to make the right decisions all the time. So if God knew all the counterfactuals, he could create a particular world where everyone just so happened to choose the right things all the time. It's not logically impossible that we always choose wrong. It's just, human nature that we do, but it's not logically impossible. So, and this is an argument that William Lane Craig had with Ray Bradley when they talked about heaven and hell, and Ray Bradley actually won the debate against William Lane Craig. One of the few that Craig has lost. Shelley Kagan's another one, but Ray Bradley had him on this. Anyway, so the idea is that I've just lost my train of thought. Oh yeah, so free will is this great making property. So the idea, theists believe that God must have free will. But the thing is, God cannot have free will. It literally cannot. It's conceptually impossible for him to have free will.
Keeping in mind, for those who are popping on, the omni-god, so that anyone who's, I want to make sure that new people are popping in are like, oh, what? The God he's talking about, all-knowing, all-powerful, the whole nine, is not. It can't happen.
So God knows all future events of humans and contingent entities, right? But also God has divine foreknowledge of himself, right? Or itself. So this is to say, if God knows he's going to make a cup of tea on Tuesday morning at 9:15 on Tuesday morning, right? Then when it comes to 9:15 on Tuesday morning, God has to make a cup of tea. Because if God doesn't make a cup of tea, then his foreknowledge back here is infallible. But God cannot have infallible foreknowledge. He has to have perfect he cannot have fallible foreknowledge. Right. He has to have infallible foreknowledge. So back here, his foreknowledge has to be spot on, which means when we get to 9:15 on a Tuesday morning, he has to make a cup of tea. In other words, God has a full prediction of his own behavior going forward because he has full divine foreknowledge, and that includes of himself. So if God knows everything he's going to do from now until the end of time or eternally, then God cannot veer off that path, which means that God cannot choose to be contrary to his own predictive knowledge. Yeah?
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
No, yeah. So, I mean, I've thought about this as a 5-6-year-old walking down the road. I was raised in a Christian household, and I'd skip to the left and I'd go, God knows what I'm going to do before I do it. And I try to skip to the right, but then skip back to the left and go, I'm going to try and break. Can I do something God can't know that I'm going to do? And I try to and realize I'm stuck. I can't do anything. He'll know that I'm going to trick him to try and trick him about the trick. And there's nothing I could do. But your point is well taken. If God can't do that, there's just no way.
Yeah.
And
So God cannot have any sensible understanding of libertarian free will. He cannot choose to do that which he didn't already know he was going to do. So it's really difficult to say he freely chose to do that. If he had predicted, he's like on a train track that he cannot deviate from, and that until the end of existence.
That's why I said the whole foreknowledge thing. It can't add up in my brain. It doesn't add up because to me, if you were this all-knowing before anything ever happened, it just is. It always will be kind of thing. And I just can't see how when it gets to that point, there's a lot here. Couple super chats. Where are we at? What chapter are we at real quick? We're at 7.
Chapter 8.
Okay. So we're on God has no free will. So let's do 2 more and wrap it up. Then we have 20 more arguments. So we'll do 2 more. But first, let's get Dharma Defender. Why did God create a situation where most people are dependent on staple crops that are unhealthy and are just enough to keep you alive, otherwise starve? Why not provide people with their proper need?
Why did God create a situation where most people are dependent on staple crops that are unhealthy and are just enough to keep you alive, otherwise starve? Why not provide people with the proper need? Yes, exactly. Well, yeah, quite.
Well, and a lot of people do starve, but
this is again this goes back to any data that you see has to be explicable in terms of omni-god. So, in terms of evolution, we get by, right? We get by as well as we can with the tools that we got. And that's really how the mechanism of evolution operates. But yeah, so you could imagine a situation where God could have created a universe whereby the crops that we eat require less nutrients or fewer nutrients to make the same amount of energy or create more energy that they do presently, so that we need to eat less of them, etc., etc., etc. We can imagine ways in which this universe could be much better, but it's not. And so therefore, how do you explain that?
I got an email from a man in Afghanistan, I think it was 2-3 years ago, and he was asking for advice with addiction because I came out of that, was struggling with heroin. And he said, I need advice. You made it. How can I do it? Let me tell you my situation. And he went on to explain to me that it's very difficult to eat food there. It's so expensive for the food, but it's so cheap for the heroin, and he's already addicted. So he said, I don't have money. I'm poor. I beg to get the next hit, for the heroin. But I can't afford food unless someone brings it to me. And he's like, what do I do? And I'm in my head, I'm in America. I'm kind of in a good spot where I can move out, go to a hotel somewhere, stay with a friend, whatever. He has nothing. And I think about that suffering for a moment in light of this point about food. Like, it is harder for him to eat where he lives in Afghanistan than it is for him to get a hit of heroin, which hijacks everything. I mean, I can't even get in the horrors of what that's like.
So these go back to these sort of abductive arguments and inference to the best explanation. So given that scenario, does that look more like the sort of world that an omni-god would create, or does it look more like an atheistic world?
No, I get it.
If you've got someone that it's almost impossible to get out of their vicious cycle of issue and suffering, then that doesn't look like a superfluity of love to me.
Right.
It just is not. And it's like, I don't want to have to constantly jump through hoops to take the most improbable explanation of data. It's this appeal to, well, there might be a reason why God could do that. Yeah, it's just not good enough. If I often analogize it like this, right? So if I had a kid, one of my children, I've got twins, right? Imagine one of them's like 3 years old, and they stamp on some flowers in the flower bed, right? And as a responsible parent, what I would do is take my child aside, say, right, that's bad what you did there. This is why it's bad. I'm going to punish you or correct your behavior in this kind of way so that you won't do that again. And there's some kind of, and we have this relationship whereby very clearly that what you did was bad, and why it's bad and what will happen if you do it again. Now, take this scenario, which I think represents the God scenario better, which is my child does that, stamps on the flower bed and destroys all these flowers. I take my child home, I beat them for a month with a stick, I then give them cancer for 10 years, and then they die, right? And at no point during that whole process do I say why I'm beating them and why I've given them cancer, and there's no kind of connecting of the behavior explicitly to the punishment and to the scenario. So that's how I see it, which is like stuff like that of that person in Afghanistan is going through this cycle of suffering.
I honestly didn't have good advice. I did not know how to answer his question. It was so, I can't tell you how dark it was. It was just like I couldn't answer it. So I just tried to encourage them to try. That's all I could do.
It doesn't matter what God you believe in. God, why is this like? I am being punished here. I'm being beaten for a month. I'm being given cancer. I'm being, but you're not telling me what I've done wrong here and helping me to get out of this scenario where of physical addiction here, where it's easier to live in that. And I have, physical addictions that are keeping me in this, why have you created this scenario for me? It's
we got a few more. Avros, Platonic salvation is trans-temporal process. Meta metempsychosis over eons of existence, and this requires an evolutionary model of existence. AI suggests that best programming allows a system to evolve and learn from mistakes.
Yes, I don't know where that point is going. So salvation. I mean, I don't. Again, what would be the reason of creating a whole bunch of entities that some of them get salvation, some of them don't? You don't really know how you get salvation. It may be a process that takes place over into eternal existence in heaven, and it's just this lack of clarity. And then you throw divine hiddenness into that, and yeah, I mean, you can create some kind of scenario whereby you can account for pain and suffering in terms of some trans-temporal process going towards some kind of salvation. But again, God, if you're not communicating that really, really, really clearly to me, then it just looks like you're being a bastard. And yeah, I don't know. There's so much in there that I wouldn't know how to unpick that concisely. Right. Again, screenshot
Avros, man, you get the screenshots of the night. So I'll send these to Jonathan. He can mull them over when he has time, and then we either address them on an upcoming episode, or we can have you write him back, whatever. Yeah. Alan Bird, the omni-shambles god. Thank you for the support.
That's a reference to omni-shambles, which was a political statement in the UK politics that happened several years back.
Wow.
George Osborne. It was an omni-shambles. I think the budget was called an omni-shambles. So, but yeah, so I like that. It has relevance. Yeah. Yeah,
thank you, Alan. Appreciate the support. Dennis R. Lecker, great to see you here, my friend. I agree with Jung, Einstein, and Peterson, who believe in the great whatever it is, Spinoza's God. Keep up the great work, Derek. Thank you for the support, man. Thank you.
Which is a kind of, and I wouldn't say Einstein believed in that God. I think that's incorrect. I think there's a lot of writing that's been done on what Einstein believed in, and he used God in a really loose sense, if at all, in a kind of as a synonym for like the natural laws. So he wasn't even a deist, I would argue. But Peterson, I would argue, probably believes something personally, but he has a base that he needs to appease. So he kind of gives this wishy-washy version of God that allows his Christian base or his theistic base to still like buy his books and stuff. He's a little bit dodgy. Jung is different again. So yeah, again, but that shows you all the different like iterations of God that you can possibly think of. Well, there's so many different versions.
Thank you, Dennis. Appreciate that, man. Jonathan Hara, thank you for that super chat. What about the theist argument that it's all a test? Yahweh doesn't want all you faithless. That can't take a little suffering. We know old Yahweh is hyper ego, so treasure from heaven is only for few.
Okay, I've got chapter 11 is unfair levels of evidence, and we talked about this before, actually, Derek, because I think it's the idea that, and I did mention this earlier, which is if God knows in advance who's going to pass the test and who's going to fail it. So okay, let's do it now, right, Jonathan? Let's do it. So I'll try and be quick.
We doing it right now?
Yeah, I'll try and be quick.
Right, so we're skipping to 11.
Yeah, sort of. So,
okay.
So the reason why, as a teacher, the reason why you give your pupils a test is because as a teacher, you don't know how much they know. So the test is for you as a teacher, and not so much the pupils don't get anything out of the test. It's just like, I need to know how much you know.
Right.
Now, if God is testing humanity, but God already knows everything, God doesn't need to test humanity. There's nothing that God gets out of testing them because he already knows. He doesn't need to test them. And so therefore, the whole argument that it's all a test is kind of, it goes back to, if God knows that 20 people are going to pass the test out of 100 and they get to heaven because they pass the test, just create them in heaven. Because if you're creating so that 80% of people go to hell or non-existence or whatever, you are creating all this suffering on earth, already knowing that 80 people are going to fail. And there's no point in doing that because you're not looking omnibenevolent. So actually, I'm not going to go fully into chapter 11 because we can leave that for the next one. But actually, this is partly into chapter 11, which is saying that the whole idea that if you've got full divine foreknowledge, tests are pointless unless the test is intrinsically valuable to the people taking the test, right? So if in me doing the test is somehow giving me something extra, but then it gets really problematic because it looks like in doing the test, I am necessarily getting involved in evil and suffering. So, and if God knows that in advance, God is just creating stuff such that it becomes evil and does and creates suffering. So it's all really, really problematic. So I think the test hypothesis, it makes no sense. We get back to why would God create at all? Why would God create? So yeah, well done for passing that test. I knew you were going to pass it. And well done for failing that test. I knew you were going to fail it. Oh, and by the way, I'm going to commit you to eternal damnation in hell and torture for eternity for failing the test that I knew you were going to fail and created you anyway in such a way that you would fail. Yay me.
There's so much there. Matthew Simpson, love all you do, MythVision. Jonathan, loved your Christmas birth narrative video. The Greek misunderstanding of Persian religions was fascinating.
Yeah, so thank you. I've done a few of them, and we did one with Aaron Adair, myself and you, Derek. And so if you haven't seen that on the Nativity of Critical Examination, check it out. And obviously buy the book. You don't have to read it, but you do need to buy at least 20 copies. So
at least, I mean, this is a test, by the way, in case you're wondering. Avaros is back. He says, Derek, I declare my platonic love for you, brother. Love you too, man. Thank you. Nice. I really do appreciate your friendship, and thank you for the support tonight, of course. And so, we are getting close to the end here. So
yeah. So actually, the next chapter leaves us at the end of part 1. So that's a good place to.
We're at 9, right?
Which is chapter 9, which is God and this world are immutable, which follows on directly from the previous chapter.
Okay.
So the previous chapter was God doesn't have free will. So this idea that God is on this train tracks, right? Because he knows all future events and he knows what his own behavior is going to be, all the actions that he does. Therefore, God cannot change. God really is immutable. This idea that you see in some of the holy books that God is immutable. Yes, God has to be immutable. God cannot change. There is no way that God can change because God knows exactly infallibly what he is going to do and be like in the future. The same applies to the world. There's no sense in the world can change from being what it is going to be. And I'll talk about this later in terms of prayer. Like God knows each instance of each subsequent instance of the world, knows what will happen, knows everything that will happen in that world. There's no way the world. So instead of God making a cup of tea at 9:15 on Tuesday morning, Derek, if you make a cup of tea at 9:15 on Tuesday morning, you can't not make that cup of tea if God knows that you're going to do that. And again, this is the whole divine foreknowledge, free will. Can you have it? And theists try to get around this with things like middle knowledge, but again, it doesn't get around it because you have things like the grounding objection. Or there's loads of rabbit holes here. But I really do think the biggest theological problem is divine foreknowledge. I think out of divine foreknowledge come so many problems.
Right.
If I was a Christian or theist, I think I would really want to ditch divine foreknowledge. But the problem is, if you ditch divine foreknowledge, everything just looks a bit random. It's like suddenly God is just creating and not really knowing what's going to happen. It's just like roll
these
the dice.
Promises. He's got to work hard to try to make them happen, because he's not sure and guaranteeing that they will. I mean, I guess that would be one way to look at it. And
he still has to be omnibenevolent. So he's like fighting fires with like love. He's like, oh, hang on, like I didn't know that was going to happen because I'm not omniscient of future events. And oh crap, that's really bad. I'm going to stop that. Oh, hang on, so if he was all loving, he would like step in and stop, but he doesn't seem to step in and stop. So it's all just a big hot mess.
Just so Lauren knows. The beginning actually addresses this. The whole conversation today, for those who are just tuning in, is about the omni-god. So like you can picture a God without being all powerful, or picture a God that doesn't know the future, or picture a God that's not all loving. In the book that we're talking about, his 30 arguments against the existence of God are dealing with this specific, the common Christian idea of God that we hear. And so that's pretty much the thing. So he's not establishing any of these. He's just pointing out, for the argument's sake,
if you're going to start with these, and some people might say that these are the ultimate great making properties. So you say if you're going to have God is the greatest being in conception, as the ontological argument would state, then he's going to have, like, if you can imagine God with this amount of knowledge, you can imagine God with that much more knowledge, right? Well, if that's greater than that, then God would have that. And then so it just gets more and more and more until God has maximal knowledge, maximal love, maximal, all these great making properties. He has the perfect amount of, or maximal amount of, or infinite amount of, or, and then, and there are lots of arguments you can have about this, and you can get into the tangled weeds and undergrowth of arguing about the omni properties themselves. But as you said, we're just assuming omni. And then if that's what you believe, you've got problems here, and here.
Got it. Did you want to, Dennis R. Lecker, real quick, Einstein to Rabbi Herbert S. Goldstein, I believe in Spinoza's God, who reveals himself in the lawful harmony of the world. Thank you. So thank you for the super chat. I wonder, maybe he has a natural, I don't know, is Spinoza's God kind of a natural, like, almost saying the natural laws are God?
Yeah, so that's why I was saying that Einstein was very much his idea of God. It was synonymous with natural laws, which is exactly what Dennis is saying there. And this is where you get into. I mean, he famously written letters about God and stuff that kind of debunk these ideas that some Christians will say that Einstein believed in God.
Theist,
he's a theist. It's like, well, really, actually, if you read carefully what he said, he wasn't. But it's again, it's definitions, isn't it? Philosophy definitions.
Love you, Dennis. Thanks for that, man. All right, where are we at?
So we are at the end of section 1, and God and this world are immutable, and there's nothing you can do about it. And again, and we'll bring this into play later when we get on to talk about prayer and whether you can actually change anything by praying to God. And it turns out you can't. So there's no point in praying to God to get stuff done, because it's not like, I mean, we'll throw this in for free today, but this is like, you pray to God, you're like, oh God, old Doris has got cancer. Can you ungive her cancer, please? And it's not like God hears a prayer. He goes, oh, Derek, yeah, I hadn't thought about that. Oh, I really like Doris. It turns out that's a bad idea. You're right, Derek. I'm going to change my mind, and Doris is not going to have cancer anymore. It's like, so, but God would. So God can't have that experience because God already knows the full foreknowledge, all future events. So he can't change his mind and ungive Doris cancer. And so therefore praying to that kind of intercessory prayer, that petitionary prayer, it just makes no sense, because God can't change that which he already knows is going to take place.
The reason I giggled is you reminded me in this prayer thing. I saw a meme recently, and it's got some foul language in it, but I thought it was really funny. This guy's all this muscle, he's just a human, but he's sitting there holding this rock up that's like falling on them. And I guess it's his wife and his kid or something. And they're both on the ground praying. And he's like, what the are you doing? Help, like I'm trying to keep this thing from crushing us. And she's over here like this. And the little kid's over here like this. And this guy's like face is saying it all. Like, what are you doing? Help me. Let's do this.
Do you know what? So and again, I've mentioned it already, but the whole Ukraine war, it's like, and thoughts and prayers, you get like a gun massacre in a school in America. Oh, thoughts and prayers. No, it's not thoughts and prayers. It's changing policy. It's not thoughts and prayers. It's getting off your ass and making a change, right? So what can I do to make the Ukraine thing better? As some random bloke, well, can I give money at least to some humanitarian charities, or even directly to like the Ukrainian government? Yes, I can. Okay, so that's what. The prayers aren't going to do jack. So don't give me your prayers, because that's just virtue signaling BS, and it has no causal efficacy at all.
Thank you, Jonathan. Look, Avros, man, I'll tell you what, I might as well screenshot it right now. I'm just kidding. God cannot be immutable if time is real, he said. That is, at the very least, if presentism, B theory, is false, and it is, then it follows that merely turning of potential into actual events necessitates change in God's knowledge.
Oh my goodness! This is not like. Yeah, so this is like A theory and B theory. Presentism, the idea that you got past is a fact, present is a fact, future is a potential. Or do you think that past, present, and future are all fact, and we live in some kind of block universe of space-time, where a four-dimensional block universe, in which kind of fits with special relativity, but then with that you don't have free will, because actually you're just kind of like, so yeah, yeah. So time, it depends on what your interpretation of time is and how well that fits in with known physics.
I just screenshot it. I'm going to send
yeah.
it to you anyway. Maybe you got a book in particular you'd want him to read. Maybe I can have a conversation with you and Avarice one day.
I've got other things to do for the next month, Derek.
I know, but we could plan it, man. We can plan it. Avarice, thank you for the support, my brother. Really do appreciate it tonight. We're coming up to the end, and it seems that, Brandon, you missed out, man. Is this an atheist channel? Actually, we're both monks in a monastery, and we're trying to convince everybody that they're guilty, born, wicked wretches who need to be saved from an all-loving God. God wants us to be saved, but a lot of people are just going to be burned by him for all eternity. And so, we're trying to reconcile. We're figuring that out as theists today. We're trying to figure out how...
I think there's some interesting conversation is as to what one is and how one labels oneself. So I would say technically I'm an agnostic atheist, which means to say there's only one thing I can know that's indubitably true, and that is that I as a thinking entity exist. I don't know what I is. I don't believe in a continuous I. I think my I changes from moment to moment to moment. So I'm a very different I than I was 20 years ago, 50 years ago, not even 50, as a blastocyst or whatever. So, but right now as a thinking entity, I exist. Right, that's the only thing I can know indubitably, because by being able to doubt my existence, I have to necessarily exist. Right. Okay, so I exist. That's all I know indubitably. Everything else is a probability, and there's a non-zero chance that it's not true. So I could be living in a matrix. I could be a brain in a vat. I could be living in some idealistic universe or whatever. So I don't know 100% that I'm not, or that I am. So therefore, in a sense, there's always an element of I could be wrong, right? And that's the same with atheism. So I'm an agnostic atheist, but really,
and
I'm
a monk.
Yeah. And this is where you start getting into, this is a bonus segment at the end here. So this is your epilogue. So the question then is, for some people, are you a strong atheist, or positive atheist, or a weak atheist, or a negative atheist? Now, I feel quite strongly about this, because there are a lot of atheists who say, I have a lack of belief in God. And I think they go down that route because they see a belief as somehow synonymous with a religious scenario, with religion. So I can't have a belief because that's like religion. So I don't have a belief. I have a lack of belief. The thing is, like, you are arguing all day on the internet, like a keyboard warrior, like I am, that God doesn't exist, which is to say that you believe the proposition God does not exist. Now, if you're arguing to toss over the fact that God does not exist, then you on a daily basis are effectively saying God does not exist. You are assenting to the proposition God does not exist. Therefore, I would say you are a strong atheist. It's not a lack of belief. You have a positive belief that God does not exist. So I think most people who claim they have a lack of belief in God, really, when you push and prod them, are actually strong atheists, and they have a belief that God does not exist. So that's how I would define atheism. And I know some atheists don't like that. They really like the fact that they think they have a lack of belief rather than a positive belief. And these sort of things are discussed in philosophical circles. You'll see it in the Cambridge Companion to Atheism by Michael Martin. He discusses that rightfully at the beginning of the book. So yeah, it's worth having a look at. But I'm a strong atheist. I'm a positive atheist. God does not exist.
But you can help Jonathan save his soul from all eternal conscious torment if you subscribe to his YouTube channel and you support what he's doing. We can save him from this wretched world that was created by a good, loving...
Please save me.
Okay. No, seriously, go subscribe to Jonathan. I forgot to mention this at the beginning. He has a YouTube channel where he is a tippling philosopher, which simply means he's sipping on some wine, feeling fine, and whatever rhymes with that, dime for the crime, Anyway, and he's telling you some philosophy. He's getting into stuff. He's mentioning a lot of his books. He is an avid writer. He writes many books. So let me show you the YouTube channel here real quick. That didn't work. Let me do it this way. How about this? Share screen. Here's the YouTube channel. Make sure you go and you hit that little subscribed bell. He has plenty of books on Amazon. This is the one we talked about today. We only got to like number 10 in arguments. We have 20 more to go.
And it's a nice thing I like about this book is it's actually quite a thin book, so you can race through these arguments, and they are just meaty, but quite succinctly and concisely discussed. So.
And you get saved for buying the book. Yeah, also, lots of other books he's got. Just so you know, you can go follow him on Amazon. So any new book that drops, you get an email. Oh, he's got them back there. Hold on, let me pop it up there. Show everybody. Boom, all those. Yeah.
I've got to add that to the list now. That I need to,
Oh, snap. You're going to have to write 2 more just so it doesn't look ridiculous all on its own.
That's right. Yeah.
That's so ridiculous. No, seriously, go get a book or 2 or 3 and you can get them ebook. You can get them. Aren't you on Audible on a few or?
No, I haven't. No, not.
We're going to work on that. We will at some point. I know you're busy. We got to figure something. We got to get like, what is his name? I can't think right now.
Seth Andrews.
Seth Andrews to read your books. Oh man, that'd be amazing. You also have the blog. It's down in the description. Please go.
Yeah, so that's a media website only. Sky it's a new website that's aimed at giving representation and voice to the non-religious, particularly in America, but worldwide. So please come and join us there. Fantastic content.
And that is in the description. And then, of course, I have the Patreon where I do a lot of work bringing you content. And for those who are Patreon members, early access. Like I just did a video today with, he goes by Yako, which is really like Jaco, Garrick, Gerick, on the origins of Yahweh.
Yeah, so I've written a couple of articles using some of his work that he wrote a great chapter in one of John Loftus's anthologies some time back about exactly what you're saying. So he's a good.
He even told me he stepped out of the arena for a while. He said because he was very active. He was so serious about it. Like I was very serious too, but it didn't take me. I don't think it took me as long to deconvert and to find a way to land the airplane. He said he felt like he had hit a traumatic, it was bad. Like suicidal thoughts, the whole thing for years coming out of it. Like he lost his identity when he realized that these weren't what he thought they were. And he went into it. He said, I'm going to come on and share. I said, please come share your story. He said, I'll come on and share my story and explain to you how I was looking for arguments to debunk the other side. And of course, as you start to do that, Dr. Robert and Price said it really well the other day. And then we incorporated this into my article that is going to be published on Dr. Bart Ehrman's blog. And it is the apologist is not on a warpath against the atheist.
Yeah.
He's at war with himself. He's at war. This is what Dr. Price is saying.
It's also defensive to keep other theists in. I mean, that's William Lane Craig, isn't it? He's not writing that book to convince atheists, but it's
right.
It's give ammunition.
As much as there is that challenge, the point that Bob was saying was they're apologists because they have doubts that they want to somehow find clever arguments to suppress. So it is this warpath with himself. In fact, I'm taking a clip that I took from, I'm doing some lectures actually online with Bob that I know for a fact you would like. Let me just tease everybody real quick here. Might as well. While I got you here, man. We got to do this. Might as well, right? Everybody's here. You want to stay for the party. At least you can hear it. All right.
This is the kind of mess you get in if your ultimate concern depends upon a dubious historical proposition, a theory, a reconstruction that might wind up being true, might not, or you might never know. So what business do you have saying, yeah, it's got to be true, so I believe it to be true? That's just producing a fault line that is not only going to commit you to dishonesty in your historical work, and every book of apologetics shows that. Victor just gave these great examples. What more do you need, Craig? What more do you need, Gish or D'Souza? How many hundreds of times does this have to be disproven for you to stop using this? There's this this great quote. Tillich says, fundamentalism has demonic aspects in that it splits the conscience of its thoughtful adherents and forces them to repress knowledge of which they are secretly aware. So why is the fundamentalist and the apologist on the warpath? Well, it's against himself. The unbeliever that he goes on crusade against is in his own mind. Certainly my experience, and I believe it's not.
Dude, that's
unusual.
so deep. You have to admit that's so deep. What he just said.
That's a good talk he gives out. I think I've watched that one before.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
love that. I love that. I love you, man. I love everybody in the audience. They might wish to see me from their tower in heaven boil in the broth of God's wrath one day. But hey, I love you.
Hope springs eternal. Yes. That would be, if that's going to happen, God knew it was going to happen right from the beginning, and there's really not a lot you can do about it. So, just enjoy life.
Well, Jonathan, what other ways did I miss out anything in promoting you?
No, thanks, YouTube. Please grab this book, and if you like any of my books, please do put a review on Amazon. It does make a hell of a difference to balance some of the Christian reviews, because it's all partisan like that. But if you don't like any of my books, just forget about it.
Yeah. Help out Jonathan. Let's go drop a review on these books. You've practically read. If you haven't got the book, I'm going to go ahead and just tell people. I mean, like they did the resurrection one with us and the nativity one. You practically read the book by us giving the presentation. Go drop a review based on the information that Jonathan's brought out. I'd love you to buy the book. I'm just saying it'd be awesome to have some positive reviews that balance out the odds. Cause I know that troll, if someone's, what do you call it? Triggered, they're going to go on a warpath and write something just totally lambasting you and trying to make you look bad.
I used to be stalked right at the beginning when I first started writing some of the books, and when I was first sort of blogging, I was stalked by a Catholic priest who was like just a horrible human, and he stalked me all over the internet, and he didn't buy any of my books, but he reviewed, once I reviewed them all, just like giving screeds of like of angry Catholicism or whatever. And it was like, man, how can you be a man of God? You just sound like such a horrible human being. I had to ban him from every single place I was writing at, because he was just, there you go.
Well, let's go and tell Father Dickhead what we really think. And look, hey, love you. Never, ever freaking forget. We are MythVision.
Don't any of you have the guts to play for blood?
I'm your huckleberry. That's just my game.
All right, welcome back to MythVision Podcast. We are MythVision. I am talking about the 30 arguments against God's existence with Jonathan M.S. Pierce today. He's an author, prolific author. He's written many books. I'm going to introduce him in just a moment, but I want you all who are tuning in to understand that it is a particular God in which the arguments he's making today are against. In the last series of lives that we have done, he has been addressing this, and people are Johnny-come-lately to the party, and they're like, but what about that God? And it's like, we understand that you can find ways to get around this. We're dealing with an omnipresent, omniscient, omnibenevolent, like the omni-god that is typically being described by most Christians. And so his book is actually about that. So anyone who actually gets his book will know what kind of God we're dealing with. But I wanted to lay it up front for those who are early birds, and you get the worm. Yes, you have the myth money. Absolutely, salvation is for you. You're the first one in the gate. So we're going to go ahead and get this party started. I hope you're having a wonderful Sunday. Let's see what we can learn today from Jonathan M.S. Pierce. All right, now to our guest. Welcome back, Jonathan M.S. Pierce. How are you?
I'm very well, thanks, Derek. It's great to be back. We're in the middle of a climate change inspired heat wave in the UK, so it's a gloriously hot day, and I'm now up. I've done the relaxing in the garden and being with my family. It's now time to tackle God again.
Okay, I'm all yours. Today, I'm going to try and do something a little different, but still the same. And what I'm going to do is try to allow you to go through the argument without interruptions, without taking Q&A yet. And after each argument, we will take Q&A, which means then we can get interrupted by super chats. We'll follow those to their conclusion and then to the next argument. That way, the train of thought, you might have thought something, I need to cover this, and we don't get interrupted. But first, I need to let everybody know, go subscribe to his YouTube channel. Please do. He's working very hard to bring you more content. His webcam is better today, and I'm glad we're working on that. But yeah, let's get him to 3,000 subs. Let's start working on growing those numbers. So if you're new to the channel, new to my channel, which I'm growing every day, go and check out the audience or the guests that I have, their YouTube channels. You can learn something. Even if you disagree at the end of the day, you can learn something from every guest. He also has many books. The one we're talking about today is 30 Arguments Against the Existence of God, Heaven, Hell, Satan, and Divine Design. So I highly recommend you check out the works because he is diving deep. He's engaging in counter-apologetics often and showing you why there's good reason to doubt. Also, he's at onlysky.media/Jonathan Pierce. The links are in the description, and you can go check out his blog. This is where he's writing all the time, engaging in content. Did you want to comment on any of these three before I move to my plug?
On the last article I've just done, feature article for Only Sky. If you scroll down a little bit, that's it. Actually, the one after that. So that one, after that one, yeah. So the Saved and Damned of Proxima Centauri B. I'm writing a book at the moment with Dr. Aaron Adair about what the impact on different religions, theologically speaking, and psychologically, the discovery of intelligent alien life would have. And that feature article is kind of laying up some of the basics of what we're discussing in the book. So I love that article. That's a nice big feature article. Go and check that out. In fact, Derek Bennett, who you've had interactions with, a good friend of the channel, he's just done a reaction video to that feature article, which was a lot of fun. So
yeah, it was fun. I really appreciate that. Yeah.
Yeah, and he brought in my sideburns into his video, so it's
yeah, the lamb chops. Check it out. Derek Bennett's YouTube too.
Yeah, and on my YouTube channel, I've just done another reaction video to William Lane Craig and his claim. In fact, we're going to be dealing exactly with one of those arguments today. Okay. So on my YouTube, my last one that's just came out today is a reaction video to a debate William Lane Craig had with Ray Bradley many years ago. So yeah, check my stuff out. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. I appreciate that. Last of all, MythVision's been working hard. I am in the midst of a move. We have been moving stuff all day yesterday. We're done painting, and now we're on our process of trying to get to the West Coast. I've done a lot of interviews lately, and there's so many on the Patreon that are not on YouTube. You can go check that out. It's as little as $3 a month. You'll access all the videos. If you want to help out more, I believe in goodness of people. And so there's always the option to go to higher tiers if you want to have mythical salvation. There's all sorts of options. You want an apotheosis? Join the Patreon. We got you. We have something for everybody, but I really, really appreciate it because if it weren't for those who supported us, we would not be able to do this full time. It's what I do, and I'm constantly engaging. In fact, just to give you a fun fact before we get into the arguments, on Tuesday, I'm interviewing Dr. John Kloppenborg. And he is like the Q master. He's the guy who's like, I've heard countless scholars that I've interviewed on my list of academics say, this guy is a machine. You need to interview him. And we're going to be talking about his book, Christ Associations, which recently he was interviewed by Neil from Gnostic Informant. I hope to have different set of questions to dive into different material. In fact, when we're done with this live, I'm sending him those questions. So anyway, where did we leave off? I'm going to pull up your book here while you're going to be talking about where we left off.
So, as you mentioned, we're dealing with the God of classical theism, which is primarily omnipotent, all-powerful, omniscient, all-knowing, and omnibenevolent, all-loving, as generally understood by, for example, Christians. But it doesn't have to be Christian. This is anyone who adheres to that kind of God. And so we've been dealing. We've got up to, I think, argument 23 so far out of the 30, and now we are on the last. We're just on the home straight at the moment. So, and these aren't like hugely long arguments. So, we should be able to wrap this up fairly efficiently. Maybe, I don't know. Depends whether people have anything to say to these arguments. And we were sort of most of the way through the heaven and hell section, the afterlife section. We've only got a couple more on the afterlife. And the first one, which is argument 24 in the book, is free will, the problem of evil, and heaven. So are you all right for me to just delve straight in?
Yeah, I'm your game. And in fact, if I have any questions or comments, I'll make them along your argument. And I won't, if you want to, like I said, ask a question, this is also supporting the show. If you want to challenge Jonathan, send in your super chats. We'll take them and we'll go from there.
Absolutely. So at the end of the day, what we're partly dealing with here, and a lot through the book, and in fact, an awful lot of arguments seem to touch on the problem of evil. What's the problem of evil? Well, it's why is there so much suffering in the world given God's omni characteristics? Okay, and in order to excuse God's allowance of suffering and evil, theists will come up with reasons why God might allow such suffering to take place. These are often called theodicies. Or defenses as well. But theodicies are explanations as to why such suffering exists in light of God's omni characteristics. And one of the popular theodicies is a free will theodicy, which broadly says, if we're truly going to have free will is a great making property. It's such a good thing that we've got to have it, right? But the collateral of having free will is that we choose badly quite often, it seems. And so a lot of the suffering and evil, particularly as pertains to human suffering and evil from human reasons, okay, rather than natural evil like, tsunamis and plate tectonics and all that, we're talking about genocides, murder, rape, all this kind of stuff, is explained because, that is humans freely willing certain things, and these are sometimes great things happen from things that we freely will, but quite often terrible things happen. But in order for us to have free will and not to just be automata, just be robots, then we need to have free will, even if free will can bring bad outcomes. Does that make sense so far? Cool. You're on mute, but I take your yes. So
I did that just to make sure the audio is good. Yep.
Yeah, absolutely. So the idea here is that, okay, theists often use a free will theodicy, which means you can't have free will and not have suffering. Okay. So then the argument is, well, what about heaven, right? Because if free will is a great making property and heaven is this utopia, one would assume we must be able to have free will in heaven. Otherwise, we would just be automata in heaven. We would just be robots going about our stuff, acting without any kind of libertarian free will. Now, let it be remembered here that I do not believe in libertarian free will. The whole concept is broken. I've written a book on that. I've written chapters in lots of books about free will being libertarian free will being a broken concept. So the version of free will that theists generally believe in is the idea that if you choose one thing in a given causal circumstance, so you've got the whole universe is as it is at a particular point in time, and you choose to do A. Right. And then we carried on living for 10 minutes and then we rewound back to that same point. So the universe is identical. It is the same universe. But the libertarian free willer would say, well, I could have chosen B or not A in that situation. So the idea is that in any given situation, an agent can choose A and not A. But then you're like, well, what grounds your ability to choose not A? Right. And you can't ground that in your causal circumstance because it's identical to when you chose A. So in order for you to choose not A, the only thing that you can invoke is actually random. And this is the general principle of libertarian free will being broken, is that the only way you can get the ability to do A and not A in the same causal circumstance is to ground that decision in random. And random doesn't give you causal ownership over a given decision. Okay, so that's broadly it. There's lots more you can add to free will. I don't want to go down a whole free will rabbit hole here, but libertarian free will doesn't work. Okay, but assume it does. Assume theist, right? It works for you because you use it for the free will theodicy. But now, heaven. So the theist generally will say, well, of course we have free will in heaven. It's a great making property. You know, it's super important. We need to have it. I argue it's a great making property such that we have it on earth, and we need to have it on earth so we're not robots. So therefore we have it in heaven. But in heaven, there's no pain and suffering. Okay, so we have an issue here, because if your free will theodicy is that pain and suffering are necessary components of or outcomes of using free will, then if you can have free will in heaven and you don't have pain and suffering, then that breaks a free will theodicy. And so the question is, well, why couldn't it be? You know, you can take this argument further and say, well, why couldn't that be the case on Earth? Why is it that we don't have a selection of people that just freely choose to do the right things and nice things, and we have no pain and suffering? If God could have the universe that way, then why doesn't God have the universe that way if he's all loving? So this is a real problem. You have a bit of a dilemma going on. So either we are automata, we're robots in heaven, or we're not robots in heaven, but in which case you can have free will and a lack of suffering, in which case the free will theodicy is broken. And right. This argument presents quite a few problems, and I've never really seen a decent argument to refute it.
You know, I've been like tempted to say, but I had already seen ahead. Like I'd already thought, based on what you just argued, why not heaven now? And then I was like, oh, that's your next point. But I didn't want to get into that yet. But that's exactly, like, I couldn't help but think that, like, if heaven is this place where there is no evil and everything is perfectly good, whatever that means, based on the idea, if you visualize it or if you hope that it's that, if that is the case, why couldn't it just be that way here? Or why didn't God just make it that way? That was my automatic assumption. But
yeah.
I almost didn't want to say anything.
That's a whole next argument, which we'll come on to. But there is this idea that there is no logical necessity that connects a freely willed decision and suffering and evil. All it is, it's just contingently, it's just very probable, it seems, that if we have free will, then we're likely to choose badly eventually. But it's not a logical necessity. So you could envisage, however improbable it might be, and remember, you've got all the possible worlds, or an infinite amount of possible worlds that God could choose from, and he could create in such a way that it is not inconceivable. In other words, we can conceive a world in which all human beings just happen to freely choose. So we're not impinging on their free will, but they just happen to freely choose well. And so there would be no suffering and pain that came from the outcome of freely willed decisions being poor. So the free will theodicy is pretty shaky anyway, because there is not a logical necessity of free will. But also, you know, the way I conclude this argument is, so there are two issues here. First, it is not necessary that free will causes pain and suffering, only probable, and thus God does not have to create a world in which suffering does take place as a result of human free will. Second, this is either evidenced in heaven, free will does exist because it must do so unless we are to be robotic automata in heaven, and yet there is no suffering, or free will does not exist in heaven, in which case we are just heavenly automata. So therein lies the dilemma. And you know, what the Christian must say, or the theist must say to this is, yep, okay, I'll bite the bullet. There is no free will in heaven. Or they bite the bullet and say the free will theodicy is broken, or, you know, but you've got to bite a bullet somewhere.
Especially
and a very quick argument.
Did we lose you? Let's see. He may have been raptured, everybody. Not because he's a believer, but because he's a good person. So it wasn't about belief and faith in that respect. It's the the deeds in which Jonathan Pierce has done. Let's see. We may have lost him. Bear with me for a second here. This happens. Buffering. I see everybody. Melody and the Joy in the chat. Good to see you here. James, good to see you here. Carlos, seems like you're upset about something. Good to see you here. And others who totally disagree. I'm going to get your super chats, but I think it's probably good to get them with him on. So, yeah, we tested this before he came on. And he was like, am I lagging? And he wasn't lagging. This just spontaneously happened, which means it must have been a miracle. Yeah, I hope this doesn't continue to happen. I don't know what will happen.
Yeah, no. That we tested the connection out earlier. It's fine. And now, sod's law.
You were in the middle of a sentence, and then you were raptured by God. How was it? Did you see anything? Did he take you to the third heaven?
No, unfortunately, it turns out there's just nothing out there.
Oh, my goodness.
So did you get the end of that? Did you get the end of my quote? So I quoted the conclusion from the book.
Say it again. Just might as well.
Okay, so there are two issues here. First, it's not necessary that free will causes pain and suffering, only probable, and thus God does not have to create a world in which suffering does take place as a result of human free will. Second, this is either evidenced in heaven, free will does exist because it must do so unless we are to be robotic automata in heaven, and yet there is no suffering. Or free will does not exist in heaven, in which case we are just heavenly automata. And you got to bite the bullet somewhere. So the theist who believes in omni-god and free will and heaven has to bite the bullet somewhere. I would deny libertarian free will, so this isn't really a problem. Libertarian free will doesn't make sense to me, but I think in denying that, we've talked about this in previous episodes, but if you deny libertarian free will, basically you're denying heaven and hell anyway, because they make no sense in judging someone for fulfilling what they're going to do in the situation they're in at any given point in time. So, libertarian free will completely destroys, in my opinion, most ideas of God, unless you're a Calvinist. It destroys the ideas of heaven and hell. But if you're going to hold on to libertarian free will and use it as a free will theodicy, you've got problems. Yep.
And I think for those who are just tuning into this live, they're not really maybe going back to even the beginning of the show because they may not have been here. We're dealing with a God who's all loving, all powerful, everywhere, omnipresent. So the omni God, when he's making this argument, something's going to have to give. I mean, at some point, somewhere, something, he doesn't know everything, or he doesn't, he's not all knowing, right? So, or he's not everywhere, or isn't all loving, right? That's something that I, as a Calvinist, had to swallow. But then again, there was clear passages that seemed to imply that, where it was like Esau he hated, or he hated workers of iniquity, Psalms 5:5. So I was willing to bite the bullet there, but there's also other repercussions, if you will, on the conclusions you draw. I really do appreciate taking a ride here. I wanted to emphasize that, Jonathan, for the audience to get that in mind, because they don't see that. Maybe someone might not see that conclusion.
Yeah, so there you have it. And that was a really nice, quick argument for you. Do you have any super chats so far, as we've done one argument?
Absolutely. And I want to make this, I like how we're organizing this. So Gray's 174, thank you for the support. Really do appreciate it. We're sure that the God of the Bible is even accurately described by the God of classical theism, right? No, we're not. And that's the thing. We're kind of, what's funny? The ancients would be like, you're setting up a straw man for our God. And it's like, yes, we are, because it's not your God that we're actually dealing with. We're dealing with what God has become.
Yeah. This is a great question, because it really shows how God has been abstracted over time. And again, I've said this before, but, I've got, Francesca Stavrakopoulou's book, God and Anatomy. And I always talk about this, how, there you're talking about how God walked amongst humans in the Hebrew Bible, and it's a very anthropomorphic version of God. And over sort of 2,000 to 3,000 years, we have abstracted God away from that to the point where God is now an abstract concept of classical theism, of the omnis, right? But the problem is that the people who believe in this God, or the philosophers' God now, not as in the deistic God, but like the classical theistic God, also still believe that the Bible is true generally. But there's that huge tension now, because this God doesn't, show his butt to Moses, or like have parts of the anatomy and all this kind of stuff that you find genuinely in the Hebrew Bible. And it's like, how do I marry that God with this God? Because actually that doesn't really make sense. So we're sure that the God of the Bible is even accurately described by the God of classical theism, right? No, we're not. But the God of the Bible is not philosophically sophisticated. Yeah. So the God of the Bible falls apart under just general philosophy by, you know, and theists will use things like the ontological argument to show that God must be the most ontologically perfect, like God that you can imagine. Whereas the God of the Bible looks very much like a parochial anthropomorphic God as part of a pantheon of gods, and has the history, you know, really set in the ancient Near East. And those two types of God just cannot be the same.
Well put. A great question, Grays. I'm with you on that. I think the more we discover the original context of some of this stuff, we'll realize even in the Bible, we need to take note that God evolves. There's a change developing.
And I want to add to that, this is a point I was going to make later, is that throughout the Bible, you have different authors, and different authors with different agendas writing at different times with different versions of what God is. And you look at the New Testament compared to the Old Testament, the idea of what God is entirely different. Then you've got the synoptics compared to John, and John has a completely different idea of who Jesus was. So the synoptics see Jesus, I would say, and I'd agree with Bart Ehrman here, that Jesus was the Messiah, but was not part of the Godhead. John started that ball rolling, or his community, he's representing whoever, whatever. A community then took that idea further and developed it into the Holy Trinity. But that's absolutely nowhere near that, let alone in the synoptics, in the Hebrew Bible. And the Hebrew Bible just has a completely different understanding. And you've got different authors with different agendas, with different ideas of who God was. And trying to find a coherent understanding of what God was throughout the Bible is really, really difficult.
And just so people understand, when he says Trinity, it was centuries after, I mean, at least a couple hundred years or more after the New Testament, that this debate really started to formulate something. And I mean, it got so silly that, like, Jesus is not subordinate to his Father. And then other theologians are like, well, or church fathers are like, yes, he was subordinate, which means he was not on the same absolute level as his Father. And like, and then the Gnostics are coming in. And
arguments about, I mean, you know, the councils that were trying to really I mean, goodness me, like trying to sort out what Christianity is, you know, what the God is. It's just
right. They can't agree. And the Docetist, he was a phantom, you know, and on it goes. But it's really fun to watch and learn. Great question. And the other one is Stop Scamming Man. Thank you for that super chat. Stop Scamming Man. Imagine a car maker whose cars often permanently break down in a day, often in months, often in 5 years, a minority of the time later, than 10. That's God making humans historically before modern medicine.
I'm not sure about that, but I do use the CEO analogy that I've used in the previous video about God making humanity in the same way. Imagine you as a CEO of a car manufacturer and as a designer. So you design the cars knowing that the cars would break down and cause harm, and you knew that 100% as you designed them, before you design them. Then you design them such that they did that, and then you sold the cars, and then they went out and caused pain and suffering and crashes. You would, as the manufacturer and designer of those cars, be held up in a court of law as being somewhat, if not completely, morally responsible for what happened with those cars. And so therefore, God is the analogy there. So God should be held morally responsible for that, the sin that we commit in the world, because we are broken individuals. But yeah, I'm not quite sure about exactly how that question works. So it's just an excuse for me to bang on about that again.
Thank you, Stop Scamming Man. I hope that it's related to response. So thank you. Another one is made by Jim Bob. Thank you for the super chat. Pierce, you're conflating suffering with evil.
In a sense, I am. I mean, what I'm saying is suffering. You know, actually, you call it the problem of evil, and often suffering is used in that argument as synonymous with evil. If you are going to say, because we talk about like the tsunami in 2004, 230,000 people dying and all that suffering that took place. I mean, that's what we're talking about. So, you know, if no one's suffering, right, there is no evil. Suffering, you know, if no one suffers at all, like if this is the idea of consequentialism. This is where we could get into some long grass of philosophy here, where you can talk about if there was genuinely no negative consequences to anything you did, then could there be moral wrong at all? So if I stole off you, if we all stole off each other, but there was genuinely, this is almost like a thought experiment, it doesn't quite make sense, but if there was genuinely no negative consequences to stealing, then would stealing be bad? This is like, what makes things bad? Things are made bad if there is suffering generally or harm to people. And if there is no harm to people, then generally things aren't bad. You know, it's how we evaluate moral actions. Now, this speaks to sort of consequentialism a lot. And you could use a different argument like deontologists, so people like Immanuel Kant would say it's just wrong to lie. And even if you had two children upstairs in playing with some toys upstairs, and a murderer came along and said, oh, I'm looking for these two kids, Jack and Jill, do you know where they are? You know where they are. If you tell the murderer, then he's going to go upstairs and murder them. So you lie and say, oh, I think they walked off down the street, and he walks off, you've saved the kids, right? You and I would probably think that's great because we're evaluating like lying based on the consequences that obtain. Now, a deontologist would say you should still not lie, like, so you know. But then my argument would be, well, if there was no consequences to lying, then yeah, lying is not a problem. But if there are bad consequences to lying, then we can generate a pretty good argument to say lying is either good or bad in a given situation. So it depends what your moral framework is, I guess. But so to go back to the question, yeah, suffering and evil is suffering. Evil is like suffering that is either designed, intended, or not stopped when it could be. So, for example, pushing someone into a river who can't swim is evil, right? Because they are going to suffer and drown, right? But likewise, walking past them and not helping them out of the river when you were able to is also evil, because you are essentially, like, this is kind of, we'll talk about this a little bit later, kind of omissive will, like it's not doing something when you could do something that causes them suffering and harm. So both of these examples, it's still suffering and harm, which is evil. It's how I would. So yes, I would admit I am conflating them here, and I unapologetically so.
It does get kind of weird in the New Testament with the kind of suffering and martyrdom type concepts. That's where it gets really, like, they look at suffering as a good thing.
But why? So the question, so
yeah,
exactly, and I didn't need to say this. So why is suffering good?
That's a great question. I mean, if you're obviously their Christ suffered, so they're mimicking and modeling themselves on this. What's weird, just bringing it up, maybe this, you tell me what you think of this, but Paul acts like the suffering in Christ wasn't enough. In fact, for those who think that the death on the cross was just enough in their theology, Paul talks about he's filling up the suffering that was lacking in Christ. He says it in his letters. So he, like, I don't know what is meant by his stigmata. He shows the scars. He's suffering. He brags about how much he's in pain and the synagogues who whipped him and all this stuff. And like, he's proud to die like that, or to be in this kind of state. And you see this happen for heaven, right? You see this idea for a lot of, I wonder if it's like this idea that I'm going to be seated higher up with Christ if I suffer along with him. And did this all stem from a cognitive dissonance understanding and looking at a suffering servant from the text? Did they model themselves after Christ, and now suffering is good because now philosophy in their mind, whether Stoic or Platonic, is like, this world is evil. So like if we get rid of this thing and we suffer, we'll be rewarded greater. I don't know. I mean,
so the question here is, does suffering have intrinsic moral value or extrinsic moral value? What do I mean by that? So is suffering in and of itself good, or is the goodness of suffering, like, for example, Mr. Anderson in the comments there said suffering breeds strength. In other words, he's saying that suffering is good because of the consequences it obtains. Okay, which means that he sees suffering as extrinsically valuable, right? So it means it's not suffering in and of itself that's good, but it's what it gets that's good, right? So if strength is good, then suffering is good because it gets you strong. So it's suffering in that context is good, right? So this is exactly the point, which is consequentialism. So the only way you argue that suffering is good is if you argue it obtains good consequences. And to do that, you are entering the world of moral consequentialism, which theists like William Lane Craig will say, this is a terrible ethic. And it's a terrible ethic because you don't need God for moral consequentialism, right? You just like the consequences of what make things good or bad. So suffering is only good if it obtains good outcomes, but also, and I'm going to give you a bonus argument now. This is an argument about skeptical theism, and it's an argument from consent. So suffering is only good if you consent to suffering. Generally, we're talking about intention, right? So, for example, if I walked up to you and, I don't know, gave you cancer, right?
Okay.
And that somehow made you stronger in some way, right? And you could say, look, this is good that I got the suffering of cancer because I'm stronger, right? But it's only really good if I gave you informed consent, say, right, mate, I'm going to give you cancer. It might make you stronger. Do you want it or not? And you say, okay, I will. In that case, you could talk about this being good. But if I just give you that, then, this is why doctors, when they're going to give you an injection or do surgery on you, tell you about the side effects. And then when you give your informed consent to that procedure, then it's fine for them to do what might be very painful at the beginning, but for a greater moral good. So God never gives informed consent. So when theists talk about skeptical theism, like there's all this evil in the world, what's the reason? Well, there could be a reason, right? And they say, well, it's not logically incompatible that omni-god exists and suffering exists. So therefore, there could be a reason. Therefore, there is a reason. But the problem is, if I'm being used by God, being given suffering, but God didn't ask me whether it's okay to do that. Like Doris has got cancer, and the theist will go, but it builds everyone else's souls up and makes them stronger and this, and they come up with reasons. Like, yeah, but did God ask Doris whether it's okay to give her cancer so that all these other benefits take place? So I've just done a video on this recently and written an article on this about informed consent. James Sturber talks about in this book, is God logically good? Is a good God logically possible? Which is informed consent. And God doesn't ask for informed consent, doesn't inform us of the consequences, doesn't let us know about anything, but just gives us suffering. That ain't morally good. Sorry, that was a sidebar.
No, you're fine. You're fine. And I wanted, for those who want to check me on this, Colossians 1:24. Now I rejoice in what I am suffering for you, and I fill up in my flesh what is still lacking in regard to Christ's afflictions for the sake of his body, which is the church. So in Paul's mind, or whoever wrote Colossians, if we want to say Paul wrote it, it seems like there's still something to be accomplished in the suffering of Christ.
Can you read me, can you search Romans 3:6?
Absolutely.
So Romans 3:6 is called the Pauline principle. And the Pauline principle is an argument from the Bible, from Paul, against consequentialism. So if you're saying suffering is good because it obtains this greater good, right? Suffering in and of itself is not good. Like, it's horrible. We don't want to suffer. Suffering is, so it's an evil in and of itself, intrinsically. But if you're saying it's extrinsically valuable, suffering can get us a great good. Read Romans 3:6.
Okay, I'll have to read just a little because it just says, certainly not. If that were so, how could God judge the world? But let's go up.
I got it. Is that Romans 3:6? Have I got it right then? Sure, it's Romans 3:6. Pauline principle. All right.
Look it up. We'll come back to it.
Okay. Because
we got other super chats.
Yeah, do some more super chats.
Grays 174. Can you explain Yahweh being philosophically poor?
So as in you could there are any of the arguments about God's bizarre actions in the Old Testament would be arguments that God is philosophically poor, as in God is not omnibenevolent, omniscient. In fact, if you stall that, that's actually one of the arguments we're coming to, which is but what you have to do is you have to say that Yahweh exists, but he's not omniscient, or he's not omnipotent, or he's not omnibenevolent, or all three. And if you're fine with that, then that's cool. That's what we're talking about by philosophically easy to defeat. Is as in it's not the omni-god that modern theists will claim Yahweh must be, because the Bible clearly if you believe the Bible, right?
Thank you. Made by Jim Bob, suffering equals evil isn't critiquing Christian view.
Okay, well,
no, I guess the argument could be this.
Jim Bob would need to really clearly show how suffering is not connected to evil in any way. Like, so suffering is harm, either intentional.
Like, why did let me ask this simple question here, right? So both of us know our Bibles somewhat well. Why did Jesus suffer according to the Christian doctrine? Why did he need to suffer? To take on the evils or the sins, which are evils of people, right? In some way, whatever your kind of atonement theology is, in some way, he's making a payment, and somehow. And so I wonder why we're trying to divorce suffering from evil, since the whole point Jesus comes is to suffer, which is to try to eradicate evil, wickedness, all of that kind of stuff. I hope that answers that particular question. Jason Sobek, thank you so much for the super sticker. Good to see you in the chat. Always has great questions, and thank you for also being a member and a Patreon member. You're like ultimately you're sealed with MythVision's Holy Spirit, so don't worry, you won't be harmed. Grays 174, have you genuinely considered that you might be suppressing the truth and unrighteousness? That God sounds foolish to you because you are perishing?
No.
Have you ever? I mean, you get that, I'm sure, a lot, though, right? You get those kind of.
I mean, so it's really similar to like, you're rejecting God, or you're angry with God, or this or that, and it's like, no, like. God makes no sense to me on any plane. And the longer I do this kind of stuff, the more sure I am. And it's not. Is it you become more dogmatic? Maybe, I don't know. It's the evidence is just piling on, and it's abductive evidence, which is to say, inference is the best explanation, which is every bit of data that comes out. Like, I can explain on naturalistic atheism without even batting my eyelid. It's just not a problem. Yet every single bit of data in the world, literally every bit of data, needs to be explained under omni-god theism. From well, why is the sky blue? Why did God decide to, why is this that way? Why is that? Why did I stub my toe this morning? Why did 230,000 people die in a tsunami? Why did this happen? Why is there Ebola? Why is there cancer? Why is this? Why is that? Well, for me, I can explain that, and fine. And I'm going to fight to stop that using, the abilities I have as a human. But with the theists, they have to go, well, God designed that. Oh, good. And they have to start building kind of extra hoops to jump through, or building add-ons to their version of God to explain all these kind of weird bits of data that don't really fit with an omni-god. With if you kind of come along and say God is love, God is infinite love, and then say, oh, and there's Ebola and cancer and tsunamis, then like something's wrong here. This is like, so for me, the arguments are just piling one on top of the other on top of the other. You look at someone like Paul Draper that talks about, picking out different jelly beans and which color jelly bean does it support naturalistic atheism or omni-god theism, and you're like, every jelly bean I'm picking out is naturalistic atheism. And so for me, no, I don't. I'm not suppressing the truth. It's just. This is an honest appraisal, in my opinion, but we all have biases, of course, but it's an honest appraisal of the data, in my opinion.
So you are suppressing the truth. No, I'm just kidding. Made by Jim Bob, thank you so much for the super chat. Is suffering through a hard workout good?
It could be. Yeah.
So is suffering good?
Yeah.
You see how he's saying suffering is good?
But of course, but that's what I'm saying. Is it extrinsic? So he's arguing that for an extrinsic evaluation of suffering. So suffering is good. So suffering is not good in and of itself. Like, why? It's good because so if I do a hard workout and I feel the pain, so I like that because it's making me, how it plays with where I'm going with my fitness. I'm putting in hard yards because it's going to make me better. So this is all about obtaining a greater good. Right, I'm putting in a suffering, and it's a signpost. It's an indicator for me that I'm on the journey to self, improvement, and so on and so forth. So this is, it would be really interesting if anyone can think of like suffering being intrinsically valuable, morally valuable, like in and of itself. You don't talk about any extrinsic thing. Like suffering is good, just suffering, nothing else, just suffering, not because or it leads to or anything, just suffering is good. Right. And I don't think you can. And so therefore that's what I'm talking about is that all these kind of approaches lead to moral consequentialism, I would argue.
Thank you so much for that, Jim Bob. Smade in the Shade, thank you for becoming a member. You have actually achieved true salvation and you're in heaven now. It was that simple. You're in heaven now. How does it feel? I know you feel it. You feel the presence. It's amazing. Thank you so much. Diva369, free will. What if Pontius Pilate had chosen to be merciful and free Jesus? Was there a divine contingency plan in place? Quite the enigma. Thank you for that super chat.
It's not Romans 3:6, it's Romans 3:8.
All right.
Sorry, right, I was so close.
I'll just say it. Why not say, as some slanderously say, or you said 3:8, right?
Yeah.
Why not say, as some slanderously claim, that we say, let us do evil that good may result. Their condemnation is just.
So he's condemning doing evil for a greater good, which is really interesting. So that Pauline principle is like Paul basically saying moral consequentialism is bad, and yet that's what every theodicy is, and that's what every, it's like Christians, for example, absolutely detest moral consequentialism and then use it all the time, not only in their daily lives, but while why did God kill everyone in the flood? It's for a greater good. Oh right, so it's all right to kill people for a greater good. Oh yeah, but Paul just said you shouldn't. Okay, we've got a problem.
As long as it's God. Remember now, in Paul's mind, when you read that, the way I understood it is like God can do anything he wants. So this gets into that whole like Euthyphro argument of like, it's
closer to divine command theory, which is connected to that, which is but it's so the defense that someone like William Lane Craig would say about God being a moral consequentialist is he's up against a wall, William Lane Craig. So he's like, oh dear, it appears that God is a moral consequentialist by looking at every instance of God doing anything moral in the Bible. How do I get away from this? So Craig's sidestep is, and he has to do this to maintain God's moral perfection, is that God isn't a moral agent. So that's what he argues. So he says God just has no moral obligations to himself or to anyone else. He's supreme. But then it's like, well, that means God can basically murder and get away with it. But then you're also saying God is love and God is all these. So it's really confused mess. And I've written about this before. I won't go down that rabbit hole, but it's in. I've written about how one of my chapters in Why I Am Atheist and Not a Theist is God is a consequentialist, and the next chapter is dealing with William Lane Craig's counter to that argument.
Just to address this one, free will. What if Pontius Pilate had chosen to be merciful and free Jesus? Was there a divine contingency plan in place? Quite the enigma.
Well, so it's very interesting when you talk about. Yeah, I mean, you have all sorts of problems with God's foreknowledge. How can God know everything's going to come to pass and yet there still be free will? And this is a classic divine foreknowledge versus free will argument that, again, hugely complex argument. I would say that divine foreknowledge does invalidate free will. Someone like William Lane Craig, for example, again, would say it doesn't. I think he's wrong, but that's a whole other video. What if he had chosen to be merciful and free Jesus? Well, God would have hardened his heart like he did with Pharaoh, I guess. The old classic of all the Egyptian firstborn children dying, every single one, as it says very clearly in Exodus, they all die, all the children, because God hardened Pharaoh's heart just in case, Pharaoh was going to say, yes, you can go free. He hardened his heart and said no, so there's no option there. And I bet that's what would have happened. If God would have gone, oh, it's looking like he's going to say yes. He's going to let him free, and switch it and change it. I don't know. It is an enigma, perhaps. And we'll talk a little bit about some of these issues a little bit later to do with free will again in one of the following arguments.
All right, made by Jim Bob. Once you shift to consent as basis, then suffering is no longer the basis for evil or bad. A hug without consent is now bad.
So, I mean, this will take quite some unpicking.
Wouldn't you say, just to say, wouldn't you say though, like a hug isn't most likely causing suffering or pain or harm, things like that?
And if it does, then it is, it is bad. If someone's got like a phobia of other humans touching them and I go and give them an unconsensual hug, then actually that is me not seeing whether that's okay. But generally what you do is you're reading a vibe. So actually, or people well enough that it's well within the expectations to give them a hug. But you probably wouldn't go up to a complete stranger and give them a hug randomly. So I think he's really trying to drive a wedge between suffering and evil here, but I don't know to what ends. I don't know why you'd bother.
I do,
but thanks for the super chat.
Yeah, thank you, Jim Bob. James Apperson is now part of the kingdom of heaven. Hallelujah, James. Everybody give him a round of applause and a hallelujah in the chat for joining in MythVision. Hallelujah. Thank you, James. I really appreciate it.
Can I just say he was a member of my channel before he was a member of yours. So therefore, I'm one tier above you.
Listen, this is not an exclusive club. We're more like the pagans here. You can go to your Serapion temple, go check out Asclepius. I'm cool with all of it. Dionysus, go to the imperial cult. I don't mind. I share. But we know which club is the best. Come on. You already know. James, thanks so much, man. Seriously appreciate it. Grays 174. How do your critics of omni-god apply to open theism? They say God, being all powerful, is an imprecise human talk way of saying very powerful, or as powerful as possible, but not all powerful.
Yeah, really good question, because actually some modern theists recognize that divine foreknowledge and accepting free will and accepting divine foreknowledge is a real problem. So it looks like God is creating people. So again, this is an argument we're just about to come on to. We haven't got to the second argument yet, but this is broadly one part of the next argument, which is why would you create a whole set of humans where over half of them are going to go to hell, and in advance that they're going to go to hell because their freely will decisions, you know what they're going to do and you know what they're going to believe, but you predict them, but you create them anyway such that they go to hell. Now, this is terrible. This God is a moral monster, and this is actually general theism will get you to this place. Like God knows who's going to be condemned to hell if you believe in hell. So open theists go, okay, God doesn't know the result of freely willed actions, and this is a good way of getting God off the hook here, because God can't be seen to be a moral monster. So you have to do something. A theist always has to keep God up here. So God cannot be imperfect, otherwise it all falls apart. So the job of theology is keeping God and Jesus and the Bible up here, right? And whatever technique they do. But most theists will ignore problems like this, but the open theists are honest and say this is a problem. Divine foreknowledge is a massive problem. Therefore, God can't have divine foreknowledge. Our understanding of omni-god is not omni-god, actually. It doesn't include divine foreknowledge, and God doesn't know the future of freely willed decisions. The problem here is it really belittles God and makes him look far less than what people would generally understand God to be. Mm-hmm. So you have this idea that, as I said before, and we dealt with this in the previous video, but as I said before, is if Facebook can predict human behavior based on 300 likes better than your own partner, and if you're saying, well, Facebook appears to be more powerful at predicting human behavior than God, then God is suddenly becoming much less of this. God can create an entire universe, all the physical constants, create all of this, but human, freely willed actions are suddenly, and then you get the whole problem of what grounds freely willed actions anyway. It doesn't make sense that they're as I said earlier, they just appear to be grounded in random. So, open theism, the problem with open theism is it still grants libertarian free will. And so it's broken, in my opinion. It's just philosophically untenable. However, it's nicer. It's nicer than general omni-god theism, because God isn't the moral monster of creating people that are necessarily going to go to hell.
Thank you so much. Take the advice from ScholarVids here. We don't want God to make it rain of fire and sulfur descend upon you. So thank you so much. Now to the next argument.
Sorry, now I've spoken loads, but there you go.
No.
The next argument is why create heaven? Why not create heaven? So why not just create heaven? And this is a really cool, powerful argument, and again, it's difficult to argue against this, which is if God knows. I did a video on this the other day, so this is the extent of my graphics department. So if God's going to create a world where He knows everyone that's going to be saved and everyone that's going to be condemned to hell, then why not just create these guys and straight in heaven? Especially since Earth, the universe is a finite amount of time it's going to last, depending on what you believe. But compared to eternity, it's in an infinitesimal, like our lives as humans are infinitesimal fractions compared to the extent of eternity, which is forever, right? So if you're going to consider heaven versus earthly life, then the end game looks to be significantly more important in terms of like, we're going to spend eternity. If we're going to get to heaven, it's eternity in paradise. That's like forever, which is a really long time. And so if that's the end game, why not just skip the suffering and the suffering on earth, even for the people that are going to go to heaven, right? So we have this test bed of this world where people are tested. Some people, everyone dies. Loads of people have different ranges of suffering, and then the majority of those people, after all this suffering takes place, are going to go to hell, where they're going to suffer for eternity. And a small proportion of them are going to go to heaven and be in paradise for eternity. If God knows in advance who's going to do that, why are you making them do the test? Why are you making this suffering take place when you can just take that portion of people and place them in heaven and just forget the material reality and just go, right, heaven's the only way forward here? Does that make sense?
Yeah, 100%. And I want to say to our chat here, like, just, I am with you on this. For example, when you're talking about dualism and Gnosticism, the whole, like, they're trying to solve this problem. First of all, there's a textual issue between certain things that are said in the New Testament versus what they're reading in the Old Testament. There's an issue with look, God did just create heaven, like he said in the comment, because the true God, now you have another God who's like the one who actually created all of this creation that we see, which is the demiurge. And of course, that's not the criticism we're making today, because you can resolve this stuff with various views and try to make sense of them. And those are different arguments that we would make. But I really do appreciate what you're saying here, because I always thought that too. Why this? Why not just make us to enjoy and have us actually be without suffering, without evil, without any of this?
So I've just done a reaction video to an old debate of William Lane Craig against Ray Bradley that I think I mentioned earlier. So this is from 10 years ago, and the debate was fascinating because two things happened in this particular snippet I did a reaction to. One, William Lane Craig basically broke his own libertarian free will argument. And so he said in the debate, it's unfeasible for God to create a situation where Peter wouldn't have rejected Jesus in that situation. So it's like that. So basically, William Lane Craig, and this is just a sidebar here, but William Lane Craig admitted that the situation entailed Peter's rejection of Jesus. And it was unfeasible for God to put Peter in that situation and for him not to have rejected Jesus, which is basically him straight off the bat admitting that our decisions come out of our environment, out of our causal circumstances. So he denied libertarian free will. I mean, this is one of these few debates where William Lane Craig got beat, right? So Ray Bradley had him. There were a couple of points in the debate where there was just silence, where Ray Bradley there was just silence for William Lane Craig. He had nothing to say. And one of them was over this. So what William Lane Craig's defense of this is, and he uses the term feasible as a different term to possible. So he said that what Bradley was saying is like, right, why didn't God create this world? He didn't talk about heaven. And I think Bradley should have done what I've just said, which is just create heaven. But what Bradley was saying is like, we have world W1. Imagine this is world W1, and you've got all these people, freely accepting God, and all these people freely rejecting God. So just create W1, but with these people. And what Craig says, because he's forced to say this, because like, why wouldn't God do that? Is like, well, if God just created W1 with only those people, that number 5 that can represent however many people you like, but with those 5 people, he said, because the situation would be different, Craig says, it could be that, because he can only go to possibilities. It could be that it's impossible for God to create that world, and those 5 people still freely come to love him, because the situation would be different. And those 5 people have different dynamics now, because all the other people aren't there. And 2 of them might not come to freely love God now. So he's saying that there could be no possible world where everyone freely comes to love him. It just could be unfeasible for God to do that. And he tries to get out of this being logically impossible by using the word unfeasible, as if God, I don't know. Anyway, watch my reaction video, because Craig, I think, digs himself a hole. But Bradley had him on this, which all Craig could do was come up with these. Well, it could be that this is a case that God couldn't do this. Actually, there's no good reason. But Bradley hasn't. But I would have said Bradley should take that further and say, just create heaven. Don't even bother with creating this world. But then what Craig tried to do is say that, because he talks about possible worlds, he said, well, heaven on its own is not a possible world. And that is like, well, okay. He said it's necessary that God would have to create the pre-heaven bit, the run-up, in order to have heaven. It's like, okay, well, you've got to show me how that's the case, because that just sounds like a mere assertion. And anyway, so and it's interesting. You can go check that out. But I come away from that exchange still thinking that God could easily just create heaven, and the people that were going to go to heaven just in heaven. Yeah,
Whatever helps me with my beliefs seems to be what tends to happen here.
God, the job of theology, keep God and Jesus and the Bible up here, and there's nothing. So I will twist myself into a pretzel trying to keep this up here, rather than accept that this might not be true.
Yeah.
So whatever gets this maintained up here is what I believe. They're just following. They're starting with this. And anything that they argue any data they come across is contorted and made to fit this.
Well, that's why I did that response video recently of William Lane Craig talking to a doubting person named Kyle. I don't know if you saw that, but it was.
I want to. No, talk me through it.
Well, I mean, he starts with, when I was a young high school student, I had an experience. And the gospel was such a great message, and that God loved Bill Craig. The way he breaks it, he gets so emotional, and he's like, God, and I know because I did too, bro. I was really into this. God loved Bill Craig, and if this message had a chance of being true, 1 in a million, I think it's worth believing. And I was thinking, so he said, I lowered my epistemic requirements of what I need to believe and what's factual. Because at the end of the day, it's not about that. I didn't become a Christian because someone went, all right, listen, we're going to show you how the arguments and the case and the evidence is overwhelming for why Jesus is true. And anyway, he has kind of an emotion and an experience that starts from somewhere and then works outward, which is why I think he's such a devoted apologist. But there are others that I think are far more honest with the data. I'm not saying he's not honest in many ways, because he's accepting things that are getting him in trouble within the community he's in. Like right now, did Adam exist? It's more mythology. Like, pat on the back, Craig. Like, I hope he does that. I hope he starts to see the cosmology isn't right. It's flat Earth, solid dome.
I think he's always believed that. But what's happened is it's always been about his business model, which is like, if I start saying these things now, I'm going to lose that. So he's had 20, 30 years to establish that business model. So it's now fully embedded, and he's older now, and he can say, actually, he's in a position where he can say really what he believes. Whereas before so when he was challenged on the Old Testament in some of the old debates, he used to hold up, is God a moral monster by Paul Copan? And that would be his way of saying, well, go and read this. I'm not going to. So he would shy away from having those difficult Old Testament arguments, and he'd concentrate on the philosophy and the resurrection arguments, because he didn't want to lose. He didn't want to admit, like, the flood might not have happened, didn't want to admit Adam and Eve. But I think he probably knew at that point that was a case, but now he's in a place where he can be more open about it, and he is getting into trouble, but he's probably like, yeah, whatever, I'm made.
Maybe, yeah. I definitely think that that happens with him, and it is what it is. You're not going to convince him. Dale Allison Jr. is far more honest in the New Testament in terms of what's going on, and he admits in the 70s he had an experience, but that there's massive amounts of contradictions, different authors that don't agree with each other, problems with theology, missing data. We don't have great evidence for like saying with certainty that anything like this actually happened. This is a faith argument. He's fair with it. And he's not.
And then he does that random jump back on the apologist bandwagon at the end. Like he does that kind of like.
I think he does.
It's weird.
He admits why
right.
he believes at the end. He said because he had an experience. He says there's no way you're going to make a case from this literature to be certain. It was the experience that he said that caused him to do it.
Which you can apply to anyone else who's had that experience in a different religion, right? And it's like, so, you know, something's got to give.
Yeah, and I respect him for it, though. I can't, you know, but he's being honest with the data, whereas others who are apologists are trying to lie to you and act like, oh, that's not a contradiction, or there's not problems there. Yes, there are. That's one of the reasons, and I want to address just a comment I've had earlier in the chat. Like, why are you so adamantly always talking about Christianity? Well, I was one. I wasn't a Jew. I wasn't a Muslim. I wasn't a Buddhist. I wasn't a Hindu. And that's what I know. And I know it really well in terms of the literature. But I'm also not talking for me, right? I'm only speaking for me here about all Christians. I mean, I definitely relate and have in common with Pierce his worldview. But my point is my ultimate goal is fundamentalist and like trying to get people to relax a little. Don't take this so to the bank to where you're literally believing Earth is young. These kind of really cultic type groups. Would I love to see everyone start to see that it's not needed? Sure. But it's like, I'm not adamant to the point where I'm like, everyone needs to stop believing. I'm not, you know, that's not my thing.
And at the end of the day, you are also making commentary from within a society which is largely Christian, or you know, the founding fathers were Christian, right? And they wrote the initial documents. The Constitution is Christian, right?
Some were deist, yeah. So it's like
no, they're not. I'm joking.
I know.
But many Christians in America think that it is a Christian nation, and the founding fathers were Christian, right. And so therefore, you know, of course, you're going to be dealing far more with Christianity than you are with other competing religions.
You just don't get it because you're not American, John. You're just not. Anyway, made by Jim Bob. Thank you again for the super chat. If Christianity was true, wouldn't it still be unlikely?
Yeah.
If that's granting what we have right now. So like if we took what we have as literature, if we had yes, it'd be very unlikely. But it's like, if it was true, wouldn't you imagine it not be hiding? Like it'd be much more obvious to try and do it, or is God being sneaky and hiding it? Kind of like,
So we talked about the resurrection, my resurrection book. We've done a whole series on that, and in that book, I basically say that's, you know, even if it's true, Christians should and skeptics are still justified in believing it to be not true, because the claims don't stand up to scrutiny and to evaluation of probabilities. So yeah, if Christianity is true, I think if Christianity is true, it hasn't changed a single thing I've ever said. Mm-hmm. Everything I've said is still exactly as correct or relevant or accurate or whatever. But you know, that very tiny percentage chance that Christianity is true, that non-zero percentage chance it happens, it is that. Who knew? But yeah, it's still incredibly unlikely, and you're not rationally justified in believing it.
Thank you so much, Constellation Pegasus. Thank you for the massive super chat. I really appreciate it. I'm waiting for someone to explain where in the Bible an event happened to damage the universe. You think a damaged universe would be worth mentioning that will eventually kill mankind unless we can leave, which evidently is a possibility? Where is it?
Yeah, I mean, the idea, goodness me. So this goes back to, and it's something actually you mentioned in the previous comment. I forgot what I was going to say to it, but this is a lot to do with abductive arguments, which is inference is the best explanation. You've got atheistic naturalism and omni-god theism. So not only is it what is all the data better explained by, but what do these two hypotheses better predict, right? So when you talk about the universe, about the heat death of the universe. I don't know whether this is exactly what Constellation Pegasus is talking about, but if you're talking about the heat death of the universe and black holes and plate tectonics and all the terrible ways that you can die and all the ways you can not exist, and then say God is love, what if you knew that God is love, and then you thought, okay, God is love, what sort of universe would we predict given that God is love? This is not the sort of universe you predict. Yet, if you started with naturalistic atheism, then yeah, I'd quite happily predict a universe like this, which is a universe where quite often shit happens and we've got to deal with it. And things aren't, all loving. Things just aren't all loving. When you have animals fighting for resources against other animals, when you've got animals eating other animals merely to survive, this is nature is red in tooth and claw, but it doesn't need to be like that's. You can't explain that particularly easily on omni-god theism, but on naturalistic atheism, there's not a problem. So yeah, just like this, it goes back to every single data point supports, in my opinion, naturalistic atheism.
Thank you,
Constellation. I don't know if that particularly answers that statement, but
I'm convinced Jonathan M.S. Pierce is Kelsus reincarnated.
God, wouldn't it be great to have the original content of Kelsus? So we only know about him from the Contra Kelsus that was written against what he said, but the original documents are lost, and that would be fantastic.
I wish we did. Thank you. All right, so we are caught up.
So next argument, really quick argument. So this is for those people who believe that Satan is real. And there are lots. So I know the more sophisticated theists out there will be like, well, yeah, obviously it's not, it's symbolic or this and that. But there are loads of people who believe Satan is real, right? Loads of people who would say Satan has placed the fossil record in the place it is to fool us into believing in evolution and other evil theories like that. So lots of people believe that Satan exists. So the problem is, if you believe in omni-god theism, then God is completely omnipotent, right? And so if God wanted to get rid of Satan, God could just do that and Satan would disappear. Literally, it's not a problem for an omnipotent being to get rid of Satan. But Satan hangs around and does evil stuff. So the only way you can properly, if you believe in Satan doing evil stuff, the only way you can understand it is either God actively willing this to happen or ommissively willing this to happen. But they are both essentially the same thing. What do I mean by active will? Let's go back to that river situation, pushing someone in a river such that they drown, or pushing them in the river for whatever reason. And omissive will is walking past and not getting them out of the river. So if you talk about the tsunami, right, and saying, this is Satan doing whatever, killing 230,000 people. Well, if God has if that happened and it was Satan's fault, whatever is Satan's fault, you can talk about any example. If it's Satan's fault and it happens, God is either wanting that to happen. So he said, Satan, I want you to do this. Oh, I'm really happy Satan's done that. Good stuff. Or he's letting Satan do that because, again, he wants that to take place. So it's either an active or an omissive will of God, of omni-god, to allow Satan to do whatever Satan does. Because if God didn't want Satan to do anything, God could kill Satan instantly. So Satan, anyone who believes in Satan believes in a really unsophisticated theology, in my opinion, unless you are going to devalue God in terms of his omni characteristics and just say it's more like yin and yang and a fighting of good and evil. And actually, but if you're Satan and you're a fallen angel and you know that God is omni, I don't know what you're doing fighting against that. If you truly know that, and God is love and God is all these wonderful things, and you're like, yeah, I don't want that, I don't know what you're thinking, because you know you can never win. But it's obviously just myth.
There's so many things to get into with that. But yes, I think Satan evolves as well. The idea of Satan has evolved.
Yeah.
And then the taking on of dualistic ideas, maybe what we see with Satan fighting against. But there's a huge question mark on that. Like, even in the New Testament, I wonder if Satan is always portrayed in the same sense of like Revelation acts, like it's that great dragon, it's that old enemy of God, and this and this and that. But then there's places where it almost seems like he's an agent. He has to come, he has to tempt Jesus, almost like his Father sent him to tempt Jesus. And in the very prayer, our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread. Forgive us our trespasses or debts as we forgive those who trespass against us. And then lead us. They're praying to God. Lead us not into temptation. So God must be leading people into temptation. When they talk about like God wouldn't do that, they were asking him not to. Like, make sure you don't lead us into temptation, because there's prophets in the Old Testament where they literally, like, God leads Israel to fall. Like, he steers them in that direction. The prophet's like, why do you do this? Help us get right on track, all that. Anyway, Satan's weird.
Yeah, the title to my chapter is Satan is God's middle manager. So it's basically just a management executive carrying out the CEO's like requests. Mm-hmm. Anytime a Christian comes to you or a Muslim comes to you and says Satan or Shaitan, Satan has it caused this or made me do this or made this happen, then it's like, no, God did. Like if it's happened, God has willed it to happen. Mm-hmm. And you can talk about like the Westboro Baptist Church who celebrate God's judgment in all times, how horrible. Well, yeah, actually, that kind of makes sense. Which is if God in His ultimate judgment has willed this to come to pass, or has not stepped in to stop it happening, then this is God's ultimate judgment, and you can't argue with it. Which is this weird situation you get to where there's no such thing as a tragedy. So like 230,000 people dying in a tsunami, again, my go-to example. That's not a tragedy because God, A, designed that to happen, B, knew it's happened before creating, and C, didn't do anything to stop it. So that is exactly what God wanted to happen. Yeah. So don't go whinging about it and say how terrible it is. Like, that's exactly what God wanted.
And I'm reminded of that, the two different books in the Old Testament or Hebrew Bible, where one says that God had David number the armies of Israel. Right. And then the other one says Satan, and then there's a way to harmonize it and go, well, God used Satan to tempt David to number, but still, then what happens? He has an option for the enemies to take them as slaves. I can't remember the second option. I don't know if these are in the right chronological order, but pretty much the option David goes with is, all right, I'm going to put myself in your mercy, God, because I trust you and I don't trust man. And then what's God do? He sends an angel of death, according to the text, to kill 70-some thousand. I can't remember how many people get killed because David didn't trust God and ended up counting the armies that they're preparing for battle. Because he didn't trust God enough, he kills it. Anyway, I know that this is just the text, and we know that this is not literally true, like as if that's what happened. But if a huge plague hit, they would have this, their minds would think like God had to have done this somehow. Well, what did we do wrong? You know, this is.
Well, yeah. So a lot of the Deuteronomistic histories, I said that wrong, kind of written in the understanding of like, why does bad stuff happen to good people? What have we done wrong? So it's looking at like the kind of Hebrews at the time going, you know, what do we do wrong to deserve this? And kind of that's kind of woven into the Hebrew Bible to a great extent. But yeah, but if you believe, yeah, omni-god is omni-god, then anything that happens is in some sense on the behest of God. And so Satan just makes no sense at all. I would say it's a really facile idea, Satan. And anyone who believes it, I think should be called out because it's really, in my opinion, it's an easy win.
All right, we're going to get these super chats then. Kemal, thank you for the super chat. Does Christians and Jews claim that it is not possible for God to be more merciful? Like God cannot put a circle into a square or something?
So this is one of the arguments I think we dealt with previously, perhaps, which is God cannot be perfectly merciful and perfectly just at the same time. So God could always be more merciful, and the ultimate mercy would be no one getting punished for anything. I mean, that's basically what. So yes, God could, but the question is, why isn't God more merciful? And then if he's perfectly just, he can't be perfectly merciful because those two are basically diametrically opposed. So you have a big problem there. But you know, I don't know if Christians claim that it's not possible for God to be more merciful. I guess you would have to say that, because if there can be no gratuitous suffering, right? So if God could have this situation, but with less suffering, either in terms of hell or anything that goes on, then we would have that, but we don't. So this must be optimal. So I guess a Christian would have to claim that this is the optimal amount of mercy.
Thank you for that super chat. Chindi Chimbelu, I hope I'm saying your last name right. Thank you for the super chat. Craig's 1 in a million was the first time I heard him being honest about the data that supports Christianity. It is just faith. The reason I like Delcy Allison, he is honest with the data. This is something I do want to address because I did the recent review and I got a comment in the chat saying you strawmanned him. William Lane Craig did not say, just so people know, I'm not strawmanning him, that Christianity has a 1 in a million chance. He was saying if, and he's trying to point out this picture, like when he was a student, just a teenager, he was saying, if there's 1 in a million chance that this could be true, I'll believe it. And I wanted to point out in my whole review that nowhere was Craig convinced based on any evidence that it was really actually true. Like there were real evidence that this is true. He was convinced based on what we call the gospel, the good news, because he bought into what I call the disease. And the disease is you're a wretched sinner who deserves to be punished and you're going to go to hell. But we have a way in which you can be saved from the sin that you have, that guilt that you have. And I wonder if he was raised within like a Christian environment. I mean, most people in America know about it, but that was my point. And then he has spent, ever since that experience in high school, his entire life finding ways to try and prove his religious worldview true. And so people go, you straw man him. He doesn't think that Christianity has 1 in a million chance. I think he thinks more. I think he thinks that Christianity is true and every other option is just absolutely unlikely. So I just want to address that. I know what he thinks, but it wasn't any evidence that convinced him, which told me it's psychological and emotional. But yes, I like Delcy Allison because he is way more honest with the data when it comes to drawing conclusions of what we can know and what we can't know. He's not an apologist, whereas William Lane Craig is literally trying to take all of these puzzle pieces and give you a glued together image and say, this is the package. He's doing apologetics, and I think that most apologetics is dishonest. I can't see how it's not.
Yeah, there's nothing I'm going to add to that. So yeah, go to the next one. Thanks, Chindi, though. Legend.
Thank you, Chindi. Mr. Monster, I've been waiting so long for you to cover Satan. Been watching every episode and a lot of great information. So finally, it's time. Hell, Satan.
But I mean, there really is. But the thing, I mean, this is one of my shortest arguments in the book and shortest chapters, because there really isn't much to say about Satan. It's like literally, if you believe Satan is true, then you need to think long and hard about your theology, because, you know, it makes, if God is just, if you believe God is omnipotent, then Satan's swept out under the carpet straight away. He's like, it's non-existent. So therefore, anything that Satan does is what God wants. End of argument. Deal with that, Christians.
Unless you're a dualist trying to say, like, Zoroastrianism impacted it. Now you have a Satan that's fighting against God, which kind of makes you wonder, like, how is God in control of him, yet he has agency enough to fight against him? And, like, you know, there's all sorts of questions.
Either God is omnipotent or he's not. And if he's not omnipotent, that's got huge ramifications to the rest of your theology. Mm-hmm. If he is omnipotent, then all this fighting is like, it's like WWF. WWE or whatever, you know, it's like, yeah, we'll just have a play and it's good for everyone else to watch, to think we're struggling, but in the end I'm going to win, but really I could just snuff you out like that. So, you know, if yeah, I just end up repeating myself.
Mr. Monster, thank you so much. Constellation Pegasus, thank you again. You're seated at the right hand in MythVision heaven. You can make the Bible text say anything. Jehovah's Witnesses got their version of their insanity. Judaism and Christianity is so close and similar on certain parts, you can't figure it out. How can Jehovah write a book like this? It's infuriating.
Yeah, it's an interesting book. Blaming Jesus for Jehovah by Robert Price, which is a pretty decent book in looking at the problem between the New Testament God and the Old Testament God, and that these two things just are not at all you just can't integrate them. They aren't the same entity at all. Yeah, you can read anything from the Bible that you want, and people do. And goodness me, there's 42,000 different denominations of Christianity. They can believe all sorts of different things, theologically speaking. And people have the whole range of beliefs from the Bible, which is partly because it is the inspired word of God. So it gives you a bit of elbow room. It is not God's direct word. So some people feel that they can drop parts of it quite liberally. Other people are literalists, and they've got a much tougher job because some of that stuff is nuts. But yeah, there you go.
I think it's interesting how Marcion early on was already doing this.
Yeah,
and he was showing the differences and thought this is a problem, and it was, and it is. But there's ways to harmonize that. Just go check out William Lane Craig. No, I'm just kidding. Thank you, Constellation, for that big super chat. I appreciate the support. Grays 174. Who's your favorite Christian apologist?
Great question. I presume what you were saying earlier, probably Dale C. Allison.
Actually, well, he's not a Christian apologist. I'm not going to say he doesn't have his moments where he has something, but I wouldn't label him that because he's not out here to convince anybody that it's true. He says that.
You're quite right. Yeah. Well,
I would say my friend Caleb Jackson's one of my favorite because I promise you that's yes. And the reason, yes, he's not only nice, like he understands when we talk, right? And we're private chatting. He gets it. He's in MythVision group on Facebook, and he's like, I see what you're saying. Like, but I think he has this experience foundation. I think there's something at the bottom, but he gets it even if he doesn't want to draw those conclusions.
It's either the experience. I've got friends as well in fairly similar positions where they're driven by the meaning. Like they've had to try atheism, and there's no ultimate meaning for them. It's all kind of subjective. We build up our own meanings, and I'd have arguments against this position anyway. But the feeling that God gives you this kind of comfort blanket of both meaning and afterlife, and I think that just does so much work for people that then they just add all these bolt-ons to that general idea, which is because I argue this. I would say the main reason Christianity and Islam exist as huge religions are the afterlife. If you took away the afterlife, if you took away heaven and hell, I think we mentioned this in the last video, if you took away heaven and hell, you broadly wouldn't have Christianity in any meaningful way. Like if you just had, if it was all about the atonement and all these kind of things, but it just ended there, like I don't think, I think it would be as small as Judaism is as a religion. We think that the three great monotheisms, but Judaism is tiny in numerical terms compared to Christianity and Islam. And part of the reason is because it's got a very sort of complex or arguable, no one really agrees on the messianic age and all this and what happens at the end and the very clear idea of afterlife. Whereas Christianity and Islam, it's like you're going to hell or you're going to heaven, job done. And then that people like that. It's like you're either good or bad, and if I'm good, I'm going to go to heaven. Brilliant, and that helps them dictate their own lives. So I think that's hugely important, and I think that's broadly why a lot of people believe, which is that kind of setup. Which talking about Caleb Jackson as a universalist, which is the better version of that, which is everyone goes to heaven eventually.
He that's what I was going to say. Also, he has a form of universalism. I'm not sure how that form exactly plays out, but at the end of the day, it's more optimistic than the typical. So I think he's just a really good guy who's he's trying, and he's one. If I'm going to be critical, Caleb, you're going to watch this, is that like he's all about miracles. Like there's got to be this modern day miracle. There's this miracle. We got to try and find, and he's critical of a lot of them too. But
check out our debate on miracles that we had on this channel with Caleb, myself, and you.
And his buddy.
I've not answered the question. My favorite Christian apologist, if anyone cares, is William Lane Craig, because without him, I wouldn't have had so many great arguments in my head. There's my favorite meme is a pie chart, and it's like what you do in the shower, right? And there's this tiny sliver which is like wash yourself, and like 99% of the pie chart is win imaginary debates against other people, right? And that's basically my life in the shower there, which is like winning debates against William Lane Craig. I'm sorry, it sounds too much information, but like, so if it wasn't for William Lane Craig, I'd spend a lot more. I'd be a lot cleaner probably. But do you know what I mean? It's like he's the poster. he's like the atheist bogeyman, isn't he? So yeah, you've got to give him the props for that.
Thank you for the super chat, Grays. I think at one point it was Ravi Zacharias when I was a Christian. This was before he obviously died and obviously was found to be doing happy endings at the local massage parlor. But, you know, he was one of my favorites for the longest time because he connected my thinking with my heart. And I thought this guy is like really, really putting out there. And I'm not saying he wasn't. I mean, we are all humans. He's made some mistakes. But anyway, thank you. Constellation Pegasus says,
can I just say there were always going to be some comments about William Lane Craig and me in the shower. So thank you for the live chat there.
I can't stand it when apologists or apologetics say the Bible was inspired and written by men, thus the mistakes. Is this not saying Jehovah can't write a book written the way he wants it written? How is this not stupid? This is sad.
That's an interesting point, actually. Yeah, you know, the question. So all these kind of questions go back to what is the intention of God? Why did God bother creating? What's this all about? And I don't think people really deal with this question enough. Possibly because it's too difficult to get an answer for. But like, why bother with all this? So, does God genuinely want as many people to come to freely love Him as possible? In which case, he's done everything arse about tit here. Like, everything is wrong, because if he wanted as many people to freely come to love him, why is he making people born in countries and times where they can't even access any of that? Like, why has he got, if you're born in Riyadh, well, you know, all these arguments are arguments that we've gone through previously, are arguments to show that if that kind of intention is top of God's list, then he's screwed up. So, you know, it's trying to work out what's the intention. And if that's the intention, to get as many people freely loving God, for example, or get as many people into heaven, or I don't know, whatever, then that should then dictate what the best form of revelation is. And the question is always, when you're reading the Bible, for me anyway, which is this really the best way you could have gone about doing this? Like some of the stories in the Old Testament, like the countenancing of slavery. I've said this before. The Bible loses on slavery alone. I don't want to touch the book because of its claims on slavery. It loses on slavery. End of conversation. Right? There is nothing the Bible can do now to redeem itself. I'm doing a series on my own channel looking into the book by Hector Abelos called Slavery, Abolitionism, and the Ethics of Biblical Scholarship, and what biblical scholars do to try and get around the issue of slavery in the Bible. It's a massive problem, right? It's terrible. It loses that. Why, if God's intention was to get to as many people to freely love him as possible, why would he create a book that he knew would be used for 1,900 the last 2,000 years to justify slavery? It's just insane. So, like, just on slavery, I didn't need to write this book because the Bible and the biblical God, if that's your omni-god, the biblical God, fails. It fails on slavery. End of. Let's talk about another God.
Thank you so much.
Sorry,
Thank
that was
you,
a rant.
No, I get it. I get it. Hey, I'm here. Gray is 174. Team James White or Team William Lane Craig?
Craig.
If I had to pick, I'd say Craig.
I'd like to go. At the end of all my interview videos, I ask my people I interview who would they take down a bunker. There's a zombie apocalypse. Who would they take down a bunker for a month to hang out with for a month? William Lane Craig would be one of my people I'd take down there because I'd want a good month. I mean, we could have a few showers and then we can start. We can there's a lot of conversation to be had there.
Yeah, I used to really enjoy James White, and when I was a Calvinist, but I think now because there's such an impact, his impact is so small in comparison, I think, to Craig's in terms of the amount of reach and whatnot too. So I'd be interested in really asking basic SE type questions, you know, and the Socratic approach and just kind of poke and see. And I think it would come down at the end of the day to what he did with the doubting Kyle. Well, if you had that experience that I had, okay, we're getting to what it's really about. But thank you for that super chat. Next topic.
As Scholovitz just said, slavery is wrong, book finished. Really,
Right.
it's that simple. Absolutely. Right. So one of the final ones, I think, on heaven and hell, which is infinite punishment for finite crimes.
I've been
How does
waiting
this
for
make-
this one too, because yeah.
How does it make sense? So, I don't get it.
So everybody
It
can
makes
see it.
it makes no sense to me. So, we're doing what, I mean, free will. I deny libertarian free will, therefore hell doesn't make sense anyway, nor does heaven, right? So it's all nonsense anyway. But if you've done something wrong over a small amount of time, like relatively speaking, and then you're sentenced to an eternity in hell, if you believe in that form of hell, and of course there are different versions of heaven, different versions of hell, because and this is a really important point, the vagueness with which the Bible deals with heaven and hell is very important. That vagueness is super important because it means people can make up whatever they want out of heaven. They can make heaven and hell be whatever that they want it to, or want them to. And that vagueness is very clever because if in the Bible they nailed their colors to the mast and said, well, heaven is like this in a very unsophisticated philosophical manner, then that would have been disproved within hundreds of years, and then the Bible would have been on rocky ground. But because they generally don't say a lot, it means that people can make of heaven and hell what they like, and that's really, really useful for allowing Christianity to continue and be so pervasive. So the problem with infinite punishments for finite crimes or infinite rewards for finite good actions is it just doesn't match up. There's a massive asymmetry that is, I think, is untenable. It's just untenable. And there are basically two options for example, the Christian or the Muslim or this kind of theist, which is one, the finite crime is a sin against an infinite being. You hear this quite a lot. It's like, it's a finite crime. It's a crime against God, and so God is infinite, so therefore it's an infinite crime. So therefore God can punish him forever in hell for eternity. It's like, okay. Or you continue to sin in hell. So some people have this weird belief that people in hell continue to sin, as if like they're having their guts boiled and they're like, I really love this, I'm going to continue sinning. I don't know how you can sin like sitting in or whatever the scenario is, even if it's more abstract than that. It's just, that makes no sense to me at all.
Yeah, that's one of the big ones, is just the kind of crime that you might commit. I mean, the way I've heard someone try to argue against that as a theist is to say, well, we have people who literally pull a gun out, shoot someone, right? Let's say, I'm going to play a narrative here for a second to give you an example of how they try to address this. You're in a public place, you, your wife, your kids, you're eating at dinner. Some guy out of nowhere attacks your wife and kills her or something like that. You end up, I don't know, pulling out your gun, you shoot that person, and then you end up thinking that other people are involved and you kill multiple people, whatever. Maybe this is a bad analogy, but the point is you end up killing somebody and you end up spending the rest of your life in prison for like a single act. Like a single act gets you this punishment for 40 years, let's say. You get multiple charges. Or let's say you went and committed homicide. The self-defense thing probably doesn't work very good. You go and commit homicide, you get 40 years. There's a limit, but it's a long time. So they're kind of looking at it going, look, 5 seconds can send you in prison for 40 years. How could you, if you sin against an infinite God, how could you not see that, well, that act, that deed against this infinite God is what's going to give you infinite punishment? Do you see how they try to...
And it's made even worse that God knew in advance that you were going to do this and created you anyway such that you would do this. So God is merely creating you such that you do what you were always going to do, and then God gets to throw you in hell for eternity. It's like God just looks like a sadistic, monster. But yeah, it just, and the thing about, and we talked about this in a previous episode, but the thing about prison is that when we throw people in prison, in modern prisons and the best prisons in the world, like the Nordic prisons, for example, if we're measuring them on recidivism rates, so the rates of reoffending, the best prisons are actually the liberal prisons where they are trying to give them skills to tool them up to be able to deal with outside life. So they don't get a revolving door of criminals doing bad things, coming into prison, learning how to do things even worse, even better, and then sending them out again and then getting them back in again. You tool them up, say, right, you failed in society. What can we do to allow you to succeed in society so you don't do this again? Okay, job done. So it's about rehabilitation, and it's about deterrence to some degree, and less about retribution. But when you look at the internal punishment version, there is no rehabilitation. It's just like, you are in hell forever, right? And ever means ever, which is like, this is eternal retribution. And yet God knew you were going to do this. None of this makes any sense. This is morally abhorrent, in my opinion, and stands against. Imagine we tried to do that today in society. We're going to lock you up, not for life, but for like afterlife. I mean, like for literally ever, and we're going to torture you, and whatever.
Yeah, that's tough. I mean, and look at the sins committed, right? Most people, if we're going to like lay out pictures, there's a reason names like Hitler ring a bell. Okay. Cause like not everybody's like mass genocidally trying to wipe out races of people and like actually trying to kill complete groups, subgroups, ethnic groups, whatever. The point is like they ring a bell for a reason. Most people took a cookie or stole an apple or saw their neighbor's wife and something happened there. By the way, all natural phenomena that is totally normal. Like it's, they didn't like get born and choose, hey, can I be a person who wants to sleep with other women or whatever? Like my point is, these are natural inclinations that we didn't choose to have. They spring up by themselves, by being born into this world, which God supposedly brings them into this world to do. So like my point is most of these committed sins, by human standards, we wouldn't have those absolute repercussions. God has a much more stern, which to me, that whole like God is merciful thing, how merciful? Humans are more merciful than God at this point. Like, how can you...
If you believe in that kind of like outcome.
Right.
I mean, remember, when you are committing any action, you have all these things in your past that you have no control over anymore at the point of doing any given thing. Right. So being born, your genetic inheritance, your life in the womb, you're shaping your genetic self, your time and place of birth, your parents, relatives, race and gender, the nurture and the experiences in infancy and childhood, the mutations in your brain and body throughout your life and other purely random events, your natural physical stature, looks, smile and voice, intelligence, sexual drive and proclivities, personality and wit, and natural ability in sports, music and dance, religious training, economic circumstances, cultural influences, political and civil rights, and prevailing customs of your times, the blizzard of experiences throughout your life, not chosen by you, but which happen to you, all the molecules, particles, forces, and wave functions, the environment, everything. So all of these things, you now no longer, at any given moment of deciding, you have no control over. And those are the things that are forming the person that you are and dictating the decisions that you make. So then to say, and now you're going to go to hell for eternity for that given decision or set of decisions or whatever, it seems obscene. But then you get these ideas that, like, oh, if Hitler just, on his deathbed had embraced God and Jesus and whatnot, then he would have been redeemed and he would have had this salvific moment. And then he would have gone to heaven. It's like, seriously? So an eternity of heaven, just because at the end he just said, oh yeah, what about all that time before where he's like doing all those terrible things? Is that just all wiped out? And how does that make sense of the infinite and finite?
Right. Or someone who didn't commit those crimes in life and were very helpful in the world we live in, and they just rejected the message of what we call the gospel. They just said, no, that doesn't make sense to me. I don't believe that that's true at all. Most of the fundamentalists will just go, nope, that was it. And then some people want to go, well, I think that when you die, then you get the chance where you're like, oh, I recognize, and then you can accept. And there's always a little way around. But, William Lane Craig has a funny way of dealing with this issue where people reject it, right? Because why? Like most people go to hell. The way is very narrow and small through which people go and get to heaven. Most people are going to end up in that bad place. So the way William Lane Craig said it years ago, and I don't know if he's changed his mind on this, is that he gets philosophical, but also gets into this idea that God knew everyone who would accept and not accept the gospel message. So when people are born in places where they don't get the chance,
this
he's
was one
like,
of our previous videos.
Yeah,
we
I
talked
just
about
wanted
it.
to bring that up because it's like he knew they would say no, so he just had them born in a society where they never got the opportunity to hear the gospel. So therefore, they would have rejected God anyway, and then what? Go to hell? Yeah, because they didn't accept the truth. They
Again, it gets back to like, if you want to keep God up here, then these are the things you've got to do. So it goes back to like, what's more obviously true? If you're having to do these kind of mental gymnastics of like, oh my goodness, how can I explain how all these people have never seen the revelation and never accessed? Oh, so therefore they have to have somehow deserved it. It can't be God's fault. So therefore, these people would have freely rejected God. So I'm going to front load them into the Amazonian tribes in like 5000 BCE. It's like, yeah, but hang on, you were the one who designed and created them. Like, so it doesn't really get God off the hook. Yeah. So
absolutely.
I wanted to just do a little quote here. I actually quoted, and it's always a bit dodgy when you like quote Reddit, okay? But the reason I quoted this in this chapter is a guy on Reddit who was answering the question, is there a way to reconcile all of these issues with the unfairness of hell? And he answered in a way that I think represents what a lot of Christians have probably gone through. And I'd be interested to see if this resonates with you and your audience here. Okay. So my writing was, the reality is that many people have a very simplistic understanding of hell that fits in line with their intuitive and emotive psyche. This is nicely summarized in an online comment answering the question, is there a way to reconcile all of these issues with the unfairness of hell? So this is what this, I think, former Christian said. The short answer is yes. Where I grew up, hell was a very real place, and I knew that many people would end up there. It was reconciled a few ways. One, they deserve it. If you take an us versus them mindset and view other people as bad, you don't worry so much about them going to hell. Two, everybody can make a choice. God reveals himself to all. Everybody who is going to hell is going there because of their choice, so it's their fault. Three, don't talk about it. That became the most common way to reconcile it. So then he goes on to say, as I explored and asked questions, I realized that all three of those ways to reconcile it were flawed once you gave them closer scrutiny. For me, the concept of hell was a first crack in the armor of my belief. I think it's the reason that a lot of places torment in hell has been replaced by absence of God. Now that the world is smaller, it's not unknown people in strange places that are going to hell. It's that nice smiley lady who checks you out at the grocery store. We all feel a little better if, instead of being tortured by Satan, she is merely gone, right? So this idea of like, how do I deal with the fiery torment of hell? That was a crack in my belief system, and that led me on to, okay, I can't believe in that because it's morally abhorrent that someone's going to be tortured for eternity. So I'm going to develop that into an absence of God. So this Somali woman at the you know, Muslim at the counter who's smiling at me nicely, she's not going to be tormented in hell. She'll just be absent of God. She'll just be, you know, there won't be a union. She'll just be annihilated. She will no longer exist, and there'll be an absence of God. And that's her version. That's a nicer version of hell. And then it's another short jump to, actually, this is all nonsense. I'm an atheist.
Yeah, the little weak part in the armor. Absolutely.
I mean, I think the reason I say that made that quote is because to me, it's quite common to see people to be held to be one of the first cracks that breaks in people's like solid belief system.
Well put. You want me to get to the super chats, or do you want to keep going?
Yeah, no, that's it.
Constellation Pegasus says, one last one. What really is Satan? A prosecuting angel doing his job, or a murderer? Why weren't Jews warned about him? Why does the text support both with the Old Testament and New Testament? Can't imagine anything more stupid than this.
Again, you know, it's these confused stories that aren't particularly well expressed or explained, or you take a story that's already existed, maybe the story of Job, and then you kind of morph it into like Satan, and then it's all just a contorted mess. But yeah, like, what exactly is Satan? What really is Satan? How do modern Christians, you know, marry their modern ideas of Satan with the ideas of the Bible, you know, etc., etc. I think it ends up just being, you know, because when you look at Dante's Inferno and the development of hell and heaven in our modern conception, there's a lot of sort of Renaissance painting of thoughts and books and Paradise Lost and all these ideas that we now think, well, that's the Christian understanding. Well, actually, no, that was someone just playing with these ideas and making up their own kind of version. And then we now think that is it. There's just a lot of making stuff up. And this goes back to the vagueness. If you present a vague idea, then people can just run with it. You're like, this is it. It means I can't be wrong. So therefore the Bible can't be wrong. Obviously wrong. So I've given you enough stuff to go with, and you guys go and make up all the details.
Thank you, Constellation. I think there's definitely an evolution taking place there. Made by Jim Bob. Thank you. If theism is advantageous, and its natural expression, on what basis can you argue against it, being that you also reject free will to choose?
So the way I understand this question is that there are functional benefits to theism,
survival, and all of that, or something. Yeah.
But you get to a stage in society where you kind of outgrow some of the things, because that's the sort of genetic fallacy or the naturalistic fallacy. We know how it came about, and it came about naturally, therefore it's good. It's like, actually, no longer. We don't need that anymore. Like, I can understand how we developed theism and why religion was good for in-group, out-group psychology and for cohesive bonding and social reasons. But it doesn't mean that still provides that, or that we can't provide that in another way. So what we look at in terms of secular humanism is providing those same functions, but in a secular way. And then saying, okay, well, what are some of the good things that religion do? Well, church societies getting together, helping each other out, sense of community, all these things can we construct that sense of community in a secular humanistic way? And then you get people like developing like the Sunday Assembly and all these kind of movements. Yeah, so I can see the advantages of religion and theism in those terms, but it doesn't mean that they are still advantageous, and it doesn't mean that we can't provide those functions in a better way now.
I'd like to make a comment on this, if you don't mind me playing a clip that this is in the video you haven't seen of William Lane Craig that I actually did, but I want to say something that I think is important, and I'm fascinated with this. I still think it is advantageous, but here's why I say that. From what I understand the beliefs to be, we're taking natural things we already actually apply to our loved ones, our parent figure, and things like that. And it's a step of agency beyond that we're assuming. So like the reason I think we're naturally hardwired to believe in these things is it's the same hardware and software that we use for our family, our love for our family, our food, what drives us to survive. And it's just this extra category of agency beyond that. There's an episode, I linked it in that William Lane Craig response with Darren Brown. And Darren Brown actually converts or gives a religious experience to an atheist. She's a scientist. If you haven't watched it, you really should go check out my response to William Lane Craig. But Darren Brown is a mentalist magician, and he's an atheist. And he literally on film within 15 minutes converts this lady. And I mean, like, she is sold, and he tells you how he's doing it, then brings her into the show. So you're going to want to watch the episode yourself later to express to her how he tricked her and how he did it to her. And it's the same experience I think I had in a different way, but like same feeling, same thing. So I think it's like tapping into the same stuff. Let me share I wanted to build that up to kind of bring the point across. Okay, here we go. Let's see. I hope I'm there. I'm going to mute my know what to do with the experience.
Force over us, but how do we make it a reality in our lives? We need to personify it. We hope that this force is strong and wise and loving and all the attributes found in a classic father figure. The first technique I'm going to use on Natalie is to elicit feelings of this powerful father figure, which later on I can get her to attach to the idea of God. So I'm going to use this innate tendency to see an agency at work to help give Natalie her conversion experience. I'm going to do it by asking questions and then subtly suggesting the idea that a plan could be at work. It's actually really interesting talking to you. I do think there are so many beliefs and, I suppose, new experiences, things that are new and surprising that could literally be sort of right in front of us, and we don't even quite register that they're there.
What do you think about that? Darren, okay, I wanted to give that to people there, Jonathan. I know we held up on that for a while, but I cannot emphasize how important it is to understand everything Darren did in that. And if you haven't watched it, Darren Brown, the name of the episode, I think, is like Faith and Fear. Look it up on YouTube. Darren Brown, Faith and Fear. He converts an atheist, and he's an atheist, and she doesn't even know it. And he wanted to show you how anyone can do this. It is a natural thing. She asks about her father. Tell me about your relationship to your father. Oh, he's my hero. Yeah. He took the father relationship and he gave agency to a father beyond. Don't we know about the Heavenly Father? Hallelujah. And all of those properties started to attribute to something that is looking out for her in her life. Don't you see how great your life has been? Look at the coat you're wearing. Look at how amazing the world is, right? I mean, and the next thing you know, you're like, oh, and he gave her that. Then he had to drop the bomb on her at the end in that episode about how he gave it to her. And you look at her face, she does not know how to receive it. She's like, almost like, there's no way this is fake. That experience that I had was real. I know it was real, sweetheart, because
and that's the power of experiences. Yeah, as you said earlier with William and Craig. Yeah,
go watch that. I felt like I needed to make that point, man. So we are hardwired in many ways to assume agency in things because there is agency, our parents and stuff. Anyway, I think we outgrow certain concepts, though. Once we learn enough about ourselves, we should learn how to try to outgrow those.
So we're on to the last section of the book with a couple of really quick arguments. Prayer makes little sense. So God would already know and could experience. Well, God already knows everything, right? Okay, rewind. What's the point in praying? So praying is either going to be to get adoration, praise, and worship, as a confession, as a thanksgiving, and as a petition or supplication or intercession, which is asking for stuff, basically. So God wanting adoration and praise and worship is bizarre, right? If you are ontologically perfect and you have no needs, you don't lack anything. Why do you want worship and praise? And this is the problem with the Old Testament Bible, the Old Testament God, sorry, is it appears to want burnt offerings, likes the smell of burning flesh, and wants to be praised and adored all the time. Confession, why would you confess anything? Because God can already read your mind and know what's in your mind, and there's no need to confess. Thanksgiving, you don't even need to thank God because God could already feel the thanks. You could just experience it. You don't need to sit down and pray about it. And then asking for stuff, you're asking God to change his mind. God can't change his mind. He's infallible. He's immutable. And if God has predicted the future to be a fact, then you can't change the future. So there's no point in praying to have anything changed. Intercessory prayer and supplication just makes absolutely no sense on omni-god, right? If God has got full divine foreknowledge, you can't say, oh, God, can you make this happen? It's like, God, Doris has got cancer. Can you cure her? It's not like he's going to go, oh, I didn't think of that.
Right.
Great idea. Oh, I'm so forgetful these days. It's like, you're asking me to change the state of affairs, which I already know is going to be the fact. So if I change the state of affairs, it means my foreknowledge is fallible, which means that I am not omni-god. So God simply cannot change the state of affairs that he already knows to be, factual. So the only benefit to prayer appears to be some kind of spiritual benefit for the person praying. Some kind of meditative, or it's exercising your spiritual muscles, or I don't know, some other kind of reason. But as far as getting God to do anything or giving something to God, it appears completely senseless. It makes no sense to me.
Yeah.
What do you have to say to that?
I can only say from my experience with prayers, I always felt better after them. And I think it's because now looking back, I am the one who's hearing and seeing what I'm saying. So it was kind of satisfying for me at the end. It's like looking in the mirror. That's the best way I could put it. It's like looking in the mirror for me.
Yeah. So it's very much a personal thing about you and how you feel about yourself. And that's fine. Like, as long as you understand that, it's just like all the other stuff there's no sense. Praising God, worshipping God. I mean, why does God want to be praised? Is his self-esteem that lacking? You know, I don't know. But yeah, so prayer makes no sense to me.
You're such a cynic.
I am. And really that's the end of that argument, is like prayer doesn't make any sense. You know,
and by the way, just so people know, statistically, they've done prayer tests. So
that's our next argument. Shh.
Okay. I thought that was part of this. Okay, can we get these few super chats before you get to your final ones? Mr. Monster, the only rewards and punishment you receive are in life, not after death, right? I mean, we would have evidence if there was something more.
I mean, if this is the infinite like reality for us all, heaven and hell, I mean, you'd think there'd be a lot more clarity on it. Like, again, this goes back to what would you predict? So if you had omni-god theism, where God is love, you'd think there'd be some really clear understanding of literally what's going to happen for the entirety of your life, of your existence, right? Because actually, when you, like, as I said earlier, as long as your life might feel at 100 years old, it is an infinitesimal fraction. So it's virtually like zero. So it's nothing. It's as close to zero as being zero compared to infinity, right? Which is just endless. And so therefore, if most of your existence is going to be this by a country mile, by a huge margin, then you'd think there'd be a lot more clarity on this. What would we predict? Well, we wouldn't predict that we'd know virtually nothing about heaven and hell and how to get there. People still disagree on what gets you to heaven and hell. Is it faith or is it deeds? Is it a combination of both? What's the demarcation line? What gets you into heaven and what gets you into hell? There's no clarity on this, and yet that's where we're going to go for infinity. Would we expect that, given God is love? No. It's like a blind test. So, yeah. I'm starting to rant again.
That was amazing. No, that was an amazing rant. I think someone needs to clip that. You should clip that.
Don't worry, I will.
Thank you, Mr. Monster. Shireen is in the house. Thank you. My tithe. Just love your channel and want to show support. Also, is there something in humans that make us sheep to avoid Satan and be chosen?
Yeah, absolutely. We already know that they're a swarm. We already know that people are very much like sheep. There's all sorts of psychological experiments that have been done to show the sort of basic idea that if you believe something quite morally strongly, and yet you're sitting in a circle of people and they all believe the opposite, it's all set up basically, but they all say the opposite, then you end up changing your moral opinion to fit in with what everyone else says. So, you know, we do that heaps. We're very good at being sheep, and you know, if this is heaven and hell and Satan, these are the biggest carrot and stick to hit people with or to bribe people with in terms of what they do on earth. You know, the Christian is thinking all the time. It's very egocentric, really, Christianity, because you're always thinking, what do I need to do so that I go to heaven? You know, and quite sometimes you're thinking, okay, I need to witness to other people so that they can go to heaven as well. But essentially, it's very egotistical in the sense that, like, you know, I'm doing good because I can't get away from the idea that I need to be good because otherwise I'll go to hell. So it's all about, you know, the benefits for me. And so yeah, there you go. I don't know if that really answers that, but
Shireen, I bless you today. However you want to do the MythVision blessing. Thank you so much for the super chat. Constellation Pegasus says, I just decided to go back to the Kingdom Hall and support Jehovah's only organization on earth. Armageddon is right around the corner. You two should also. Yeah. So what if 1914 failed?
So always the next time. You know, Harold Camping, you know, I got that date wrong. Cognitive dissonance reduction. You'll make it work eventually.
Thank you, Constellation. I did want to mention that experiment where the guy walks on from Shireen's thing about the sheep, how that guy, they did an experiment where the guy walks onto the elevator and they had hidden cameras. And there's like 4 other people in the elevator who have their hats. They're all wearing hats. This guy has a hat. He walks a business suit type thing. They all take their hats off and just put it on their chest. And he's like, and then like, he takes his hat off and puts it on his chest. And then they all turn right 90 degrees. And like, he's like, you know, like, and so what happens is one of those that are one of the planted people who are part of the thing, they get off the elevator. And eventually they do it so many times that all 4 new people are there and they're doing things like robotically. And it's like, what? Hold on. There's some weird psychology stuff going on here. Aaron Adair dropping a blessing. To defeat an infinite God requires an infinite number of arguments. So we need to get back to work. Here's a donation to get closer to infinity.
And here's a fun fact. I'm writing a book with Dr. Aaron Adair at the moment, and hopefully he's going to be on with you and help me out.
Oh, you're talking
Kipp
about
Davis. Yeah, Kipp Davis and Josh Bowen.
Yes.
In the future about something that you're going to be talking about, cosmology. Anyway, Aaron Adair and myself are writing a book on the impact of the discovery of intelligent alien life and would have on theology and religions, as I've said before. So, thanks, Aaron. That's awesome.
Yeah, Mike, who's the pastor? Render? Is it Mike? No, Mike.
Winger.
Yeah, Winger. He did a flat earth video, of course, into the language of the Hebrew Bible, which he isn't someone who knows the language. And I have a Dead Sea Scroll scholar who knows Hebrew, of course, knows the languages, Aramaic, the whole nine. Joshua Bowen, who literally teaches Hebrew and has written books on Hebrew and is an Assyriologist, knows Akkadian, knows Sumerian, knows all this stuff. And then I have a scientist who knows the cosmology of the world right now, like what we know, Dr. Aaron Adair, who is worked at CERN. I mean, the guy's like a genius. So I'm going to have all 3 of these guys and me, the doofus, who doesn't know jack, who's going to be sitting there. I just know how to talk, everybody likes that. Derek made that dumb. I'm like the mother who chews the food and then puts it in the, here you go, everybody, But seriously, I'm going to have all these brilliant people, and we're going to be picking apart the absurdity of Mike Winger's video at some point. Be on the lookout.
That's good.
And go get his books too. Aaron Adair. Yeah. Gray's 174 prayer works because of rubber ducky. Rubber duck theory. Look it up. Do you know about that?
No. So go on to the next one and I'll have a quick look.
Okay. I'm going to the next one. Jeffrey Johnson says, thanks, Derek and Jonathan. Thank you for the donation there, Jeffrey. I really appreciate the support. Suicide Dropkick. Please have Jonathan back often. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Suicide. Dropkick. Sounds very negative. Thank you. That's really kind.
Yeah, thank you. Really appreciate that. And I do plan on having him come back and for debates and more discussions. He's always writing new books, so we are going to get that alien book at some point. We're going to have to do all this stuff. But yeah, did you look up the rubber duck theory there?
It would take me too long, I think, to look into rubber duck debugging. I'd have to come back to that. If he can explain that maybe in the chat, and we can see.
Okay, thank you. All right, we are caught up now.
Brilliant stuff. So the next one is prayer is not effective. So not only does it make no sense, but actually, when you look at all the metadata for work on prayer, it's at best inconclusive, which is what you'd expect, which looks rather like random. So first of all, let's talk about grounding this, which is that prayer is the biggest form of alternative medicine in humanity. There is no greater thing that's been used as often as prayer has to try and cure people or do things or change stuff. So you'd think it would have been tested an awful lot, but actually it hasn't been tested very much because it's quite difficult to test, and actually people really don't give that much, credence to the effect of prayer. But Christians, obviously, for example, think it's really effective and it works. The frustration of having a 13-hour surgery to save someone's life, and then the head surgeon coming out speaking to the husband or wife and saying, all the training and science and manpower and expertise we put into this, we've managed to your husband's now alive or wife's now alive, and then they say, oh, thank God for that, oh, thank you God, this is a miracle. It's not a miracle, it's 13 hours of really hard surgery, thank you very much. Anyway, that's nature prayer. But anyway, it's not effective. So the three biggest metadata studies, 2003 one has shown this analysis reported some benefit for prayer, but admitted that of all the studies, quote, only 3 have sufficient rigor for review here. And that in all 3, quote, the strongest findings were for the variables that were evaluated most subjectively. In other words, there was a subjectivity bias. So there's a problem about, like, you know, getting good quality data is looking at the methodology. And with these, it looked like the studies that showed that prayer had some kind of benefit were the ones that had most subjectivity in the data, which is, yeah, I felt better, you know, on a scale of 1 to 10. Yeah, you know, rather than having proper quantifiable data. 2006 meta-analysis. So meta-analysis is an analysis that looks at lots of other pieces of research, not a piece of research in itself, but looking at all other research. So another meta-analysis, the analysis concluded of 14 studies, there is, quote, no discernible effect. 2007, a review of intercessory prayer produced inconclusive results, noting that the 3 most rigorous studies, quote, so the 3 best studies, quote, failed to produce significant findings, stating of the whole analysis that, quote, the findings are unlikely to satisfy either proponents or opponents of intercessory prayer. So what would you expect if prayer has no effect? You'd expect to find some results that support prayer by a little bit, some results that don't support prayer by a little bit, but broadly, it's going to be, because in all, you're always going to get anomalies, right? So you do, that's why you need to repeat these studies. It's about, you know, getting repeated, you know, results that support your theory. And with prayer, you just don't have it. It's the data is at best just thoroughly inconclusive. In fact, one of the biggest studies was a STEP study that looked at heart surgery and found that the group who were prayed for and knew they were prayed for had the highest mortality rate. In other words, they died more. So in fact, prayer worked the wrong way. So they knew they were prayed for, and they died more. So, you know,
they should have been Baptist. They should have been. It's the version that they were praying from. See,
it's the wrong prayer.
When are they gonna learn? You know, one thing I did want to bring up is back to the whole rubber ducky theory. Gray said rubber duck debugging is a process of figuring something out by entirely yourself by the process of explaining your problems to a rubber duck.
Let me
go back to that super chat just so that we can at least address it real fast. I did. Prayer works because of rubber duck theory. So it's like a placebo effect on yourself.
Yes. Yeah, so this is exactly what I said, which is like the only way in which prayer works is it gives you some kind of meditative or some kind of spiritual growth, or it's good for you, but it's not changing anything about God. It's like the worship and praise part for God is pointless because God either knows that in advance or doesn't need praise and worship. Confession and thanking, all those things God already knows. So therefore, it's all about yourself. Prayer is just to make you feel better, or I don't know, to improve yourself in some way. That's all that prayer can do.
Like Augustine, I think had like a prayer I read one time, or it sounded like he said something like, "God help me line up." Like he's asking for something, and then he turns around and is like, "But your will's going to be done anyways," because he's, you know, predestinarian, and but like, help my will line up with what your will already is. In some weird way, it was just very strange the way that he prayed it. It's almost like that Jesus prayer where he's like, "God, let this cup pass from me, but let your will be done." And it's like he wants this suffering not to happen. Like Jesus doesn't want to die, but then he turns out like, but let your will be done. It's
the problem is if this is the tension of having an agent who is omni-god. So if he knows everything in advance, is immutable, etc., 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 then like interacting with that kind of what essentially is a robot, is a divine robot, interacting with that is problematic. And asking for things, you know, you have to take into account that God has all those characteristics, and therefore everything is problematic. And that's what this book shows, is that all of those characteristics just are a nightmare to try and navigate and believe that God is some kind of entity that you can have this loving relationship with. And yet all of these problems exist. So the last argument is number 30 is, but God is not omni-god according to the Bible. So having gone through and slated God or like criticized this idea of God, of omni-god, it turns out the Bible is just a big hot mess of what God is. And this goes back to the super chat you had right at the beginning of this, which is, well, is this omni-god the God of, the Hebrew Bible, for example, or the Christian Bible? And the answer is no. But it's the most sophisticated version of God, and there is this tension that exists that we talked about earlier. And the problem is that, as I said earlier, the Bible is full of all these different authors making all these different claims about what God is and God isn't. And it's just the New Testament is a theological step away from what the Old Testament is, and it's just a massive mishmash of ideas struggling to provide clarity and coherence. But the Bible claims multiple times throughout that God is all powerful. So, Matthew 19:26, Psalm 147:5, Luke 1:37, Jeremiah 32:17, Job 42:2, and so on. So there's plenty of evidence to show, plenty of claim in the Bible that God is omnipotent. But then there are these times in the Bible where God isn't omnipotent or isn't omniscient. There are claims that he's omniscient and there are claims that he isn't. Right. Iron chariots, the classic one that skeptics love, which is that, the Judahites had God behind them and they're having this war, but they couldn't win it because the opposition had iron chariots, as if like God was like particularly screwed over by the notion that they used iron for their chariots. No, I can't. There's nothing I can do.
I like it when people are like, does God know everything or does God not know everything? And then you just respond and go, yes.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, yes.
Well, yeah. So in James 1:17, you have, there is no variation or shifting shadow. Hebrews 6:17, the fact that his purpose is unchangeable. Hebrews 6:18, it is impossible for God to lie. Titus 1:2, in the hope of eternal life, which God, who cannot lie, promised long ages ago. So on and so forth. So you get these claims about he cannot deny himself, cannot lie. And then you have all of these examples in the Bible where God has done divine deception and has either outright lied or countenanced other people lying. And it's really, really problematic. You've got God being omniscient, but then not being able to find Adam and Eve in Genesis 8. Cain was able to be hidden from God in Genesis 4. God didn't know where Sarah was, Genesis 8. When God was about to murder everyone in Sodom and Gomorrah, God wondered, shall I hide from Abraham what I am about to do? Indicating that he didn't really know his own future actions. And of course, you explain all this, like we can explain all this. This is a book written by humans, broadly mythological, as God is just as kind of superhuman, but he's going to be speaking in human terms and he's going to have human characteristics. The problem is that doesn't jive with the modern understanding of God. So something has to go. Now, either the modern understanding of God goes, so God is not omni-god, but then you're going to have problems philosophically there, or you accept that the Bible is just not really very accurate.
I was going to say, another solved problem would be stop worshiping the Bible and start realizing, even like Martin Luther. I mean, you're in the Protestant tradition, most likely, if you're taking this kind of position. You may or may not be, but my point is, Martin Luther started to reject certain books as canonical. He rejected Jude. He rejected Revelation. He rejected the letter of James. And my point is like, if you found inconsistency on the observation about your God, start cherry picking text and saying, whoever compiled this literature put a square here and a circle there and a triangle, and they just don't fit into each other. So I need to find out what I believe and why I want to believe it, and then follow the literature that matches that kind of idea. But that gets down into some complex stuff, because then you can start finding problems even within Paul's own letters of Paul's own writings, where Paul can't agree with Paul. But anyway, this is why I love doing what I'm doing.
Is a few more examples. God didn't know that Abraham feared God in Genesis 22. God didn't know who he was wrestling with in Genesis 32. God didn't know who was with Balaam in Numbers 22. God didn't know what was in the Israelites' hearts for 40 years in Deuteronomy 8, despite knowing what is in everyone's hearts in Psalm 44, Acts 1:24. And God didn't know whether the Israelites would obey him or not in Judges 2. 22, so on and so forth. And then, so you just got all of these problems. Is God omni-god, or is God not omni-god? And the Bible, as you say, the Bible answers that with yes.
Yes.
But two of the big ones are the global flood, which is kind of bizarre. So it was very bizarre. So not only is it morally abhorrent that God would design and create humans, they'd all go wrong, and then start again by killing them all, and all the animals apart from a bunch, and then starting again, and then nothing's changed. So it's like, well, what's the point of that? But people forget that Genesis, that account of Noah's flood, implies that God was surprised by the results. Like, it got to this stage where like everyone's screwed up, and he's like, oh, turns out that everyone's screwed up. I'm going to have to start again. Whereas if he had known that in the beginning, he would have designed them differently and not gone through all of that, or not been surprised, or so on and so forth. Like the whole of the global flood kind of invalidates God's omniscience. And the same with the Tower of Babel. So the Tower of Babel is an interesting one, because it like God is surprised that everyone's got together and used their teamwork so well, and has succeeded in doing X, Y, and Z, and then throw them all around the world and giving them different languages to speak. Of course, it's actually, in truth, it's an etiological story, which means it's a story to explain phenomena. What's a phenomenon it's explaining? Why we speak different languages. So if you're a Hebrew, understanding your mythology, you're like, well, yeah, great. If we all come from the same place, why is it everyone we meet is speaking different languages? So then you invent this kind of story to explain that. But the idea is that, as I say here in Genesis 11, humans full of pride and ambition get together to build a tower whose top could reach up to heaven. In seeing this, so already we have the idea that God is not omniscient, because he should already have known what was going to happen. God believes that humans could become omnipotent. Genesis 11:6. As a result, God afflicts them with so many languages that humans are unable to understand each other, and this causes them to scatter across the earth. It's the idea is that like stories like this show that God is not omniscient, because he's like, oh, look what's happened. Oh, I'll react in this way. And then you've got Nineveh. God changes his mind with Jonah and the whale and the Ninevehans, and you're like, what is this God? Is it omni-god, or is it not omni-god? If it's omni-god, here's a bunch of arguments to show that that's nonsense. And if it's not omni-god, here's a bunch of arguments to show that's nonsense.
I like how you mentioned the whole, it's a myth about languages and why we have languages. I also look at Genesis with death. Like, that's a myth to explain why we die. It's also a myth to explain why women are in pain when they have birth. And, all of these, like, there's a lot of foundational stories here to try and explain the world.
Sodom and Gomorrah, like Lot's wife, is literally a rock, like a pillar of salt rock. So the story of Sodom and Gomorrah is not only to explain that rock formation, which is, her being turned into a pillar of salt, but also to explain the saltiness of the nearby Dead Sea. So again, we've got etiology going on all over the shop, which is explaining like physical phenomena in the same way that Uluru, Ayers Rock in Australia, is explained in their creations, in the Aboriginal creation myths. Creation myths explain stuff, landmarks, things that you see around you, and the same with the Bible. But for those who are biblical literalists, they can't see it like that. It has to be literally true. It's like, this isn't a historical story, and it wasn't written as a historical story, so stop interpreting it as a historical story.
Well said. Well said. Thank you so much. These are the 30 arguments. You want to get the super chats?
Bonus. Yep. Super chats, and we'll have a very quick bonus.
Constellation Pegasus. If I go to the dollar store and buy a rubber duck, then I'll be able to understand the Bible?
I think that's what he said. I think that's the rubber duck theory, but I could be wrong. Or you can debug the Bible. I think
the duck.
I think you can debug it. Yeah, and then you can get rid of all the problems in the Bible. I think that's
you'll learn the secrets. Thank you so much for that. Kamal says, eternal nothingness after death sounds depressing. Would you say without a God, there might be still something after death? For example, reincarnation?
Good question. So depressing sounds depressing from your point of view now. The big problem that people have in philosophy is comparing non-existence with anything. So it's like, non-existence has no value because it's nothingness. Even giving that a word is almost a problem. So if you don't exist, it is neither good nor bad. So you can no more say non-existence is worse or better than life, because that's like saying, I don't know, apples are better than a cheese grater. It's like, what are you talking about? These two things are just non-comparable. You just can't compare them. So this is a common thing you hear, that because we think about life being great and doing good things, and you can't do those good things if you don't exist, you think non-existence is bad. Non-existence is valueless. It has no value. So therefore, you can't compare anything with it in terms of evaluating them together. Does that make sense? It's a little bit funky, that, but it's really common that you hear, non-existence sounds bad. It's
the way
it's just nothing.
The way I psychologically approach this, because I think it is something that only a living, experiencing, conscious person really gives a crap about, is that, like, someone asked me recently, I was on a radio program, and they were like, hey, what do you think happens when you die? And I was like, I reversed the question immediately and just said, like, what was it like before you were born? Do you remember that? And he's like, no. And I was like, okay. Did it hurt? Did it suck? Were you depressed? Were you miserable? And it's like, no. Okay, well, nobody else was depressed or feeling bad that you didn't come into existence. The reason why we care is because we're here now and we're thinking about what we're going to lose and after. Do I wish there was something more? I do. As an atheist, I do. But I'm not going to go into wishful thinking because of it. I'm not going to put myself in a position to believe something that I don't have any good evidence to think exists.
And as far as what could there be after death without a god, I see. It goes back to the previous video we did on the soul. In order to exist beyond death, you need some transcendent vehicle that allows you in some capacity to exist beyond your death. Which really is going to sound like some kind of dualism and some kind of soul consciousness or something that connects you to a newer version of you or something. And without that, I can't see that you can have anything beyond death, because I firmly believe that none of those things exist. And so, yeah.
Thank you so much. Yeah, good question. Constellation Pegasus is, where is this putting a square in a round hole in the Bible? Well, I think the way that we have approached the Bible for so long, Constellation, is we've been told, here's the canon and here's the whole Bible, and it all tells us one message of truth. And I think what scholarship is starting to do, which is why I love to get into scholarship, Christian or not, doesn't matter, is we're starting to treat each book as individual books, and they do not overlap in their impact sometimes, most of the time. You got to understand each author with their own intentions and their words. And if we start taking that approach, then technically I think it's fair for Christians to cherry pick and see, hey, there's different authors, different intentions, different things, but that would put them in a more progressive category. So their more fundamentalist friends will look at them and say, oh, you're not a true Christian because you don't accept the 66 books of the Bible, or you don't accept. And it's like, when did Jesus say, like, if you're a follower of Christ, did Jesus have 66 books? No, he had Christians after him that were writing about his deeds and things that they believe about him. They theologize him, they mythologize him, and then you're believing in that, and they don't even agree with each other. So, like, my point is, I hope more people see that and will practice a much safer, more progressive approach to religion. I'm not expecting everyone to be like me and Jonathan at all. Like, I don't care at the end of the day that you think exactly like we do. But if there's some good food for thought today, might be good to apply it. But yeah, other than that, that's all I got. Did you want to make a comment about that, or
no? Yeah, I agree with everything you said, as ever, Eric. You are the oracle.
I try to be. And how about got a Shiba discovering ancient history with Pat Lowinger, from second-rate Hebrew deity to supreme solo omni.
I was going to ask this guy whether he wanted to come on for an interview on my channel. Actually, I think he's an archaeologist.
He is, and he's sharp.
Just reminded me. So get in contact if you fancy a chat. Anyway, sorry, that's me pimping. Sorry.
Yeah, from second-rate Hebrew deity to supreme solo omni, which is like, here is the subordinate deity that is like under El, who was a son of El in the Canaanite pantheon, ends up becoming the solo omni. Yeah,
definitely, I agree. I think that's. Do you know what? Like, that's a book condensed into one sentence there. Well done.
Well
like
said.
Yeah.
You just walked on water. Pat, I got to hook you up with Jonathan here. Chindy's back. Thank you so much for the super chat. Christopher Hitchens said in answering what happens when we die, you won't even know it happened.
Yeah.
Well put.
Yeah, true that. Yeah. And there you go. I think
Thank you.
Not much more I can say to that. Yeah,
I agree.
So for the last argument, if we're caught up, which is a bonus argument, and this hopefully will make, I think, Sobek happy in the live chat, because he mentioned this earlier, and he may have even quoted from the book, I don't know, but a bit about turtles all the way down, which is my bonus argument, is that God is not omniscient because it could be living in the matrix. So it's the idea, and I have mentioned this before, and someone mentioned that Dark Matter 25 or something, whatever the channel is, has done a video on this. So hey, great minds think alike. But the idea, so in philosophy, René Descartes' evil demon is this idea that you could be, this is what the Matrix was based on. Mm-hmm. The thought experiment by René Descartes, which is the idea that you don't know the difference between dream and not dreaming. So you don't know that this isn't a dream and everything's being put into your head by an evil demon. So you could be living in a world where you are just being like dictated stimuli by an evil demon. And you can't prove that you don't live in that world. In the same way, you can't prove you're not living in the Matrix, or you're not a brain in a vat, or whatever. So, and this is absolutely true, although I think I'm not, and there's no good reasons for me to believe that is the case. I can't indubitably know it's not the case. Mm-hmm. So it's about like knowledge being like, I can't indubitably know that I'm not in the Matrix. So this also applies beautifully to God. So if God is omniscient, God doesn't know that there isn't another God sitting above God. Like God can't know that he's not having all his own feelings and whatever, experiences put into his mind by a more supreme God. Right. Likewise, that God can't know that that's not happening. In fact, it's turtles all the way up. So that this is just quite a nice. I don't know that it's. You can play around with what the definition of omniscience is here, but the idea is that it's just quite a sweet little thought experiment that actually God wouldn't know that there isn't a bigger God above him. He couldn't know, that was not the case. So I just thought I'd throw that in.
Good point. So
I think Sobek, I think that one was for you. It's turtles all the way up. That is that. So, after all of these arguments, where does this leave us? I just think it leaves us in this situation that omni-god is not a tenable concept and doesn't work at all with the kind of God that you are communicated in, that is communicated in the Hebrew Bible. So that would be my very quick conclusion.
Thank you so much for that. We got one more popped in here. Constellation's back again. Another last one. How could Jehovah allow the Sadducees and Pharisees coexist? Didn't Jehovah kill people for less offenses? Didn't this profane the temple in the worst kind of way? I mean, imagine what the Pharisees and the Sadducees did, right? And then and this is in the presence of Jesus. You could always find a way around this, but when we're looking in the book of Acts, a Christian believer in Christ, not someone who's against or fighting against Jesus, but a Christian believer and his wife are like, let's keep a few bucks for ourselves, honey. Let's not give the whole bit of money we made for selling this land. Ananias and Sapphira, I think it was, and they were electrocuted by the Holy Spirit on the spot and killed instantaneously. Or Peter had him killed with the power of God or something. Why are they getting to stay alive here for this? I don't know. It was another 30, 40 years before the temple's destroyed. But Ananias and Sapphira don't get an opportunity. They get to die instantly.
You could just second guess. You could question everything in the Bible. Why is it that 42 kids were mauled by a bear for calling someone bald head? It's just oh, really? If I was a Christian, Oh, gee whiz, it would be draining because I'd be, how do I explain this one? Because again, the job is it has to remain up here. Because as soon as it comes down here, all hell breaks loose. It's like the whole worldview falls apart. So it has to remain up here. So the Bible is part of this God, Jesus, Bible, Revelation, perfect thing worldview. Okay, it's got utter insanity in there. Like there's nuts stuff in there. Oh, right. How do I do this? Really? I've got to do this? Okay. I can be a Christian, not easily.
Thanks, Constellation, for all the love today. For real. I mean, goodness gracious. You've definitely earned your indulgences. Abel Chavez says, and thank you for the super chat. Energy exists. This we know for a fact. So perhaps a man in the sky is the watered down version of reincarnation, a returning energy, and Yahweh is the biblical scientific name for this explanation. Church and people softened it.
As with any kind of claim like this, is like, yeah, but what's the evidence? Like, what good reason do I have for believing that? You might be able to create a hypothesis that fits all the data, and it's just a very ad hoc way of doing things rather than looking at the data and seeing where it leads you. You're like looking at the data and then fitting an idea to that rather than leading yourself to an idea. So yeah, that may be how it works, but then probably not.
Abel, thank you, man, for the support.
Thank you.
Yeah. And joining us here on this Sunday. I really appreciate it. Everybody who's been tuning in, this is the book. You can't miss it.
And can I just say, I read a review today that there was a bit of an issue with the ebook version of this, with still having some track changes in. That's got changed. That should be now. So if anyone's bought the ebook version of this before and had any issues, delete your version that you've got and then re-upload the version. You should have a cleaned up version.
Okay. Get the book. Check out his book. You are working on 3 or 4 other books right now too at the same time?
Yeah, so I'm working on that Alien book. I'm working on an Exodus book. I've got a book on slavery with Ed Buckner, who's the former head of American Atheists, I think, or one of those organizations. So that's it. That's also, and yeah, other projects too.
We have a series we've done already on the resurrection. For those who are interested, go check that out. That was fun. We pick it apart. The nativity. We go into the nativity. We have a lot of other books we can definitely get into.
I think we did one video on the nativity. So if you want to do a series going through the nativity, that would be pretty cool.
I feel like it might be good. The closer we get to Christmas, we
yeah, sure.
That might be the time to really dive into it. You have a lot of books. So for those who are interested, you have plenty that you can get into. Are you going to be on Audible ever?
I want to be, but it's just time. But yeah, sorting these things out. Yeah.
Well, you yourself wouldn't have to read it. You could hire.
No, I've had someone offer to read for me as well. So that's great, and to see how that sort of pans out. Can I read the conclusion to the book?
Absolutely.
To this book. So for those that can't be bothered to get it, here you go. Just. So for me, I'm pretty certain that God does not exist. So it's up to me. It's up to us to build everything from the ground up, not from the sky down. We achieve more when we build together and towards common goals, working to the same blueprints. That said, sometimes we have to tear old rickety buildings down before we build new, sturdier, more sustainable ones. I am not deluded enough to think that this book is a swing of a wrecking ball, but more of a blow of a sledgehammer. No, it's not the mythological fun of the supernaturally feather-like Mjolnir, but the rational importance of an enlightenment hammer, breaking holes in the dark walls to allow the brightness of the world to shine through. Let's work with the rays of reality to build something new, something better.
Well put.
Here endeth the lesson.
Thank you so much, man, for this whole series. Darlene's right. Divine hiddenness is one of the best arguments against the existence of God. I think so as well.
And please check out one of our previous videos on this series because we dealt with divine hiddenness, a couple of divine hiddenness arguments.
There's a lot of stuff to get into. I hope everybody goes and checks out your books, even to follow you on Amazon, because every time you launch a new book, it'll notify them via email. And You know, there might be discounts. Sometimes Amazon will have like a drop price for the ebook version or whatever it might be if you're not able to afford it right now. But I would love to see people doing that. That's why I do these interviews with my guests, to try and promote their works and to help people get acquainted with the arguments. Jonathan puts a lot of time, a lot of work into all of these publications. And you can tell he's done a lot of thinking about it. He's debated other Christians often on these topics. So please get a copy of the works and subscribe to his YouTube channel if you want atheist salvation. You know what I mean?
It will definitely come their way if they do.
Absolutely. I'm going to post this now in the chat so everybody has that. And leave a comment so I can pin the comment from you, Jonathan, after we're done with this live. Might take like 20 minutes for it to upload. I don't know. But yeah.
No worries.
Go subscribe to him. Let's get him up to 3,000 subscribers. There's no reason he shouldn't have that many or more. Honestly, he's a brilliant mind. You also have the blog, and people can go check out your writings here at onlysky.media/Jonathan Pierce. Yeah, Jonathan Pierce.
Yep. So yeah, or Jay Pierce, both work. So yeah, that's fantastic. Thank you for putting that out. And there's that article there I was telling you about informed consent. Sorry. So if you go down, the yes means yes. The idea that so if you want to keep going, that one, only yes is yes. No, up a bit. Anyway, yeah. So that is about God not asking us if He wants to use us for a greater good. So why suffering and evil happen, and theists say it's for a greater good. Yeah, but it's not really the dumb thing to use people's suffering without asking them first. But there you go.
Thank you. Last of all, MythVision's Patreon. I mean, look, I'm busting my hump. I really am. And I'm trying to move my family right now. Today was my son's birthday. He's 9 years old. Caden Lambert, I love you. You're probably not going to watch this, but who knows? One day, son, you might look back and watch these episodes and go, that was my dad. Like, my daddy was, doing these videos, and he was making an impact on what he believed was right. You're 9 years old today, son, and I love you. And working hard for them, for you, to try and bring more peace to the world, because I find so much tribalism that goes on between. I want atheists that are staunch atheists to try and relax a little bit, try to give people credit on educating themselves and growing. And I want fundamentalist Christians to grow up too and try to realize, okay, hold up, what is this? What am I reading? What is going on? So I want to try and find a way to bridge those gaps and allow our differences not to divide us so much that we can't get along and have peace with one another and love each other. I work very hard. Like I said, hundreds of videos on Patreon that have not been released to the public. Videos I've done with John Dominic Cross and John J. Collins, Joel Baden, Elaine Pagels, Joshua Bowen. I mean, the list goes on. There's just so many. James D. Tabor. And be on the lookout for the upcoming courses that I'm launching. The soon ones that are coming out, and they're going to be launched by Gnostic Informant, are going to be with M. David Litwa on the mysteries. That's coming. That's going to be launched hopefully within the next week. And you'll be seeing that from Gnostic Informant. Also, Litwa's going through a tough time. Litwa just got fired from a Catholic university because of the direction in which his scholarship is going.
No way. So this is Mike Licona.
Like, worse, because Mike Licona was like immediately picked up, by another church that was like, okay, the zombie apocalypse, you think it's metaphor, or you think it's something else. Whereas Lit was like, it's not a fundamentalist college. This is a legit academic college. But because he wrote Found Christianities, the GoFundMe, can we get Jason Sobek, can you post a link to that GoFundMe too? He's trying to get his family out of Australia because he's now getting laid off from that job at the Catholic university he was at. And he's going to have to find a new job at a new university. The guy's published amazing, actual, legit scholarship in this area, and he's getting fired. So when people say, well, academics aren't pressured and aren't persuaded by particular argumentations, like, absolutely they are. And
it's the whole cancel culture never happens on the right.
No, it oh, it for sure happens. So go to the GoFundMe. He wrote quite an interesting layout, but there's a lot going on in his life. It's not just that he is getting laid off because of the belief stuff, and he's writing critically. He's giving a voice to the heretics, to those who are performing heresies, teaching heresies. He's giving you all the early voices in Christianity that had opposing views to what we are being taught is called orthodoxy, and how some of these voices were earlier than the orthodox voices. But his wife's also pregnant now, so he is in the midst of having a child. All of this is happening. If you loved Litwa, go check it out. Go check it out. You know, I really, really recommend it. And Jason Sobek commented that in the chat. So we love Dr. Litwa as well. I don't know if there's anything else I can mention, but other than thank you for everything you're doing, Jonathan. Keep doing the great work. And I think we need to, when we leave, I need to have Naked Jesus show up.
It's always a pleasure, never a chore, both in terms of being on here and speaking to you, Derek, and seeing Naked Holy Hand Jesus. So this is always great. But no, seriously, thank you. And thank you to anyone who does join in at my YouTube and grabs any of my books. Really, really, truly appreciate that, because otherwise I can't afford to do this stuff. So thank you.
Yeah, please. You heard that. I can't emphasize what you said there. Help those that you enjoy the arguments from. I'm encouraging you to do that. If you don't find what he's saying interesting, attractive, you don't want to know more about what he has to say, then don't. But if you like it, help where you like it, so that you can keep bringing back more. And Jonathan says, it's that Derek guy. I'm not picking up his call. Screw that guy. Psh, we don't want that.
You're the first guy I pick up to all the time.
I know you do. But thank you so much. And if you are having a tough day and you're out there and it's Sunday and you're wondering, where do I belong? Like, what group am I part of? We got one right here. Never forget. We are MythVision. Okay, we are live. So all you demons, angels, souls, non-souls, whatever you are, welcome back to another episode of MythVision with our guest, Jonathan M.S. Pierce. How you doing, Jonathan?
I am doing very well, thank you. Thank you for having me again for the umpteenth time.
Listen, the real reason that I have you on this show is that together we get a little frisky with this intro. So let's just watch it together again.
I can't wait.
We are MythVision. Welcome back.
Man, I wish my sideburns were still that ginger.
Hey, we can pretend. If we can pretend that souls exist, why can't we pretend that you're still, still
Why? Oh, good. We're already starting. Why do we have to age? Why do we have to go through this process? Why can't we just exist eternally in a perfect form?
Exactly. Now, I hope that during your critique today, we aren't going to knock on soul food, because I do like soul food. We got to keep that category. You know what I'm saying? But seriously, go get the books. Go to Amazon. It's in the description. Let's have fun. The Nativity, a critical examination. Today, the book we're talking about is 30 Arguments Against the Existence of God, and I don't even think we're going to finish. We've tried this before, but it never ends. We can't ever finish. The Resurrection, a critical examination of the Easter story. You know, Jonathan, I think I'm reminded I need to create a playlist that covers like every interview that you've ever done on the channel, so people can go and watch that. You're also on YouTube. Please go subscribe to his YouTube channel if you want to not go to hell or heaven or one of those places that we're going to talk about today. Did you want to comment about your YouTube channel?
I am trying to get more content out there, but it's difficult when one is so busy. But that last video there is just a little clip from one of our little interviews, so that's nice.
I noticed that. I was like, okay, showing some love. I feel you. Also, you are on onlysky.media/Jonathan Pierce. He writes articles. Tell us about this website here.
So that's a website specifically aimed at the non-religious, and it's to give a voice to the non-religious, both politically and culturally and socially. But also, there's a whole range of writing on there, every type of writing you can imagine. So it's a great excuse for me to write about anything that I want to write about, which is usually anything. My last piece there is about something called phenomenal conservatism and skeptical theism, and how those ideas intersect. So the problem of suffering and whatnot. But please go check it out. It's in the description. Last of all, just dropped another bomb on MythVision's Patreon. I mean, just did this one. Mission to Rome, Luke Acts, John Dominic Crofton. I mean, this is an absolutely high quality 4K. I was in person. We sat on the same couch doing these interviews. There are tons of these on MythVision's Patreon. Just dropped that one yesterday. This hasn't been released. This hasn't been released. This hasn't been released. This has been released. This hasn't been released. This has been released. This hasn't. This is a Patreon only thing. This hasn't been released. This is all, and these are all 4K, high quality. My point is, get with the program. Join MythVision's Patreon as little as $3 a month. You can get the whole year at 16% off, and you'll have access to every bit of content we have here. People typically are better than Reformed Calvinists and Baptists think we are, born with corruptible we're so wicked. No, most people actually want to help more than that. And what do? They join at higher tiers. I don't ask them to. They just instinctually want to help and support and do good things. So anyway, go check out MythVision's Patreon. And with that being said, Jonathan M.S. Pierce, welcome to the channel, my friend. Can I just say, I don't usually, I'm only mentioning this because this is an absolute rarity, but Vesper's just in the comments says, looking good, Mr. Pierce, right? No one's ever said that to me before. I don't have the fortune to have a face like yours. But I did visit the Turkish barber today, and the attention to detail. I don't have a lot of hair left, but what hair I do have, oh my goodness! And a face massage, and a towel, and a cutthroat. I mean, there's something about giving your life over to someone as they have a cutthroat against your throat for a good 10 minutes. But there you go.
Look. I was just going to say the barber has really done something. Keep going to that same barber. Keep up the good work. Welcome in the chat, everybody. Mr. Willis, Vaguely Agnostic, Jamie, James, Daniel. We are MythVision. That's the correct one. So, Moon Shoes. Yeah, Trey, Mr. Greengold. I don't think there's even one argument which disprove God completely. Depends on what kind of God. Like,
okay, can we start there?
Yeah.
Can I just say something to that? So, in this book and with arguments in general, I think a lot of atheistic philosophers and theologians are moving away from deductive arguments against the existence of God, because I don't think you can really do that very easily. Otherwise, we would have disproved God, right? And in the same way that deductive arguments for God don't really work, because otherwise everyone would be like, well, that's a slam dunk. It all depends about what the axioms you are that put in and how you're defining your premises and whatnot. So actually, the best way to look at these are abductive arguments, which are inferences to the best explanation, which is to say we have two hypotheses: the God hypothesis and the atheistic naturalism hypothesis. And when we're looking at data, and we'll be talking about sort of lots of different sort of data points or ideas or things or phenomena, the idea is which hypothesis does this phenomenon best support? And if over and over and over again naturalistic atheism is the hypothesis that better explains this data, then what we're doing is we're building up a really, really strong cumulative case that atheism is the most rationally justified position to hold, and not omni-god theism. So I think that's a good thing for that person to have said, because it gets that out of the way.
I think, man, a lot of times I think there's rhetoric and emotion involved. So people on both sides tend to not just try to come at this completely with rationale and like, hey, I'm just telling you what makes the most sense to me. That's it. Like bone, let's not fight, that kind of thing. And I think one of my favorite philosophers is Graham Oppie on this particular one, because he's so he takes everything seriously, and he's not like, ha ha ha, you theist, and he's just like, no, I mean, atheism makes the most sense, and he's mowed over this and stuff. So I've had people get mad about that comment, even atheists who are trying to say it doesn't make the most sense, it's the lack of, and I'm like, no, you get my point. Anyway, yeah. What are we discussing today that's in your book?
So we have moved slowly through the book, and we've got to this point where we're going to talk about the afterlife. And what's really, really interesting about religion in general, I would say, and in this case, we'll be talking mainly about Christianity and sort of Judaism. But really, I would argue, and here's something I'm going to put out there, I would argue that religion really exists as a way to get an afterlife. I'd actually argue that the whole point about religion is the afterlife, and therefore that being so important, it's worth dwelling on that subject quite a bit, and also how you get to the afterlife. And we're going to talk a lot about the soul. Soul, you don't have
you broke up for a second.
Religion is brought. If you don't have the afterlife, then you don't have religion, I would argue, and I think that's a massively important thing to say.
Okay, so you broke up a little bit during that, but I'll say, what would you say to somebody who's like, well, before, Jews didn't really care about an afterlife, and they were religious, they followed a certain practice that at certain points it looks like they went to Sheol, and there is no post-mortem type of thing in a lot of cases. How would you respond to that?
And that's a good point. I think before people understood, how the world works and how they, understood everything, I suppose you had a lot of different ideas, and they really just didn't have in their whole radar the idea of an eternal life, the idea of a soul, because they didn't have the idea of eternal life and an afterlife. They didn't need the soul. And then as soon as they, in the Seleucid Empire, you had the Hellenic Jews were oppressing the other Jews around, and what was happening is these Jews were thinking, right, we're the chosen, and we're God's special ones. Why is it that we're being oppressed? Why does bad stuff happen to good people like us, and why does good stuff happen to bad people? And so, actually, as this was going on, and as their theology was being more and more developed, they got to the point where they're like, we can't make sense of this. This really isn't right. And so this is where you started seeing the development of the ideas of an afterlife and heaven, as they looked actually to Hellenic thought, and they looked to the Greeks and they saw Tartarus and the idea of this afterlife and the idea of a soul, and took those ideas and embedded them in their own sort of worldview, and you started getting greater and greater development of the idea of an afterlife that happened in that intertestamental period, and then eventually moving into sort of the time of Christianity, it gets more and more developed. But, and here's a big but, heaven and hell are deeply, deeply under-described, under-stipulated in the Bible. It's suitably vague, and that's to the real advantage of the worldview, because if they had laid all their sort of, you know, all their thoughts about it down, you know, their colors on a mask about what heaven and hell they think it was, then as theology and philosophy developed, loads of holes would have been picked in that, and it would have been found to be wrong. And actually, if things were built upon that in the Bible, their whole worldview would have fallen apart and their whole thesis would have fallen apart. So the fact that it's really vague in the Bible is actually to the benefit of Christianity, because it then means that Christians can and do make heaven and hell exactly what they want, and they mold it to whatever ideas they have, and they're not beholden to what the Bible says, because the Bible says very little. Sorry, it's a lot of me talking.
So no. Dale Martin, who's a New Testament scholar, I think he's a form of Christian of some sort. But I had a phone conversation with him one night. I hope to get him on at some point. I want to read his works before I do, but he told me, I was like, hey, so Dr. Martin, I'm interested in like figuring out what Paul was saying, and you know, what was he meaning? What was he trying to get at? All that. Dell stopped me and was like, hey, do you care why Mozart wrote his first symphony? Or do you, or are we more concerned with how it impacts us, right? His whole point was it's art, and it doesn't have like a localized first meaning. It's vague on purpose. And I totally disagree with his conclusion here. I think his point was you can't be certain about knowing what some of these authors meant in the Bible. But this is why we have a mess of different denominations and sects of Christianity, even between Eastern and Western Catholicism. So you're absolutely right about that. And I think that it leaves open that, well, you know, I think hell is just what I've been going through lately because my girl left me and my dog just passed away, and that's hell. And in fact, when I got clean off drugs 7 years ago and went into an AA meeting, I went in crying. I was still withdrawing. And I was crying at the meeting, and I was like, this sucks. I mean, I'm just going through hell right now, and I need some positive words and whatnot. And this guy, I'm not going to mention names, said, you know, when I was religious, I used to think hell was a place I would go after I died. And then, of course, he said, but when I got spiritual, of course, he said, when I got spiritual, I realized that, you know, it's somewhere I've already been. So it's not a place I'm going to go. I've already been to hell, and it was through the withdrawals or through the addiction that I dealt with, etc. I liked it because I was like, okay, cool. That makes sense from my experience. Like, I know what really bad is because I equated hell with really bad. But as far as a post-mortem hell, I believed that most of my life until I started to deconvert as I was getting clean off drugs. So there's a whole story behind that. I just wanted to make that point, that we all just reinterpret and find ways to make that art fit us. That's why I think Christianity is so smooth. It knows how to bend, and, well, you know, women can speak in the church.
And you can do this. This is the survivability of Christianity, because it's the inspired word of God. So the provenance is really important here, because actually what you can do is you can warp that and change the interpretation and reinterpret, and because it's not the exact word of God, and you could, if you want, say, well, actually these people might have got it wrong, and this is, whereas, like, say, the Quran is the actual word of God as spoken and dictated through the Archangel Gabriel to Muhammad, right? So there's a lot less wriggle room with the Quran, but with the Bible there's a lot more wriggle room, which is why there are 42,000 different denominations of Christianity. And so therefore, ideas of heaven and hell are incredibly adaptable. And so you'll have someone that says annihilationism is the one that makes most sense, and you have someone that says no, eternal punishment, and you have someone saying, you know, neither
universalism.
Yeah, exactly.
And also, I was going to say, it's not only Christian denominations. I mean, there are various sects of Judaism for a reason, and there are countless rabbis debating other people, other rabbis, and God, arguing with God in their literature. And sometimes they win, actually. And God says, my people beat me. you know, like, so there's all sorts of fun stuff to get into. Yeah. Go ahead.
I was going to say, just to let people know, because some people are saying 30 arguments today. We've actually gone through the first 20. So check out the first, I think, 3 videos we've done before this that do the first 20 arguments. Mm-hmm. And we're going to concentrate on probably arguments 20 to maybe 28 or something, 27, see how we get on. But sorry, you were going to say something.
No, we do have super chats. Keep that in mind as we go.
Yeah, go for it if you want to do that.
Okay. I'm following you here because we can let them build up however you want to do it. So. First one's Chris, and Chris says, I can't make the mental leap to credit anything to an imaginary figure. Why do have so many people with no, I think that he means like with no problem with that. Like why are so many people have no problem?
It's because I think, because largely belief in a particular religion is psychological. I would argue. It's belief has a functional benefit, and if it's providing that functional benefit, then you can end up believing anything. Goodness me, you look at QAnon and all these kind of crazy stuff, you know, conspiracy theories and moon landings. People can believe what they like if it does something for them, right? And they can suspend belief in suitably creative ways. So I don't think, you know, that I think, you know, again, to go back to this really central idea that if you believe in this imaginary figure, it gets you to an eternal life in heaven, in paradise. Man, so what heaven and hell are the biggest blackmails, like emotional blackmails, that or the biggest reward and punishment in human conception. There is literally nothing greater than heaven that you can imagine, because if you can imagine it, that would become heaven. Right? There's nothing worse than hell in human conception, because otherwise that's what hell would be. So therefore, you know, it is the worst thing you can imagine. These are the greatest carrot and the greatest stick that you can apply to humanity. And that is why people can make these mental leaps to credit anything to an imaginary figure, is because actually you've got everything on the line there. And atheists, unfortunately, we don't have a lot to offer against that. We can't promise that kind of crazy reward and punishment. It's just, that ain't going to happen. And some people might see that as a problem, because actually it's harder for us to attract people to our worldview, or, you know, depending on whether atheism is a worldview, but you know what I mean.
That's so interesting, the way that you phrase that. Yesterday, I dropped a video with John Dominic Cross and Answer My Question. There was no empty tomb. And of course, he's pointing out, like, no, divinized men had apotheosis, had ascensions. This is a mythos of Jesus, you know, sinning. And this gentleman believes in something divine. He believes in some form of God, but he puts it in an evolutionary model. So Crossan knows there's problems. So he recognizes, hey, I'm going to pick and choose. And I got respect for that. But at the end of the day, some guy commented, and I guess when people dislike comments, it drops comments down to the bottom, I guess. And this guy is like, I found him at the very end. He had like 6 or 7 comments. Nobody liked it. And he's like, what did he say? You better hope that you're right, or something like that. Like, and he's some believer. You could tell he was like not happy with this video. And he's like, you can see there was fear in this response. Are you sure you want to risk it and stuff like that? I think we could do pretty good jobs of showing how the mythos has begun, and how natural phenomena and imagination and beliefs become what we call heaven and hell. And then we want justice and stuff too. But anyway.
So I've talked about this before, how like you can challenge someone on, say, evolution, and you can say, or young earth creation. So you go to a young earth creation, you say, right, the world, here's the rational evidence for the fact that the world is not only 6,000 years old. And by delivering that evidence, what you're not doing, this is called terror management theory and mortality salience. So if your viewers want to go and look this up, that's what they want to look up. But the idea is that by challenging someone, you know, acceptance of the age of the age of the world, what really you're doing, if they were to accept that the world is however billion years old, then they are jettisoning their belief in an afterlife, in an eternal paradise. And so they are therefore going to reject your rational evidence, not on the basis of the power of that rational evidence, but on the basis that if they accept that rational evidence, they have to give up going to heaven for eternity. And they ain't going to do that.
Right.
And so therefore you've got to understand that when you are arguing. So that guy who's saying those kind of quite emotive comments, and you talked about fear, I can understand that. I mean, here's someone's like, well, hang on, if I start disbelieving this stuff, I could either go to hell or I'd miss out on the idea of eternal life in paradise. And that's a tough gig. So what I was going to do to just open the conversation up for today's one, I know we've been going for a long time already, but this idea of just world theory. So in psychology, just world theory is the idea that the world is ultimately just. And this is going back to what I said about the Jewish, oppression in the Seleucid Empire and why heaven developed. But actually, we as atheists, and everyone has a sense of just world. Right? I get really frustrated at unfairness. I mean, really viscerally frustrated. It's actually, interestingly, it's part of like a liberal political psychology, which is kind of understands why I'm pretty liberal. Is that fairness and unfairness are really big trigger things for me. So I've had to overcome this idea that the world is just unjust, right, in order to get on in life. But actually, that's annoying. It's annoying that the world is actually unfair. But for Christians, for example, the world is ultimately fair because the books get balanced in the afterlife. And so that is psychologically quite a sweet spot for them. I can see the attractiveness of that. Heaven and hell, the books are balanced. Anyone that's a complete bastard on earth, don't worry about it. They'll get their comeuppance in hell. And that sweet little baby who died of cancer, it's all right. They have an eternity in heaven. Job done. I can feel good about my life now. Whereas I'm like, God damn, that's unfair. We need to cure cancer, and we need to stop unfairness.
That is interesting. I'm with you. I mean, and there's people that don't even accept that we have a worldview to stand on unless they're such radical fundamentalists, unless you believe in Jesus or you're really borrowing it from God. Here's that one comment. It says, I don't know if people can see it. I'm going to zoom in a little more. Okay, that didn't help. That just showed Pine Creek. Hold on. Let me see. How do you back it up a little bit here?
Control-0.
Using a Mac too.
Oh, right. Yeah.
All right. Hold on one second. Let me do this here. Okay. If you're wrong, you're in trouble. You see the guy there at the bottom?
Yeah.
God's warrior. If you're wrong, and there's 21 replies. One dude liked it. Probably God's warrior finally got tired of seeing nobody liking it. It was like, I got to like my own comment. I don't know.
So to get the ball rolling, and again, 25 minutes in, and we just get the ball rolling. In order to get to heaven and hell, you need a vehicle. You need a vehicle that gets you from here, from this earthly life, to this non-material reality. So the vehicle is the soul. But the problem for the soul is that no one can really tell you what the soul is and what the soul does. And it has to be able to transcend physical reality to a non-physical reality. And that's really quite difficult. But it also has to be able to be causally connected to our moral actions. And it has to be causally connected because if you're going to punish a soul eternally, then the soul needs to be responsible for doing the stuff that you did wrong on earth in order for it to be fair, for it to be fair that God punishes the soul eternally. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it's the idea of, I mean, obviously, what kind of penalty are you going to get for what you did? If I stole an apple, do I deserve to be burned for all eternity? No. And it's also are you getting deeper into it?
We'll come on to that. That's one of our later arguments, but you're absolutely right. But the first thing is, well, what is a soul and what does it do? And the issue here is that people can't give you a decent answer to that. So just before we get onto a couple of those super chats, here's a quote from the Catholic Encyclopedia that broadly tells you that it's an important thing, the soul. And so the question of the reality of the soul and its distinction from the body is among the most important problems of philosophy, for with it is bound up the doctrine of a future life. Various theories as to the nature of the soul have claimed to be reconcilable with the tenet of immortality, but it is a sure instinct that leads us to suspect every attack on the sustainability of spirituality of the soul as an assault on the belief in existence after death. In other words, if you're going to attack the soul, you're going to attack the afterlife. And if you're going to attack the soul, you're going to attack heaven and hell. Yeah, absolutely right. So that's why it's such an important thing, the soul. However, no one can tell us what it is. And here's Richard Swinburne, Christian philosopher Richard Swinburne, in The Evolution of the Soul, the book he wrote. And he says, it is a frequent criticism of substance dualism, which is the idea that you've got mental stuff and physical stuff. So substance dualists believe that there are two substances and that they can somehow, cooperate. It is a frequent criticism of substance dualism that dualists cannot say what souls are. Damn right. Souls are immaterial subjects of mental properties. They have sensations and thoughts, desires and beliefs, and perform intentional actions. Souls are the essential parts of human beings, right? This is absolute, mere assertion, right? He's saying what souls are without giving any indication of how souls can be those things and do those things. And we'll just have a little discussion in a minute of how problematic that really is.
Holy smokes. Who is that? Somebody made it on the blurb.
Oh, that's you.
Oh, how the heck did that happen? Seriously, get the book. I wanted people to see the book too. But obviously I'm recommending it because you're always very thorough. You're very thorough, Jonathan. So yeah, it gets back to that. If you attack the soul, you are attacking the afterlife. You are attacking the idea of, hey, I'm getting justice post-mortem, or they're getting punished, right, for the bad things that they've done. And it's like that cognitive dissonance that you said in when you said, hey, if you show them the earth is older than 7,000 years old, but it connects to their doctrine of soul and hell, they're going to reject science, even observable facts, for beliefs.
And the other problem is, if you believe in libertarian free will, and that's a problem, I don't believe in that. I think it's a broken philosophical ideal. But if you believe in libertarian free will, then the soul has to be somehow acting upon you, or the thing that is doing the libertarian free will, in order for the soul to be punishable or rewardable in hell or heaven. And so, whatever you believe about free will, the soul has to be involved there somewhere. But then you get theologians saying, well, the soul, as Richard Swinburne says, is doing thinking, is doing memory, is doing rationality, is having thoughts, is having feelings. Right. And the problem is, we understand all the parts of our physiology and our mind and consciousness that do all those things, parts of our brains that do those things. So if you're saying the soul does those things, if the brain already does those things, or other things do those things, then the other things do those things, not the soul.
Right.
So you can't say the soul does this and also say, well, the brain does that. We know how memories are made, and we know how we learn. So you get some theologians say the soul can learn. We know how pedagogy works. We know how psychology works. We know the learning theories, and we know how the brain is everything's fundamentally based upon the brain. There's a supervenance, there's a dependence on the brain for all these things. Stick a fork in your eye and see how it affects your brain. Take drugs, drink, be tired, be hungry. All these things affect your the way your mind works and the way your intentions work. So if Richard Swinburne is saying, well, the soul is an intentional agent, effectively, how can it be both this separate thing, but also things that our body does and has effect on? And so then it has to be connected to us. Well, how does an immaterial soul get connected to the physical body? Where does it get connected? Where is it tethered? How is it tethered? How does it interact? How does it causally interact with everything we do and think? Right.
That's a problem that for anyone who wants to watch a fun debate, go watch Shannon Q debate Darth Dawkins. And it's a troll. He's a troll fundamentalist Christian. But this problem, she says, is what made her go from being a Christian to absolutely no. And you bring up a fascinating point. If the brain does this function, and then you say, well, the soul does that function too, or it can do the function too, and you have brain damage. I've heard this in debates and in comments, and people have asked these people like Swinburne, if you will, and others, is the soul limited based on the physiological, the physical nature? So if I go and my head gets smashed in or something, and I end up not being able to function the way I once did, I don't even seem like the same person. Is the soul also damaged now? Or is it the soul just limited, but the real soul of me is it's so unfalsifiable, and it becomes unfalsifiable to protect that belief, so that anything goes after a while. You kind of go like, you try to pin them down, but they'll be like, oh, no. Like, it's like an invisible ghost that fits right into this suit that we call our bodies or something like that. And it's like, what the heck, dude?
Yeah. As soon as you've got a mind-body supervenience, so the mind supervenes on the brain. So we know that we change our brain, our minds change. We do all those things I talked about earlier that can affect your consciousness. That, to me, those are all like pretty standard arguments that the mind supervenes, depends upon the brain. And as soon as you've introduced that idea, then the soul, you've got even more difficulty for the soul. Now, it might be worth mentioning the three different ways that Christians explain how the soul comes into being. There's traducianism, there's pre-existence, and there's creationism. So pre-existence is the idea that soul pre-existed the body completely. That's really problematic, and actually most Christians will not believe that. Then you've got traducianism, which is that the soul is created when the sperm and the egg conjoin. So it's almost like God sorted everything out and then sits back and lets that happen. Now, that's quite interesting because it's an acceptance that there is a physical development of the soul, or something physical going on that allows the soul to develop. Then you've got creationism, which is when the sperm and egg conjoin at conception, there is just ex nihilo a creation of a soul, which then has its problems because it's not connected to the body. And actually, how is your soul connected to you? So those are the ideas, but they're all really, really deeply problematic, because the whole idea of a soul is deeply problematic. And like you said earlier, is it just reflecting what all these things are already going on? Or if it's only reflecting, then it's not actually doing this, which means how can it be punished in hell? And then all these kind of really problematic ideas.
Yeah, it gets lost into consciousness and things like that. The modern debates that people don't want to call it soul, but it kind of fits into this. It's a pre-existent consciousness. Consciousness produced material, and it's like the material we have as humans. That was consciousness that preceded that. And to me, it almost seems like the soul is a reflection of the experience and the mind. Because we can kind of think and project or compartmentalize things in our brain that make us think that there's something more going on. And it's almost like they're projecting their experience and their thoughts, and they think that's this thing that we would call our soul or whatever. And I think it's interesting. I heard Steven Pinker, the philosopher, once was talking about language. I think it is. He's a philosopher.
Yeah. So linguistic.
Linguistic. Yeah.
He does a bit of everything.
I think it was him. It might have been someone else who said, you kind of wonder if the first time man spoke language, if they heard that voice when language came on the scene, and started wondering if that voice was its angel, its guardian, its God, its whatever it could be, and not knowing it's itself, us speaking in our own head. And like, we've learned to kind of gradually get away from being superstitious about voices in our head or thinking that way. We now think, okay, that might be schizophrenia or whatever. People still think it's demons. People still think there's other things other than your soul that are doing those things. Anyway, I just wanted to bring that up because that's why I'm into the science and trying to understand, like, what is the natural explanation?
I think, I think the idea of the soul being consciousness is broadly what most people probably think it really is. Mm-hmm. Like, you just think, here's my consciousness, this is me, and this is what I'll be in heaven. And we'll talk about that as a huge argument about what represents you in heaven. We'll come to that later. There's loads of super chats. Do you want to go?
Yeah. I just, Kamal, thank you so much for the super chat. Jews claim that the Western Wall, Wailing Wall in Israel, is protected by God, and it is written so in the Torah. Can you debunk that? Thanks.
Probably, although I don't know if it's for this particular video to do so.
I mean, yeah, I guess. I mean, I could make a claim that my garage door is protected by God. You know how many hailstorms and hurricanes that we have endured here in North Carolina over the past 20 years? That door has never been ripped off. And I guess if it endured let's just say it was obviously stone and it was massive, we could say the same thing about the Egyptian pyramids, by the way. God has protected the Egyptians who worshiped a totally different God than the Jews, and God protected them. Why? They've lasted far longer than the Wailing Wall. I mean, we could get like, what is the reasoning behind saying God protected it other than, hey, we have a text, we have a story about our people, we've survived quite a bit of trauma in history, and yet we're still holding on to these beliefs. Therefore, God must be looking out because we should have been extinct a long time ago, or whatever. I guess that would be probably the reasoning they're going down. But I mean, if I started naming older monuments, let's say, or somewhat contemporaneous to Jewish monuments that still exist today in India or wherever, is God also protecting them? That would be my approach. And that's also what helped me get out of Christianity, was like, Jesus literally walked on water, was born of a virgin, really did all these miracles. He rose from the dead. He ascended on high. He's going to come back. And I started looking and finding out, holy crap, Asclepius raised people from the dead. Holy smokes, Dionysus turned water into wine. Holy smokes, Caesar Augustus was born with a miraculous birth, and he had portents of his birth with a star and the whole nine. And when you do that, after a while, you start going, like, your wine gets diluted, and eventually you're like, it doesn't have the potency anymore that it once did. That's my response. Did you want me to keep going, or
what you said?
Okay. Princess is it Consuela? Forgive me. Banana Hamcock. Thank you for the super chat. What do you think about near-death experiences as proof of afterlife? There are many accounts of similar things, with details changing for personal beliefs. Jonathan?
Yeah, so NDEs they're a massive thing. Actually, there's a couple of recent books that just come out that are kind of trying to establish that these things happen. I think the data for NDEs is really problematic. I mean, what you can say in all these situations is proof, NDEs themselves as evidence. Well, are NDEs actually good bona fide evidence? And how could they be wrong? And there are many, many ways, and there's all sorts of dodgy, claims of NDEs. There was that book that was written by that Christian boy and his dad about how he had this near-death experience and went to heaven, blah, blah, blah. And then 5 years later, they came up and said, actually, we made it up. And there was like really big controversy because this had been held as the book proves the afterlife and, heaven and everything. And it's like, yeah, no, it wasn't true. So NDEs, they've done heaps of research, but I think that one has to be really skeptical of NDEs. I think there was a really good debate between Eben Alexander and Stephen Novella. Who's it? Was it Novella and Sean Carroll, I think, maybe, against Eben Alexander and someone else about NDEs? That's well worth looking at on YouTube because Eben Alexander has written a book on NDEs from a Christian point of view. If NDEs happened and they were a thing, like it's that weird situation, but that weird place, just as your brain is dying, there's going to be some funky stuff going on. And then sometimes it comes back. And, from hallucinations and stuff, from drug-induced hallucinations, the brain can do mental stuff. We can also prime near-death experiences. We can give people near-death experiences in a lab environment by stimulating the brain and the body in certain ways. So, just be really careful in invoking NDEs to prove anything. I don't think they do, because I don't think they are things.
I agree. And I think that they're called near-death experiences for a reason. Yeah. If we had dead experiences, I don't know how you'd even call it dead. I mean, I'm not talking about they're on the table for 4 minutes and then poof, heartbeat comes back or whatnot. If the brain is still functioning and whatnot, you're getting, from what I understand, the brain is wanting to protect you. I talked about this before as well. There's videos you can go on YouTube and watch of fighter pilots who are going into Mach force. And so they get into this thing and they go, they look like they aged 40, 50 years because the pressure sinks their face and they're like, ah! And this guy passes out, right? Oxygen cuts off from the brain. I'm sure it started dimming as he was right there. And then boom, he passes out and he's flying his arms around and he wakes up and the guy's like, you okay? And he's like, dude, I just got in a fight. He believed he got in a fight in that split second. He hallucinated during this little moment where his brain was shutting off, where he thought he was in a fight with someone. That's why his arms were moving. And I remember dreaming one time at a friend's house, spent the night, and I was fighting someone, but you have those dreams where you're trying to fight them and you can't. They're punching like this, and you're like, and you can't. You want to speed up, but you can't. Well, I was getting punched. I mean, like, boof, boof. It was like nothing I could do could stop it. Next thing you know, I woke up to another boof, and it was my buddy. Like, it was one of those, when you go to sleep first, we're going to beat you up and like mess with you while you're asleep. He was hitting me with a pillow on my face. But in my dream, I was fighting someone and I couldn't win. And he was boof, boof, boof. I mean, I'm getting punched in the face, but it was really the pillow in the real world hitting me. And in my mind, it was as real of a fist fight as I could possibly say.
Can I just... Well, Exy Music has just said in reply to Princess Consuela, like, I also had an experience when my grandfather died, positive but not natural, and I was wide awake. How do you know it's not natural? Like, these experiences, like, if you're having an experience brought upon, like, if you're having a conscious experience and consciousness is supervening on your physical reality of your brain and brain structures, then that is a natural. I've had sleep paralysis, and had a couple of times had some really mental experiences, right, that of hordes of demons and all sorts of stuff, but that's natural, right? Having an experience doesn't mean that it's like straight away it's a supernatural or non-natural experience. Anyway, just what I'd say. I can't hear you. Sorry.
While awake and not on drugs, I've had hallucinations and whatnot that have happened. I'm saying I didn't get enough sleep, of course. So I imagine through trauma, I imagine through lack of sleep, fasting, drugs, non-drugs, mental health, you name it. There are natural reasons we may experience something. And of course, it's easy to want to posit that to something more. We can't explain it. How come my brain had that little kink in it? It shouldn't be. That's got to be something beyond. And I've had some Christians get mad at me when they were like, well, what if Jesus appeared to you right now? Like you go home and at night and boom, Jesus appeared to you. And they get upset because they think you just don't want to believe. When I said, I would want to make sure that my faculties, that's all I said. I didn't go beyond like some of the other people who may have made bold claims. I said, I would just want to make sure that I wasn't losing my mind. I've done quite a bit of damage in the past from drug addiction. I've gone through a lot of issues in my life. And I know that I'm going to at some time, notice I'm saying I'm climbing the hill still, like I'm still young or something. At some point, the faculties are going to start failing me. And I'd want to know that I wasn't just in my imagination. I wasn't going through something wrong with my wife or whatever. Something caused me to do that. So anyway, I just said that and they went, that's evidence you don't want to believe no matter what. And I'm like, no, I've seen demons on ecstasy. I don't know what it was laced with, but this is back when the pills were out there in the United States for anybody who lives in the United States. I've done this stuff and I've seen things and it was so real to me, but I know that there was chemical induced ideas going on. So DDR, thank you for the super chat. Chris says, is a God belief intellectual laziness? What are your thoughts on that?
Interesting. No, I think I'll go back to it's psychology that you spend. So what happens is most people that believe end up coming from a community or a family in which belief their belief originates. And so it's a psychological or a social thing. And then you spend the rest of your life trying to post hoc rationalize that thing. And you might call that intellectual laziness, but really it's just you psychologically, you can't reason someone out of a position they haven't reasoned themselves into. Is this kind of claim where, someone that hasn't arrived at their position rationally, but has done so as a result of being in a family or social environment, then they are going to not maybe be using their rational faculties as effectively as possible, because there's so much psychology involved.
Is your book, by the way, this book, The 30 Arguments?
I wanted to answer. That's a really good point. So he's talking about this book.
Let me put you on the screen.
Yeah. So that book is my previous book to this latest one, which is a more philosophical, a deeper dive into my entire worldview. And actually it looks in essay form at loads of different building blocks to my entire worldview. That is a much deeper philosophical book. If philosophy is your thing, that's for you. This book is designed to be a nice, easy read. It is also philosophical, but in a real easy read way. It's designed to be like complete layman's, not in a bad way or anything. This is just like for the general public to be able to really get their teeth into it and enjoy it as a text, as well as having some really big ideas. So yes, it is easier to read, definitely.
It's a fun read too. I really enjoy it. I'm telling you, Dan Barker's funny too in the opening. So definitely get it. Thank you, Chris, for those super chats. Abel Chavez, do you think reincarnation is more plausible? No. Thank you, Abel. No, I know.
No. Well, so
what do you think?
Again,
if you were to say a god or reincarnation?
More plausible, I think it depends on the soul again, or some kind of entity that allows you to transcend physical reality. So you die, but somehow you continue. And so it's just as implausible as heaven and hell, because it depends. Like both of these, maybe it's more plausible because actually heaven and hell are also complete. So that's maybe a better question than I was thinking there, because heaven and hell are completely incoherent on their own grounds, but they also rely entirely on a soul, which is also, I would say, an incoherent concept. Reincarnation, if you had a god probably, or some kind of supernatural entity that could allow that to happen, because I don't think it's part of the natural world, it's maybe easier to argue for than heaven and hell, and would make more sense.
Thank you, Abel.
So,
Chindy says, I love your book. J.P. Richard Swinburne's definition of the soul, Swinburne, is mere, I think they mean assertion, speculation, or session speculation. We theists don't have evidence for the soul. That is just theology.
And what I love about Chindy always is that he's really, really honest with his belief, which is to say that, I struggle with this, but I still believe, and I believe because of these reasons. And here, again, real honesty, and I think it's great. Although I'd say that's a real problem because, without the soul, you don't get heaven and hell. And I think just believing, it becomes the wishful thinking fallacy, which is I want this to be true, therefore I believe it to be true. And I really want heaven to be true. Therefore, I need a soul to get heaven. Therefore, I believe in a soul. I don't know what it is. I don't know how it works. I just know that it works.
And then there are some like Crossan, John Dominic Crossan. I'm not so sure he buys into the soul stuff. He will say stuff like heaven and hell is kind of here and now type experiences that we have. So there's the redefining option, which is like, I like the tradition. I love having a rooted tradition that goes way back, but we all know that's not true.
It's like a Christian atheist.
Yeah, he is practically that. And anyway, Pascal, thank you for that super chat. Stop Scamming Man. Satan and the idea of fallen angels as the main adversaries evolved over time. Transitional forms are found in the Book of Enoch and the Book of Jubilees, both available on YouTube in audiobook form.
Nothing to disagree with there. Yeah, so these developed those ideas of heaven and hell through the intertestamental period, and actually, there are. I think I did on my channel a debate on universalism with Caleb Jackson and my friend who's a Christian universalist as well. Myself and Neil Sendlak, Gnostic Informant, we debated it and we talked about all this kind of stuff and the development of ideas of the soul and heaven and hell. And I think Bart Ehrman's book's pretty good on that. His recent Heaven and Hell book,
It just shows it's not even one. There wasn't even one idea of what it meant to. That's another interesting thing. Princess is back. Thank you so much for the super chat. What about ghost experiences? I had one that is definitely unexplainable. I know a lot of it is faked out there, but right after my grandma died, something happened I could never debunk. Thank you so much.
Well, it's about, again, you'd have to go into the individual claims here and the data, but I would say we can very easily get things wrong. We misinterpret all sorts of things. I've had experiences that if I didn't know otherwise, I would have put down to either a religious experience or like in the sleep paralysis, certainly supernatural. But, I knew about sleep paralysis, told my sister, and she has sleep paralysis as well. And and it's just, I think there's an awful lot of stuff that might seem like, there's no way I can explain that, but is almost certainly explicable. I put my mortgage on it.
I'm going to tell you like this. If I didn't know that I took drugs that night in the jacuzzi and saw what I saw, there would have been no way to explain it. And so I say that to
so
say,
if your brain can do that, right? There's that's a natural way. That's naturalistic, as in there are natural chemicals and natural things that are going on in your brain to produce some incredible phenomena, right?
Right.
Absolutely mind blowing. Now, if that can happen on drugs, I'm sure it can happen without drug or in other ways, or in drugs that we don't realize are drugs. Maybe you've eaten things, or chemicals, brain stuff happens.
And especially if you've lost someone that you love, that's dear to you, there's a lot behind looking into on that, Princess, that I really think in fact, there are some. Go ahead. Your book talks.
Well, in my resurrection book, in the section on visions, because there's an awful lot to be said about visions. Like there's been so much research that's gone into like grief and anger and loss, much more likely to have visions, auditory and visual hallucinations. There's an absolute ton of data out there.
Also, my Uncle Bubba, when he passed away, my mom's brother, they had dreams for months. I mean, like weeks and months after, where Granny would call, or Mom would call, or my aunt would call, and they talk about these dreams about how they walked through a special door where it was glowing light and things like that. Like with him, they had these experiences. They woke up, they crying, sweating, the whole nine. They really were experiencing in their dreams. And I think it's like we can't let go. Number one, psychologically, but also wishful thinking, wanting those things to be true. And I think even the Jesus studies we do can play into this. Was Paul, did Paul have some type of come to Jesus moment, after persecuting Christians? And next thing you know, he had enough of their ideology. If he didn't, why is he attacking them? He must know what they think in some way. So somehow he had this turnaround after all the bad things he was doing. Probably had a guilt conscience. And next thing you know, he's having these experiences. This can happen. So stop scamming, man. Strange near-death experiences involving the meeting of a departed never come with info. Like, here's where Genghis Khan is buried. By the way, Religion X is true. That would save many souls from heck.
Yeah. They seem to be rather conveniently just, stuff that already, and this is why. So in near-death experiences, like the golden, the sort of your golden ticket for the NDE sort of research is for people to have near-death experiences and be able to see things. Like they paint things on the top of the like the lights in surgeries. So when someone dies and then they've had and then comes back to life, has a near-death experience, they say they want to know whether they can see what was on top of the light fitting. And so that's really, really important to. But again, you've got to look into all the research and the data and see whether it's reliable.
Thank you. Stop scamming, man. Daryl Duckworth said, "Isn't religious faith really just pretending to know what we don't know?"
Yeah. So when I talked earlier about functionalism, or what we believe things for psychological reasons, and belief in God has a functional benefit. One of those things is attribution, so explaining things that we don't know. So, we didn't understand how lightning worked, so it was, Thor getting angry and chariots going across the sky or whatever. And now we do understand that, and so we replace those theories with what we know now. In our understanding of scientific naturalism and how the world works. What's interesting to see is the direction of movement of theories. So never once has a naturalistic theory been supplanted by a supernatural theory about explaining how something works or what happens. But tens of thousands of times we've supplanted supernatural theories with naturalistic theories. So if you're going to bet on what explains any piece of data, the beginning of the universe, consciousness, whatever, things that we might not know 100%, then actually your good money is betting on the horse that's won every single race rather than the horse that's never won a race. So that it's better inductive. You've got good inductive reasoning to bet on naturalism over supernaturalism. Yeah.
Praying stopped working, so I decided I'd go to a doctor. That's the kind of stuff that, it's kind of common sense in a way. Abel says, we are a freak on nature, but what if all the energy from religion intentions somehow making humanity, the globe, a god, we become an identity of reincarnation?
I'm not really sure I understand that. I would have to sit and think about what that means. I do apologize.
Thanks, Abel. Appreciate the support. Bradford Baldwin, it's hard to disprove a thing that doesn't manifest in reality and is based on unfalsifiable claim. Best argument against God is randomness of universe.
It depends what you mean by randomness, because I would argue that the universe is not random. I have a narrow frequency understanding of random, so I'd say there is technically no such thing as random. But then it depends on what your interpretation of quantum is. Anyway, rabbit hole. Unfalsifiable. I think something like the soul is just an unfalsifiable claim. You just can't. It's just, pie in the sky kind of like assertion. But interesting. Talk about random. So, and this, I talk about this a little bit in here, but a lot in here in greater depth in the Why I'm an Atheist book, which is the soul. So if you believe the soul is kind of like this agent that's able to allow you to get libertarian free will, then, what about what allows us? I call it the argument for format, and I'd really be brief. I try not to say too much because it's quite in depth. But the idea is that in order for a soul to be recognizable as a soul, it has to have some kind of regularity and not. It can't just stop being a soul. In other words, it has to sit inside a framework that the properties of soulness maintain over time so that you can recognize that as being a soul, right? And the only way you can really understand that is to have strict regularity, kind of humane regularity of existence, which is basically causal determinism. You'd have to have some framework. In other words, it's ironic that people posit that the soul underwrites libertarian free will. That's a huge problem anyway. But the soul is itself must be determined, because in other words, if it wasn't determined, it would just kind of cease to be. You'd have to have something. Anyway, it's a little bit in depth and philosophical, but I would argue you have to have a deterministic framework in order to keep a soul regularly being maintained as a soul and just not dissipate.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Bradford, Apollo's Christian Apologetics. Critique, please. False religions are not deductively, categorically analogous to a true religion. OFC, this assumes good evidence. Thanks.
False religions are not.
I think, of course.
I'm not. I don't quite understand the question. I mean, in fact, one of the first chapters in this book is on true Christianity and what is true Christianity and what is a true religion and what is a false religion and who gets to dictate. Like, none of us can agree on what the core tenets of Christianity really are. If I said now I'm a Christian, I really believe I'm a Christian, and yet really actually most of my beliefs are atheist. Who gets to decide whether I am really a Christian or not? And so when someone's a Catholic and Protestant, or when someone's a really weird sect of Christianity, who gets to arbitrate whether they're a Christian or not? Is there some kind of objective truth to a true Christianity, and how do we know that? And so the idea of false religion and true religion is a really, really difficult area. It's a quagmire to kind of navigate.
Thank you so much. Exit Music, have you seen the discussions out of the University of Virginia on psychic phenomena hosted by John Cleese, Monty Python?
No, but that might be something to look at.
Absolutely. Thank you for that super chat. Bradford says randomness of verse, black holes sucking everything, galaxies colliding, stars exploding. It's like a sign saying not a great place for life.
Yeah, that's a great point. So the idea, this is the argument from fine tuning, which is to say the universe is fine tuned for life. It's like, is it fine tuned for a glass of wine? Maybe. Or is it fine-tuned for death? Actually, it's far easier to die than it is to live. If I designed a unit, we talked about this in a previous video, but if I was to design, I gave a rabbit hutch analogy, but if I was to design a universe, you know that I'm an all-loving God, right? That you're an all-loving God.
Yeah, I know that, but so I hope everybody watching knows that you're an all-loving God. But go ahead, I'm sorry.
But this goes back to the abductive reasoning I was talking about. We've got two hypotheses: naturalistic atheism or omni-god, where God is all-loving. Right? If omni-god is your hypothesis, what would you predict the universe to be like? Would you predict it mainly to be full of death or non-life and actually really difficult to live? Or would you predict that there will be heaps of life, so much life, you should be teeming with life, and life that finds it really easy and it's loving and lovely to live? If God was infinite love, Why do black holes exist? Why do earthquakes exist? Why does cancer exist? So all these things, like better support. So the universe, the fine-tuning argument is broken for so many ways, but they try and have their cake and eat it. If there's only one instance of life in the whole universe on Earth, then they say that's evidence, Goldilocks, that's evidence that this is fine-tuned for life. And if life was on every single planet of the universe, they would say that's evidence for fine-tuning. Look how easy it is for life to be. It's like, hang on, you can't exist. You can't, at each end of that spectrum, argue that is evidence for God. That is, you know, heads I win, tails you lose. I'm not having it. So that is a really good point. Thank you. Sorry, I'm ranting.
There's so much to say about that whole omni-god thing, because I'd have to use my experience to understand what seems worse or better, and then I would want to roll with that. And if I compared what I would want versus how it is, this is what the problem is with a lot of people. They think I think I'm more moral than God, and it's like, well,
it's a really, really useful thing to say is, what would you predict given each hypothesis? So the universe that's existent now that we understand is much better predicted on naturalism than omni-god theism. Sorry, now I interrupted you again.
No.
But the idea is that if God was love, this is the last kind of universe I would expect. Whereas naturalistic atheism, which doesn't really give a toss, you know, shit happens, get over it. Like, yeah, there's, you know, evolution, carnivorousness, death, suffering, black holes. Yeah, you know, it sucks to be us, but sometimes it's great to be us. But, you know, it's difficult existing, and actually it's great to be us, but it's not so great to be, you know, a mammal living in a jungle that's just about to get its throat ripped out by a jaguar.
Yeah.
God,
thank you so much. And Bradford's back. Asteroids, God's practical joke circa 4.5 billion years ago. That's random. Natural laws are different. Observations on how it works, so not random.
Yeah. Just, yeah.
Thank you, Henry.
Everyone loves a good natural. I mean, God loves a natural disaster. I mean, he got the design wrong, didn't he? And then had a flood to kill everyone and start again. You know, he's which is odd because he's got divine foreknowledge, so he should have predicted that was going to happen and designed it differently in the first place. But I don't know. Who knows? Thank
you, Bradford. And of course, again, thank you, Henry. I don't mind when God wants to cut me off and interrupt me. Don't worry. Grays 174. If there was a detailed fulfilled prophecy that was surely made before the events, i.e. a 6th century manuscript of Daniel 11, would that prove God? If there was
so what's really interesting, I mean, this is completely off topic, but I love it anyway. So what's a really interesting thing about all prophecies that have been written, none of them tell us anything useful about the future. All they do is predict things that are kind of like, yeah, there's going to be a war, someone's going to get wiped out. Yeah, pretty obvious. No, you don't get a prediction in Daniel 11 saying, do you know what? There's going to be intercontinental ballistic missiles, and I'm going to explain what they are. You know, there's going to say, and they're going to be flying cars, and there's going to be spaceships that are going to the moon. And if you don't know how the moon is, well, this is what the moon is. And this is, you know, no prophecies do these things that explain the future in a way that is like mind-blowingly amazing. They only predict things that happen right there and then, because actually they're all ex eventu anyway, so they're written after. And
if they're not ex eventu, it's like a common sense thing. Like, all right, we're going to war. Ukraine's going to war against Russia, and a prophet in Ukraine says, well, you're going to win this one. You got a 50-50 on this, okay? So if you win, if it happens, someone goes, see, he's a prophet. Others will just say, you're either going to win it or lose it, dude. Like, it's
you go back to being suitably vague.
Right. So thank you, Grays 174. Almost done here, John. We're barely moving. I get it.
I know. We haven't even done the first heaven argument. This is insane.
This is unbelievable. Yeah, everybody's loving this. Hold up. Sorry, not a great place for life. Like sometimes StreamYard will like jerk down. Do you have that problem?
No, I don't have any problems.
That's true. You're God. What does all loving mean?
What a good question. So, and in fact, quite often you hear the word perfection being thrown around. I often argue things from a Christian point of view, right? And actually, so I would say all loving is inherently problematic, and I know I get called up for using the word problematic too often. Get over it. But also, perfection is really, really a difficult idea. So I would say, so when people say God is perfect, I would say that doesn't make sense. Things can only be perfect for something. Perfect is a goal-oriented value judgment. So I could say that a baseball is a perfect ball for playing baseball, right? But a baseball is not a perfect ball for playing ultimate frisbee. Perfect implement. So in other words, you know, things are perfect for something, and if it does it really, really well, then that's perfect. So the only thing you can say about God is perfect for being God, you know, some kind of tautology. So I don't think saying God is perfect, but if Christians are going to go down that route, then okay, let's go with it. And I'll show you how it's incoherent, but also let's assume it's not incoherent and then see how it plays out in these other areas. All loving is another one like that. Well, actually, what does all loving mean? All loving to whom, at what point, where, how? All animals, some animals, you know, how is God able to stand off and let people suffer in order for a greater good to come about, use them instrumentally? Is that all loving? Or would it be better to actually get involved and stop that happening? You know, the idea that God, the creation is the overflowing cup of God's love is like, if, again, prediction, what would you predict if God was overflowing love, not cancer and Ebola? So, and yet Christians can say God is all loving, and it's like, I don't think you can square that circle. I don't think, anyway. Yeah, so that's a really good question. Is what does all loving mean? And I'd say, yeah, there's a real problem in defining that carefully.
I think it's a huge problem, being one that came through Calvinism on my kind of journey out, especially in not just Calvinism, scratch that. But the point is, yes, I was a Calvinist. There are texts all throughout the Bible where God hates people. I mean, literally Esau I hated, right? Well, he just disliked him more, or he liked him less, or some crap. Psalms 5:5, I abhor workers of iniquity. And of course, what happens to them? They get killed by God, or something happens to them. Like
all the firstborn children of the entire Egyptian nation are murdered because the Pharaoh said no when God hardened the Pharaoh's heart anyway. I mean,
the list can go on and on and on. But yeah, it's such a weird concept after studying the Bible so long. Like, God loves everybody. And I'm like, what book are you reading? I don't get it. That you're literally cherry picking a few verses. And even then, I'm not so sure. You can either run with Marcion and say his God was different. Okay, that's your best bet. The other option is to say, by the time you get there, these universal terms saying like, for God so loved the world, doesn't mean every individual. It means, you know, God has a bigger plan than just for Jews. That doesn't mean every... Anyway, so many.
Sorry, I interrupted your.
Oh no, please God, please God.
I got. This is James Apperson. We're talking about what does all loving mean, and he's like, I just marginally like some things. I just love the understated genius of that. I'm not all loving. I just marginally like a few things, a bit.
James,
anyway,
sorry. Awesome. Thanks, Grace, for that. Apollo says, like doomsday problem for miracles, not 0% chance, yet never happened. Sorry, tried to get my question in before end of videos, so bad wording.
I'm not sure I understand this. So, like doomsday problem for miracles, not 0% chance, yet never. I literally can't understand that. I'm sure it's a great question or statement. Miracles are a huge problem. We talked about miracles. I think, I've debated Jonathan McClatchy on miracles on Unbelievable. So if you want to go and check out a whole debate I've done on miracles, go and check that out. But yeah, I'm not sure.
How do you feel you did on that one?
I thought I did pretty well, actually. I did. I think I won that. I was happy. I loved, so one of his, and Emerson Green, one of my friends I've done a few interviews with, he loved this. That's so one of his proofs that miracles exist, and he's using some of Craig Keenan's work, is to say that these people with multiple sclerosis have gone into remission and they've got better, and they've been prayed for and they've got better. And I'm like, oh, please use this in the debate. And he used it. And I'm like, right. Okay, first of all, I have multiple sclerosis. So let's just, this is a great example to use. There is one version of multiple sclerosis called relapsing remitting multiple, RRMS, right? It's literally baked into the the condition that you get worse and then get better, and those relapses, those remissions can go on for a very long time, and you can go blind and then be not blind, literally like that. So it's just like, I love the fact that you've picked this. You've battered that into my court. This is my area. I've got MS, and you are talking absolute cack here. But yeah, anyway.
Thank you, Apollos. Can God exist and not be all loving?
So this is the kind of evil God thesis, or versions of God that are God. This depends how much you adhere to perfect being theology. So perfect being theology is that there are great making properties, and if God is kind of like an ontological argument, which is that if God exists, God must necessarily be greatest of all possible, like the greatest that can possibly be, and the properties that God must have must be. So certain theologians will argue that lovingness is a great making property. So therefore, if God has it, he has it to the most optimal degree. And the idea, it gets interesting because things like free will, God, if that's a great making property, God must have free will. But actually, God can't have free will because he's got perfect foreknowledge. I mean, he knows his own future events. He cannot do anything other than what he's predicted himself to do. So he is just like an automaton that going down this like track that he cannot change paths on. And so, I think the whole idea of great making properties and ontological arguments to argue for God's existence through like these kind of mechanisms are a bit of a stretch. I don't agree with them because I don't believe in God. Yeah.
Thank you.
So could God be all loving? You could imagine a God, but it wouldn't be the greatest God you could imagine if being loving was a great making property. Unless
they had no power. That's a whole different issue. Trude Hell, keep up the good work, you two. Thank you, Trude.
Trude, legend.
We're almost there, Jonathan. Can you please make more videos exposing Judaism, the Talmud? This Rabbi Mizrachi made a video called Torah and Science. Can you debunk this? Thanks.
Come on, get on it, Derek.
I know. I do a lot of stuff where it's like I deal with the Bible mainly, right? Hebrew Bible, and show the God is like all other ancient Near Eastern gods. We have more work coming on showing the earth is flat. Why? You can thank Mike, what's his name? Who's the pastor? Mike, help me out here. Because you're omniscient. I'm not. What is Mike, the pastor, the guy who has a big YouTube channel? You should know who I'm talking about here. He's a big YouTuber, Christian pastor, Mike something. Anyway, he made these videos trying to get around Winger, yes. Trying to get around the Bible doesn't have flat earth cosmology. Everything's poetic, of course. He escaped to that route. Or that there's not a solid dome. They didn't believe in the actual solid dome like all other ancient Near Easterns and stuff. But yeah, I'd be interested in diving into the Talmud with someone who's an expert who's seen all the little quirks and weird ideas that have been going on through history. Because, well, these are men at certain times who had ideas that were probably being passed around in their groups at that time, which are outdated. But of course, if you're a Christian, you want to, a lot of times, not always, want to make your Bible match modern science. You want to make your beliefs, hey, we were right all along. Like Islam wants to say we have scientific miracles in the Quran. And it's like, I mean, you can't show more dishonesty than taking those routes. I mean, it just doesn't make sense. So, Kemo, I definitely will. Just be patient with me. I'm literally in North Carolina trying to move to Washington State. Gray's 174, but if a prophecy was detailed like Daniel 11 and not ex eventu, would that show God exists and has spoken?
Well,
not necessarily.
It would certainly need explaining.
Yeah, I mean, you got to ask yourself the question, right? Like, how far do we want to take this, Grace? Like, let's say they said, hey, the king of the north is going to come and fight the queen of the south, and and the army's going to lose, and then a new king is going to come in the north, from the north's going to lose to the south or whatever, right? How do we know that there isn't a calculated involvement? There's a lot of different things that might play a significant role. I mean,
it's the same theory as irreducible complexity. So basically, there is some kind of threshold that you overcome where you say that's complex enough as a prediction of the future to make me think, oh my goodness, something's going on here. Now, there's also the idea of coincidence, right? Even something that's incredibly complex can be predicted if you have enough chances of predicting, right? Like I can win the lottery, which is a 1 in 13 million chance, or it's even higher now in Britain. So they added some more numbers, but say 1 in 50 million chance, someone's going to win the lottery. So they pick those right numbers. Now, the idea is that, you know, does this represent coincidence, or does it represent, you know, a true prophecy? You know, I don't know.
Thank you so much, Grace. Yeah, I just think like there's a huge hide and go seek happening here, and it's like there's better ways to just prove you're God rather than sending some guy in the Middle East saying something who probably gets him killed because everybody else doesn't like it. They write it down in a text, you know, a few generations later, possibly if they did. I mean, like, what ways? Why is this the form of communication from an omniscient, all-powerful, all-loving God is beyond me? I don't know. If I was a dad, I wouldn't want my kids guessing. You know, like, does he love me? Is he really there? Is he really my father in heaven? I'm gonna freaking show up. But then again, there's a lot of crap that can go into that. Anyway, we caught up. I'm shocked. It was a miracle.
Brilliant.
In fact, I might even believe in God after this.
God exists, and I'm here. Let's get on to our first argument about heaven now that we're 1 hour and 17 minutes into this.
Okay.
What's the point in heaven? I mean, that's really a bit of a thing, right? So, like, and hell, you know, and we'll talk about hell maybe in a little bit more detail in a bit. But what's the point in heaven? Like, that seems to be the end game. I mean, we spend eternity there if we succeed in getting there. But you know, why is that created? What if God has complete foreknowledge, right, and creates people already knowing who's going to pass and who's going to fail, who's going to go to heaven, who's going to go to hell? Then why bother doing all this? Like, what is all that God is doing is creating people in order to get punished or not get rewarded, depending on how you see hell. And just creating a bunch of people to experience some pain and suffering on earth and then throw them into heaven. It's like, well, just create heaven. And again, we'll come on to that argument in a little bit of time. So what's the point in hell is perhaps an even stronger argument, because actually heaven's quite nice, very nice, or as nice as you can possibly imagine. Hell is pretty darned horrible. It's the worst you can imagine. So why would God do that? Now let's think about our own prison system. Why do we punish people? Actually, there are 3 elements to the prison system. Traditionally, it's been retribution, deterrence, and rehabilitation. So that's why we put people in prison, for those 3 things. But as we understand human behavior more and more, and this is really linked to free will, retribution becomes less and less of a coherent idea. Because if you deny free will completely, libertarian free will, then actually retribution is morally abhorrent, because you're punishing someone for just doing what they're going to do, and they're always going to do that because they're the person they are in the situation they're in. Like, they've got a ruined childhood, or they've got these kind of genetic makeup, or this kind of biology, or Adrian Raine, in his amazing book called An Anatomy of Violence, talks about the biosocial jigsaw, why people act in antisocial manners. If you're going to buy a book, buy that book. No, buy my books. After you buy all my books, buy that book. Adrian Raine, An Anatomy of Violence. It is superb. But the idea is that you're punishing people for doing what they're going to do in that situation that they're in, always. And if God then knew that was going to happen and creates them anyway and then punishes them, is God that is looking morally abhorrent here, not the person that does a moral wrong on earth. And so retribution doesn't make sense on that. So therefore, it's about deterrence and rehabilitation, or it should be. Well, it turns out that deterrence is not particularly affected by harsh punishment. So the prevailing data shows us that the harsher the punishment, it only has a very marginal effect on whether you're going to do it. So it turns out that some countries around the world with really harsh punishments have actually got higher crime rates. What's going on there? So there actually is a lot more that's going on. It turns out that the biggest effect on whether you're going to commit a crime or not, so the biggest deterrence is the perception of whether you're going to get caught or not. That's actually got a much bigger effect. So, better policing that's got you more chance of being. So if you go, if you're thinking about, I'm going to shoplift at my local shop, right? And you think I've got a like 0.005% chance of being caught, then actually you haven't got much of a veto to stop you doing it other than your moral character. Obviously, I wouldn't do that, but some people will think, right, I can really easily do this and get away with it. But if you think I've got a 99% chance of being caught, then actually hardly anyone's going to shoplift with that perception. So actually, what the much better deterrence is the chance of being caught. So when you're talking about hell being a really harsh punishment, really it doesn't act as a deterrent. And then you've got rehabilitation. So what the idea of our prison service is you punish someone, you give them, so say the Norwegian system that only has a 20% recidivism rate in a lot of their crime, depends which crime it is, but that's massively, that's the lowest like America is something like 83% on certain crimes. So it's just terrible, you know, judicial or the system of, you know, incarceration in America. It just is a broken system. And the rehabilitation doesn't work, so it's a revolving door. You do a crime, you go into prison, you actually learn some more skills, you go and commit more crimes, you come back, and blah blah blah. But when it works well, we skill people up, we treat them humanely, like in Norway. You give them the skills, you send them back out in society, and they don't come back. Excellent. Hell, you're committing someone to hell. They stay there for eternity, and they just get punished for eternity, literally forever. That's a problem. Sorry, that's a lot of me talking. Derek, you talk.
No, I'm enjoying listening to you talk about this. Yeah, I think where do you even begin with this whole idea of hell? It's really complicated, because with the thinking that you're putting in, if it's not a deterrent and someone already feels like they already deserve hell, they might go, you know what, screw it, I'm going to get punished anyway, the worst. What if the opposite's true and they decide they're going to do even more at this point? I'm just saying there might be a few numbers. Just like you said, it isn't much of a deterrent. Well, there might be that few percent that goes, I'm going to hell anyway. I'm going to do everything evil I can possibly do at this point. Not many people do that. But my point is, it's like, it definitely affected me psychologically. My mom all the time still tries to call me, hey, honey, listen, I wanted to talk to you. I heard something the other night in my dream, and I just want to make sure that you say a prayer to God and stuff like that. Like, I don't want you to go to hell. And I'm like, it scares her, you know? And so she's always constantly in fear.
There's not a lot of data out there, but there is some data to suggest that belief in hell does lower crime rates a little bit, like hardly at all, very little bit. Interestingly, belief in heaven increases crime rates. So, you know, there you go. So actually, if you believe in heaven and hell, whatever, doesn't. So for me, hell, like if you're going to do that, especially if you know you're going to commit someone in advance of creating them to hell and then create them anyway, it's just, I can't get over how morally abhorrent that is. But hell should be transformative, is my opinion. Right. Like that, if I was all loving, like again, what would we predict if we knew nothing else and we knew God existed and was all loving? I would think that all kind of punishment would have some transformative effect, which is why I think Christian universalism is far more attractive than these ideas of this retributive version of hell and so on. So, you know, it's not transformative, and that's a real problem.
Dale Allison Jr., I think, is a big fan of Origin, because Origin had something of a universalistic position. Yeah, I'm with you. Yeah. I'm tracking with you. I honestly don't know if there's much I could comment other than I read this horrible book that like really screwed me up for months called A Divine Revelation of Hell by Mary Kay Baxter when I was younger. And she talks about how she went to sleep one night and Jesus appeared to her, took her by the hand, took her soul. Her body stayed in bed the whole time, by the way, in her house. Took her soul, like went up high and above the earth. It must have been probably a globe. I don't know. Either way. Looked down and saw all these holes, these portals to hell. And then like I'm like trying to give you the nutshell here. Like he takes her down through these holes, and there's like these souls or whatever spirits trying to reach out to grab them as they're going down these little tunnels, these little portals that go down into earth. Hell is in earth, and hell is in the shape of a human there's a mouth. You enter in through the mouth of hell. And then like he, through the whole book, supposedly takes her through every section of the human anatomy in hell. And she was really good with words. Let's put it that way. Vivid imagination. You good?
I just went into a portal into hell. That was so weird. And
You okay?
Yeah, I'm all right now.
So Jesus takes her into the heart, which is the worst place of hell in her book, and leaves her. She starts getting tortured, and like the worst things are happening to her, and she is screaming and tormented. And then like she's going in agony. I can't even like put the words out there. You'd have to read the book. Next thing you know, she wakes up in her bed and she's mad at Jesus. And then Jesus comes to her again like a week later and is like, I'm sorry. I needed you to experience this. Now I need you to tell everybody about this place. I need you to like, and
so that's transformative. So that's transforming her, and that's acting as useful for informing other people. Now, it doesn't seem like the traditional version of hell, and again, it's not really evidence in the Bible. Let's remember this. The kind of Renaissance period brought Dante's like Inferno, and the idea of hell seems to have really come from that kind of period rather than the actual Bible. But those understandings of an eternal torment are just not transformative at all. And the idea that God would have some kind of indignation
I need to pause you for a second. Jesus only got her out of it as an experience so that she could write this book to tell others, you're never getting out of this. So yeah. I hope you didn't get a misunderstanding. Right. He left her in the worst spot in this place, hell, in her book, of course. Great imagination, because she wrote a book after that called A Divine Revelation of Heaven, A Divine Revelation of This. And she's like wrote all these books that really sold.
Turns out it's all about money.
It had nothing to do with money. What do you mean, Jonathan? This is true.
Sorry.
You know that. We all know that. We're all suppressing truth and unrighteousness right now by even denying Mary Kay Baxter's book to be infallible here. But no, he takes her out and just wanted her to experience a taste. And then says, I'm sorry, but I needed you to see this so that you could. I'm like, yeah. I believed it at the time. It freaked me out. Vivid imagination. Anyway.
This idea that God has some kind of indignation with the way that humans act. As I say in page 142 of my book, let's get this right. God designs and creates a universe knowing the outcome before creating. God creates a group of entities with the full knowledge before creating them that they will go to hell, and creates them anyway. And then it sends them to hell for eternity out of some sense of indignation and retribution. Ha! That'll teach you, for me designing you like that and knowing that you would do that. I'm going to punish you forever. Ah, ha, 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 ha. Or, and this is just an idea, maybe God shouldn't create those people in the first place.
That'd be a much kinder, loving thing.
So that gets us on to the next argument, chapter 21, which is God cannot be perfect or perfectly just and merciful. Classic argument, which is like these ideas that God has these characteristics that work together, but actually some of them don't really work together. And this is a classic sort of argument that some theists, try and answer, but I would just give up on it, advise them. So what does justice mean? What does just mean? Just, I would define this to mean acting or being in conformity with what is merited or deserved. So if you're giving someone a just punishment, you are giving them what they deserve or they merit. But if, on the other hand, if you're being merciful, you are acting with forbearance shown especially to an offender or to someone subject to one's power, acting leniently or compassionately. In other words, you are giving them punishment that they don't deserve. So the idea that God is this merciful, wonderfully mercifully like God, and then God is also perfectly just, or is a just God, those two things don't work together. I'm sorry, they don't work. And actually, Dan Barker in his book Godless said, and this is, do you mind if I quote him?
Yeah.
So says, if God is infinitely merciful, he can never be just. If God is ever just, not to mention infinitely just, then he cannot be infinitely merciful. A God who is both infinitely merciful and just not only does not exist, he cannot exist. This is one of the positive arguments for the non-existence of God based on incompatible properties or incoherency. If God is defined as a married bachelor, we don't need to discuss evidence or arguments. We can simply claim a logical impossibility. In response, Rajabali, so he was talking about a debate where he brought this up, chided me for failing to think in multiple dimensions at the same time. When Quran says God is merciful and God is just, he went on, these simultaneous characteristics cannot be compartmentalized. We just understand them holistically. I guess that explains it, says Dan Barker. By the way, I also pointed out that if God is infinitely merciful, then I cannot go to hell. It wouldn't matter how I lived or what I thought. Infinite mercy would absolve me of any crime, no matter how great, including the crime of refusing to believe in God, accept his authority, or admit that I had done anything wrong. So yeah, that's just a nice little argument. Doesn't take long to think about. God cannot be, just and merciful at the same time.
The one thing that I heard in a commentary a long time ago on Romans 9 from a Calvinist perspective on like this whole predestination and whatnot. Jacob I loved, Esau I hated. Before they were even born, God, like for his purpose of election, chose one and hated the other before they were even born, by the way. And then gets to this part where he hardens Pharaoh's heart. And then it talks about, who are you, a man, to talk back to God or answer back to God? Like, does not the maker have right to make from one lump 2 lumps of clay, one for ordinary common use, throw it away when you're done with it, and then of course the special use? And without getting into the actual meaning of this text, the point is this commentator was like, don't you see it? God had to have created it so that we would fall, so that we do him wrong, so that he then can show us mercy. And the only way he can show mercy is if someone did you wrong. Like if I was walking down the street and I bumped into you and you stole my wallet and I knew you stole my wallet, I'm just giving you the analogy.
Yeah, no, but you know what? I really love putting splints on arms when someone breaks their arm. So I'm going to come and break your arm. Do you mind?
Right.
I'm going to break your arm.
I'm just painting the picture that this is how their mind worked to try and rationalize this problem. And I get it. That's a great point, because why am I wanting to steal a wallet to begin with, right? Or you. So you take my wallet. Now, because you did me wrong, I can show mercy, which I don't have to, by the way. In fact, I am completely okay with coming and throwing you in prison and you serving a lot of time. And oftentimes the punishment is worse than the crime itself. In the end, you suffered more than my wallet going missing or whatever. Or I could show you mercy, but the only way I could show you mercy is if you did me wrong. And this is what they said about God. So God could just cook us all. This is the kind of mindset, because remember, we're all nothing. We're worthless. We're vile, wretched sinners who deserve to be cooked in this kind of Christianity. We deserve to all be dead. We're lucky if he picks some of us.
Which is an interesting idea, because again, if you go back to this idea that God designed and created you and then says you deserve to be punished. Hang on, you were the one that designed me and created me such that I knew that I was going to do this. Mm-hmm. And now you're saying I deserve to be punished. You deserve to be punished for putting me in this situation and for creating me. I didn't ask to be created. I didn't ask to be this person on this earth or in existence doing this wrong stuff and then getting punished for it because you're so annoyed with what I've done. Like, this is on you, God. This is on you.
You're so funny, dude. I love you.
I get angry.
A couple super chats. Pseudos, is it Celos? I probably butchered that. Forgive me. Would the existence of ideal forms convince you? We're back to that argument of God.
Of what?
Of a God existing.
So I'm a conceptual nominalist. I completely do not believe in Platonic realism, which is the idea of ideal forms. Would ideal forms convince me of God? No, not at all. But it would change my entire ontological understanding of existence, because there would be abstract ideas that exist outside of my mind. So I don't know if this is a rabbit hole you want to go down, but that's a very interesting question. But I don't believe in that. And I think I've got good reason for not believing it. In fact, that's the very basis of the beginning of this whole book is debating that point.
Thank you so much for that super chat, Pseudo. Paul Cherry in the house. Hi, Derek. How are you doing? Hope all is well. May I recommend Dark Matter 2525? And I love that YouTube channel. It's funny. Power Corrupts series, it gives a very interesting take on the topic. Paul, thank you for that super chat.
I'm
Have
sure
you seen...
I haven't watched a lot, but I know of. I think power is an interesting. There's certainly a power dynamic going on, and God has ultimate power and therefore ultimate responsibility. And I don't think I've never really seen. And going back to this whole God knows everything in advance, designs and creates anyway. Blah blah blah. I've said it 10 times already, but this is what gives God ultimate responsibility, and so therefore, the idea that we deserve anything and we are at fault for X, Y, and Z is you're pointing the finger at the wrong person. You know, God is at fault. God is ultimately responsible because God is ultimately powerful.
I've watched quite a bit of these episodes. I don't know how I wasn't subscribed, but definitely there it is. Power Corrupts. Just to give a shout out for the super chat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that, Paul Cherry. And then we have Gray's 174 back. Is hell in the Old Testament?
No, I mean, you get, Sheol, and you get these ideas that can be like that are the bases of later ideas, but I don't think really most of the Old Testament is annihilationist, really, and that's if you read Bart Ehrman's book, gives, as I mentioned earlier, gives a really good synopsis of the Old Testament kind of views and how they changed a little bit towards the end in the intertestamental period. But even Gehenna, like the idea of Gehenna that some people think it means X, actually doesn't. Like, there's a really good section in again Ehrman's book where he says actually what people think about Gehenna is broadly wrong. But I'd have to remind myself about that. I may just have a quick look a bit later if I have time while you're banging on about something.
No biggie, no biggie. Thank you so much, Grays. Okay, moving to the next argument. I think, well, I don't know if you're moving off of that one. Were you trying to?
Yeah,
okay,
so we're going towards 22, which is weighing our hearts, heaven or hell. And this is a pretty chunky bit of thinking to go on here. So which is, and I think you definitely have a lot to say on this, which is, what is it that gets us to heaven or hell? So if our hearts are going to be weighed, so you're going to go to heaven, you're going to go to hell. What is it that does that? So is it faith or is it deeds and works? And the problem is it can't be one or the other, exclusively. So if it's just faith, then what about all those people that have existed at times and places where they didn't have access to, got the knowledge of the Judeo-Christian version of God? And you've got all these people who exist who can't believe in Jesus, and if you believe in the scandal of particularity, which is an argument that says Jesus is the only way to access God and salvation, then you need to know Jesus, and if you don't know Jesus, you're up shit creek without a paddle. And so therefore it can't just be faith. But is it deeds? Well, if it's just deeds, someone can be good without believing in God and then get into heaven. So, and in fact, the Pope, I think, recently said that atheists can go to heaven. Well, that kind of makes a mockery of like faith. Well, what's the point in believing? What's the point in the old Bible and all these ritualistic moral diktats and ceremonial gumph? What's the point of all that rubbish if you don't need to believe it? You can just be a good person and get to heaven. So therefore it has to be some kind of combination, one would think, of both of those. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, no, I'm with you. I think there are versions of Christianity now, more in the Protestant sector, that are like trying to say, I mean, they go so far, it's like antinomianism. And I mean, there are Calvinist groups that I've heard preach and whatnot, and they're like, if you think for a second anything you do, even the littlest thing, plays any part in your salvation at all, you're gonna fall down to the flames. Like poetic imagination about hell, and you need to put all your faith in Jesus's work, not your own. And you have there's probably some good people who think that actually just do good things as just good people on earth. But you got to imagine how many people probably hear that crap and they're like I can do whatever I want. You hear people say that, like, once saved, always saved. I'm always saved. I can do whatever I want. And they go and they can do whatever.
This is exactly what we're just about to talk about. So so imagine that someone has acted really amazingly for like 90 years of their life, and then in the last week of their life it becomes a complete murderous git and horrible, right? Or someone that's been horrible for all their lives and then does something really nice at the end. So they're Hitler all their lives, and then right at the last bit says, "Oh, I repent," and they're really nice for a little bit. Like who gets to go to heaven? Who gets to go to hell? What if you are like, you know, because this then, you know, there's a real big problem here, because when do you get evaluated on you as a person that gets you to heaven and hell? Because we assume that death is a moment, but actually death is really, really arbitrary, right? And I was only really thinking about this yesterday. I had a bit of a light bulb moment where I was like, why do we think death is the moment? Like, if someone has been supremely amazing for like 90 years of their life and then spends the last week being horrible, and we just go, well, okay, well, at this point when you die, you were being horrible, so you're going to go to hell. And if Hitler, like a lot of Christians believe, that Hitler repented on his deathbed, then he would have been saved. Like, how can you be that evil for all your life and then at the moment, last minute, go, hey, I'm sorry? Why do you get judged on that bit and not on your 42nd birthday or your 93rd day? Or do you know what I mean? Like,
it just depends on the version of Christianity you go in with, because I can imagine a couple different excuses. If you don't believe in purgatory, then you'd say, well, Jesus went and preached to those who are in Sheol or those who are in Hades, giving them an opportunity if they never heard it before. Some say that no, they're just, God knew, like William Lane Craig tries to argue, God had people born in certain places at certain times that he knew that if the gospel was presented to them, they would have rejected it anyway. So he had them born at certain times anyway where they wouldn't have rejected it. But then the people who are born who reject it at times, there's so many ridiculous, like, if there's a will, there's a way kind of William Lane Craig kind of argumentation, in my opinion, to make sense of everything. But purgatory, I think, tries to resolve that issue of like, they were 99.9% of their life, they were good, but then they did a little bad. Okay, they'll burn that off in purgatory and kind of cook it off, all that evil, kind of like what you see in Zoroastrianism.
Like, it's kind of universalism almost. So there's some kind of redemptive period of punishment, like where
it could be. I kind of wonder. This is something I'd love to get like an expert in Catholicism to explain on purgatory. But I wonder if you don't go to purgatory if you're not a faithful believer at all. Like, I don't know if they believe everyone ends up in purgatory, or if it's like you need to have been baptized. Because notice there's a key element to Catholicism about the Eucharist and baptism as salvation. They literally see those as salvific. They dunk the babies to make sure that they're saved. And there is some truth to that in the biblical narrative about, like, you really need to be baptized, like, in order for the remission of sins to take place. So Catholics hold on to this, whereas Baptists go, that's a outward reflection of an inward reality. And there's kind of both are kind of reflecting something here that's true, but they've let go of that old Orthodox view. And so I kind of wonder if they're saying baptized Christians who, you know, they go to purgatory and get another chance, but anyone outside of that, they're just in outer darkness, or I don't know. I don't know what
Neil Sendlak's pastor, former pastor, Gnostic informant, you're my friend, Neil Sendlak. So his pastor said this as a great video of him. And this is literally what he said. So he said, and I won't do the American accent, but not that I would ever do this, but if you gave me an AK-47 right now with enough ammo to take you all out, and before I did it, I started blaspheming the Holy Ghost's name, because that's obviously the worst thing you can do, rather than kill loads of people, and then took you out and then put the gun in my mouth, I still end up in heaven. Sorry, that probably wouldn't happen, as before I got to do it, the Lord would stop me. Yeah, of course he would. He might take me out before I got my finger on a trigger, but that's the power of the salvation. It's all the work of the Lord. So he's basically saying, I can do anything. I can do the most evil thing that you want, but I am already saved, you know? And so just got these weird different concepts of like what gets you into heaven, what gets you into hell. And it's all thoroughly, it makes very little sense to me. Imagine someone that's, because heaven and hell are binary. It's like you either get to heaven or you go to hell. It doesn't appear to be any kind of, if it was fair, you would get some kind of graduated spectrum that reflects how you acted on earth. So if I'm 47% bad, I'm going to go to the 47% bad bit of afterlife. But what happens is you get dropped in heaven or you get dropped in hell. And that's a real problem for a spectrum of behaviors. So imagine you're 49.9% like bad, and you have to get 50% to get to heaven, and you just miss out, and you go to hell with like someone who's 99.9% bad. And if you just get into heaven like 50.1%, but you're in there with someone who's like saintly at 99.9%, then how is that fair? Like the whole notion of a binary outcome to a spectrum of performances, if you like, on Earth is I think just absolute nonsense.
It goes into martyrdom too. Like if you look at the martyrdom theology, if you become a martyr for Jesus, which means you go and you are killed for Jesus' sake. You went to try and preach the gospel in a Muslim land, or you went to whatever, and you get killed, persecuted, martyred, you get automatic direct access to heaven. And this is actually, from what I've been told, I don't know this firsthand, so I could be mistaken here, but I've heard this. This same martyrdom concept we hear in jihad and certain forms of Islam. And if you went and you did whatever you wanted, let's just say, but you really wanted to make sure you go to heaven, because from what I understand, I could be wrong about this too, but most Muslims aren't certain of where they're going to go when they die. It's all in the hands of Allah. They just want to try and be obedient to the God's law and be a good person and whatnot. But you can go and commit jihad, whatever form that may be, dying in the name of whatever, to try and for the prophet and for Allah, then you would have access direct. There is no in between. There is no ifs, ands, or buts. You go to heaven. Another thing I was going to throw out there, I mentioned this earlier at the beginning of the stream, about if you steal an apple, right? There's probably in modern society, if you stole an apple and you're underage, you'll probably just get like a big warning. Hey, like, don't do that. Okay. That's wrong. Someone worked very hard, a farmer to the whatever, you're being a thief, and it's not good. If you get caught, okay, and you're older than 18, you'll probably get a fine, a slap on the hands, and maybe not be welcome in that grocery store anymore, for example. Just an example. Now, can you imagine, we get abhorrent about the idea that in some countries, if you steal, they really cut your arm off. Like, I'm not just saying this, or your hand.
Cut your hand off, yeah.
They legitimately cut your hand off for trying to steal an apple or trying to steal food. Some people have been locked up in history to death for to survive, for being thieves to try and take food. My point is, there are videos that have circulated online where I've seen people's heads get cut off, things like that. And it freaks me out looking at it. Like a real human's actually doing that to somebody, and we freak out. But when it comes to God, I've never heard people sound more crazy and not realize it, because it's so easy to speak about things that aren't really happening, that we don't see, that we have no evidence for, to act like God's going to cook you forever.
Well, of course,
you're already deserving of it. And
children are not moral agents, but in the Bible, 42 of them got mauled by a she-bear for calling someone a bald head at the direction of God. So, yeah.
I'm just saying, if you equate the justice system here, it's like someone steals an apple, they're going to get burned for all eternity, agonizing and scream and torment and whatnot. But in real life, that person who probably believes that doctrine, could watch a video of a law in another country, let's say an Islamic country, where they cut someone's hand off for being a thief, and you will say, "You evil, horrible people, you're so backwards. I can't believe you're doing that." And you're going, your belief is that your God is going to do you can't even talk about cutting off hands here. It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
That's the kind of, like, I don't know if that's cognitive dissonance or what that is.
Yeah. So other issues. So do babies go to heaven? So, do they get there as babies? So, you hear this like, oh, that baby died of cancer. It's okay. It's living in heaven for eternity. What, as a baby? What about blastocyst? Like a fetus? Does it just like exist as some kind of like floating fetus? And then you're thinking, okay, so then you start hearing some of these theories like, oh no, it becomes like what it potentially would have become. Like, well, what if the baby would have become pretty horrible? Well, does that baby go to hell? Like, what if that baby was actually going to become a murderer? Like, who get, and it's like, so you get to be in heaven what you potentially could have been. Or in one world, I could have been way better. I could have been like the most God-fearing Christian, just not in this world. So why, and then this leads on to another argument, which is about possible worlds. And this will come up later in another argument in much bigger fashion. But the idea is that God has all these, an infinite array of possible worlds that God could create, right? So you take Derek Lambert. He could create Derek Lambert in any number of worlds, right? He's created you in this world, world 1, W1. Let's call it W1. So
the best one. No, I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
well, actually, no, it has to be. So this literally, if God is all loving, this literally has to be the best, either the best world now or the best way to the best world. So you're absolutely right. So God has created Derek Lambert in W1, but imagine he created Derek Lambert in W2 and you remained a God-fearing Christian in that world. You didn't have this period where you lost your faith. Things happened, the environment was different, and you became. So why is it fair that God has created? Why is it fair for you? Like, I'm only thinking about Derek here. Why is it fair for you that you've been created in W1 and you go to hell, and not W2 where you would have gone to heaven? So actually, in the same way you think about babies, where the baby was going to be this great, what if it's going to be an evil? You get all these kind of what if, the counterfactual arguments. What about these different scenarios where you could exist in a different world where you actually became a much better person and got to heaven? So it's really unfair that God creates this particular world for you.
There's so many problems that you just brought to my attention about some of these ideas about. Well, was the baby baptized? This is stuff like real Catholics will be saying, was the baby baptized? If the baby is baptized, the baby went to heaven. And like, these are newly born.
But the baby has no choice in that. It's not an intentional agent. And
that's where original sin plays their role in their doctrine. But there's so many problems because some Christians think that's ridiculous. And they go, are you kidding? The baby's innocent. And that's when Neil did a recent interview that he did a show, if you will, about the recent injustices, if I can call them, in America's law, the way that women are being treated. And he's like, you Christians, don't you realize how many more people are going to hell now? Because he did like a reverse psychology, because he's like all of these fetuses that become babies now that are going to grow up and they're going to probably commit so many crimes, especially in the environment where a mother can't take care of them.
You're absolutely right. There's a really interesting anti-natalist argument for
the
argument. Literally, if a Christian literally believes in heaven and hell, they should abort all their babies. They should kill their babies as soon as they're born.
That's why some Christians didn't believe in sex. After a while, they said, stop procreating and giving in to the original sin. This is why there were early Christians that were against having sex, Jonathan. Like literally. Plus, the world's supposed to end any moment, according to them.
If it's harder to get into heaven than the guy of a needle, okay, that's a rich man, but whatever. If it's a path less trodden or whatever. It's harder to get into heaven. So statistically, you should really not be having children because the likelihood is they're more likely to go to hell. So don't do it. Please do.
Beta says, Derek, you have no idea how glad I found MythVision and by extension Gnostic Informant, endless entertainment, and true gnosis. You guys are the best. Love to Jonathan as well. One of my favorite guests. Absolutely.
Beta decay. Good. I can't even speak.
I say beta.
But you're wrong. But I
am. Okay, I'll take it.
No, thank you, Beta Decay.
Thank you for complying.
Can't say that.
Look, everyone says, I love it when Derek gets animated. And then Shouty Derek, someone said, Derek Cruz in the house, hell equals extortion. Nothing to be afraid of. 100%, my friend. I'm with that. Yeah.
So again, it's I call heaven and hell mimetic fail-safes. So if you believe in meme theory, at its basic level, it is obviously true. So memes are a bit like genes in the fact that memes are ideas, right? And if they are ideas that have some kind of value to you, then they stick around. If ideas don't have any value, they kind of get lost. It's like survival of the fittest, right? But so why do things like a memeplex, like a whole structure of different memes of ideas, is a religion? A religion is like a network of memes, like a memeplex. So why is it that Christianity, for example, as a memeplex, sticks around? Well, they have what I call mimetic fail-safes. Mimetic fail-safes are heaven and hell. So if you're going to say, if you don't believe in this, you will go to hell. which is the worst thing in human conception. And if you do believe in this, you will go to heaven, which is the greatest thing in human conception. There is nothing greater. I've talked about this already, the carrot and the stick. No greater carrot and stick than that in human conception. So you are presenting why does this thing stick around? Is because you have given the most ultimate emotional blackmail in order for people to continue believing. So it is a form of extortion.
I have to play a little snippet here just because, I mean, it's that good. And you and I have seen this. I guarantee you, when Bishop Spong, if he was still alive, I would have interviewed him. And I'm fairly confident you know Bishop Spong. At least you've heard.
Yeah. I've quoted him a number of times.
Let's see if we can. I'm waiting on this commercial. Okay. Let's see what we get here.
4x3.
I happen to believe in life after death. I don't think hell exists. I happen to believe in life after death, but I don't think it's got a thing to do with reward and punishment. Religion is always in the control business. And that's something people don't really understand.
I mean, it goes on and on. He pretty much says, oh, the furnaces, let me fast forward because I don't want YouTube dinging me. You know how YouTube is.
Mm-hmm. And it's part of a control tactic. But wait a minute, you're saying that hell, the idea of a place under the earth or somewhere where you're tormented for an eternity, is actually an invention of the church. I think the church fired its furnaces hotter than anybody else.
I love it.
Yeah, that's brilliant. Brilliant.
I love it. Thank you so much. What is the most convincing hell theodicy? I think that wraps up our super chats. Yeah.
Hell theodicy. So meaning the theodicy, which is an explanation of why suffering exists on earth. I would need that explaining a little bit more. Most convincing. What is the most convincing hell theodicy? I'm not sure I understand how that's written, but I could be being a bit simple. Why evil and suffering exists. No, I don't understand how hell can be a theodicy, but I could be being dense. I do apologize.
Grace
but thank
says,
you.
Convincing justification for hell. I don't think there is a convincing.
So like, if you're talking about an infinite torment for a finite crime, then there is no justification for it. You literally cannot justify that, even for the worst human being. And we're going to talk about that in a little bit because people don't understand eternity and how long that is. It's pretty long. So
thanks for letting me share that for a second.
So the next argument, 23, and I don't know how much time we've got left. It might be just time for this one. I don't know. Explaining the heaven me. So it's not just how we get to heaven, but what we look like when we get to heaven. So if we go to heaven, if the soul looks like consciousness, is that the consciousness when we die? So, for example, if I've got dementia and I die and go to heaven, am I walking around heaven with dementia? And if it's not taken at that snapshot of death, then how are you represented in hell? Do we get some kind of cherry picking of our representation throughout our life? Is it me 5 years before death, 10 years, 20 years? If not, at what point? How is this decided? If the soul is a photocopy of who we are, then when was this photocopy made? Is it an amalgam, an average of properties that you have throughout your life? In this way, the version of us in heaven is actually not a version of you that ever really existed, but an averaged out you, thus making the representation of you in heaven somewhat disconnected to who you were on earth, so on and so forth. So there's these really interesting ideas of actually who we get to be when we're in heaven. What if I've got a bunch of shortcomings? If I get really jealous or angry quite quickly, but I'm essentially a good person, do those get erased out of my personality when I go to heaven? Like what if I like doing Class A drugs? For example, but I'm a God-fearing Christian.
Class A.
Do I get like purified? In which case, that's not me. That's like a false version of who I am. That's not my soul. I think they're already trying to do that here, Jonathan. That's where that behavior control thing comes in. In fact, I fought myself my whole life. The whole point is to fight against the flesh. And that
when I interpreted that, that meant my body, right? And if you're reading Paul gets beat up a lot, right? So he's hurting himself trying to get this gospel out there and make it through this world of sin and all that. But like natural things were wrong, like absolutely totally normal, actually healthy, normal, natural things were evil and
yoga
and
Whoa.
Oh, I'm saying even sexual things and stuff like that come completely normal that I did not
which God designed into the system as well.
Right. Like I did not get born thinking, one day I'm going to have the natural inclination to be drawn toward a particular sex, to have sex.
Sidebar here. There's an interesting point. So again, what data? What does the data best support? Naturalistic atheism or omni-god theism? Right. So what happens is pain and pleasure match evolutionary pressures really well. They do not match Christian moral behavior. So actually, if you were really an all-loving God, you'd give all the things that were morally good would be pleasurable, and all the things that were morally bad were painful. But actually, there's a bit of a mix going on, and that's not what you predict with an all-loving omni-god theism. But it is what you predict, understanding how behaviors evolved through evolution. So it's just an interesting sidebar there.
And the question is, would you want, I mean, this is just a common idea now. I realize in my head, like, I wouldn't want to change who I am to try and fit into a place that doesn't even come natural to me. Like, what am I aspiring to become something I'm not? I don't see any reason. I love who I am now. Like, I was supposed to hate who I was before, it seems, because you're like, oh, wretch that I am. I'm a wicked sinner. I'm the lowest of I'm a scum. That's my existence. I'm dung. My righteousness are filthy rags. The best I am is a dirty rag you see a mechanic pull out of an engine, okay? Like, what the heck is this, man? I believed this. Now you know why I'm so glad that I have MythVision and I recognized what the heck is going on and went, no, I'm done. I love who I am. I'm happy to be who I am.
The Australian comedian Jim Jeffries does a really good skit on hell and heaven. He's like, why would I want to go to heaven and see all my family, like and my priestly uncle Bernie that I used to have to sit on his knee, and and all this like. Yeah. But he's like, well, I want to go to like all the people that are taking drugs and prostitutes and sex and stuff. That's where I want to be. He's like this really interesting skit on like
the guys I like are down there now. Yeah, what the heck is going on?
It's like, take me to hell.
Maybe Jesus was trying to hint to us when he was going to those prostitutes and tax collectors. Maybe he was trying to tell us something. I don't know.
Yeah. So as I continue, do you get some kind of a slight part of you get erased, or I'm a decent person, but I have this or that vice? Do these personality traits and vices get eradicated? So I'm being fundamentally changed for access through the pearly gates, so that I am not at odds with the idea of heaven. What about if a baby or a fetus dies? As I said earlier, are they just sitting in heaven as a baby, unable to do anything but blissfully sit there smiling, but certainly not crying? What about a blastocyst? Are they sitting in heaven as clusters of cells without any kind of consciousness, ability, or experience or rationality? Or are souls a potential you? So who you could become in some kind of utopia? And again, it's all those problems that we were talking about earlier. And then you're thinking, well, again, you get back to like, what is the soul? Is it just, again, like, how does it represent me? Is it like a balloon that's just tethered to me? It's not really part of me and who I am. Or is it me? And then how does that get represented in heaven? There's just so many problems. And what Christians do and theists do is they bend the idea of heaven to try and accommodate all these problems. And heaven just becomes some contorted, like abstract construction that has been built out of necessity. There's absolutely no evidence for it. It's just like, well, I want heaven to exist. There's some ideas of it in the Gospels, so therefore it exists, and I'm going to construct it in this way because it's such a problematic idea.
Well, can we point out one problem with heaven too is the location. Originally, they're thinking above the firmament there's the throne of God behind this like layer of solid rock that heaven is made out of, where windows open and water comes out. So maybe they originally thought that you go to this place on the other side of a certain point out there when you're looking up at night and you're seeing the sky with the stars, which are angels and all that. Eventually we kind of explored and we have ways to look and we go, hold on, nobody's out there. Heaven's another dimension. It's like a whole nother, and it stopped becoming a location, of like a reachable location that we have. And we started going, oh, well, maybe it's just in another dimension. Heaven's kind of right here, just in another realm or some other abstract idea. Like you're saying, it becomes not unfalsifiable. Everything like God's body. God had a physical body. What happened? Greek philosophy, my friend. Okay, well, where's God's body? No, God never had a body. God is all powerful outside space and time. And you go, oh, so you keep hiding, you're moving the piece where I can never get to it. Yeah. And I feel like heaven's the same thing.
Yeah. So I'm writing. I'm involved in 5 book projects at the moment. One of the books I'm writing is with Dr. Aaron Adair, who wrote the Star of Bethlehem: A Skeptical View. So my good friend Aaron Adair. So we are writing a book on the impact on religion, particularly Christianity, but actually all religions, of the discovery of intelligent extraterrestrial life. Okay, so really, really interesting idea. We're doing a whole bunch of research, and the idea that if you discovered all the intelligent alien life, how would it affect incarnation of God as a redemptive, salvific like entity, and would there be like a billion Jesuses if there were like a billion moral civilizations around the universe, and how could God be in a billion places at once as an incarnated being, and all this kind of stuff. But what's quite interesting is, before we get there, it's like the Bible tells us about cosmology and it gets it really, really wrong. Like you're talking about the firmament earlier, and the biblical cosmology is fundamentally incorrect. And we have a situation where the Bible is lying to us. There's divine deception going on here. I gotta caveat this. I want to defend the Bible when I do what I do on MythVision, because if you buy into the crap that's peddled today, so me and Jonathan, I think what he means to say, he's saying the stuff that people are trying to say, it is not factually correct. We know that. What they believed then, I mean, we're not knocking them at the time for what they thought. Oh no, yeah.
I'm just making the point, like,
but if that's a universal revelation, right? Goodness me, God is by not setting the record straight, God is deceiving, right? So I've written my whole bit on divine deception in this new book about if aliens exist, is it deception not to tell us about it? And there's lots of ins and outs. So this is quite an intricate sort of set of arguments. But if we expect to be told the truth about how the cosmos works, and we're told a lie, we're told not the truth, then that looks like a deliberate lie and deception, and actually that's morally problematic. So there's some really interesting ideas, but essentially the biblical cosmology is wrong. The Bible is just wrong. So
that's why it's a human book, and that's why I want people, no matter where they are, to see that. Where are we at on arguments too? I don't want to. Yeah, like
24. So if it's wrong there, my point, if it's wrong there, it's probably wrong in a lot of places. So
do we need to stop here at 24?
Yep. So this can be the last argument. Yep.
Okay.
Okay. We've all got lives to get to, including all the.
Because that means we still got 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, and then 37. Come on, we got to have a Sabbath of arguments left, right? 7 more arguments left, which means we probably have a couple more episodes. I'm not even kidding you. We're kicking butt, man.
So argument 24 is a nice, easy, quick one. It's free will, and the problem of evil and heaven. Right. So the idea is that the free will theodicy, and I've already told you I don't believe in libertarian free will, but let's grant it for the sake of argument, because the theologian will say, or the apologist will say, that why is there, as the answer to the problem of evil, why is there so much suffering, given that God is all loving, would care enough to want to do something about it, all knowing, knows what to do about it, all powerful, is able to do something about it, yet there is still all this suffering. Why is it there? Well, it must be necessary. It can't be gratuitous, because God is all loving. So therefore, it's there for a purpose. One of the theodicies, one of the kind of defenses given as to why suffering exists, is because we have free will. And in order to have free will, which is a great making property, we talked about it earlier, it's such a good thing to have that the goodness of having free will outweighs the fact that by having free will, it brings about this collateral damage of there being evil, right? So yeah, I can do really nice things. I can freely love the right people and do the right things by God, but it also means I can murder people and do genocide. Yeah, but the good of free will outweighs the bad, and not being automata means that we are we are free, and that's much better, even though it means that we kill people. Okay, if it's a great making property and it's essential to human existence, then one would assume it has to exist in heaven, especially as we as souls are intentional agents, as souls supposedly are, according to Swinburne. They are these things that are causally responsible for our freely willed decisions. They go up to heaven. There must be free will. Otherwise, we are robotic automata in heaven, right? So therefore, there must be free will, but there can be no pain and suffering, which means that you can have existence where there isn't pain and suffering, and there is free will. In other words, that defeats the theodicy of free will, the free will theodicy on earth. And it means you can have perfect moral existence on earth and free will. So why don't we?
Right.
So it might be really difficult to get, but God could, out of all the infinite possible worlds, choose a world in which we all just happen to choose morally well all the time.
Right, because that's what supposedly heaven's going to be. But that's the big problem I have, is because you look at this idea of fallen angels or sons of God, if you want to say they're Elohim, they come from heaven. Let's just say they have free will. Who's to say when you get to heaven, you aren't going to fall down on your ass again in the future? And like, who's to say that's not going to happen? If you want to believe in this idea, if it's so free and God can't control you, why is he going to set up walls and gates protecting you from being able to exit? He can't. He's limiting your will on what you can and cannot experience based on going to heaven. And the weirdest thing I ever heard is when someone said, God loves you so much and he gives you so much free will that when you're in hell cooking and dying, you freely want to choose that, though. Like, because you hate God so much. And it's like
theory that you keep continuing to sin to stay in heaven, hell forever. It's like, because you'd really want to do that, right?
It's the dumbest thing I've ever heard anyone say. Have you ever been in a house fire and like almost couldn't get out? Have you ever been in a situation where you thought you were going to die? I mean, I've swam in Puerto Rico, swam in little caves, went face to face with a manatee, and I thought it was a shark. And I was stuck in the cave trying to get out, and I was panicking. This is it. I'm dead. Like, I wished nothing more in light of danger than to escape. I would have done anything to try and survive. But they want to reverse what totally comes natural and act like you wouldn't want to do that? Are you kidding me? If there was a God and this was real and there really was a God, I would be all game for this. I was for many years believing that. So when people go, you just don't want to. No, I would like this. The problem is, peekaboo, where are you? Like, there's so many problems. And that's the reason why we're not theist.
So we have a two-horn dilemma here. Either we are designed and created such that it is logically impossible for us to choose well every time, causing suffering, which means that's not a very good design scenario, or God has chosen those of us who, when creating, who would just happen to choose badly, also causing suffering. So either answer to the data here, either explanation to the data here that makes God look not very nice. So there are two issues. First, it's not necessary that free will causes pain and suffering. It's only probable. And thus, God does not have to create a world in which suffering does take place as a result of human free will. And second, this is either evidenced in heaven. Free will does exist because it must do so unless we are to be robotic automata in heaven. And yet there is no suffering. Or free will does not exist in heaven, in which case we are just heavenly automata. So it's just a real problem. But of course, free will doesn't exist. So, I just put that to bed. But if you believe in free will and you believe in heaven and you believe in a free will theodicy, you've got some serious problems.
100%. Just so everybody knows, let me share this so everybody can see it. In the book, we got to argument 24. If you can see that, let me zoom in a little so we can really get you to know where we're at. So the next time you see this, 24 is the free will, the problem of evil in heaven. Why not just create heaven? We're going to we're going to be getting.
I love that argument. Oh, that's my favorite. But there you go. We'll do that next time.
That's such a beautiful, simple stated sentence. And I thought that too. Why do you put us through this? Why not just make heaven? And I've thought about that as a believer and never really thought, oh, this is somehow working against all of my whole worldview. Let's get to the super chats. Or did you want to make a comment first?
I was just going to say, before, we're not going to do that argument tonight, but there's a really good debate between Ray Bradley, an Australian philosopher, and William Lane Craig. And Ray Bradley, I think, wins that debate on why not create. He has a really interesting argument, which we'll talk about next time. He doesn't take it far enough, and he could have had Craig really on the ropes, but it's a good debate anyway. And Craig really failed to explain why God ends up creating people that are just going to be punished.
Right. If Daniel Whitaker, the cost of sin is eternal damnation. Jesus, who supposedly paid this debt collectively, had a bad weekend, then got to be God. Down payment?
So that's it. That's really interesting. So yes, sin is eternal damnation in hell, and yet if Jesus is paying for all that sin, which is weird because he apparently hasn't paid for it all, because we still go to hell. Oh, I don't know. It's all a bit weird, but he only just has like 3 days of like no one really knowing where he is, and then he pops up to sit on his own right hand for eternity in heaven. It's just like, yeah, is that really like, I mean, atonement doesn't work anyway. We talked about this in the previous episode on the resurrection. Like, the atonement doesn't work, but you know, if you're going to sacrifice yourself to sit on your own right hand for eternity in heaven, I don't think that's a particularly big sacrifice, and I'm not quite sure how it pays for things that you've designed to be like that anyway, like, and then demanded payment for. Just like, oh, none of it makes sense. You're on mute still.
I said it's weird. Yeah. Thank you for that super chat, Daniel. I really appreciate the super chat and the support. Feel free if you want to ask a question before we go, everybody. I'm going to start plugging away here for his books. Of course, those super chats today, I really appreciate everybody's support. It keeps us doing what we're doing here, bringing the arguments. Zooming out a little so we can actually see what's going on here.
And if anyone has read the book and does like it, please put a review on Amazon or anywhere. It really does help.
Amazon needs the reviews. Leave a review after reading the book, and I'd love to hear your comments. You can even email me afterwards, Derek@MythVisionPodcast.com, and I will reach out to Jonathan too and be like, hey, check out what they had to say about the book. Please get a copy of the book on Kindle or paperback. You can get it used, I guess. Why is it more expensive than brand new? That makes
it's not used. Oh, that's the third party sellers that okay. I don't know why they often put used, but they're generally not used.
That's so weird. I was going to say, get a copy of the works. He's got a lot of different works actually. So go and check out books, plural. And with your accent, at some point, we got to get you on Audible, like reading all this stuff. Like,
yeah. There's a lot of content to get out there on that. Yeah,
I know, but the time it would take for you to make that, oh man. Also, he has a YouTube channel. I'm going to put that right now in the chat so we can get some subscribers. I am going to try and work with you on those thumbnails at some point. You're such a busy guy. We got to figure out something for you there, because I know that a lot of people aren't clicking. They're just not. They don't know what's hiding behind that thumbnail. If they only knew, they'd get direct access to heaven.
Me talking crap on a video, but you know what's not to love. Yes. I'm going to have a party at some point soon. When I hit 1,986 subscribers, I'm going to have a party. So that's going to happen.
So we only need, how many more we need? 60 subscribers?
Yeah, 66 or something like that. Yeah. I thought 2,000 was too obvious, so let's go for 1,986 because numbers are just arbitrary anyway.
Can we look, there's 276 people watching, both on Facebook and YouTube. Can we get him up? He'll throw a party if we can get the subscribers up. Like, at least in the next 5 minutes, 4 minutes, whatever. I want to come back and hit refresh, and I hope that this has changed from a 2 to a 4. Am I a prophet?
God, goodness me.
Am I a prophet?
I'm going to have to buy myself a new outfit.
I'm really testing something here. Like, I want to know if I have divine capabilities like the early prophecies we were discussing on this episode. And if we can get, let me put it in the chat here. I have a good feeling based on the divine tapping into what I'm experiencing right now. That, yeah, what was that? El or Yahweh or Asherah? Which one are you talking to me right now?
All of them. It's
Okay.
all a universal God.
It can happen. It can happen. Well, I just said it. So let's see what happens in a few minutes when I come back. And if it happens, you guys better start believing that.
My favorite comment is Jacques Poulinet, who says, "I'm so subscribed it hurts."
Well, Jack, is it, what is it?
Jacques.
Jacques, something like.
Jacques.
Oh, I
French,
see. I
French,
see.
French for James.
I'm coming back. We're going to come back and see if I'm a prophet here, and I'm feeling like I am. I mean, I started out telling you that I was. So if I'm right, then it just proves everybody else who was a prophet that they were probably right too in many ways. Tell us about your website again and what you do here. Only Sky.
So Only Sky is, as I said, there's a massive bunch of writers there now across all sorts of different genres. All sorts of science, social science, psychology, philosophy, just general, all sorts, even poetry and fiction, all sorts of stuff there. And it's to represent the non-religious, particularly in America, but worldwide. Hopefully to give a voice and representation and change things, maybe even politically, such that the non-religious get a voice. So it's a new startup. It's growing. It's going really well, and there's just loads of really wonderful content there, and also stuff that isn't just like overtly non-religious, but just news stories that are told by non-religious people, and occasionally it might be that element is seen through a non-religious lens. In the same way that you see the White House press briefing, and there might be like the Catholic media organization asking questions. At some point down the road, we'd love to have an Only Sky reporter like in the White House asking questions from a non-religious perspective, because the idea is that the demographic is shifting, and if you're going to if going out to get money to back an organization like this, if you're going to go out and try and sell your organization, you want to be selling it the fact that demographic is growing and it's only going in one direction, which the non-religious segment is. So it's hugely important, but yet underrepresented. And in fact, the religious right in America, or particularly the religious demographic in America, is massively overrepresented. There are no outright atheists in Congress. There are people that claim they're kind of secular and humanist, ways of saying it a bit more politely, if you like. But really, that needs to change. There needs to be a normalization of atheism, and it needs to be just part of the public discourse.
I keep looking at this image, like I'm stuck on this image of how satisfied this cat is right here, and I'm looking at what is this, bull horns of a dead bull.
Probably a water buffalo, yeah.
So its suffering is this cat's pleasure. And
so we talked about this in a previous 30 arguments episode. I think it's episode 2. Maybe it's the last episode, actually, where we talked about the problem of animal suffering and why is there carnivorousness and why don't we all photosynthesize? If God was all loving, what would you predict? Again, go back to abductive arguments. What would you predict? Would you predict carnivorousness with omni-god that's all loving?
Not if it loves its creation, right?
Like half the animals on Earth have to cause pain and suffering to other animals to merely exist, right? So if you were all loving, carnivorousness would be right out. It just wouldn't be a thing, and yet it is, because naturalistic evolution. Because we don't need to explain that.
I'm coming back. I'm having a new tickle in my my fanny pack down there, and it's saying that the 9.2, it's going to say 9.5 actually. I don't know why. I had an update from Asherah upstairs. She told me, get out of my way, Yahweh, get out of my way, El. She was married to both of them and their father and son. It's really weird what goes on in heaven, but she's saying it's going to be 1.95K, not 1.94. So there was an update in heaven. And so I'm going to come back to you. I'm going to refresh. Please subscribe. You know what? Just to make sure that Asherah's right, because I know she's right. Duh. I'm putting it again in the chat. We're going to come back and check it out. And let's go ahead and come back to MythVision's Patreon real quick, just to tell you a little bit about this. I've been busting my hump. I've been editing. I've got a video right now uploading where I spent 2.5, 3 hours talking about Paul. We're going to come back to that. Lots of videos. This one was another one on Paul, deep dive, understanding Paul. This one right here, Jesus versus Caesar. John Dominic Crossan is the man. He's so much fun. This one is on Islam, and could Mecca have been in a different place? This is a serious question. From this place in the middle of nowhere, could it have been up north somewhere and it was relocated into the south? We get into this. We talk about this. I bring up visuals, all that fun stuff. Jesus the magician, mark of the beast. You want to know what that all means in Revelation? John Dominic Crossan again. Book of Revelation. This is a snippet from Delcy Allison Jr. in his kitchen. James Tabor. This one right here we did that live when I did it with Steve Mason. Another one with John Dominic Crossan. She's awesome. You know, Francesca.
I should be interviewing her at the end of summer. It's
hard to get her on. You see that, don't you? This was with an open theist, God can't, which you'll be interested to see this. Me and him have a lot in common on what we would hope for in the world around us. But he just says, God can't. So he's a theist who believes, and it's an interesting discussion. You're not going to want to miss that. That's on Patreon as well. And the list goes on. Like, you keep going down, and finally you hit a dead end, you hit load more. I'm giving people time to make sure that they know this prophecy is true. This is how confident we are as prophets. You know what I mean? And so this is what we do, right? It's so true. We're not afraid. Come on, update, upload. Come on. Gave a special thank you to the patrons who help support me. You can join for as little as $3 a month. And of course, you can always join for more than that if you so please, because I believe humans are inherently good, not bad. Okay, it looks like Asherah is saying you don't need to wait any longer. I'll be pretty surprised if Asherah hits the nail on the head on this one, because if I hit refresh and everybody subscribed and it's at 1.94 and not 1.95, then one of the male deities in heaven was accurate. But I'm fairly confident that women are right and men are usually wrong in many respects. So I'm thinking it's a 1.95 here. What do you think, Jonathan? Do you think I'm a prophet?
I think it's 1.95, but I have other reasons for thinking that.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Should I refresh?
Yeah.
All right, get the drum roll going, brother. No, you gotta go like. Here we go. Oh! I told you Asherah was talking to me.
Now you can do your speaking in tongues.
You see what I'm saying? I'm telling you, I knew that from now on, when someone doubts the prophet of God, MythVision, Derek, let them know. Proof, evidence right here. How could I have known? I mean, this had to be that upstairs connection that I have. And everyone right now, you are eyewitnesses. Don't wait a generation to write a gospel about this. Write it now. And we can create a religion right now. And people will be convinced and go, you know what? They really were there. This was not like hearsay. You were all eyewitnesses. It was like 270 something, not 500 that we don't know about their accounts. Everybody go write a gospel right now.
So next time we'll be talking a little bit more about heaven and hell, then some more about prayer, and then we'll probably maybe have time for some Q&A and whatnot.
I love you, man. I really do. I always enjoy these. Thank you for pushing me and saying, hey, let's jump on there and continue the series, because if I showed you my garage, you'd be a bit embarrassed. Someone who has direct connection to the heavens like this, and then their life's in shambles. I mean, it's pretty tough, you know.
The abductive argument, like if God existed, would I predict a garage like that? No. So I'm not sure God exists.
All I can say is I want to hear reports about, the cells and that people are getting your works. I love talking with you and learning from you. And we're going to keep diving into your books. We have plenty, as you continue to write more, but we have plenty of books to get into over time and listening to your arguments and stuff. And I'd love to get you and Aaron Adair on about the alien thing. Maybe we could
Yeah.
tease some people about some stuff there.
Yeah, we actually did a talk ourselves on my channel, so there's probably enough content for us to certainly talk about it up front, or we can wait till that bad boy's done. But yeah.
Thank you. I really appreciate. They got a new feature. Just in case you didn't know, Jonathan, I was doing this. Just so you know. Hold on, you ready? We got a way of doing. We got a feature. It's like, there you go. Let the subtle music grow. Let Asherah's voice rise from the heavens, and everyone know who the true God was all along. It was Yahweh and El that tried to suppress her, but Sophia tried to scream through with her feminine divine and say, Asherah. And you know what? Everybody go write a gospel right now. I'm telling you, it's true. It's true.
I disagree. I think I'm the God now, but
I didn't want to tell everybody that, but
what do I know? I know everything.
There's a Godhead. She's just the head, though. Like, that's all I'm saying. There's still a Trinity up there, and you're up there with it. So I'm not like discounting your divinity here. Sir.
Divine simplicity times 3. Oh yeah, no. So it's not really simple. It's a bit less than simple, but not 4, not 7, and not 2, 3. Yeah, that's a perfect divine simplicity.
Everybody go get a copy, hit the like button, check out my Patreon. It helps support us. If you want to private message me too, that's like one of the best ways to directly engage. If you have ideas for scholarship, if you have ideas for whatever, you can message me. Even if you want to just connect in a personal way, become a friend of what I do. God, did you want to show something? 30 arguments against his own existence.
Subliminal messaging.
So this book right here is 30 arguments against his own existence that he wrote so that everybody can engage. Yes, see? Like the video, drop a comment, share this out there, let everybody know. You know how it goes. And never, ever forget, we are MythVision.